Chapter 1. You scoundrel. Why aren't you donning a bubble? Why not breathe the same air as our magnificent creator? You are a pariah, the disgrace of our celestial lineage. Amidst the cacophony of insults, the boy at the center of the storm remained unfazed, continuing to walk with resolute determination. This young lad was named Don Quixote Dracula, having just celebrated his 18th birthday. His tousled hair danced in the breeze, artfully concealing his eyes, which glinted with a fierce intensity. None among the crowd dared to impede his progress. The last celestial being who had attempted such folly now lay incapacitated in a hospital bed. Thus, Dracula advanced steadily towards his castle, each step imbued with purpose and poise. As he approached the castle's entrance, before he could even extend a hand, the door swung open of its own accord. The man who had opened the door was none other than his father Don Quixote Hogaba. His father had supported the chieftain's proposal, advocating for equality among all and willingly relinquishing his status as a celestial being. These were their final days residing in the sacred land of Mariejois, soon to be expelled. The reason for his father's support of the chieftain's proposal was the prospect of garnering greater renown for himself. Beyond fame, nothing else held significance for him, not even his own son, whom he could easily cast aside. Dracula regarded his father, whose face bore a slight stiffness, managing to force a semblance of a smile, yet uttering not a single word. "Follow me. I have something to discuss," Hogaba said, accustomed to such demeanor, as he strode deeper into the castle, in silence. Dracula trailed behind, arriving at the training room. His father gestured toward the table within the training area, where a fruit adorned with spiral patterns lay, and said casually, "Do you see that? Consume it." Without a hint of hesitation, Dracula approached the table, seized the fruit, and thrust it into his mouth. Instantly, an indescribable flavor surged forth, overwhelming his senses. Dracula clamped his mouth shut with all his might, stifling the urge to vomit. Observing Dracula's reaction, his father erupted into boisterous laughter, devoid of grace. "Ha! Truly my obedient child, like a loyal hound. You may leave now, your presence is no longer required. I merely wished to witness your reaction to consuming that another delightful day." After finally managing to swallow, Dracula remained silent, clenching his fist momentarily before releasing it. He slowly made his way to his bedroom, and upon entering, he wrapped himself in his blanket. "Father, you have forced my hand when we are cast out from this sacred land. That shall be your demise." In truth, Dracula was not a denizen of the pirate world he had traversed for Blue Star. The reason for his enduring patience over the years stemmed from two factors: the constraints of acting in the sacred land, and the fact that this was the first task bestowed upon him by the system. After the task was published, the system never appeared again. No matter how loudly he called, there was no response. Helpless, Dracula had no choice but to carry out the task, as it was his only means of becoming stronger. Once he had calmed his emotions, Dracula uncovered himself from the blankets and commenced his physical training, a habit he had diligently cultivated. As time gently flowed by, Dracula realized that, surprisingly, he felt no fatigue after today's training. Instead, a warm sensation coursed through him, healing the hidden injuries within his body. Sensing these changes, he understood that the fruit he had consumed earlier was the catalyst for this transformation, but a voice within him incessantly whispered that this devil fruit was known as the angel fruit in its fallen angel form. Indeed, that fruit is a devil fruit, and a mythical beast type at that. Just then, the long-absent system emitted a sound. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired a devil fruit. Negative effects have been automatically removed. Personal panel and task panel have been successfully unlocked. Would you like to view them? Dracula felt an exhilarating rush at the voice in his mind, astonished that merely consuming a devil fruit had reactivated the system. View, let me see. Ding! The personal panel and task panel are now open. Host, Don Quixote Dracula. Personal strength, ensign level. Ability skills, basic physical arts, basic swordsmanship. Devil fruit ability. Angel fruit fallen angel, form no. Side effects. System items, none. System tasks. Endure in the Holy Land of Mariejois. Task, countdown. 3 days remaining for endurance. Task reward, beginners 3-color hockey. Goodness, it seems my strength is already comparable to that of an ensign in the Navy, yet I still feel weak. The first task is finally coming to an end. Only 3 days remain, coinciding perfectly with the day I will be expelled from Mariejois. At that time, I shall receive the reward of the 3-color hockey. For Dracula, who had endured for over a decade, 3 days was a mere trifle. The system's revival filled him with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Since the previous training session had not exhausted him significantly, Dracula decided to increase the intensity of his training, aiming to transcend the ensign level in combat. prowess that in the following days, Dracula spent his time entrenched in training. Unfortunately, his strength did not increase significantly as he reached a small bottleneck. Throughout this process, he realized that strength is not forged overnight, but rather accumulates over time. Dracula pushed open the door and walked toward the shores of Mariejois. For today was the day of his expulsion. Based on past experiences, he knew his father would be waiting by the shore for the boat, indifferent to his son's fate. Along the journey, the bothersome celestial dragons reappeared, chattering incessantly. Dracula paused, sweeping back the strands of hair that fell across his forehead, allowing them to glimpse the ferocity in his eyes. He spoke coldly, "Leave and keep your distance." As anticipated, the celestial dragons recoiled in unison, silenced by his presence. Sensing that his intimidation had taken effect, Dracula resumed his stride toward the shore. In truth, the castle was not far from the water's edge after a brief walk. He spotted his father standing aboard the ship, accompanied by the clan leader and his family. With everyone gathered, the vessel slowly departed from the shore, setting its course for the predetermined Drum Island Ding. System task: Endure in Mariejois completed. Congratulations, you have acquired the basic 3-color hockey. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Dracula's eyes sparkled momentarily as he calmed himself to embrace the newfound ability. While Dracula familiarized himself with the 3-color hockey, the fleet quietly approached the waters near Drum Island. Upon disembarking, they were met by a throng of kneeling figures on the shore, welcoming their arrival. Dracula, trailing behind his father, cast a dispassionate glance at the kneeling crowd, his heart stirring not a single ripple. For someone like Dracula, who had endured for so many years, his character had become somewhat cold-blooded. The singular obsession in his heart was to grow stronger. Upon arriving at their new abode, Dracula observed the clan leader once again promoting his ideals among the common folk, and he felt a sense of disdain. In this world, where the strong preyed upon the weak, mere words held no credence for the common people. The struggle for survival consumed all their efforts. As nightfall descended, Dracula did not succumb to the tranquil slumber that enveloped the others. For when the commoners learned from the clan leader that they were no longer celestial dragons, the latent brutality and darkness within them would undoubtedly erupt. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate all the malevolent individuals before you. Task reward: Demon Blade Miramesa. Bang. The door was forcefully kicked open by the group of commoners from earlier, and without hesitation, they herded Dracula and his companions into the hastily prepared makeshift prison. However, Dracula refrained from retaliating, believing that this was not the opportune moment, as it would facilitate the escape of those on the periphery. The clan leader and his father remained oblivious to the reasons behind this situation, shouting and bellowing in confusion. Only when they took the life of the clan leader's wife did they come to terms with the harsh reality that surrounded them. Seeing that the commotion had subsided, the commoners left one person to stand guard while the rest went off to celebrate. After all, the oppression from the celestial dragons had been profound, and now they finally tasted freedom. As the crowd dispersed, Dracula retrieved the dagger he had brought from the Holy Land and, with a swift motion, plunged it into the throat of the lone guard. The structure of this makeshift prison was exceedingly flimsy. With little effort, Dracula distorted and deformed it. As he strolled to the lifeless body, he withdrew the dagger, embedded in the throat, casually flicking away the blood that clung to it. Casting a glance at his somewhat dazed father, Dracula swiftly delivered a fatal blow, sending him to the depths of hell, finally releasing the pent-up fury that had simmered. Within for over a decade, that moment, a hoarse voice pierced through the air. "Knife! Give me the knife, I want to kill this bastard." Dracula turned to see a tear-streaked little boy gripping the clan leader's collar with both hands. This poignant scene piqued Dracula's interest. "Ah, another child wronged by his father, is it? Very well, little one, the knife is yours." With that, he tossed the dagger before the boy. The child swiftly picked up the fallen dagger and, without hesitation, plunged it repeatedly into his father's body. Blood splattered across his face, yet instead of fear, he extended his tongue to taste it. "Ha ha ha! Father, you truly are a scoundrel, even your blood is so filthy." Witnessing this, Dracula became increasingly intrigued by the child. With a smile gracing his lips, he remarked, "How astonishing it is that we are of the same ilk. Do you wish to grow stronger, little one?" Startled by the question, the boy looked up with a gaze filled with brutality. "Yes, I want to become strong. Please help me. Ha ha ha. Your request is granted. I shall bestow upon you one of the abilities from my devil fruit." Dracula approached the boy, placing his hand upon his head, transferring 1/9 of his devil fruit's power to him. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the loyalty of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Since this is the first character loyalty, The subordinate panel has now been unlocked. Surprised by the system notification, Dracula realized that this little boy was none other than Doflamingo, the future ruler of the dark world known as Joker. It seemed that the fallen angel's ability he bestowed upon him was indeed a fitting match, a power emblematic of darkness and calamity, that of the resistance angel Lucifer. Open the subordinate panel. I wish to see its contents. Ding! The subordinate panel has been opened. Subordinate: Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Personal strength: sergeant level. Identity: resistance angel Lucifer. Loyalty: utterly loyal. Devil fruit ability: angel fruit, fallen. Angel form: only the Lucifer ability granted. System: can Doflamingo consume another devil fruit? Yes, but he may only consume one, and the side effects will persist. So my bestowed ability does not count as him having consumed a devil fruit. Moreover, the devil fruit ability granted by the host can be retracted at any time, and the recipient of the ability will maintain absolute loyalty. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Dracula was suddenly flooded with thoughts. His devil fruit bestowed him with 9 distinct powers, which, according to the system, could guarantee the unwavering loyalty of 9 individuals. The abilities granted to others would not diminish his own, rather. He would retain the capacity to wield them at will. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through his body, Doflamingo was filled with delight, astonished that the man before him could indeed grant him strength. Is this the sensation of becoming stronger? Permit me to follow you until death. How should I address you now? After a moment of contemplation, Dracula replied softly, from now on, refer to me as your excellency. First, let us deal with the remaining individuals. Once these trivial matters were resolved, Dracula utilized his observation hockey to sense the locations of the remaining individuals and made his way towards them, with Doflamingo closely trailing behind. Before they could reach the room, the cacophony of their chatter reached his ears. As Dracula pushed the door open, the sight of him caused a lively atmosphere within to freeze abruptly. Seizing the opportunity while they remained in shock, Dracula brandished the dagger in his hand, enveloping it with his basic armament hockey, and swiftly slashed across the throats of the gathered crowd. Each individual clutched their necks, their eyes filled with disbelief, as their bodies slowly crumpled to the ground, the sound of their fall echoing as blood stained the floor. Beneath them, the only ones left standing in the room were Dracula and Doflamingo. Ding. System task: eliminate all the vile individuals before you complete it. Congratulations, you have acquired the cursed blade, Muramesa. Dracula examined the newly acquired Muramesa with scrutiny. Although the system ensured that the blade could not affect him, the malevolent aura emanating from its blade was nonetheless chilling. He casually secured the Muramesa to his waist and, with the task accomplished, began to stride towards the port. As if struck by a thought, Dracula turned to Doflamingo, who was trailing behind him, and inquired, "Your brother still lives, why not take him with you?" Doflamingo shook his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, "He is too weak at present, of no use to me. Let him survive until we meet again." Dracula was not surprised by his response. This was the Doflamingo he remembered. Furthermore, individuals of such frailty held no value for him, especially not Doflamingo's overly compassionate brother. Bringing him along would only hinder his pursuit of strength. Unimpeded, Dracula led Doflamingo to the coast. Observing the vessels continuously entering and exiting the harbor, he casually selected a merchant ship that was preparing to set sail, leaping aboard with a single bound. The crew, busy with their tasks, halted upon the sudden appearance of the figure, hastily abandoning their work to grasp their weapons. Dracula observed the scene before him with a measure of astonishment. He had not anticipated such heightened vigilance from the merchant vessels. Yet, what significance did this hold? Their weakness was palpable, failing to kindle even a flicker of his desire for combat. He gestured dismissively towards Doflamingo behind him, instructing, "Handle these individuals as you see fit, but ensure a few remain to navigate the ship. The rest are yours too. Deal with at your discretion, at your command, my lord." "I shall resolve this confrontation swiftly," Doflamingo replied. The crew aboard these merchant ships were mere civilians. Even armed, they possessed no semblance of combat prowess, rendering the situation overwhelmingly one-sided. Doflamingo swiftly concluded the altercation, leaving only a handful of young sailors on deck, weeping and cowering in despair. Dracula regarded the trembling young sailors and, in a tone devoid of emotion, inquired, "What was your original course?" After a moment of tense silence, one sailor could no longer contain himself. He timidly raised his hand, stammering, "Our original route was to the East Sea." "East Sea? Then proceed along your original route. Once you reach your destination, you will be able to survive. Don't think about playing tricks." "Understood, sir. We will now drive the merchant ship to the East Sea area." Dracula nodded slightly, which relieved several young sailors, and they quickly entered the cockpit. After watching them enter the cockpit, Dracula began to train with the armed color hockey granted by the system to improve his strength faster. He knew he couldn't rely solely on the system. Self-training was also very important. After all, the tasks were only triggered randomly. Just as Dracula covered his hands with armed color hockey, he heard Doflamingo's voice behind him. "Your Majesty, can you teach me this technique? This way I can also enhance my strength." "Sure, but you need to listen carefully. I will explain in detail just this once. The rest will depend on how much you can comprehend." As the explanation went on, time slowly passed. During this period, Dracula not only explained the principles of using armed color hockey, but also briefly explained observation color hockey and conqueror's color hockey. Ding! The host has achieved the initial explanation achievement. Congratulations, the 3 colors of hockey have been upgraded to intermediate level. Hearing the system notification, Dracula was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this could also unlock rewards. If it continued like this, unlocking achievements and getting rewards should be quite easy. System. Open the personal panel and let me see how much strength has increased with the intermediate 3 colors of hockey. Ding! Personal panel opened. Host, Don Quixote Dracula. Personal strength, major general level. Ability skills, basic body technique, basic swordsmanship, intermediate 3 colors of hockey. Devil fruit ability, angel fruit, fallen angel form, no side effects. System items, demon sword Muramesa. He had already reached the strength of a major general. It seemed that the 3 colors of hockey were indeed very important. The sailing process was always dull and boring. Looking out, he could only see endless sea and blue sky. Of course, this was no different for Dracula, as he spent every day training. After many days of sailing, the merchant ship finally arrived at the EC area. Dracula let the sailors find an island that looked inhabited and let them leave. Stepping on the ground, a heavy and solid feeling came from under his feet, making him feel much more relaxed. Compared to the sea, Dracula preferred the ground. The coast was not too far from the houses on the island, and after walking for a short while, they appeared before him. Of course, the most eye-catching thing along the way was the giant windmill spinning on the distant mountain. Dracula stepped into the tavern in front of him. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has arrived at the pirate world famous village. Windmill Village. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 sword style, rapid draw slash. Not bad. I finally obtained a decent swordsmanship, so I don't have to swing my sword randomly anymore. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Dracula's mouth as he looked at the tavern owner and said, "Bring me 2 bottles of rum." After getting the drinks, he sat in a corner of the tavern and slowly savored the rum he ordered, without saying another word. The others in the tavern had long noticed their odd behavior, but everyone was already used to it. After all, this was an era where pirates ran rampant, and many strange people could exist. Who knew if speaking out would bring about a disaster? Watching Doflamingo, who had already finished his drink ahead of him, Dracula took the last sip of his drink. Then he stood up and walked towards the tavern exit, with Doflamingo silently following behind him. After pushing the door open, Dracula thought of the giant windmill and walked towards it. He felt that something was off about that place, as if something was attracting him. Soon, the 2 arrived beneath the windmill. Using his intermediate observation color hockey, Dracula sensed the surrounding environment. He indeed discovered something unusual. The ground beneath the windmill was hollow, and the inner layer was wrapped with a special steel, making it extremely hard. Unable to solve it with brute force, Dracula had to look for mechanisms on the ground, which could not be sensed with observation color hockey. After slowly exploring for a while, when his foot accidentally stepped on a moss-covered stone, a sound of gears grinding came from it, slowly revealing a passage leading underground. At this moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host has discovered a relic of the ancestor clan, initiating a temporary task. Temporary task. Enter the relic and explore its meaning. Reward will be distributed based on completion. Current completion, 0. Upon seeing the system's issued task, Dracula entered the interior of the relic without any hesitation, leaving Doflamingo above to observe the outside situation. Walking down the staircase leading underground, it was not completely dark inside. Lights flashed at intervals. Once Dracula fully entered the relic, the staircase behind him slowly rose, returning to its original form. He continued to walk inside, where murals began to appear on the bare walls, and he could hear a dripping sound. Dracula followed the direction of the sound and continued deeper inside. After walking for a while, he arrived at the source of the sound, which was a pool formed by melting ice crystals, clear to the bottom, occasionally refracting a shimmering light. This light illuminated the area, allowing Dracula to see clearly, dispelling the darkness before him. He could make out the patterns carved into the walls. The wall depicted a group of people controlling a vast kingdom, with a single word above the kingdom's flag. These individuals exuded a unique aura, and each one wore a smile. At the top of this group, on a throne, sat a man wearing a straw hat, obscuring his face, leaving only a vague outline visible. Subsequently, in the following murals, these individuals gradually disappeared, with only the man in the straw hat remaining seated on the throne. In the final mural, even the man with the straw hat vanished, leaving only the hat quietly resting on the throne. Below the throne, 20 individuals appeared, distinctly different from the previous ones, each with varying overall appearances and a demeanor entirely opposite to those before them. They tossed aside the flag of the one clan and instead raised a brand new banner. The mural ended abruptly at this point. Dracula looked around, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, and found that there was nothing else particularly interesting, so he continued walking forward. Not far ahead, a beam of light shone in, causing Dracula to instinctively close his eyes. The sudden brightness made it difficult for him to open them. After a moment, he saw a hooded man standing at the other end of the light, his exposed profile adorned with a large tattoo. This appearance reminded Dracula of Monkey D. Dragon. At the same time, the hooded man also noticed Dracula, and the sudden appearance of another person made his body visibly tremble. Perhaps he hadn't expected there to be anyone else here. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere became tense. Eventually, it was the hooded man who broke the silence, speaking in a somewhat gloomy tone. "My name is Monkey D. Dragon. Although I don't know why you are here, I still want to ask you about your thoughts on the mural on this wall." Dracula, upon hearing his self-introduction, realized who he was. Indeed, it was Monkey D. Dragon. Thoughts on the mural? Of course, it's about standing and looking at it. Dragon found Dracula's dismissive response somewhat unsatisfactory. That was not the answer he wanted, so he intended to take action to test his limits. Seeing this posture, Dracula felt helpless. Although he wasn't particularly keen on fighting, he quickly prepared for battle. After all, Dragon at this stage was not at his peak. With the system support, defeating him would be quite simple, and he might even achieve an accomplishment. Dracula placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, slightly bent his body, ready to unleash a sharp strike at any moment. Since acquiring the sword-drawing technique, he had yet to use it even once. Nevertheless, the ominous aura emanating from the cursed blade Muramesa had already spread outside, clinging to his surface like the cloak of a tailed beast. Seeing the sudden change in Dracula, Dragon furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing that his earlier provocation was a mistake. However, there was no turning back now. Dragon quickly covered his fist with armed color hockey and used the Navy's 6 dials to step forward in an instant. Appearing right in front of Dracula, he raised his darkened fist and swung it towards Dracula's face. Unfortunately, this punch was easily dodged by Dracula. After all, his intermediate observation hockey was nothing to scoff at. Seeing that this punch missed, Dragon continued to swing his fists at Dracula, without any technique at all, resembling a barbaric butcher with no skill. To Dracula, this battle felt as easy as fighting a child. Dragon had not yet defected from the Navy, and he had not yet acquired his devil fruit, which was why he appeared so weak. From Dragon's earlier question, Dracula was quite certain that he had begun to waver in his belief in the Navy's justice, no longer as steadfast as he once was. Perhaps Dragon's future defection from the Navy would have a lot to do with the ruins of the One Clan. Since he was still in a period of confusion, Dracula decided to persuade him to join his side. No, they were both adults. It shouldn't be called persuasion, but rather reaching a consensus and then becoming friends. Having made up his mind, Dracula drew his long-prepared sword and successfully executed the one-sword style, rapid draw slash. The force of the slash was immense, and Dragon could not block its attack. However, fortunately, Dracula's slash was not aimed at Dragon. It grazed past Dragon's head and sliced through a large section of the wall behind him, causing it to collapse. Dragon felt as if he had seen the Grim Reaper with a scythe pass by him, deeply exhaling to calm his trembling expression. This terrifying slash shattered all the pride he had built up in the Navy, making him understand the concept of there are people beyond people. Dracula, seeing Dragon intimidated by his display of power, planned to have a serious discussion about life with him, guiding him towards the right life, philosophy, and goals. Dragon, I believe you have recognized the darkness of the world government, and you've understood the meaning behind the murals here. Let us overthrow it together. This decaying and corrupt era needs us. After saying this, Dracula observed his reaction and decided to apply a stronger push by detailing the atrocities of the celestial dragons. Hearing this, Dragon finally couldn't hold back, extending his fist and delivering a powerful punch to the mural in front of him, as if wanting to trample the celestial dragons themselves. No need to say more. I have decided to join you in overthrowing this decaying and corrupt era. No matter the outcome, it must be 100 times better than the current situation. Seeing that he had successfully persuaded Dragon, Dracula felt very pleased. After all, dominating this world couldn't be done alone. The importance of partners was self-evident. Ding. Detection shows Monkey D. Dragon has successfully been convinced by the host and has become a subordinate. Dracula felt the system's reward of the Navy's 6 styles. A vast knowledge instantly transmitted to his mind, enabling him to use it right away. Unfortunately, the system did not reward him with the extended skills of the Navy's 6 styles. It seemed he would need to spend some time practicing the Navy's 6 styles to advance further. However, among the 6 styles, the most useful move for Dracula at this stage was actually Moonwalk, as it allowed him to briefly stay in the air. Perhaps just those few seconds could determine the outcome of a battle. Successfully persuading Dragon to become his partner brought Dracula one step closer to his goal. Although gaining strength was his top priority, it did not prevent him from wanting to overthrow the world government. The life in Mariejois had made him endure enough humiliation. Dracula constantly wished to destroy it. Dracula followed the murals on the wall further inside. At this moment, Dragon spoke up. I just came from there. Inside, there's a tall metal door. I don't know what's inside. Metal door? Let us go. Leave me to take a look. Maybe I can open it, Dracula replied. Thus, Dragon led the way, with Dracula following behind him. After walking for about a bell, without Dragon saying anything, Dracula saw the metal door he mentioned. It was immense. A metal door that spanned the underground chamber, gleaming with a metallic luster under the light of the fire. Ding! Detected the true entrance to the ruins. Searching for methods to enter. The search was successful. As the ruins of the One Clan, it could be opened with the blood of the One Clan. Dracula saw the system's prompt and immediately turned to look at Dragon beside him, his gaze intense. His bare gaze made the Dragon shudder. Feeling as if he were stripped bare, he immediately wrapped his clothes tighter around himself and said to Dracula, "What do you want?" "I have no special hobbies." Seeing the Dragon like this, Dracula smiled and said, "I don't have any special hobbies either. I just want a drop of your blood." "Blood? Why didn't you say so earlier? With that kind of look, I thought you wanted to duel with me." After saying this, the Dragon bit his finger and squeezed out some blood. "How do I give it to you? You seem to have nothing to collect it in. Just smear it on that metal door, and then we can enter." Hearing this, the Dragon skeptically smeared the blood from his finger on the metal door. "Really? It's that simple? What was all my previous effort for?" Dracula casually waved his hand, just as he was about to answer the Dragon's question. The metal door emitted a sound of chains being pulled. The metallic door slowly opened. The Dragon exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it really opened. Let's go in and see what else is here besides that mural." Dracula was also eager to see what was inside, so he followed the Dragon inside. After they stepped through the door, it quickly closed behind them, just like before. Seeing the retreat blocked, the two had no other options. Dracula scanned the surroundings briefly. The dim yellow light and the same murals seemed no different from outside. Noticing Dracula's increasingly furrowed brow, the Dragon couldn't help but ask, "Did you find something unusual?" "No, I haven't found anything. Although this place looks very similar to the outside, there must be something different, and that is the key to breaking the situation." Hearing Dracula's response, the Dragon nodded in agreement and carefully examined the environment in front of him. Unfortunately, he found nothing and shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, Dracula, who had been frowning, relaxed and patted the Dragon, pointing at the mural on the wall. "Look at the last mural. The straw hat in that mural is missing." As Dracula spoke, he walked up to the mural, pressing hard on the throne without the straw hat. The entire mural caved in as expected. The remaining murals began to rotate slowly, following some peculiar pattern. About 10 minutes later, the entire environment of the secret chamber changed, and the murals disappeared. If it weren't for the mural that had caved in earlier still being there, Dracula would have thought they had fallen under an illusion. Seeing this, Dracula said with satisfaction, "See, this should be the original appearance of the secret chamber. The earlier one was likely a test." The Dragon beside him was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. In just a moment of conversation, the environment had changed so dramatically. Dracula quickly noticed a notebook embedded in the central transparent pillar. It was so unique that it was practically screaming to be recognized as a treasure. After that, Dracula looked around again and found a 3-color domineering cultivation method engraved on a stone table, along with some useless junk. The 3-color domineering cultivation method might be a treasure for others, but for Dracula and the Dragon, it was scrap. With the help of the system, Dracula had long since learned the 3-color domineering, and the Dragon, having a good father, had naturally been taught the skills early on. As they wandered around, Dracula stood in front of the central pillar again. Seeing his expression, the dragon immediately understood that he intended to take what was inside. Looking at the notebook fully embedded inside, the dragon solemnly said, "Taking it out will probably require force. But if you take it out, won't this place collapse? Whether it collapses or not, we can't find our way back. We might as well take a gamble, and this thing looks very valuable. It might hide some great secret." Hearing Dracula's words, the dragon realized that this was indeed the only way. Dracula bent slightly, placing his hand back on his waist, preparing to use his sword style. Rapid draw slash again. A cold flash of blade light passed, and the demon sword Muramesa returned to its sheath as if it had never been drawn. Taking advantage of the moment when the transparent pillar tilted, Dracula quickly grabbed the notebook from within. Before he had a chance to check it, the secret chamber really began to collapse. However, surprisingly, the stones that fell from the collapsing secret chamber did not crash to the ground, but instead gathered together. It was as if there was an attraction among them, pulling together. Although the secret chamber collapsed, it still did not reveal a passage to the outside world. Instead, it exposed the metal structure inside like shedding skin. Soon, this surprise turned into fear as the stones that had been attracting each other assembled into a gigantic stone man. Upon seeing this massive stone figure, Dracula's first reaction was to strike it. Unfortunately, the attack was ineffective. When the blade light cut through its body, it indeed split into two parts, but in the blink of an eye, it restored itself. When this method proved ineffective, Dracula's mind raced. He quickly made a decision and turned to the dragon standing beside him, saying, "Let's work together to smash it into pieces and see if it can still recover." "Okay, I was just thinking of trying that." After saying this, the dragon quickly activated his armament haki, coating his arms. Then, he raised his pitch-black fists and charged at the recently restored giant stone man. Seeing the dragon charge forward, Dracula immediately followed behind him, raising his own dark fists and continuously striking the stone man. The secret chamber soon filled with the sound of fists hitting heavy objects. The banging continued for an hour before it finally ceased. Both Dracula and the dragon, panting heavily, looked at the stone man still standing there, feeling a headache. Their attacks had consistently failed. Its recovery speed was too fast. Before the two could catch their breath, the enormous stone man charged at them. It raised its heavy hands and slammed down towards the two below. Unsurprisingly, it missed completely. The giant stone man's recovery speed was indeed impressive, but correspondingly, its overall heaviness made it clumsy, and it had never hit the two. Dracula and the dragon gathered again, thinking of a way to subdue it. Suddenly, inspiration struck Dracula, and he quickly took out the notebook he had obtained earlier. "Dragon, distract its attention while I check if there's a way to break this." Seeing the notebook in Dracula's hands, the dragon understood that this was likely the only way to solve the problem. So he raised his pitch-black fists again and charged at the stone man. Meanwhile, Dracula skimmed through the notebook quickly, searching for the information he needed. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly stopped because he found what he was looking for. On one side of the page was an image of the stone man, and on the other side was its description. Dracula read the description carefully, hoping to find a way to break it. The content wasn't very long, and he quickly finished reading it. At the bottom of the page, it indeed marked the method to break it. All you need to do is press the stone golem against the previously recessed stone wall, and the wall will absorb the restorative power contained within a golem, thus returning to its original state. Once the wall is restored, the passage to the outside world will reopen. Knowing the method to break the curse, Dracula stuffed the notebook back into his bosom. After all, he didn't have time to look at anything else now. "Dragon, lead it to that recessed stone wall, and we can resolve it." Dracula's shout quickly reached Dragon's ears, which relieved him. He knew that they could finally deal with the stone golem. Following Dracula's instructions, Dragon circled around the golem, looking for an opportunity, and ultimately managed to lead it to the recessed stone wall. After that, Dragon appeared behind the golem, lifted his fist high, and punched it, successfully embedding it in the wall. The recessed stone wall slowly absorbed the restorative abilities from the golem. The golem disappeared at a visible speed, and the recessed stone wall returned to its original form. As the golem vanished and the crisis was averted, Dracula and Dragon both exhaled deeply. They lay on the ground to rest for a while, before getting up and approaching the stone wall. Dracula reached out and pressed against the wall again. This time, nothing strange happened, and the staircase leading down was revealed once more. As Dracula stepped onto the staircase, he suddenly turned to look at Dragon behind him and said nonchalantly, "Dragon, you're too weak. You can't even contend against the world government's power. Do you need my help?" Dragon, still a bit dazed, responded, "Huh? How can you help me? Hearing that dragon didn't outright refuse. Dracula knew he also wanted to increase his strength, but hadn't found a good way to do so. Don't resist. This is a power from my devil fruit, and I'm giving it to you. After saying this, Dracula stepped in front of Dragon and placed his hand on his shoulder. He then transferred the ability of the Archangel Beelzebub, one of the 9 fallen angels, into his body. The Archangel Beelzebub is the most hopeful among the 9 fallen angels. He can eliminate others' fears, inspiring people to fight without fear of death, and even to become crazed. For Dragon, who wanted to overthrow the world government, this ability was significant, as it could help him gain a group of fanatics. Even if their strength didn't match others, they wouldn't give up their desire to attack. As Dracula's hand rested on Dragon's shoulder, Dragon distinctly felt he had gained a special ability. Although his pure physical strength hadn't improved much, this special ability was exactly what he urgently needed. System, open Dragon's panel. I want to see his current strength. Ding successfully opened subordinate Dragon's panel. Subordinate, Monkey D. Dragon personal strength, Brigadier General level identity, Archangel Beelzebub loyalty, fanatical devil fruit ability, angel fruit fallen angel form, only grants the ability of Archangel Beelzebub, seeing Dragon's personal strength. Dracula nodded slightly. His strength was decent, but he still didn't have the devil fruit from the original story. When Dracula and the others exited the ruins, it was already dark outside. Stepping on the ground and taking a deep breath, Dracula relaxed completely. The exit of this passage was somewhat offset from where Dracula had entered, so he didn't see Don Quixote Doflamingo. After glancing around, Dracula activated his observation hotkey and immediately sensed Doflamingo's position. With a specific location in mind, Dracula led Dragon toward Doflamingo. The 3 quickly gathered together, and Dracula briefly introduced the 2, telling them they were all on the same side and could fully trust each other. While the 2 were chatting, Dracula took the notebook out of his bosom again. This time, he had ample time and began to examine it carefully from the first page. However, he was unaware that while he was scrutinizing the notebook, the progress bar for the task of exploring its meaning was continuously increasing. The notebook recorded the developmental history of the giant kingdom and its connection to the ruins. When Dracula thoroughly read through the notebook, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Temporary task. Enter the ruins. Explore the clear meaning. Task completion. 100. Congratulations, host. You have received rewards of intermediate body technique and intermediate swordsmanship. Seeing such rich rewards, Dracula was amazed. This increase in strength was much faster than training on his own. System, open my personal panel. Let's see how strong I am now. Ding. Personal panel opened. Host, Don Quixote D. Dracula, personal strength. Vice Admiral level ability skills. Intermediate body technique. Intermediate swordsmanship. Intermediate 3-color hockey. Marine 6 styles. 1 sword style. Rapid draw / devil fruit ability. Angel fruit fallen angel form. No side effects, system items. Demon sword Muramesa. When Dracula saw his personal panel, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to reach the Vice Admiral level of combat power. With the system's assistance, his overall development was balanced, with no obvious weaknesses. After sorting out his thoughts, Dracula looked at Dragon and Doflamingo, who had finished their conversation, and said blandly, "We should leave. After all, we can't sleep in a place like this tonight." Hearing Dracula's words, both nodded slightly. After all, it was freezing outside, and no one could sleep well. Dragon immediately offered to take the 2 to his home, as his father, Garp, was usually not around, so he could free up a room for them to rest. Dracula thought for a moment and didn't oppose this suggestion. He had just gone through a fierce battle and really needed to rest. Reaching a consensus, the few quickly headed towards Dragon's home. The place was quite close to Dragon's house, and they arrived at their destination in just a few minutes. Dragon simply divided the rooms and went back to rest, as he had also just experienced a fierce battle. Although Doflamingo hadn't participated in that fight, he was also very tired because he had to remain alert at the entrance of the ruins to respond quickly to any sudden events. Thus, the few of them returned to their respective rooms to sleep. The night passed quickly, slipping away from their dreams. Soon, the next morning arrived. The few could have slept until noon, but an unexpected event shattered their sweet dreams. That was when Garp, who had been at the Navy headquarters, unexpectedly returned in the morning. When he found that his son hadn't come out to greet him, he became very angry and directly gave Dragon 2 loving iron fists, waking him from his slumber. That wasn't the end of it. Garp's observation hockey had already reached a very high level, so he noticed that there were others in his house as soon as he entered. Due to his bad mood, Garp also gave Dracula and Doflamingo a few loving iron fists. Because of this incident, the three's plan to sleep until noon was completely thwarted. After Garp woke them all from their dreams, he was in a great mood. He looked at Dracula and the person standing next to him, occasionally nodding his head. Dracula was puzzled by Garp's actions and had no idea what Garp was thinking. However, after sizing them up for a while, Garp suddenly stood up and fell asleep without warning, and a large bubble formed on his nose. Seeing this, Dracula couldn't help but facepalm. Garp truly lived up to his reputation. It was really his style. On the side, Doflamingo was somewhat surprised. He had never seen anyone able to fall asleep while standing, especially since Garp had just been observing them a moment ago. As for Dragon, he became quite irritable. It was not just because his nap was interrupted, but also because Garp dared to fall asleep right after talking. Dragon had just infused his fist with armament hockey and was ready to strike his father Garp. A miraculous scene occurred. Garp, who had just been sleeping, suddenly woke up. Thus, Dragon's punch was stuck in midair, unable to come down. After all, he couldn't hit his own father. However, even without landing a blow on Garp, Garp was quite furious. He didn't expect this little brat to dare to strike him. He must be tired of living. Without caring for the consequences, Garp stepped forward and delivered 2 heavy punches, beating Dragon until he was disoriented, and a noticeable bump appeared on his head. After receiving 2 brutal hits from his old man, Dragon crouched down on the ground, covering his head and remaining silent. Meanwhile, Dracula and the other person watching this scene shivered. It was simply too brutal. Seeing Dragon suddenly become obedient, Garp nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. Then, Garp turned his attention back to Dracula and the other person, sizing them up again. This time, Garp did not fall asleep again, but instead smiled and said, "I find you two quite pleasing to the eye. Are you interested in joining me as a navy?" Upon hearing this, Dracula immediately shook his head to indicate he wasn't going. Garp wasn't too surprised by his clear answer. He had only asked casually. After all, in his observation with the observation hockey, he sensed that neither Dracula nor Doflamingo had the inclination to join the navy. Moreover, even his son Dragon, in his perception, was no longer inclined towards the navy. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed the corruption within the navy and the darkness of the world government, leading him to lose his sense of justice. Thinking of this, Garp sighed softly. How could he not also feel extreme disgust towards the world government? Since he had no way to change things, Garp decided to let Dragon give it a try. Therefore, regardless of the choice he made in the end, Garp did not plan to blame Dragon. This thought flashed through Garp's mind, and then he fixed his intense gaze on Dracula and the other person. After that, he made a surprising decision. Since they were unwilling to become navy, then let them be my sons. Under the education of my beloved Iron Fist, this way, they will be prevented from becoming pirates. Ha ha ha, I'm truly a genius. Hearing this, Dracula twitched the corner of his mouth. This old man actually wanted to be his father. What a beautiful thought. He immediately placed his hand on his waist, bending slightly, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Seeing Dracula's stance, Garp laughed even more happily, not taking his potential attack seriously at all. This arrogant demeanor drove Dracula to the edge. He drew the long-prepared demon sword Muramesa and aimed a slash at Garp. The fleeting blade light flashed before everyone's eyes, and then its blade aura continued to surge towards Garp. With a bang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. When the blade light completely vanished and the dust settled, a scene of extreme violent aesthetics emerged. Garp, who had just been lounging, was now standing there completely unharmed, extending 2 fingers as black as ink, pointing towards the direction from which Dracula had attacked. Seeing this, Dracula was shocked. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat Garp now. He never expected the gap to be so wide. Even though he had already reached the strength of a rear admiral, he had no chance against Garp. Realizing the reality, Dracula became even more eager to improve his strength. Looking at Garp in front of him, Dracula spoke, "You want me to be your son? I absolutely refuse. But I would like to be your disciple." Garp looked at the stubborn Dracula and did not insist, agreeing to his request to be his disciple. Ding! Host successfully became a disciple of the super strong fighter Garp in the pirate world. Congratulations, Host's physical skills have been elevated to a high level. Hearing this system prompt, Dracula was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that simply becoming a disciple would enhance his strength. After settling Dracula's issue, Garp turned to Doflamingo, who was watching the show, and said, "What about you? You want to refuse me, right?" During this conversation, Garp kept rubbing his fists. Doflamingo immediately found the words he wanted to refuse stuck in his throat, unable to say them. Garp stepped forward and embraced Doflamingo, nodding in satisfaction. "Ha ha, kid. You have good taste. You will be my son from now on. Although your strength isn't as strong as theirs, that's all right. Under my training, you will quickly improve." Thus, among Dracula and the others, Doflamingo became Garp's son, while Dracula became Garp's disciple. Since Dragon was already Garp's son, this event elevated the relationship among the three to another level. The main reason Garp so abruptly accepted them as sons and a disciple was primarily for Dragon. In fact, when Garp returned and saw the three sleeping at home, he already understood that Dracula and the others shared a common goal with Dragon. That goal was to overthrow the world government. After all, he knew his son Dragon's character very well. He was a particularly reclusive person, only acknowledging those he recognized as brothers. Now that they were sleeping at home, their relationship was certainly not ordinary. Therefore, to help deepen their bonds and make them indispensable partners, he came up with this idea. Since Garp returned to Windmill Village on vacation, he had 3 months of rest. During these months, Garp imparted some of his true skills, combat techniques, and battle experience to the few of them, greatly benefiting them. When Garp's training for them concluded, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Host received 3 months of personal training from Garp. Congratulations, host's physical abilities have doubled. Feeling the continuous warm flow surging within his body, Dracula was overjoyed. For someone who wanted to become strong, enduring stamina was particularly important. After all, no matter how strong someone was, if they collapsed after a few minutes, they would be worthless. If Dracula were to duel someone slightly stronger than him now, there was no doubt he would win. His stamina alone could wear that person down. During these 3 months of training, Doflamingo also became significantly stronger, reaching the rank of a commodore. As for Dragon, his improvement was relatively small, as he had been with Garp all the time, and all that needed to be taught had already been taught. After their training ended, Garp planned to leave with Dragon to report back to the Navy headquarters. The only regret for Garp was that his vacation was spent entirely in training. Seeing that both Dragon and Garp were leaving, Dracula also planned to take Garp's dog-headed warship to leave. If it didn't leave, there was no point for the two of them to stay in Windmill Village. So it was better to catch a ride and see the outside world. After making the decision, Garp took them aboard the dog-headed warship and slowly departed from Windmill Village. As they left, many villagers came out to bid farewell. During these past few months, Dracula had not only trained, but also become familiar with these villagers. He particularly liked the simplicity and kindness of the villagers here, feeling it was 100 times better than the celestial dragons in Mariejois. Of course, the person Dracula liked the most was the young and beautiful Ms. Machino, who radiated youth and vitality at all times. She changed Dracula's heart, which had always been filled with brutality in many ways. Life at sea was still so dull, and Dracula lay idly on the deck of the warship. Beside him lay Garp and others in turn. For Garp, after being in the Navy for so long, he had long lost the yearning he once had for the sea. Thus, the warship sailed on the ocean for several more days. One day, Garp received a call from Navy headquarters. As soon as Garp picked up the phone, the din-din mushy transformed into the appearance of the caller. It was a man with bright eyes and hair shaped like a mountain, with a stitch scar beneath his left eye. Soon, the man on the other end spoke plainly. Garp, we received intelligence that the Rocks pirates plan to land at God Valley. I don't need to explain what they're after, and you're the only one in the Navy who can stop them. Upon hearing that this matter was related to the celestial dragons, Garp planned to refuse. After all, he despised the celestial dragons the most, not to mention protecting them. Before Garp could think of a reason to decline, the man on the other end spoke again, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Don't think about refusing, you must go. This is not just about the celestial dragons. It also concerns the peace of the sea. You have to thwart their plans. Hearing this, Garp curled his lip. He was given no chance to refuse. Understood, Admiral Kong, I will set off for God Valley now. After saying this, Garp directly hung up the din-din mushy, not wanting to hear any more of Admiral Kong's nagging. In the office of the Fleet Admiral at Navy headquarters, Steelbone Kong looked at the din-din mushy that had already been hung up, feeling a bit of a headache as he rubbed his forehead. This wasn't the first time Garp had hung up on him, but Steelbone Kong had no way to deal with him. After all, Garp's carefree nature meant that even if he scolded him, he might forget it right away. Thinking of this, Steelbone Kong felt a slight pain in his teeth. Whenever he thought of Garp, Steelbone Kong also thought of his other capable subordinates, especially the impressive Crane, who earned his admiration. Meanwhile, Garp, who had hung up the din-din mushy, turned to his adjutant and said, "Change course, head towards God Valley." Upon hearing that they were going to God Valley, Dracula thought for a moment and soon understood the reason. Although most celestial dragons were currently in Mariejois, some still remained in God Valley. The celestial dragons in God Valley were mostly those unwilling to migrate to new places. Thinking of the celestial dragons, Dracula's eyes once again filled with brutality and bloodlust. Moreover, The conqueror's hockey within him was also stirring, like a bundle of explosives that only needed a spark to ignite. This sudden change in Dracula did not escape Garp's eyes. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of Dracula. Looking at the brutality and bloodlust in Dracula's eyes, as well as the identical expression of Doflamingo behind him, he spoke seriously. "What grievances do you have with the celestial dragons?" Hearing Garp's question, Dracula replied in a hoarse voice, "Master, we were once members of the celestial dragons, but we have been expelled." This answer left Garp slightly taken aback, and he sighed, patting the shoulders of the two without saying a word before leaving. Meanwhile, Dragon, who was standing aside, also heard about their identities for the first time. He also understood why the reactions of the celestial dragons and Dracula were so intense when the celestial dragons were mentioned. The warship would not stop its advance because of this minor incident. It continued to sail towards the waters of the God Valley. Time slowly passed, and the warship successfully arrived at the nearby waters of the God Valley. However, as soon as they entered the waters, Dracula and the others saw a pirate ship ahead of the warship. The lookout observed through the telescope until he saw their pirate flag, confirming their identity. He hurriedly jumped down from the lookout tower and came to Garp's side, telling him the name of the pirate crew ahead. Garp was surprised to hear that it was the Roger Pirates, as he didn't expect Roger to join the fray. At that moment, the Roger Pirates slowly approached Garp's dog-headed warship. The soldiers on the warship immediately became flustered, hastily grabbing their weapons and preparing to resist the arrival of the pirates. Seeing the soldiers' reaction, Garp waved his hand casually, telling them not to be so tense. In just a few moments, the Roger pirate ship had arrived in front of the warship. Garp spotted Roger, who had just walked out from the pirate ship. Likewise, Roger saw Garp standing on the dog-headed warship. Roger laughed heartily and expressed the purpose of their pirate crew's visit, stating that he wanted to join forces with Garp to defeat the Rocks pirates. After pondering for a moment, Garp nodded in agreement. After all, there were many powerful individuals in the Rocks pirates, especially their captain, Roxdy Zebek, whose strength as a sea overlord was formidable enough to reach the pinnacle of world combat power. Having reached a consensus, Garp and Roger, with their respective ships, landed on the coast of God Valley. During their conversation, Dracula noticed the straw hat that Roger had been carrying on his back. As Garp led Dracula and the others deeper into God Valley, they could see the traces left by battles everywhere. Seeing this, Garp and Roger discussed briefly and then quickened their pace. Although Garp was reluctant to help the celestial dragons, there was an important token in the hands of the celestial dragons in God Valley that absolutely could not fall into the hands of the Rocks pirates. Roxdy Zebek led his pirate crew to God Valley to capture the celestial dragons precisely for this item. The deeper they went, the more burn marks left by battles they encountered, and they even saw many dead celestial dragons. Seeing this scene, Dracula felt quite pleased and continued to follow Garp and the others deeper inside. After walking for a while, they finally saw the members of the Rocks pirates standing in the valley ahead. Every member of the Rocks pirates wore an expression of arrogance and disdain. After all, they were the strongest pirate crew on the seas today. Dracula looked at their fearless demeanor and was very envious of their strength. However, he also knew that he would eventually reach such strength. He just needed time to grow. Roxdy Zebek walked to the front of the group, standing on a mountaintop, looking down at Garp and Roger's party with a contemptuous smile. He casually grabbed one of the celestial dragons they had captured and, in front of Garp and the others, killed the celestial dragon with a single punch without any hesitation. Garp was not particularly angry when he saw Rox kill the celestial dragon. The death of one celestial dragon would not affect the operation of the world at all. What he feared was causing a massive upheaval in the world. In the blink of an eye, the two groups met on the mountaintop of God Valley, all prepared for battle. As for Dracula and the two others, they were the weakest among them and could hardly participate in the fight, only able to watch from the sidelines. As the battle was about to erupt, Garp charged towards Rox first. Usually, his indestructible steel fist would not fail, but this time it hit a wall. As Rox's armament hockey was superior and had reached a level beyond flowing cherry blossom, his entire body was covered in armament hockey, dark enough to swallow all light. And it could also overflow outside, enveloping the air around him. It was like an absolute defense. No one could harm him in the slightest. Seeing this, the members of the Rocks pirates burst into laughter, praising their captain as the strongest on the seas today. As for the members of the Roger pirates, they each found their targets for this battle. The remaining soldiers of the Navy, who were weaker than Dracula and his companions, could only watch helplessly. Seeing that Garp could not handle Rox alone, Roger rushed forward to help. As Roger was running towards the battlefield, someone blocked his path. It was Edward Newgate, with his head full of golden hair. In his peak state, he would not allow anyone to disturb his captain's fight. However, Roger did not slow down. He continued to run towards Garp. Newgate immediately raised his naginata and swung it towards Roger's back. Just as the blade's light was released from Newgate's hand, it was intercepted by Roger's capable subordinate, Rayleigh. Rayleigh calmly stated, "Your opponent is me. I won't let you attack my captain." Thus, the two who wanted to help their captains began to fight. Although Newgate's swordsmanship was slightly inferior to Rayleigh's, he had the power of the Tremor fruit, making them appear evenly matched. In reality, neither of them was using their full strength, as the outcome of the battle depended not on them, but on whether Rox could defeat his opponents. If Rox could overcome the combined forces of Garp and Roger, then the members of the Rox pirates would fight to the death. Conversely, if Rox were to lose, those on the ship would seek another way out, which is the nature of pirates. Many in the Rox pirates held such thoughts. In Dracula's eyes, the current battlefield was quite peaceful, with no casualties on either side. Especially with Rayleigh and Newgate, their fight was not just holding back. It was as if they were playing around. They were not even using hockey. As if they were afraid others wouldn't realize they were pretending to fight. Dracula shook his head slightly, since he couldn't learn battle skills from them. He turned his attention to the battlefield of Garp and Roger. As soon as he looked over, Dracula's eyes lit up. That was a real fight. There were many experiences in their battle that Dracula did not possess, and he could learn through careful observation. Currently, Rox was still facing two opponents without losing ground, and none of the three fighters showed any signs of fatigue. It seemed that this battle could last for many days before a victor was determined. After a while, taking advantage of a defensive moment from Garp and Roger, Rox glanced around the battlefield and noticed that his subordinates were not using their full strength, feeling slightly dissatisfied. However, Rox furrowed his brows and did not say much. He knew his subordinates were very unruly, and he didn't have the time to manage them now. While Rox was observing his surroundings, Garp and Roger's attacks came at him again, but unfortunately, they only produced a few thuds and were ineffective. Seeing the battle reach a stalemate, Rox decided to eliminate the weaker opponents first, so he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. It was a Conqueror's Haki filled with a sense of destruction and darkness, rapidly spreading and knocking out those with slightly lower strength on the battlefield. Those with strong enough power released their own Conqueror's Haki, while those without silently endured it. This Conqueror's Haki quickly swept towards where Dracula and his companion stood, instantly knocking out the weakest Doflamingo. As for the slightly stronger dragon, after gritting his teeth and holding on for a while, he too was knocked unconscious. In the end, only Dracula remained standing in their spot. He refused to allow himself to fall. Thinking that he also possessed Conqueror's Haki, Dracula quickly unleashed it. Although his Conqueror's Haki was still not as strong as Rox, it was enough to keep him from losing consciousness. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the battlefield. A young boy with red eyes, clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, and trembling slightly, yet he did not fall down. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, clashing with the Conqueror's Haki of the sea over Lord Rox. This scene moved many people, and they couldn't believe that this young child could achieve such a feat even long into the future. This image would remain deeply etched in their minds. Rox, who was engaged in battle, also sensed this moment with his observation Haki. Although the scene was impressive, it did not stir any emotions within him. However, when Rox felt the presence of Dracula's Conqueror's Haki, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, this aura is unmistakable. It's the aura of madness, stubbornness, and brutality. His Conqueror's Haki is exactly like mine. He is one of my kind. After searching for so many years, I finally found you, kid. Before Rox could finish his sentence, Garp interrupted with his strongest ultimate punch, not giving him a chance to speak. Garp had already guessed what Rox was planning and timely interrupted him, speaking in a slightly angry tone. Don't set your sights on him. He is my disciple. Rox disdainfully shook his head at Garp and was about to speak again when he was interrupted once more. This second interruption made Rox extremely angry. But facing Garp's relentless attacks, he had no choice but to focus on defense. Thus, Rox's words remained unspoken, which made him furious, and he began to increase the intensity of his attacks. What was supposed to be a prolonged battle was shortened as both sides intensified their assaults, leading to increased fatigue. By the fourth day of the battle, Rox finally found himself at a disadvantage, primarily because his stamina was not as enduring as Garp's. Just as he was on the verge of defeat, Rox felt a sense of a hero's twilight. Gritting his teeth, he took a punch from Garp and, while retreating, shouted towards Dracula on the sidelines. "Kid, watch my next move." He quickly gathered all his energy, merging armament Haki with Conqueror's Haki. and the bloodthirst and brutality within his conqueror's haki affected many on the battlefield, causing them to clash indiscriminately. As for Rox's own attacks, they could also influence Garp and Roger to some extent. Unfortunately, after using this move, Rox's already limited stamina was further depleted, and he was sent flying by the combined force of Garp and Roger. Ding! The host has received personal guidance from the Sea Overlord Rox. Congratulations! The host has gained experience in using Conqueror's haki. Dracula had been watching the battle all along. Unfortunately, he never heard the words Rox wanted to say. As Rox was sent flying, he got up from the ground, no longer possessing the demeanor of a master. He stared blankly in Dracula's direction and softly said, "The time has come." After saying this, he stood there quietly, his breath fading away. As for these whispered words, they vanished with the wind, unheard by anyone. Upon witnessing their captain's defeat, the members of the Rox pirates immediately ran towards the coast, starting their pre-planned escape routes. Garp did not pursue them, as he had no strength left. After Rox's defeat, Roger left with his crew, but not before casting a deep glance at Dracula. The ones who needed to leave had all departed, leaving only some Navy personnel behind. Dracula stepped forward to support the unsteady Garp and looked in Rox's direction. He gazed at this man who refused to fall even in death. His authority still lingered. Perhaps he was unwilling to die so easily. He knew that if Rox hadn't demonstrated that move for him, he wouldn't have died so easily. In fact, Dracula had always been puzzled about why Rox would rather die in battle than not pass on this conqueror's haki ability to him. Meanwhile, Garp let out a slight sigh and looked at Rox, who was still standing there, saying helplessly, "Is this your purpose? The inheritance of will?" The gears of the era turned once more. Dracula didn't fully understand Garp's murmured words, but he didn't ask for clarification. He knew Garp wouldn't provide an answer, as Garp had interrupted Rox multiple times when he tried to speak. Dracula helped Garp sit down on a large rock to rest and gradually recover his stamina. Time flew by, and the sky darkened once again. The Navy soldiers who had been knocked out by the Conqueror's haki began to awaken, looking around in confusion. They were somewhat dazed, as the previously thunderous battle had vanished. Now, all they could see was the pockmarked ground and rocks standing quietly in the distance. It wasn't until the unaffected naval officers explained the situation that they understood what had happened. Suddenly, these newly awakened sailors erupted into cheers. For them, this battle had been incredibly tough, as the enemy was strong enough to leave them with no chance to fight back. Garp, resting nearby, smiled with satisfaction at seeing his energetic subordinates. Thus, everyone rested in the valley for an entire night. The next morning, Garp planned to take the Navy back to headquarters. As for the celestial dragons remaining in God Valley, Garp had no interest in dealing with them. To him, Rox dying here and the Rox pirates disbanding meant that the mission was complete. It is worth mentioning that Rox's body was ultimately buried by Dracula himself in a grove. Although Dracula had only met Rox once, his will had deeply etched itself into Dracula's mind, reminding him once again of the importance of strength. Garp had been quietly watching this scene from the shadows and did not stop Dracula's actions. He respected his disciple's choice, just as he adopted a free-range approach with his own son, Dragon, allowing him to develop on his own. After burying Rox's body, Dracula stood quietly in front of the tombstone erected for him. The wind gently brushed against Dracula, stirring his tousled hair. After passing in front of him, the wind carried away Dracula's words. "Since you have died in battle, I shall inherit your will." The voice faded away, becoming quieter and finally disappearing. After regaining his composure, Dracula decided not to board Garp's dog-headed warship. The next destination for the warship was the naval headquarters, which was not where Dracula wanted to go. After asking Garp for a small boat, he left with Don Quixote Doflamingo. Garp watched Dracula gradually disappear from sight without saying a word. Meanwhile, Dragon was still a naval officer, so he had to return to headquarters with Garp. However, he believed they would meet again and work together for each other's goals. As Dracula and Doflamingo just sailed out of the naval ship's observation range, they lost their direction. This was not good news for them. Doflamingo, still just a child on the ship, had no knowledge of navigation. Thus, the two of them became lost at sea. During this time, Dracula continuously used his observation haki to sense the surrounding environment but found no islands. Garp had no idea of Dracula's difficulties. He was leisurely lying on the deck eating donuts. Perhaps if Garp knew, he would laugh at them loudly. Time passed quickly, and a few days went by. But for Dracula and Doflamingo, these days were extremely torturous, as they lived on fish from the sea, only taking small sips of fresh water when they were particularly thirsty. Since they had only brought a small amount of fresh water, catching fish was simple. Dracula just needed to release a bit of his conqueror's haki to stun the fish around the boat, without worrying about damaging the boat. Unable to start a fire, the two of them were eating unprocessed raw fish, and now their mouths still carried a strong fishy taste. During these days, Dracula once asked the system if it could solve the problem of getting lost at sea, and the system firmly stated that it could not, which made Dracula completely give up on struggling. He plans to let the ship drift downstream and see where it will finally end up. Dracula, as usual, uses his observation haki to sense the surrounding environment, and, as expected, there are still no islands, just seawater. But suddenly, a fierce wind rises, and the bright blue sky darkens in an instant, with a hurricane approaching from the distance. Dracula and his companion use their armament haki to resist with all their might. But unfortunately, the power of nature proves to be stronger, pulling them into the center of the storm. The ship beneath their feet was not particularly lucky. Caught in a hurricane and swept into the storm center. Dracula, alongside Doflamingo, struggled to withstand the slicing of the hurricane with their armament haki. Even though they had applied armament haki, the wind still inflicted a great deal of pain on their bodies. However, neither of them dared to let go of the armament haki, as it was their only assurance of survival. After a long time, the hurricane showed no signs of dissipating. Continuing to surge forward, Doflamingo could no longer hold on. His armament haki gradually faded, and the sharp wind blades cut through his body, jolting him awake just before he lost consciousness. Yet, he lacked the strength to use armament haki again, and could only allow the hurricane to wreak havoc on him. Seeing this, Dracula quickly pulled him closer, helping to shield him from the surrounding wind blades. After all, he had worked hard to gain this subordinate. He couldn't let him die here. After about an hour of stalemate, the hurricane began to diminish, and the two in the storm's center finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the hurricane shrank, the wind blades in the storm's center also vanished. Eventually, the hurricane turned into a gentle breeze, blowing the two onto an unknown island. When Dracula felt the heavy ground beneath him, a wave of exhaustion surged through his body, and he fainted. As for Doflamingo, he had already lost consciousness when the hurricane started to weaken, as his strength was still far inferior to Dracula's. When they awoke again, they found their wounds bandaged, albeit roughly. The two of them were placed in the same room, and Dracula's knife was still hanging at his waist, not taken away by anyone. Just as Dracula was guessing where this place was, the door was pushed open from the outside. What entered Dracula's sight was not a normal human figure, but rather an odd-looking creature. She had 2 long ears on her head, red eyes, and was chewing on a carrot as she hopped into the room. Upon seeing that the 2 people in the room were awake, her eyes filled with surprise, and she immediately spoke. "You actually woke up early. Boss Viper said you wouldn't wake up for another couple of days." As soon as Dracula heard her mention Boss Viper, he realized that they must be in Zao. This girl in front of him should be a member of the Fur tribe. The system then detected that the host had arrived at the important area of Zao for the first time and congratulated the host for obtaining fur that was harder than that of the Fur tribe, including hair and other hairy parts. Upon seeing this reward from the system, Dracula's mouth twitched. What use did he have for such hard fur? Was he supposed to use it to poke himself? After inquiring in detail with the system, Dracula learned that the hardness of the fur wouldn't result in any changes. It would still be the same as before. It was just that the density had changed, giving the soft fur a hardness comparable to steel. Once he understood the reason, Dracula immediately felt relieved. He softly said to the little girl from the Fur tribe, "Little sister, could you take us to see Boss Viper?" "He, you can call me Galat." "Of course. Boss Viper wanted to meet you anyway, but you were unconscious at the time." After saying this, the girl named Galat hopped ahead to lead the way. Dracula subtly signaled to Doflamingo and then followed behind her. Under Galat's guidance, the two of them advanced deeper into the furry kingdom. Along the way, they saw various members of the Fur tribe. Of course, the Fur tribe also noticed these 2 outsiders, their expressions filled with evident curiosity and vigilance. However, when they saw Galat bouncing ahead, the wariness quickly disappeared, leaving only strong curiosity. They had been in Zao since birth and had never been outside. Every Fur tribe member passing by greeted Galat, and she waved back in response. Before long, Galat led Dracula and Doflamingo into an ancient castle, which was decorated in dark colors and had little light. Galat brought them here and turned to say, "Please wait a moment. I'll go wake up Boss Viper, who is still sleeping." Dracula nodded, then found 2 spots where they could rest and sat down with Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo was severely injured, and it was better not to let him stand. It would be bad if his wounds opened up. Actually, Dracula only knew that Boss Viper usually slept during the day and was active at night, mainly to avoid clashing with Duke Inazuma. As for the rest, he didn't know much. Just after he sat down for a little while, he sensed a powerful presence approaching with his observation haki. He knew this must be Boss Viper. Soon, two figures entered the hall. One was Galat, who had gone to wake him up, and the other was a creature with a face. Seeing this, Dracula confirmed that he was indeed Boss Viper. Dracula quickly stood up from the ground and performed a noble gesture towards Boss Viper. Boss Viper returned the gesture and then directly asked the question on his mind. Human, I want to know how you came to Zao, as no one has been able to enter Zao for many years. Hearing this question, Dracula smiled bitterly and told him the specifics. Boss Viper, we just found out that this place is Zao. We were lost at sea, and then suddenly a hurricane blew us up, and we gritted our teeth to hold on until the hurricane subsided. We ended up crashing on this island and lost consciousness. Upon hearing Dracula's story, Boss Viper patted his shoulder and laughed, saying, so that's how it is. Meeting is also a kind of fate. Since you have nowhere else to go, you can stay here for now. After thanking Boss Viper for his kindness, Dracula really planned to stay here for a while, as he genuinely had nowhere else to go. What if he got lost at sea again? After all, luck wouldn't always be this good, and if something happened again, you might end up as fish food. After their conversation ended, Dracula and Doflamingo followed Galat to the new residence arranged by Boss Viper. What Dracula didn't know was that after he left, Boss Viper, who had been smiling just moments ago, had become very serious. Boss Viper stared at Dracula's departing figure with a dazed expression, muttering to himself, Lady, the human you predicted has arrived in Zao. The era is about to come, and our plan should begin to operate. After saying this, Boss Viper hurriedly left Zao. As one of the two rulers of the furry kingdom, he had ways to leave Zao and could return again. He is now going to Wano country to discuss their plans with Lady Toki, the wife of Kazuki Odin, and to finalize the details once again. He absolutely cannot allow any mistakes in the plan. As for the location of Wano country, it is not a problem for Boss Snake. As a longtime ally of Wano, Zo can certainly find the location of Wano through the life card given by Lady Toki. After Galette took Dracula and the others to the place, he bounced away. Dracula took a quick look at the setup inside the house, then removed the bandages from his body, as the previous wounds had already healed. After all, Dracula's recovery speed is quite extraordinary now. Looking at his body, which was completely intact without a single scar, he realized that the days he spent drifting at sea weren't entirely without benefits. His mastery of observation haki has improved even further, and his use of Conqueror's haki has already reached a preliminary level comparable to Rock's. Now, Dracula's Conqueror's haki is infused with an even stronger aura of destruction and brutality, much more powerful than before. System, I want to check my personal panel. Ding, personal panel has been opened. Host, Don Quixote Dracula personal strength. Vice Admiral level ability skills. Advanced physical skills, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced Conqueror's haki, intermediate armament haki, intermediate observation haki. Navy 6 styles Devil Fruit ability. Angel Fruit, fallen angel form. No side effects, system items. Demon Blade, Muramesa, seeing his strength increase so rapidly, Dracula nodded in satisfaction, feeling that all his hardships were not in vain. A wave of drowsiness hit him, and Dracula fell asleep, feeling quite secure in this place. While he was sleeping, Big Snake was still on his way to Wano. He showed no signs of slackening. He concentrated all his strength at his feet just to reach Wano country faster. The speed he unleashed was extremely inconsistent with his massive size. This journey took him 2 days. During these 2 days, Duke Inazuma also learned the news that the Viper boss was not around. This news was told to him by that little girl, Gallet. When Duke Inazuma found out about this, he was very angry because that guy Viper had left Zo without saying a word. They had made a promise back then that no one could leave this place to go out to the sea without a particularly important reason. After all, as the rulers here, they had to be responsible for the country. Duke Inazuma had a very fiery temper, and it wasn't until the next day that he completely calmed down. Once he had cooled off, he realized many things. Although he always argued with Viper upon meeting, overall, he was very friendly toward the subjects under this country's rule. He hurriedly rushed to the Viper's chamber, wanted to see if the Viper had left any messages. As soon as he entered the chamber, Duke Inland wrinkled his nose. He hated the pitch-black environment. Although it was incredibly dark inside, there were actually lights in the chamber, just not turned on very often. Duke Inland, who had been here a few times before, already knew the location of the light switch. He took 2 steps at a time and arrived at the place, then turned on the lights of the sleeping quarters. As soon as the lights were on, the dazzling brightness spread out instantly, causing Duke Inland, who had been in the dark for a while, to squint his eyes. After a long pause, Duke Inland finally opened his eyes wide, looking at the brightly lit sleeping quarters and nodding in satisfaction. Then, taking advantage of the light, he began to search for any messages left by the Viper. He had searched every possible place, and the entire chamber looked as if it had been ransacked. A complete mess. However, he did not find any useful information, which left Duke Inuzuka dumbfounded. That bastard Viper. He can't really have left me no message. Sitting on Viper's throne, Duke Inuzuka pondered the situation, having found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, a letter floated down from the throne to the ground. Duke Inuzuka immediately picked up the letter. As he continued to read its contents, his expression grew increasingly serious. By the time Duke Inuzuka finished reading the letter, he quickly tore it to shreds. Then, looking at the fragments of the envelope in his hand, he applied a little force, grinding them into powder. After that, he blew on them, letting them disperse into the air. He paced back and forth, pondering the questions in the letter. Time passed in his thoughts, shifting from day to dusk. Suddenly, it seemed like he had figured something out. His right hand struck his left palm, producing a loud sound, and then he left quickly. Meanwhile, Dracula had been sticking to his usual exercise routine these days. He kept trying to integrate Conqueror's Haki into Armament Haki. Unfortunately, his current level of Armament Haki was still too low to withstand the will of Conqueror's Haki. Troubled by this, Dracula decided to go out for a stroll today to relax his recently tense mind. Just after stepping out the door, he saw the bouncy Gallet, who was now his neighbor and familiar with the surroundings of Zoe. Gallet, can you take me around? I've been training these past few days and haven't had the chance to appreciate the environment here. Upon hearing her name called, Gallet quickly turned around and saw Dracula behind her. With a few blinks of her lively eyes, she agreed. For the next while, Gallet acted as a tour guide, showing Dracula the sights of Zoe. Zoe wasn't very large, and within just a few hours, Gallet had taken him around. However, one particular place caught Dracula's attention. It had trees that resembled whales. The trees were especially lush, obscuring what was inside. When Dracula inquired about this place, Gallet said she hadn't been there either, and only the Viper boss and Duke Inazuma had entered. But once Gallet mentioned the name of the place, Dracula understood what was going on. She said this forest was called Whale Forest. Hearing this name immediately reminded Dracula of something. Zoe had a piece of historical text with coordinates located in this whale forest. Knowing this, Dracula felt a strong urge to see what the historical text looked like with his own eyes. Although he didn't recognize the historical text, it wouldn't hinder him from making a copy to interpret later. It might come in handy someday. After all, this was something that everyone at sea coveted. To become the Pirate King, one must reach Raftel, and to get to Raftel, one needed 4 pieces of historical text with coordinates as a guide. Dracula had made up his mind to check it out at midnight tonight, especially since there was no one guarding the place. Zoe had basically no outsiders, and the local mink tribe showed little interest in this forest. So, with no one guarding it, Dracula found an opportunity. After finishing the tour with Gallet, Dracula returned to his residence. He explained the situation to the resting Don Quixote Doflamingo, mentioning his plan to visit Whale Forest tonight, asking him to cover for him if anyone noticed he was gone. Doflamingo nodded in agreement. Although he wanted to accompany Dracula, he knew he had to stay behind to deal with others. As the sky grew darker and everyone fell asleep, a shadow dashed out from a room, quickly heading toward Whale Forest. This person was Dracula. In fact, in the dark, he couldn't see the surrounding environment. The reason he could maintain such speed was mainly due to his mastery of observation Haki. Although his observation Haki was only at an intermediate level, it was more than enough for him to find his direction. Thus, Dracula made his way to the outskirts of the Whale Forest. Looking at the lush, gigantic trees in front of him, a faint smile crept onto Dracula's lips as he stepped inside. Using his observation Haki, he sensed the internal structure of the Whale Forest once again. He found that the surroundings were filled with dense trees, not much different from the outside. However, when Dracula used his observation Haki to probe deeper into the Whale Forest, it felt as if he had thrown a stone into the sea. There was no response. Realizing this, Dracula was slightly taken aback. For some unknown reason, his observation Haki had failed. But he knew one thing. The coordinates of Zhao's historical text might be within that unperceived range. With this thought in mind, Dracula no longer hesitated and moved deeper into the Whale Forest. Due to the exceptionally thick trees, his progress was particularly slow. Moreover, Dracula dared not break all the large trees obstructing his path, so he could only move bit by bit. After all, breaking those trees would create a loud noise, easily attracting Zhao's people. As time passed, the stars in the sky became faintly visible, and the pitch-black night had begun to show a glimmer of dawn. Seeing this, Dracula could only grit his teeth and continue deeper into the whale forest. He is well aware of a truth. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Since he has come this far, no matter what happens, it cannot stop his determination to see the historical coordinates. Now, Dracula only hopes that Doflamingo can buy him some more time and not let all his efforts go to waste. After struggling for a while, Dracula finally arrived at an area where observation hockey could not be used. Unwilling to admit defeat, Dracula activated his observation hockey again, but unfortunately, there was still no response, leading him to completely abandon the idea of using it. Without observation hockey, Dracula had no choice but to explore this area on his own. The ground here was very muddy, and even activating armament hockey consumed a lot of stamina. It is worth mentioning that although observation hockey could not be used in this area, other forms of hockey could function normally. After walking further inside, Dracula discovered a cave. Seeing this cave, Dracula was somewhat reluctant to enter, as he had encountered a lot of trouble after entering a similar entrance in Windmill Village. He looked around and found that there was nothing else around except for this cave entrance. With no other option, Dracula steeled himself and walked into the cave. This cave was above ground, and as soon as he entered, it was particularly well lit, with every inch illuminated. This was much better than the environment of the ruins he had encountered in Windmill Village. Dracula stood at the entrance, carefully observing, and found nothing special. There were no murals on the walls. The ground was covered with a layer of dust, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. As Dracula ventured deeper, he cleared the footprints he left behind after every few steps to prevent anyone from discovering that someone had been there. Inside this cave, there were no dangers as Dracula had imagined. It was indeed just a decorated cave. The cave was not particularly deep, and Dracula soon reached the end. Looking at the end of the cave, Dracula was dumbfounded, as there was nothing there, only a bare wall. Faced with this illogical scene, Dracula's first reaction was that there must be a secret room behind this wall. After all, who would take the time to decorate a cave out of boredom? He quickly approached the wall and began to feel around every corner, as if caressing a lover. After touching every part, the wall still showed no reaction. It stood there silently, as if mocking Dracula's foolishness. Standing in place, Dracula frowned and thought. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with this cave, but he could not pinpoint what it was. After several minutes had passed without him coming up with an answer, the already limited time was further reduced, making Dracula increasingly anxious. He angrily punched the wall behind him, and the seemingly solid wall collapsed with a loud crash, revealing its true appearance inside. Seeing this situation, Dracula was somewhat at a loss for how to express his feelings. His punch had broken through without even activating his armament hockey. The thing he'd spent so much time trying to figure out could actually be opened so simply. Behind the wall, there was nothing particularly special. The surroundings were still filled with enormous trees, similar to whales, but the only unique aspect was that these trees formed a circle, tightly encasing something within. Dracula quickly stepped forward and forcefully carved out a passage through the encirclement of trees that would allow him to pass. After squeezing through with great effort, he finally saw what he had longed to see, the historical text of the Zao coordinates. It was an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with many characters that Dracula did not recognize. Yet even so, Dracula could feel the mysterious and weighty aura emanating from the tablet. Beep. The system detected that the host had discovered the first piece of historical text of the coordinates. Congratulations, the host has obtained a rubbing of the Zao historical text. Hearing the system's reward, Dracula breathed a sigh of relief. He actually didn't know how to make a rubbing of the historical text, and this reward from the system perfectly solved that problem. After accomplishing his objective this time, Dracula planned to head back. However, what worried him was that the sky had completely brightened. Although Dracula was very anxious, he also knew that returning a bit earlier would reduce the risk of exposure. He quickly advanced along the path he had taken. Maintaining the state of paper drawing allowed Dracula to swiftly navigate the gaps he had opened on his way, without the difficulty he had faced before. This was also the first time Dracula utilized the paper drawing technique from the Navy's 6 style. In a short amount of time, Dracula had exited the whale forest. Looking around, he noticed that the entrance to the whale forest was still unguarded. Meanwhile, his observation hockey, which had been inactive for a long time, had also returned. Dracula hurriedly activated his observation hockey. Under its coverage, he could see the fur tribe members walking on the street in his mind. After that, he used moonwalk to avoid their line of sight. He made his way back to his residence without alerting anyone. As soon as he entered the house, Dracula saw Doflamingo, who had been on guard. After inquiring in detail, he found that things were not as bad as he had thought. Apart from Galot having visited him once, there was nothing else of importance. However, thinking of Galote, he couldn't help but remember the Viper boss. After all, it was usually through Galote that the Viper boss contacted him. After thinking for a moment, Dracula decided to ask directly, rather than waste brain cells trying to figure it out here. Dracula pushed the door open and turned a corner, arriving at Galote's home. As he walked into the yard, he saw Galote happily munching on a carrot. Of course, Galote, eating the carrot, also saw Dracula, her lively eyes blinking rapidly. Perhaps she hadn't expected Dracula to appear before her. After hearing Dracula's purpose, Galote slapped her forehead and said regretfully, "Ah, I actually forgot such an important thing. It was Duke Inazuma looking for you earlier, and when you weren't around, I just went home. I even forgot about this matter when you didn't come." Upon hearing that it was Duke Inazuma looking for him, Dracula immediately felt a sense of vigilance. He had been in Zo for such a long time, and it was unusual for him to be sought out at this time. However, he could only go and see, as this place was his territory. Dracula deeply felt the frustration of being under someone else's roof, and his desire to establish his own power grew stronger. What he didn't know was that Duke Inazuma had also been particularly troubled in recent days. The letter left by the Viper boss explained the reason for his departure from Zo. He was aware of the plan mentioned in the letter, but had been hesitant about whether to execute it. Duke Inazuma believed that changes would occur in the future and that one should not fully trust the things in the prophecy. However, he did not dare to dismiss it, as this matter concerned the safety of the entire Fur Kingdom and even the life of Zo. Therefore, he could not afford to slack off. In the days that followed, Duke Inazuma had been in a state of indecision. It wasn't until this morning that he decided to implement the plan, in which Dracula was an indispensable key figure. Madame Time, who had traveled through time from the future, came to this era with the desire to change some of the history that had already occurred. In the historical timeline she had witnessed, the downfall of Zo was closely related to Dracula. However, the only glimmer of hope for Zo lay with Dracula. To change the causal relationship as much as possible, Madame Time designed a series of plans. This plan could not only resolve Zo's crisis of extinction, but also bring a glimmer of opportunity to the Land of Harmony. As for the Viper boss, who had been on the road for days, he was now covered in dust due to continuous movement. Affected by the natural weather, his clothes no longer shone as brilliantly as before, and some areas had even been torn, making him look more miserable than a beggar. Fortunately, he finally arrived in the Land of Harmony and successfully met Madame Time, the wife of Kazuki Oden. Upon seeing the Viper boss, Madame Time immediately understood what had happened. After all, as one of the power holders of Zo, he could not leave without a special reason. The only special matter concerning Zo was the prophecy of its downfall that she had mentioned. After successfully explaining the ins and outs of the situation, the Viper boss let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. However, after Madame Time learned more about the recent events in Zo, her expression became extremely serious. She needed to start executing the plan, beginning immediately. Otherwise, every minute wasted could lead to significant changes. But unexpectedly, the Land of Harmony was under a fierce attack, causing panic among the citizens in the city. Although the Land of Harmony upheld the way of the samurai, they still felt fear like ordinary people when faced with danger. Just as Madame Time was about to calm the citizens, 9 people appeared beside her. Each of them has a very unique appearance, and even in a crowd, they would become the focus of attention. When Madame Sure saw their arrival, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly instructed Qishao 9 heroes. Quickly go and calm the people. Don't let them panic and cause a riot. Although the Qishao 9 heroes were loyal only to Kazuki Oden, they would still listen to their mistress's words. Under their reassurance, the turmoil in the city quickly subsided. Looking at the quelled riot, Madame Sure thought of Kazuki Oden now. She was managing both Wano country and the situation because Kazuki Oden was not in Wano. The two of them had originally been sailing on the Whitebeard ship. But one day, a man wearing a straw hat named Roger arrived on the Moby Dick. After drinking a lot with Whitebeard, he revealed his purpose. He came to borrow someone who could understand the true history. Whitebeard was furious upon hearing this and immediately wanted to fight him. Roger knew this was asking too much, but he had no other choice. His time was running out, and he couldn't afford to waste it. He publicly knelt down and requested to borrow Kazuki Oden for a while. This scene shocked everyone on the ship, but no one mocked him because it was a decision made by a man, and regardless of the outcome, it deserved respect. Although Whitebeard was also deeply shocked, he still did not intend to lend him Oden, as family was above all for him. Just as Whitebeard was about to take action, his husband, Kazuki Oden, stepped forward and stood between them. He shouted to Whitebeard, "Brother, you cannot stop a man's progress. Please let me help him." After saying this, Kazuki Odin knelt down like Roger. Seeing this, Whitebeard sighed deeply and nodded in agreement. After her husband left with Roger, Madame Sure stayed on the Moby Dick for a while before returning to Wano recently. However, this was not the time to think about those things. Madame Sure asked about the cause of the chaos. Upon hearing the response from the Qishao 9 heroes, Madame Sure's pupils slightly contracted. The cause of the chaos was that Kaido attacked the gateway to Wano. In her expectations, Kaido should not have appeared in Wano this early. Kaido's arrival was at least several years ahead of the original plan. This change made Madame Sure realize something. When she wanted to change the future was already developing in an uncontrollable direction. As for how much the future had changed, she did not know, and she still did not know what the outcome would be. As for what was happening in Wano, Dracula was unaware. He was still on his way to Duke Inuarashi's palace. This time, it was still the little girl, Carrot, guiding him. However, the direction they were heading was completely opposite to that of the previous location of the Snake Boss. When they arrived at Duke Inuarashi's palace, they found that the decoration inside was also completely different from that of the Snake Boss's palace. Every part of this place was filled with brightness, giving a warm feeling. Dracula soon saw Duke Inuarashi sitting on the throne, frowning and deep in thought. When Dracula entered, he did not notice until Carrot reminded him. Looking at Dracula standing right in front of him, Duke Inuarashi stated his purpose for calling him over. "I want to send you away from Zoe. What do you think?" Dracula was quite surprised to hear this. After all, why would someone want to send him away for no reason? Dracula did not believe he would be so eager to help others. But to be honest, Dracula did want to leave Zoe. After all, he couldn't do anything while staying here. Zoe was such a small place, and it was isolated from the sea, basically cut off from the outside world. If no one helped him leave, he might really end up dying here. Even if Duke Inuarashi had ulterior motives, he planned to give it a try. After getting the answer he wanted, Duke Inuarashi told Dracula to go back and pack up. He would send him away shortly. Along the way, Dracula thought about this matter. He didn't even know Duke Inuarashi, and this could only be considered their first meeting. Ultimately, feeling lost, Dracula gave up on thinking about it. Back at his residence, Dracula explained the situation to Doflamingo, stating that he would be leaving soon. Doflamingo was also very happy to hear that he could leave, as life here was not as exciting as life on the sea. In fact, Dracula did not have anything to take with him since both of them had come empty-handed. Seeing that the time was almost up, Dracula took Doflamingo toward the coastline of Zoe. When they arrived, Duke Inuarashi had already been waiting by the shore for a long time. Obviously, it couldn't be Duke Inuarashi himself who sent Dracula away from Zoe. It was one of his subordinates, a polar bear named Beppo, who would later become the beloved pet of the Heart Pirates. When Dracula saw him, he was slightly taken aback. He did not expect to see Beppo here. Seeing this adorable Beppo, Dracula was somewhat worried about whether this guy could be reliable. Dracula looked at Duke Inuarashi standing beside him, who was constantly encouraging Beppo and explaining that sailing was easy and there was nothing to worry about. Seeing the scene, Dracula's mouth twitched. He was even more concerned about this journey now. Duke Inuarashi did not give him a chance to back out, and directly pushed him and Beppo onto the ship. Beppo was leaving Zoe for the first time, so he was crying very sadly. He waved goodbye to Duke Inuzuka with tears on his face. In fact, Beppo was a temporary member of the heroic group, but he had earned Duke Inuzuka's trust. Now that he was being sent away, Duke Inuzuka felt very sad, but he had to do it for the greater plan. He decided to let Beppo follow Dracula and venture on the sea. When the time comes and his strength has increased, he would return to help Zoe overcome difficulties. Looking at the clumsy Beppo, Dracula felt a bit anxious, but he couldn't show it. After all, he was the older brother, and older brothers shouldn't be afraid. He quietly asked Beppo, who was still operating the boat, "Beppo, can you really sail?" Beppo replied in a soft voice, "Of course. Although it's my first time sailing, all the knowledge about sailing is already in my heart." The reason Beppo was crying so sadly was that he knew he wouldn't be able to return in the short term. This was because Duke Inuarashi had told him that Zoe's future was in his hands and advised him to follow Dracula closely to learn well. Life at sea was so dull and boring, but fortunately, they didn't have to eat raw fish this time, as they had brought enough food with them. Now, whenever Dracula and Doflamingo smelled fish, they felt nauseous. After about a month of sailing, Beppo finally led them to an island. This month had made Dracula feel suffocated, and when his feet touched the solid ground, his mood instantly improved. Dracula immediately activated his observation haki and found the nearest road to the tavern, leading the two behind him toward it. Along the way, Dracula did not see any civilians. All he saw were many pirates of various appearances, and even slaves being driven on the streets. Interested in the origins of this place, Dracula was just about to casually ask someone when the system's prompt sound rang again. Ding! Detected host has arrived at Devil Island. Congratulations, host has obtained the Eye of Reconnaissance. He didn't expect this to be Devil Island. It truly was a carnival for pirates. Hearing the reward from the system, Dracula was somewhat confused about its purpose. Upon opening it for a detailed look, he found that it was used to observe the surrounding environment. Dracula immediately lost interest, as this thing was leagues away from observation hockey. The only somewhat useful aspect was when, like in a whale forest incident, observation hockey couldn't be used. Knowing that this was Devil Island, Dracula calmly pushed open the door of the tavern. The people inside were instantly attracted by his presence. Since Dracula and the others were not very old, the pirates in the tavern thought they could fetch a good price if sold to a slave trader. Looking at the pirates with shining eyes, Dracula did not take action but waved to Doflamingo, who was already eager to fight. Since recovering from his injuries, Doflamingo hadn't fought once and wanted to see what level his strength had reached. But to his surprise, the pirates in the tavern were no match for him and fell under his attacks. Doflamingo was a bit dazed. He couldn't understand whether they were too weak or he was too strong. After so many people died in the tavern, it became much quieter. Dracula quickly approached the bartender, ordered 3 bottles of rum, which he found quite to his taste. The bartender was trembling in fear and shakily retrieved 3 bottles of rum from the back shelf. Just as the 3 were leisurely drinking, the tavern door opened again. Walking in was a man with a cold appearance and a charming smile at the corners of his mouth. He was dressed entirely in red. Even his cape was blood red, and he wore a blue rose around his neck, holding a bat-handled umbrella in his hand. He walked in at a leisurely pace. Behind Dracula, a faint voice could be heard. The words Lonely High Red were spoken by the bartender behind him, but after saying this, he fainted right away. Hearing the bartender's words, Dracula was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to see the renowned Count Red here. However, he only glanced at him casually before retracting his gaze. After all, the appearance of Count Red had nothing to do with him, and he continued to leisurely sip his rum. Relic Lidfield, who had just entered the tavern, also noticed Dracula's gaze, but seeing that it was just a few young kids, he didn't pay much attention. As for the pirates lying dead on the floor for quite some time, he simply ignored them and walked past their bodies. Looking at the unconscious bartender, he helped himself to the liquor on the counter and then sat down to drink slowly. He was already used to this situation. It was basically the same every time he appeared. Thus, the two groups continued to drink their own drinks and plot their own affairs. This atmosphere didn't last long, as suddenly the outside became extremely noisy, and one could clearly sense the panic of the pirates on the street. Dracula downed the remaining rum in his glass and walked outside, intending to check the situation. His 2 lackeys saw their boss about to leave, hurriedly finishing their drinks and chasing after him. Meanwhile, the aloof Hong in the tavern remained seated, savoring his drink. In fact, he had already known what was happening when the chaos first began. After all, his observation hockey was not just ordinary. Its range was already capable of enveloping the entire island. He used his observation hockey to sense the voices of those people and discover the answer, which was that the Navy had launched the Demon Slayer order. The reason he remains so relaxed is mainly due to his confidence in his own strength. Additionally, he has suddenly become interested in Dracula, who was leading just now. When Dracula passed by him earlier, he sensed a particularly strong aura of destruction and brutality, which is the epitome of extreme darkness. He had only seen this kind of aura on one person before, and that is the late Rox Jybeck. He gently swirled the wine glass, and the already charming face of Dracula broke into a smile once more. After casually grabbing a pirate and inquiring, he quickly understood the situation. When he heard about the Demon Extermination Order, Dracula's pupils contracted. He was quite familiar with the Demon Extermination Order. It was a devastating action that carried out indiscriminate attacks on a specific area, sinking the island into the sea and making it disappear completely from people's sight. Moreover, the configuration of the Demon Extermination Order was quite luxurious, consisting of 10 vice admirals and many elite naval soldiers. Thinking of this, Dracula began to doubt his luck. How could he encounter such a rare situation? Was this really luck or misfortune? Besides, this was only his first visit to Demon Island. Setting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, Dracula began to consider his next strategy. After all, he couldn't just stand there waiting to be bombarded. Dracula was quite aware of his own strength. He knew he could only handle the encirclement of at most 3 naval vice admirals at the same time. However, with the Demon Extermination Order involving vice admirals, he was definitely not their match. Moreover, the island was filled with a rabble, so charging him would be suicide. As for the person behind this island, they must be already aware of the situation. Since the demon extermination order was about to be implemented, the Navy had certainly sent people to eliminate any potential threats. However, leaving Demon Island was still quite easy for Dracula. At this time, his devil fruit abilities came into play. His devil fruit is the angel fruit of the mythical Zoan type, in the form of a fallen angel, but regardless, he is still an angel. Since he is an angel, he can definitely fly. Doflamingo, who has been granted the ability to resist the angel Lucifer, can also fly, though he is unaware of it. Dracula turned to the polar bear Beepo and said casually, "Beepo, don't resist." Although Beepo didn't know what Dracula was planning, he understood it must be related to leaving the island. So he nodded heavily. Like before, Dracula placed his hand on Beepo's shoulder. Then, an invisible dark energy was transmitted from Dracula to Beepo. After feeling the energy entering his body, Beepo recalled Dracula's earlier reminder. He then lowered his guard and accepted this power. The process of transferring the fallen angel's power was actually quite rapid, completing in just a few seconds. The power that Dracula bestowed upon Beepo was a fallen angel's ability that could create another dimensional space. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Beepo asked, somewhat dazed, "Can this power help us leave this island?" Dracula nodded affirmatively and then explained in detail the plan for their departure and how to use this fallen angel energy. While the two were digesting this information, Dracula opened Beepo's personal panel. Subordinate, Polar Bear Beepo, Personal Strength, Brigadier General Level Identity, Twisted Angel Abahan Loyalty, Loyal Devil Fruit Ability, Angel Fruit Fallen Angel Form, only the ability granted by the Twisted Angel Abahan. Seeing this, Dracula nodded, realizing that their strengths were all at the Brigadier General level, which was quite good. A series of explosive sounds suddenly brought Dracula back to his senses. Seeing that the two were ready, Dracula issued an order and was the first to use the fallen angel energy. The pitch-black, fallen angel energy continuously overflowed from his body, gathering behind him, gradually forming 6 pairs of wings. Doflamingo and Beepo also successfully gathered wings and flew up into the sky. However, due to their limited strength, they only manifested 4 pairs of wings. The 3 of them ascended continuously until they reached the clouds and then stopped. Taking advantage of the cover of the clouds, Dracula and the others looked down at the demon island below, which had already fallen into the flames of war, being gradually destroyed. As for the solitary Red, who had been in the tavern, when the cannon fire erupted, he had already hidden aboard a naval warship. After all, the ship he arrived on had long been destroyed. When his observation Haki sensed that Dracula and the others had transformed their wings and flown into the sky, he became even more interested in Dracula, as this was a power he had never seen before. He curled the corner of his mouth into a wicked smile and murmured to himself, "Kid, we'll meet again." After looking at the demon-slaying order for a while, Dracula and his 2 companions followed closely behind Beepo as they flew. As their navigator, Beepo was quite skilled at identifying directions. Under Beepo's guidance, Dracula and his companions quickly spotted an island. When they successfully landed, they surveyed their surroundings and decided to look for a place to eat. After all, apart from having a drink on Demon Island, they hadn't eaten anything, and after such a long flight, they were quite exhausted and very hungry. The 3 of them hurriedly rushed towards the source of the enticing aroma. When they followed the scent and looked up, they found themselves in a very luxurious restaurant. Dracula immediately led the 2 inside. Looking at the menu placed in front of them, Dracula suppressed the urge to swallow hard, as the appearance of the boss did not allow him to act in a way that would lose his dignity. The waiter quickly took the menu away. It must be said that the service at this restaurant was quite good, as they did not keep Dracula and the others waiting too long. As soon as the dishes were served, the 3 began to devour the food like a whirlwind. Soon, the meals in front of the 3 had almost completely disappeared. Just as Dracula was digesting the food, he caught a glimpse of a newspaper placed aside. Initially, the newspaper did not attract much of Dracula's attention, as there was a copy on every table, and he thought it was just something the restaurant owner prepared for the diner's entertainment. With this mindset, as soon as Dracula read the first line, he was immediately captivated. The first line of the newspaper read, "Pirate King Roger captured and imprisoned, to be executed in a few weeks in Lowtown in the East Blue." Upon seeing this headline, Dracula realized that Roger had been to Raftel and knew that he had gone too early, that it was not yet time to reveal the blank century. This capture by the Navy was also because he knew his time was short and intended to use the people gathered by the Navy to pass on his will, thus opening a new era. Dracula did not want to miss this classic scene. He wanted to see Roger again, to look at this once incredibly bold pirate. He briefly explained the situation to Bepo, expressing his determination to reach Lowtown in the East Blue at all costs. Upon hearing Dracula, Bepo felt extremely wronged, as he had no idea where Lowtown was. He's just a bear that can sail. Seeing that Beppo was helpless, Dracula could only think of the residents of this island. With such a large island, Dracula didn't believe there was no one who could take him away from here and gradually reach Rogtown. Determined, Dracula was about to go out to find help. However, he was stopped by the restaurant owner, as Dracula and his companions had not yet paid for their meal. Upon hearing the word pay, Dracula turned to the two people beside him, indicating for one of them to step forward and pay. Both Doflamingo and Beppo shook their heads simultaneously. Seeing this, the restaurant owner realized that Dracula and his companions planned to dine and dash. Just as he was about to call for help, he was knocked unconscious by Dracula's use of Conqueror's Hockey. Dracula casually said, "I thought you guys had money. If I had known you were broke, I would have made my move earlier." Who has the time to listen to him ramble on? After saying this, Dracula leisurely walked out of the restaurant. He intended to find helpers, but didn't know how to start. Dracula sent Doflamingo and Bepo out to gather useful information. Meanwhile, Dracula walked towards the tavern across from the restaurant, believing that most taverns should serve as places to sell information. This unknown island was well built, and Dracula had not seen any particularly arrogant pirates on it. Upon entering, he found the environment inside to be completely different from outside. The noise inside flooded his ears, and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol, lingering heavily. Dracula strolled up to the bartender and ordered a bottle of rum. After drinking about half of it, he asked the purpose of his visit. "Do you know any famous navigators on this island?" The bartender did not respond directly to Dracula's question. Instead, he held up 2 fingers and smiled, saying, "That will cost you 2 million berries." Dracula didn't have any berries, so he resorted to the most straightforward method, using violence. He unleashed his Conqueror's Hockey, knocking out everyone in the tavern, with some of the weaker individuals even foaming at the mouth on the floor. However, the bartender who had raised 2 fingers did not lose consciousness. Dracula had precisely controlled his hockey to avoid affecting him directly. Despite not feeling the full force, the bartender's legs were trembling uncontrollably, and a puddle appeared between his legs. The sight of Dracula filled him with terror. His tongue began to stumble, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing the bartender in such a state, Dracula disdainfully curled his lip and continued to ask the question he had previously posed. "I want to know which powerful navigators are on this island. Do you still need money?" Upon hearing this, the bartender shook his head frantically, fearing that if he hesitated any longer, the demon before him would kill him. He hurriedly pulled out many envelopes from beneath the front desk, searching for the information Dracula wanted. After about 10 minutes, the bartender finally found the information among the pile of envelopes. He quickly handed the envelope to Dracula and anxiously waited by the side, not knowing if he would survive. After all, life and death were in the hands of the person in front of him. Dracula looked at the envelope handed to him, examined it carefully for a moment, and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing that Dracula had reigned in his earlier demeanor, he hurriedly asked the question he was most concerned about. "My lord, are you satisfied?" Seeing his expression, Dracula had no intention of making it difficult for him. After all, he had already obtained the information he wanted. "Not bad. I will take the letter." After saying this, Dracula left the tavern. Once he saw him leave, the bartender breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to survive. Dracula, who came out, was in a good mood. With his observation hockey quickly in operation, he sensed the locations of Doflamingo and Bepo. After finding them both, Dracula handed the envelope to the two for review. Once everyone knew the specific information, they planned to go find that navigator together. After all, whether they could arrive at Roger's execution depended on this person. Following the location on the intel, the 3 of them sped through the streets. Soon, they arrived at a secluded little courtyard, the gate of which was wide open, as if it had already been expected that someone would come. Dracula looked around carefully and did not notice anything out of the ordinary, so he led the 2 behind him into the courtyard. The courtyard had a unique charm, with a stone table placed in the center. Beside the stone table, a tall man was lounging in a rocking chair, leisurely reading a newspaper and sipping tea. However, the newspaper covered his entire face, making it impossible to see what he looked like. Even so, Dracula felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. When Dracula realized that he was the only one in the courtyard, he knew that the man in front of him was the navigator he was looking for. In fact, the information in the letter was not particularly accurate. It only indicated that a very skilled navigator was currently in this little courtyard on this island. There were no specific names or characteristics, so when he first entered, Dracula had not confirmed that he was indeed the navigator. Hearing their footsteps as they entered, the man in the rocking chair put down the newspaper, revealing his true face. It was a fierce-looking face with a ponytail tied on his head. When both parties saw each other's true faces, they were momentarily stunned. After confirming their gazes, they realized they knew each other. They had indeed met during the battle that led to the downfall of the Rock's pirates. Dracula recognized that this man was Jabba, who had followed Roger at that time. Jabba, lying in the rocking chair, also recognized Dracula as the one who followed Garp. "Oh, I can't believe the person I've been waiting for is you." Hearing his words, Dracula's pupils slightly contracted. It seemed that he was waiting for someone, but he never expected it would be him. In fact, Jabba did not know who he was waiting for. He had only come to this island following the captain's last order, waiting for someone who needed a navigator. "Why are you waiting for a stranger on this island? If that person isn't me, wouldn't you be wasting your effort?" Jabba laughed heartily at Dracula's question. "Haha, of course. It's the captain's order. The moment you arrived here, I knew you were the person I was waiting for. There is absolutely no mistake. The captain wants to see you again because you're the only one not his plans. This matter is related to rocks. After all, you're covered in his karma. So, the new era of pirates the captain wants to start. You're the only variable, and he wants to have a good talk with you." After hearing Jabba's explanation, Dracula somewhat understood why he was there. He was well aware that he was the only variable in this pirate world. His arrival had completely changed the original plot. Having figured this out, Dracula nodded in agreement to meet Roger again. After all, his original purpose in finding a navigator was for this very reason. Since it had already been achieved, it couldn't be better. After reaching a consensus, Jabba stood up from the rocking chair and led Dracula and the others toward the port by the coast. In a dark corner, Jabba pulled out a ship. The entire shape of the ship was covered with black cloth, making it impossible to see its appearance. When the black cloth was removed, Dracula was astonished, because this ship was actually the Oro Jackson, the warship of the Roger pirates. Seeing Dracula's surprised expression, Jabba nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, "Our captain said that to show our sincerity as the Roger pirates, I should bring the Oro Jackson over." As the third in command of the Roger pirates, Jabba was not only fierce in battle, but also the navigator of the Roger pirates. Thus, Jabba led Dracula and the others aboard the ship. After exchanging a few simple words, Jabba returned to the control room to operate the ship. As a navigator who had traveled across the seas, Dracula would never let him go so easily. He quickly called Beepo and asked him to follow Jabba to learn some sailing techniques. If he could get his hands on his navigation logs, that would be even better. However, he and Doflamingo wouldn't be able to learn these things. So this arduous task was entrusted to Beepo. After all, Beepo was the only one among them who had a good sense of direction. Seeing the high hopes in Dracula's eyes, Beepo felt a heavy burden in his heart. He never expected that as a bear, he would have to learn about navigation. With such a heavy thought, Beepo resolutely walked into the control room. Jabba, who was in the control room, was actually quite bored because sailing was a very uninteresting task that required him to stay in the control room all the time. When he saw Beepo come in, he was overjoyed. Finally, someone had come to keep him company. Beepo was startled by Jabba's enthusiasm, as he was not very brave to begin with. He was so enthusiastic that Beepo thought Jabba was going to kill him and eat bear meat. However, Beepo calmed down and told Jabba that he wanted to learn navigation skills. Jabba, who was quite bored, readily agreed to this. Teaching Beepo navigation knowledge would allow him to slack off a bit. Moreover, Jabba felt it was time to take on a disciple. Since the captain was also looking for his successor, Jabba decided to train this white bear to be his successor. After all, he was quite bored, and if it didn't work out, it didn't matter. It was all just for fun. So, Jabba casually made Beepo his disciple and handed over his long-held navigation log to Beepo personally. Beepo, who had been a bit scared before, was now very grateful to Jabba. Thanks to Jabba's teachings, his skills improved rapidly. The hasty teacher-student relationship between the two caught the attention of Dracula, who had been watching them closely. However, this was a good thing for him, as he would no longer have to worry about navigation issues. Days passed, but the ship they were on attracted the attention of many forces. This was the ship of Pirate King Roger, although he had been captured by the Navy. His influence still lingered. Sengoku, who had been monitoring the other members of Roger's crew, quickly sent Garp to pursue this ship after receiving reports from lower-ranking soldiers. Although Garp was reluctant to chase, he was persuaded by Crane and eventually carried out the order. When Jabba was sailing the ship and was about to reach Log Town in the East Blue, he was intercepted by a naval ship led by Garp. Seeing a naval ship blocking the way ahead, Jabba immediately planned to fight. Fortunately, Dracula quickly stopped him. Otherwise, he would have rushed out to duel. The reason Dracula stopped Jabba was that he recognized the dog head emblem on the naval ship. Since it was their own navy, there was no need to fight. That would just be a waste of time. Dracula immediately walked to a position on the opposing naval ship where they could see him, fully exposing himself to the lookout's view. The soldiers on Garp's ship were those who had left the East Blue with Dracula at that time. So when Dracula showed his face, the lookout immediately recognized him and reported to Garp. Garp, who had been resting in a rocking chair, immediately got up and stood at the bow of the ship when he heard the lookout's report. Looking up at the Oro Jackson, he indeed found that little Dracula, along with Doflamingo, following him. His expression instantly became serious. As Garp quickly approached and landed beside him, he gave Dracula 2 punches, which Dracula was unable to resist. Although his observation hockey successfully sensed it, his body's reaction speed and on-the-spot experience were still not as rich as Garp's, so he was still beaten badly. Garp had just used Jeppo to fly directly onto the Oro Jackson and threw 2 loving iron fists at Dracula, causing his head to swell visibly. Perhaps still not satisfied after the 2 punches, Garp grabbed his ear and yelled, "Why have you disappeared for so long? Don't you know to come back and check on me?" After Dracula briefly explained the situation, Garp immediately burst into laughter, continuously mocking him. Once the reminiscing was over, Garp directly asked his question, "Why are you on this ship, and why are you with that old guy Jabba?" Upon hearing Garp call him old, Jabba immediately became unwilling. After all, he was not older than Garp. He felt he had no face to be called that. Although he knew he couldn't beat Garp, his temper flared, and he went to throw 2 punches at Garp. Fortunately, he was stopped by Beepo, preventing the fight that hadn't even started yet. Garp was quite surprised to see Beepo, who was blocking Jabba. He hadn't seen a talking animal in a long time. After staring at Beepo for a while, Garp withdrew his gaze. For him, Dracula was much more interesting. Seeing the farce come to an end, Dracula answered Garp's earlier question. "The reason I'm on this ship is that Roger wants to talk to me, and I also want to meet him." Upon hearing Dracula's answer, Garp fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. "I can let you meet him, but you can only follow behind me. It's absolutely impossible for you to meet him alone because the defenses are very strict." As soon as Dracula heard Garp's words, he knew things were set. Although he couldn't meet him alone, it was still better than not being able to see him at all. Jabba had completed the order given by the captain and planned to leave. But Garp, who had been keeping an eye on Jabba, would never let him leave. He planned to capture him and complete the mission. Watching as they had just been friendly but were now about to fight again, Dracula quickly stepped forward to dissuade Garp. "He is already a retired pirate and won't do anything wrong on the sea anymore. Plus, he is my partner Beepo's teacher. Let him go." Seeing Dracula continuously persuading him and the pitiful white bear Beepo beside him, Garp ultimately let Jabba leave. For him, Roger was not just an enemy, but also a friend. After so many years of pursuit, he had long known that the members of Roger's crew were very kind and would not easily harm civilians. So, with Dracula's persuasion, he softened his heart in the end, which made him reflect that getting older made him more sentimental. Because of this incident, Garp's pursuit mission was not completed. However, he didn't care at all, as it wasn't the first time he had failed mission. Meanwhile, Dracula led the 2 behind him onto the naval ship, continuing towards Logtown. As the time for the public execution approached, if they wanted to see each other again, they could only take advantage of this time period. This sea area was not very far from Logtown, so they arrived quickly. After disembarking, Garp bought a few bottles of rum from a tavern, and then took Dracula to the place where Roger was imprisoned. As for the other 2, they went to rest after getting off the ship. After all, 3 people following Garp would be too conspicuous. Without any obstacles, they soon entered the prison. Even though some naval soldiers saw Garp enter, they did not stop him because they had great trust in the naval hero Garp. Moreover, it wasn't Garp's first time coming here. Dressed in loose navy attire he had casually found, Dracula closely followed Garp deeper into the prison. Soon, the 2 reached the end, and Dracula immediately spotted Roger sitting cross-legged there. He had his eyes tightly shut, his hair disheveled, but a sense of grandeur filled every corner of his body. Even in the cell, he was so captivating. When Dracula's eyes were fixed on Roger, Roger's tightly closed eyes opened. He saw Dracula behind Garp and smiled calmly. "Kid, you finally made it. What do you think of my idea?" Upon hearing Roger's question, Dracula immediately understood that he was referring to the plan to start the Great Pirate Era. However, with Garp present, he couldn't speak freely and chose to express it this way. Understanding his thoughts, Dracula naturally wouldn't say it directly, instead answering evasively, "I don't want to interfere, but I want to accelerate its progress." Hearing this, Roger burst into laughter, thinking that since Dracula had no intention of obstructing his plan, He would definitely bring a new era to the sea on the day of the execution. Garp sat in the corner, observing their conversation, and his intuition told him that what they were discussing was not beneficial to the Navy. However, he had grown indifferent and decided to let them see how the sea would develop. He was quite looking forward to it. After the conversation between Dracula and Roger ended, Garp sat down in front of the two. He placed the rum he had just bought between the three of them. Looking at the rum in front of him, Roger smiled brightly and then unceremoniously took it in his hands and drank it. The three sat in the cell, saying nothing and quietly drinking the rum. When the rum was finished, Dracula planned to leave. He knew Roger must have something to say to Garp, so he stood up, said a word, and walked towards the cell door. Dracula had come in following Garp, so his departure did not attract much attention. Watching Dracula's departing figure, Roger in the cell spoke again. Can't see through it, can't see through it. I really don't know what will happen on the sea afterwards. Hearing Roger's words, Garp felt a bit heavy-hearted. In fact, on a personal level, he didn't want Roger to die just like that, but he couldn't help. After thinking for a moment, Garp replied, "That kid Dracula, influenced by Rock's will. His nature may have darkened a bit, but overall, he's still quite good." Roger nodded, not continuing the topic, but instead brought up another matter. "Garp, I have an unborn son, and I entrust him to you." After saying this, Roger leaned closer to Garp and quietly told him the location of his wife, Port Gasti. Whoosh. Then he downed the remaining rum in his hand, not caring whether Garp agreed or not, and laughed heartily again. Hearing Roger's request, Garp didn't say any words of assurance and just stood up to leave. But as a longtime rival and friend, Roger knew that Garp's silence meant he had agreed. As a father, the only thing he felt guilty about was his unborn child. But as a pirate, there was no doubt he was qualified. After this conversation, neither Dracula nor Garp came back here again, because the day of the public execution was approaching soon. Dracula continued to train as usual every day, and during his free time, he would go out for a stroll around Logtown, watching the people pouring into Logtown every day. Dracula knew they had all come here because of Roger's execution. For them, the treasure of Pirate King Roger was enough to chase for a lifetime. The Navy certainly wouldn't just watch as more and more people gathered. They adopted stricter inspections and continuously dispatched elite forces from the Navy headquarters to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. Meanwhile, the news of Garp's mission failure, due to letting Jabba go, also reached Sengoku. He immediately called and scolded Garp, but there was nothing he could do about it, because in the current situation, Roger was still more important. He believed that if Roger was successfully executed, it would deal a significant blow to the pirates. At that time, the Roger pirates would disband just like the Rocks pirates did back then, due to the absence of their captain, Roger. However, things were unlikely to develop as he wished. Sengoku was completely unaware of Roger's plans and remained under the illusion that the number of pirates would decrease after Roger's death. As time slowly passed, the day finally arrived. On the day when the Pirate King Roger was to be publicly executed, the streets of Lowtown were filled with people. Here, there are not only civilians, but also individuals from various factions. Anything that happened that day would be broadcasted to every corner of the sea via the Den Den Mushi. As everyone stood beneath the execution platform waiting for a long time, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from afar. The crowd looked up and saw that the one laughing was none other than the Pirate King Roger, who was about to be executed. Everyone present was infected by his carefree and bold smile. They never expected to encounter such a remarkable man on the sea. Roger had been eagerly anticipating this day, counting down the time until the execution date arrived. What he was about to say would soon spread to every corner of the sea, which was enough to make Roger happy. Many elite Marines accompanied Roger, a command issued by Sengoku out of fear that someone might disrupt the execution. However, Sengoku did not expect that the process of escorting Roger would go exceptionally smoothly that day. No one from the Roger pirates appeared to rescue their captain. This left Sengoku feeling uncertain, because unknown factors are always the most troublesome. But since the Roger pirates had not shown themselves, he had no other options. Among the elite Marines following Roger, a communications officer stepped forward and, in front of the Den Den Mushi, recited the crimes Roger had committed. However, when a Marine officer announced Roger's crimes, the crowd of civilians below became somewhat restless. After all, for those who were unaware of the truth, whatever the Marines said must be true. Hearing about Roger's heinous crimes made them agitated. Dracula had also been preparing for this day for a long time. He had completely concealed himself within the crowd and wore a mask. This mask was created using his devil fruit ability and carried a strong aura of darkness. Although his voice remained unchanged, his face was completely covered. Even if the mask was attacked, it would automatically repair itself using the fallen angel energy within Dracula's body. The overall appearance of the mask resembled a demon emerging from hell, to the extent that it could scare children into wetting themselves. Seeing that the time was right, Dracula shouted out a question. "Pirate King, where is your treasure? You aren't planning to take it to the grave, are you?" The sudden question stunned the pirates below for a moment, but then they erupted in excitement. This was something they wanted to know as well. And the atmosphere below became even more chaotic. Meanwhile, Roger, kneeling on the execution platform, glanced down upon hearing the question. Although Dracula was wearing a mask, Roger recognized him at a glance. As the noise below grew louder, Roger suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh. Do you want my treasure? I've left it at the final island. Raftel, go out to sea and find it. It will all belong to you if you do." After saying this, Roger was executed by the nearby Marines. However, this scene infuriated Sengoku, who was watching. He knew that trouble was brewing when Dracula asked that question and hurriedly ordered Roger's execution, but he realized he was too late. Upon hearing the words of the Pirate King Roger after his death, pirates in every corner of the sea were excited. For them, it was a treasure of immeasurable value. Possessing it meant possessing everything. Taking advantage of the Marines' momentary daze, Dracula left this place of turmoil early because he knew Sengoku would not let the pirates in Lowtown go. Of course, there were pirates who were aware of this, but they were not panicked. They believed they had the strength to escape. The death of Pirate King Roger was not just the beginning of a new era. It was much more than that. He also injected new vitality into this lifeless sea. The members of the Roger Pirates quietly watched this scene from various corners of the ocean. They could only watch as the captain left in this way. For those who had been to the final destination, Raftel, with the captain, this was indeed the best solution they could think of given Roger's imminent demise. At a corner of Lowtown, a red-haired boy silently observed everything, trying hard to bite his lip to prevent himself from crying. But the tears in his eyes just wouldn't stop. He then wiped his tears, put the straw hat on his head, and walked away without a word. Without the captain's care, he planned to find his own companions and set sail on the sea again to help Captain Roger fulfill his long-cherished dream. After making his decision, the first sea he intended to explore was the East Blue. He wanted to see for himself what made the sea that could cultivate captains so different. Everyone on the sea, to some extent, was affected except for him. During the execution of the Pirate King Roger, Dragon also came near the execution platform to witness everything that was happening. Now, he had his own devil fruit ability, and his strength had significantly increased. It was a devil fruit, the hurricane fruit, presented by the Navy headquarters as a reward for the new generation of naval geniuses. Dragon was quite satisfied with this fruit, as it provided him with greater potential for improvement. Witnessing the dawn of the upcoming era of great pirates, Dragon felt that he should no longer remain in the Navy. The constraints of the Navy and the control of the world government made him deeply weary. He planned to defect from the Navy in order to regain his freedom and pursue his ideals. He had been contemplating this for a long time, and seeing that the time was ripe, he decided to have a serious talk with Garp. Meanwhile, Dracula, who had left early, changed into normal clothes and took off his mask. He walked into the Navy base in Road Town openly and without any disguise. Due to Garp, Dracula had been living here recently. He simply greeted the soldiers guarding the entrance and headed towards his room. He had just sat down in his rocking chair when the long-lost system notification sound rang out again. Ding! The host has been detected to witness and participate in the dawn of the great pirate era. Congratulations, the host has acquired a new skill, concealment. Dracula immediately opened the system rewards to check. This new skill, as its name suggests, allows Dracula's presence to be concealed. Even the observation hockey cannot perceive it. Seeing this skill, Dracula felt quite pleased, as it was indeed a very practical skill. However, before he could enjoy his happiness for too long, the door was suddenly pushed open. Garp, who had just entered, saw Dracula sitting there contentedly and immediately swung a loving iron fist. "You little brat, you were the one shouting during Roger's execution, weren't you?" Hearing that Garp was here to question him, how could Dracula admit it? He immediately shook his head in denial. Seeing Dracula's stubborn refusal to admit it, Garp could only give up. Just then, the door was pushed open again. Dragon slowly walked in. Instantly, both of their gazes were drawn to Dragon, as under normal circumstances, he shouldn't appear here. When Dragon saw both of them looking at him, he softly explained, "I sneaked out from the Navy headquarters. I want to see the end of Pirate King Roger with my own eyes." Garp said nothing, merely nodding slightly, waiting for Dragon to continue. After seeing Garp's reaction, Dragon expressed his true thoughts. "Father, I want to leave here. The Navy is good, but ultimately it is not my path." Garp knew that by the time Dragon appeared here, he had already made this decision. Garp calmly nodded, as he had long been mentally prepared for this decision. Moreover, he did not intend to stop Dragon. As a father, he should support his son. Besides, he was also quite displeased with the Navy system. If it weren't for the sake of people like Sengoku, he would have wanted to leave the Navy headquarters as well. Since Dragon had this idea, he decided to help Dragon achieve what he couldn't complete himself. And he also knew where Dragon would head next. After all, Dracula had been waiting for him. Now that Dragon had finally left the Navy, Dracula would definitely pull him onto his worship. If he's leaving, then leave. Once a decision is made, there should be no regrets. Being indecisive is not a man's character. After saying this, Garp walked out of the room, leaving the remaining time for Dracula and Dragon. Dracula, who had been listening from the side, saw Garp leave and immediately pulled Dragon onto his seat. Then he continued to lie back in his rocking chair and said, "Since you plan to leave the Navy, then come with me. I'm about to start my voyage, and it wouldn't be much fun without you." Hearing Dracula's words, Dragon smiled slightly and nodded. Seeing Dragon return to his side, Dracula began to think about the voyage ahead. After a moment of thought, he quickly made a simple plan to leave Rotown today. After all, Rotown was not a good place right now. If Sengoku, that old man, suddenly sent a general here to capture pirates, they would be in big trouble. It would truly be a case of dying before the battle even began. Having made up his mind, Dracula quickly left the Navy base with Dragon and headed toward the coastline, where a ship had already been prepared by Beepo. Meanwhile, Garp, who had just left, reappeared at the entrance of the Navy base, quietly watching them leave. He then let out a long sigh, returned to his room, and packed his belongings, planning to return to the Navy headquarters. As for the impact of Dragon's betrayal, he would need to resolve the subsequent issues. This was the only thing he could do for his son as a father. The days ahead would depend on Dragon himself. Even if he were to die halfway, that was his choice. At the same time, Sengoku in the Navy headquarters office had just received the news of Dragon's secret departure and immediately complained. Just like that bastard Garp, they really are father and son. What he couldn't foresee was that from this moment on, Dragon would no longer be a member of the Navy. Dracula and Dragon soon arrived at the place where the ship was hidden. There, Doflamingo and Beepo had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Dracula and Dragon arrive, they quickly pulled the ship from the shadows toward the harbor. Once everything was ready, Dracula led everyone quickly onto the ship. With a command, the ship slowly sailed away from the port. At this moment, the elite Navy troops below the execution platform also regained their senses and raised their flintlock guns, slowly surrounding the pirates below. Seeing this scene, the pirates would never allow themselves to be surrounded. They immediately displayed their skills, breaking through the encircling net that the Navy had yet to form. The pirates coming to Rotown, after all, had some skills. So even though these soldiers were the elite of the Navy, they were still unable to withstand their attacks. Just as the pirates were about to reach the harbor, they had no way to stop them. At this critical moment, a dazzling yellow light flashed in the distance. When everyone looked again, a person wearing a Navy justice cape was already standing there. Although this person's face looked quite lewd, none of the fleeing pirates dared to mock him, because he was one of the current Navy generals, Borsalino, codenamed Kizaru. When executing Roger, Sengoku had anticipated this scene. So he sent the fastest-moving Kizaru to Rotown to capture all the pirates there. The pirates, who had just been particularly arrogant and confident in their strength, immediately became obedient. They did not believe they could escape the pursuit of a Navy general. However, there were still one or two exceptions. They had a blind confidence in their own abilities. Kizaru saw this scene, the corners of his mouth lifting, and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Oh dear, seeing that I'm here, there are still people wanting to escape. You're really forcing me to take action. What a hassle." After saying this, everyone felt a flash of light before their eyes, and the pirates who had just tried to act were already lying on the ground. Seeing this, the remaining pirates were filled with dread and completely gave up resisting. Although the pirates of Rotown were arrested and imprisoned, the pirates on the sea became even more frenzied. When Roger's words spread across the world, the pirates on the sea were unprecedentedly excited. They even went to attack naval bases located in various sea areas, which caused the Navy to suffer tremendous losses. Therefore, at the naval headquarters, Sengoku quickly summoned all generals with the strength of at least vice admiral to the Navy headquarters to discuss ways to resolve the current situation. When the order was received, the generals temporarily put down their work and rushed to the Navy headquarters from all directions. Their swift actions were because they had watched the full footage of Pirate King Roger's execution through the Den Den Mushi and were aware of the chaotic situation on the seas today. Garp was still leisurely making his way to the Navy headquarters on his dog-headed warship. He already had a premonition of what would happen next. As for his son Dragon, he didn't want to hide anything. After all, the Navy had no time to deal with Dragon's affairs now. The situation at sea was already overwhelming. Sengoku was waiting in the conference room of the Navy headquarters for the arrival of the generals. As time slowly passed, more and more generals gathered in the conference room. At this moment, Garp also walked in slowly, being the last to arrive. When Garp entered, Sengoku shouted loudly at him. After all, he was very angry about the failure of the mission due to letting the remnants of Roger's pirate crew escape. Although he had already scolded Garp through the Den Mushi at that time, Sengoku's anger had not subsided. Taking advantage of Garp's late arrival, he vented his recent frustrations all at once. Garp, however, paid no heed to Sengoku's scolding, as he had been reprimanded by Sengoku almost every day at the Navy headquarters, and his ears were nearly calloused. The other Navy generals had long since gotten used to this situation. After all, whenever the two met, they would inevitably argue. Once Sengoku had vented his anger, he suddenly realized that Dragon had not returned with Garp. He then asked in confusion, "Garp, where's your son Dragon? Why didn't he come back to the Navy headquarters with you?" Hearing Sengoku finally noticed that his son Dragon had not returned, Garp smirked and casually replied, "That guy Dragon probably won't be coming back anymore." Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately felt that something was wrong and furrowed his brows. Asking seriously, "What exactly is going on? Why won't he come back?" Garp then took a donut from inside his clothes and started munching on it happily. The sound of Garp chewing echoed throughout the conference room. Sengoku looked at Garp in front of him, and his anger flared up again. He slammed the table and yelled, "Garp, you bastard, stop eating and speak." Garp continued to eat his donut at his own pace, and only after finishing it did he respond to Sengoku's question. "Dragon has defected from the Navy due to ideological differences." Sengoku's eyes immediately darkened, and he collapsed back in his seat. This news hit him harder than the execution of Pirate King Roger. Dragon's defection further weakened the already limited elite combat power of the Navy. Moreover, Dragon had just obtained the nature-type Hurricane Devil Fruit from the Navy. Not to mention that nature-type Devil Fruits require an enormous amount of manpower and resources to acquire. Previously, the Navy had obtained 3 nature-type Devil Fruits, which had cultivated 3 admirals. Now, they had lost the combat power of 1 admiral for nothing, which was a heavy blow to Sengoku. Looking at Garp, who seemed as tough as a boulder, Sengoku knew there was no room for maneuver in this matter. The other Navy generals, upon hearing this news, immediately began discussing among themselves. After all, this juicy news was rare, and they certainly wanted to be qualified spectators. Seeing the chaotic scene again, Sengoku slammed his fist down hard. This time, he even smashed a corner of the conference table. The conference room fell silent immediately, and Sengoku knew it wasn't the time to discuss this. He tried to remain calm and then said, "Now is not the time to address Dragon's matter. Let's issue a bounty for him first. Our main priority right now is how to deal with the chaotic situation on the seas." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, everyone in the conference room became serious. Led by Vice Admiral Tsuru, they began discussing the upcoming battle plans. Meanwhile, Dragon, sailing alongside Dracula, was unaware of the Navy headquarters decision. And even if he did know, he wouldn't care. Dracula and his crew were still sailing on the seas. This time, Dracula aimed to go to the North Sea. Having already been to the East Sea, he wanted to explore a different place this time. Dracula planned to tour all 4 seas, first to see if he could recruit some good subordinates. And the North Sea was the one chosen by drawing lots among the crew. By doing so, they would surely be able to add a few more members before entering the Grand Line. There were still many talented individuals in the 4 seas, especially at the beginning of this great pirate era. It was the perfect time to expand their team and enhance their overall strength. Since they planned to sail in these waters, they should have a name for their team. With this in mind, Dracula gathered everyone on the ship to discuss the issue. Upon hearing Dracula's proposal, the crew was excited, but there were some differing opinions. After all, everyone had different personalities, and it was impossible to force others to listen to their own ideas. Seeing the atmosphere in front of him reach a deadlock, Dracula pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a brilliant idea. Dracula would name the main team, and each member of the team would be personally recruited by him. Additionally, the people in Dracula's team could recruit their own partners and then form their own teams. These teams could be named according to their own ideas. Hearing Dracula's words, everyone's eyes brightened. This approach was somewhat similar to the system of the Whitebeard pirates, but still different. The difference was that Dracula's idea essentially meant that each person would lead their own team. No matter what one wants to do, they can do it according to their own will. However, only the captain can be considered a member of the Dracula team. The others can only be regarded as members of their respective captains. It's like each forming their own team, mutually non-interfering but all needing to follow Dracula's arrangements. After explaining this, Dracula looked around at the few people. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Dracula quietly waited for their responses. Soon, everyone came back to their senses and nodded in agreement with the idea. Then Dracula announced the name of his team, the Fallen Angel Brigade, numbered 0. As for Doflamingo's brigade, it was numbered 1, Dragon's brigade was numbered 2, and Beepo's brigade was numbered 3. This was arranged according to the order in which they joined. The few exchanged glances and had no objections. They also felt that the name of this brigade was quite fitting, as they all wielded the power of fallen angels. Dracula planned to recruit only 9 people for his brigade, perfectly aligning with the distribution of his fallen angel abilities. Although it may seem like a small number, these 9 would recruit their own subordinates to form their own teams. When there was a need to solve something, they could bring their respective subordinates, effectively merging into 9 teams, which would gather even greater power. As this matter was concluded, Beepo returned to the control room to continue steering the ship towards the North Sea. The others began to engage in their own activities, mostly in a training state. At this moment, a seagull flew from afar, letting out a loud cry, and began to circle in the air. Dracula looked up and spotted this newspaper-selling seagull. He casually waved his hand, and the seagull landed on the ship's railing. Dracula casually took out some berries from his clothes and handed them to the seagull. The seagull placed the newspaper in front of Dracula, then, holding the money in its beak, bowed before leaving. Seeing this interesting seagull, Dracula couldn't help but laugh. Flipping through the front page of the newspaper, he saw the headline that the notorious pirate Roger had been executed by the Navy in Logtown. Seeing this, Dracula curled his lip in disdain. The following reports were all boring, with none catching Dracula's attention. Just as he was about to set the newspaper aside, suddenly a few bounty notices fell out from the back compartment of the newspaper. Dracula picked them up from the ground and burst into laughter. The first bounty notice was that of Dragon, that guy. He was labeled a world criminal by the Navy for betraying them, with a bounty of 200 million berries on his head. The reason for such a high bounty was known to Dracula as well. After all, Dragon had been in the Navy's upper echelons for so long that he possessed countless secrets and intelligence about them. Not to mention, Dragon had consumed the natural-type devil fruit that the Navy had painstakingly acquired before choosing to defect. Dracula could already imagine the furious expression on Sengoku's face at that time. Thinking of this, Dracula quickly pulled Dragon, who was still training with his devil fruit abilities, in front of him and handed him the bounty notice. Upon seeing the notice, Dragon wasn't too surprised. He had considered this possibility when making his decision. This incident was merely a small interlude in their journey. Under Beepo's steering, the ship was getting closer to the North Sea. The weather here was much better than that of the Grand Line. At least it wouldn't suddenly turn severe. Among those who enjoyed this calm weather, the two who liked it the most were undoubtedly Dracula and Doflamingo. After all, they had the most authority to comment on the weather since they had nearly died in that terrible storm. Time passed as they sailed, and after several days, Dracula and the others finally arrived in the waters of the North Sea. Of course, the journey was not entirely smooth. During this time, they encountered several weak pirate crews, but their current strength was beyond what those crews could resist. With just a few casual moves, their pirate crews sank into the sea. Dracula and the others showed no mercy to those who dared to rob them. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Dracula gazed over the area of the North Sea. After a long time of not using his observation hockey, he activated it again, quickly spreading it around him. Soon, he sensed a ship approaching them rapidly from ahead. Dracula pointed out the direction and briefly explained the situation to the others. When the crew heard this, they immediately put down what they were doing and looked at the calm sea, waiting for the ship Dracula mentioned to appear. Gradually, a small black dot appeared in the distance, and this dot expanded in their view. Soon, the full appearance of the ship was revealed to them. It was a very decent ship, shining with a metallic luster, looking quite sturdy, and surrounded by many cannons. The flag flying on the ship bore the number 66. Seeing this, Dracula recognized the origin of the ship. However, noticing the hostility of their visitors, Dracula had no intention of wasting words. Instead, he slightly bent his body and placed his hand on the hilt of his cursed sword Muramesa. Then everyone saw Dracula, who had been gathering power, draw his sword. The blade sliced through the air, creating a sharp, chilling light that swept toward the approaching ship. Such an exaggerated strike was, of course, seen by the people on the opposing ship, but unfortunately, they had no ability to stop its momentum, and could only watch helplessly as the blade of air came at them. In this situation, the leader of the opposing ship even shouted more arrogantly, "Bacchus, how dare you attack us? We're the Vince Smoke family, the #1 family in the North Sea. You will surely regret this." Upon hearing this, Dracula and the others couldn't help but scoff. This man was truly foolish. Even as he faced death, he remained so arrogant. It was just a Vince Smoke family from the North Sea, and Dracula didn't take them seriously at all. However, their genetic factor technology piqued Dracula's interest. It was a good method to enhance the strength of ordinary people. Though the downside was significant, they would lose their emotions. But what did that matter? There would always be people yearning for power, so this downside was not an issue. The shouting from the opposing ship successfully reminded Dracula. He nodded to Dragon, signaling him to bring that loudmouth over, while the others need not worry. Upon hearing Dracula's command, Dragon quickly used his hurricane fruit ability to draw the person from the opposing ship into his whirlwind and blow him onto their ship. The reason Dracula wanted to save him was that he needed someone who could connect with the Vince Smoke family. After all, the Vince Smoke family did not have a fixed base and had been sailing in the North Sea. Therefore, without some special means, it would not be easy to find them. Additionally, since this person could become the captain of the ship, he might know some secrets. This was also one of the reasons Dracula wanted to save him. Seeing himself being brought over to their ship made the man, who had just been so arrogant, suddenly become submissive. He realized that he had kicked a hard board this time. Soon after, he heard the screams of his crew. Turning back, he saw that everyone had died under that single strike. Witnessing this scene, the man trembled all over and quickly knelt before Dracula, begging for mercy. Dracula simply asked him some questions about the Vince Smoke family, and he answered truthfully. Their ship's mission was to intercept ships that had just entered the North Sea and rob them completely. Unfortunately, they had failed this time and were now left with just him. Dracula looked at him calmly and softly asked, "Where's the Vince Smoke family's fleet now?" I don't know. I'm just a peripheral member. I don't know their sailing routes," the man replied. Hearing his words, Dracula curled his lips. In that case, this man was useless. Dispose of him. Doflamingo stepped forward to drag the man away. But before he could reach him, the man spoke up again. "Sir, I still have value. I know a secret. There is a devil fruit in a merchant fleet, and I can take you there. That merchant fleet is currently in the North Sea." Dracula, who originally had no interest, suddenly became energized upon hearing about the devil fruit. He waved his hand to Doflamingo beside him, who then stepped back. Seeing that his words successfully piqued Dracula's interest, the man immediately divulged all the information he had about the devil fruit, fearing that if he waited too long, he would be dragged away to be fed to the fish. According to this man's description, the devil fruit was a Mariejois-type fruit. Furthermore, this fruit was being escorted by the Sea Transport King Deep Sea Current Yamades team and had not yet left the waters of the North Sea, currently trading at Minion Island. Upon hearing that it was the fleet of the Sea Transport King, Dracula suddenly felt that this was the perfect opportunity to intervene in the underground forces. He decided to seize the devil fruit first, and then slowly execute his plan. After a brief thought, Dracula gave the order, and the ship headed towards Minion Island. Since Beepo had obtained Jabba's navigation logs and maps, he also knew the exact location of the island. Thus, the group set off for Minion Island to obtain the devil fruit. After all, there were still 2 people on the ship without a devil fruit, and they did not intend to specialize in physical techniques. Therefore, the devil fruit was the only way to enhance their combat power again. The previous man, seeing that Dracula had no intention of dragging him away to be fed to the fish, also breathed a sigh of relief. Dracula believed that since he couldn't find the Vince Smoke family for the time being, he should first secure the devil fruit. After all, the Vince Smoke family had always been in the North Sea and would surely not escape. However, the devil fruit was more urgent. If someone else ate in the meantime, that would be problematic. In fact, the sea area they had just crossed was quite close to Minion Island, and it took only a short time for the ship carrying Dracula and the others to sail into the port of Minion Island. The port was bustling, as there were still many merchant fleets in the North Sea. The appearance of their ship did not attract anyone's attention, as there were always unfamiliar ships entering the port every day. After Dracula and his companions docked, they planned to head to a tavern first. Since they had arrived here, they needed to gather some intelligence, and the best place to do that was the tavern. Besides selling information, there were also some talkative pirates who might know something. Moreover, if any unwary pirates bothered them, they could earn a hefty sum of berries, so why not? Dracula and his companions followed the man who had just offered to lead the way towards the nearest tavern. As for the ship docked at the port, Dracula did not leave anyone behind to guard it, as it was merely a temporary means of transportation and they might change to another ship at any time. Without having confirmed a specific vessel, Dracula did not hang any flags with patterns on the ship. Soon, they arrived at the tavern closest to the port. Pushing the door open, they were greeted by the familiar noise and chaos. The pirates inside the tavern instinctively looked up. At first glance, they found the hooded man behind Dracula somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, they suddenly remembered that this man was the world criminal dragon, who had just betrayed the Navy with a bounty of 200 million berries. Although everyone's eyes were filled with excitement, no one dared to take action. They were well aware of their own strength and knew they were no match for him. Moreover, he had so many supporters around him. Seeing this scene, Dracula shrugged helplessly. It seemed that Dragon's bounty still had quite a deterrent effect. After all, whenever Dracula and his companions returned to the tavern, there would always be someone provoking them. But now that Dragon was with them, no one dared to make a move, indicating a significant gap. After waiting for a while, Dracula noticed that no pirates stepped forward to provoke them. He then led his companions to the bar counter and ordered a bottle of rum for each of them. They then drank in a corner of the tavern. He had no intention of directly buying information, because if he did that, when the shipping king sent someone to check the situation later, it would seem suspicious for the person who bought information about his merchant fleet. Especially right after buying the information, if someone came and stole the devil fruit, it would raise even more questions. Meanwhile, the people in the tavern, realizing they couldn't defeat Dragon and wouldn't get the bounty, had already given up on that idea. They continued to drink their own drinks. But a few bounty hunters and assassins hurriedly left the tavern. From their appearance, it seemed they were going to find help. However, Dracula and the others didn't pay much attention to these matters. Time passed slowly as they drank. Soon, Dracula heard the news he wanted to know, spoken by a drunken pirate next to him. This shipping king's caravan was currently in a high-end hotel located in the center of Minion Island. Judging by the pirate's demeanor, he had probably been eyeing this caravan for a long time, but had chosen to give up due to the difficulty of dealing with the shipping king. Now, sharing this information with the pirate next to him was perhaps a form of venting. He might not have realized that this venting was exactly what Dracula needed. After confirming the specific location, Dracula continued to drink his rum without showing any emotion. Occasionally, he chatted with a few people beside him to pass the time. When Dracula and the others finished their drinks, they stood up to leave. However, before Dracula could push open the tavern door, it was kicked open from the outside. A large group of bounty hunters entered, each with different postures, but one thing was the same. Their eyes were filled with greed when they looked to the dragon. Seeing this, Dracula realized that the target of these bounty hunters was them, or more precisely, the dragon behind them. After all, his bounty was too high to resist. The dragon stepped forward, confronting the bounty hunters before him. In fact, the dragon looked down on these bounty hunters and had no interest in attacking them. To him, they were simply too weak. The dragon stepped forward and activated the powers of the hurricane fruit, creating swirling currents of air around him. Gradually, these air currents gathered more and more, increasing in speed until they formed a visible whirlwind. The bounty hunters from the North Sea had never seen such a powerful ability and were instantly terrified. Standing in the whirlwind, the dragon slowly raised his right hand and pointed at the bounty hunters in front of him. Instantly, the whirlwind swept toward them, and not a single person managed to escape. They were all caught in the storm. As the whirlwind continued to spin, they initially resisted, but soon they succumbed. The sharp blades of wind sliced their bodies, leaving them covered in wounds. The once pure white whirlwind had now turned blood red, causing the onlookers to retreat in fear, with some even sitting down on the ground. Doflamingo, who had been watching from the side, licked his lips and was filled with fervor. He particularly liked such a flashy ability. Meanwhile, Beepo felt a bit sorry for them, but he also knew that these bounty hunters had acted first. So even if they died, it was their own fault. Once Dracula saw that the bounty hunters had been dealt with, he signaled to the dragon to retract the powers of the hurricane fruit. Afterward, Dracula looked around and noticed that no one was blocking their way, so he led the others to find a place to rest. The man who had been following them, seeing the tragic fate of the bounty hunters, patted his chest in relief, glad that he hadn't acted foolishly. Otherwise, he might have ended up like them. Once he saw that they had left, he hurriedly followed, becoming even more enthusiastic in leading the way. Under his guidance, they quickly arrived at a place to stay. After assigning the rooms, he stayed in his own room, knowing that some things were better left unknown. Otherwise, it could cost him his life. He understood these little truths. Seeing that he had voluntarily entered his room, Dracula nodded in satisfaction and waved to the others. Once they all gathered in Dracula's room, he first activated his observation haki to sense the surroundings of the room. Ensuring that no one could hear them, he began to share the news he had heard in the tavern. After informing them of this news, Dracula began to outline his plan. At midnight tonight, we will sneak into that hotel to check the situation. If all goes well, we will be able to obtain this devil fruit. Upon hearing his words, the others around Dracula nodded in agreement. At this moment, however, Beepo raised a question. How are we going to get that devil fruit? Is there a specific plan? In response to Beepo's inquiry, Dracula nodded affirmatively and continued. At that time, I will infiltrate the interior to ensure they don't eat the devil fruit in a panic. You will need to eliminate all the guards outside to ensure no one is left alive. Once you have dealt with this matter, you will enter the interior to meet up with me, and I will then outline the next steps. Hearing this specific task distribution, everyone had no further questions. They all had confidence in Dracula's ability to successfully infiltrate their interior. After finalizing some specific details, they returned to their respective rooms to rest, waiting to move out at midnight. Seeing that everyone had returned, Dracula also lay down on his bed to rest, but in his mind, he repeatedly recalled the plan. Looking for any areas that needed improvement, he made the decision to infiltrate because he still had a system reward stealth skill to use. This was the first time he applied this skill in a real situation, but he wasn't worried at all. He had already tested it many times before. At that time, he used this ability to appear next to Doflamingo, and he didn't sense him at all. If it hadn't been for a tap on his shoulder, he wouldn't have known Dracula was beside him. This incident piqued Doflamingo's great interest, but he couldn't learn it, and eventually gave up. He probably even forgot about it by now. Time passed little by little, and soon it was midnight. Dracula quickly sat up from his bed, and when he stepped outside, he found that several people were already ready. He nodded lightly and signaled to them. Then, he took the lead and rushed toward the inn in the center. Midnight was the time when people were fast asleep, so there were hardly any figures on the street. Dracula and the others quickly arrived at the outskirts of the inn. He reminded everyone to stick to the plan, and then he used the stealth skill to conceal himself. His breath inexplicably vanished from the perception of several people. Although they all believed in Dracula's strength, witnessing this unbelievable scene still brought them enough shock. Seeing the situation, Doflamingo suddenly recalled something from a long time ago. That was when Dracula first demonstrated this ability in front of him, and he was just as surprised as he was now. It had originally been forgotten in the river of time, but unexpectedly, this plan brought it back to his mind. Once they had calmed their emotions, the group returned to their usual indifferent expressions. After preparing to complete their task, they waited for a short while to ensure that Dracula had already infiltrated before they began to act. The group exchanged glances and quietly made their way to the positions they had planned beforehand. Once they confirmed they were within range to attack, they swiftly killed the guards. To prevent them from making any noise that could lead to the failure of the plan, they covered their mouths and used incredible strength to twist their necks until they were deformed. Meanwhile, Dracula had successfully infiltrated the interior of the inn without anyone noticing him. After entering the inn, although he did not know exactly where the leader of the maritime trading company was staying, he noticed a heavily guarded area. Seeing this, Dracula no longer hesitated and silently dealt with the guards at the entrance. These guards didn't even make a sound before they were dead. Dracula quietly laid their bodies on the ground and dragged them into an empty room. He continued to feel his way toward the room he had just come from, slowly turning the doorknob. He made sure that the sound of the door opening wouldn't disturb the people inside. When the door opened wide enough for him to enter, Dracula released his grip on the doorknob. He stepped lightly inside, and as expected, he was met with complete darkness. The reason Dracula and his companions were able to kill the guards so accurately was largely due to their perception from observation hockey. As for why he couldn't directly sense the exact location of a leader, it was mainly because Dracula didn't know who that person was. Therefore, he had to resort to this clumsy method of determining the man's location by observing the guards. In this pitch-black room, Dracula accurately arrived at the head of the bed. Looking at the middle-aged man still sound asleep, Dracula quickly covered his mouth. The man, startled by the lack of breath, woke up suddenly, about to shout for his subordinates, only to find a man standing at the head of his bed with his hand over his mouth. This prevented him from making any sound, and his expression began to turn frantic and terrified. Seeing his reaction, Dracula pressed the dagger against his neck, firmly against his throat, even drawing a line of blood. The pain in his neck made the man on the bed realize his current predicament. He quickly abandoned the idea of shouting, knowing that the man with the knife would certainly kill him before he could make a sound. Seeing that the man in front of him had calmed down, Dracula released his hand that had covered the man's mouth. However, the hand holding the dagger showed no intention of lowering it. Dracula noticed that the man had realized his predicament and asked about the purpose of his visit. "Where is the devil fruit from your merchant caravan?" Upon hearing Dracula's question, the man on the bed immediately understood his intention. He had actually known for a long time that the devil fruit would attract enemies. but he did not expect the enemy to be this powerful. Despite increasing security, none of the guards had detected his infiltration. Seeing the current situation, he felt that his guards were a bunch of useless fools. The man on the bed, lost in thought, did not answer his question. So, Dracula pressed the dagger down further, deepening the wound. Realizing how ruthless Dracula was being, the man understood that now was not the time to think about such matters, or else he would lose his life. For those like them who constantly navigated the underworld, betrayal was a common occurrence, and survival was their only goal. To prevent Dracula from continuing his assault, the man compromised and revealed the specific location of the devil fruit. That superhuman devil fruit is placed on the beam in the next room. Upon hearing his words, Dracula neither chose to believe him nor to disbelieve him. He walked slowly next door with a man who was only dressed in pajamas. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the leader of the caravan also saw the blood on the floor outside. He immediately realized that his subordinate must have been killed by the man in front of him. Seeing this scene, he became more submissive and dared not entertain any other thoughts. Dracula brought him to the next room, gently turned the doorknob, and opened the door. With the scattered moonlight filtering into the room, Dracula looked in the direction pointed out by the leader of the caravan. He discovered that there was indeed a luxurious box on the beam. Dracula knocked him unconscious, then used moonwalk to achieve a momentary suspension in the air and took down the brocade box that was placed there. Upon opening it, he found that it indeed contained a devil fruit. After confirming that the devil fruit was genuine, Dracula did not study it in detail and quickly placed it in his arms. He planned to meet up with Long and a few others first, and only think about the devil fruit when it was completely safe. Before leaving, Dracula didn't forget the man lying unconscious on the ground. He approached him, crouched down, and directly slashed his neck. Instantly, a large amount of blood sprayed from his neck, quickly staining the ground red. As the blood continued to pool on the ground, Dracula placed his hand on the man's nose to ensure he had no signs of life before leaving. He was being cautious because, as the leader of this merchant group, the man might have something that could save his life, so he had to be careful. Dracula walked through the empty corridor and did not see a single person. All the guards on this floor had already been dealt with when he was searching for that man. To ensure he could find Long and the others more quickly, Dracula hurriedly activated his observation hockey. The observation hockey spread out like a gentle breeze, soon encompassing the entire hotel within its perception range. Sensing that a few people were still cautiously dealing with the guards, Dracula nodded in satisfaction and headed towards their location. Since he already had the devil fruit in his possession, he no longer worried that they would act out of desperation and consume it. He did not hide his presence at all and walked through the entire hotel with an air of nonchalance. The guards at various places quickly spotted the swaggering Dracula and rushed forward to try to capture him. However, their strength was simply too weak. They couldn't even touch the hem of Dracula's clothes. With just a few evasive maneuvers, Dracula dodged their attacks. Feeling bored, he drew the dagger strapped to his waist. Utilizing his speed, which was beyond ordinary reach, he continuously weaved between the guards, and the dagger in his hand swiftly slashed across several necks. By the time Dracula stood still again in the corridor, those guards who had just been moving freely were now completely still. They seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, rendering the surroundings silent. Soon, the figures of the guards, standing upright, slowly toppled to the ground. During this process, blood gushed from their necks. The blood that sprayed into the air, combined with the illumination of the moonlight and the indifferent figure of Dracula standing nearby, created a stunning scene. He was like a messenger sent from hell, gently swinging the deadly scythe in his hand, slaughtering them all at once. When all the bodies had fallen to the ground, Dracula continued to walk towards the outskirts of the hotel. His feet stepped on the thick blood, leaving a trail of bright red footprints behind. For a while afterward, no guards appeared before Dracula again. He smoothly found a few people and successfully gathered them in one place. When they saw Dracula appear before them, they knew that this plan had succeeded, and they had the devil fruit in hand. However, they all understood that this operation was far from over, as there were still living people in the hotel that needed to be dealt with. For them, it was essential to eliminate all threats and leave no future troubles. Knowing that the devil fruit was secured, they began to kill much faster than before, using their preferred methods of attack to deal with the guards more efficiently. After about 10 minutes, they confirmed multiple times that there were no living people left in the hotel and decided to leave. However, before departing, Dracula inserted a card with 9 fallen angel designs printed on the front into the pure metal door. Then, he threw a torch inside the hotel, and they turned to leave. As for placing the card, Dracula had also thought it through carefully. Since he intends to intervene in the underground forces, now is a great opportunity to make a name for himself. This card is a product of Dracula's recent research into his own fallen angel energy. As long as Dracula's fallen angel energy is not depleted, he can produce this type of card infinitely. The few people with long, due to having fallen angel energy within their bodies, can also condense this type of card. However, there is one difference. The cards they condense only feature one fallen angel, and this fallen angel corresponds to the energy they possess. Dracula can understand the situation. After all, he has all 9 types of energy himself, allowing him to condense 9 fallen angels. Because they only have the energy of one fallen angel in their bodies, they can only condense that one. Long and the others are quite fond of these cards, as they represent their individual identities. In the future, when they execute their respective plans, they can throw their identity cards at the scene. Over time, this will become a unique mark. Dracula and the others return to the hotel without any communication, quickly entering their respective rooms to rest. The torch that Dracula tossed before leaving had already set the hotel ablaze, with flames shooting into the sky. This situation quickly caught the attention of the surrounding residents. They quickly organized nearby civilians to help extinguish the flames in the inn. If the fire was not put out, it would spread to their homes, so they worked hard. Soon, with everyone's concerted effort, the fire gradually diminished until it was finally extinguished. Looking at the ruins before them, it was hard for everyone to believe that this place was so luxurious during the day. In this area, only the main door remained intact, as it was made of pure metal and could not be burned by the flames. The surrounding civilians showed no curiosity about this remaining door. After all, many doors in various places have the characteristic of being fire-resistant. Thus, the card imprinted with the pattern of 9 fallen angels remained quietly inserted in that door, waiting to fulfill its mission. Since it was late, the nearby civilians returned home to continue sleeping after putting out the fire. It was not until the next morning that the naval soldiers stationed on the island slowly arrived. Seeing that the inn had nothing left, the commanding officer was at a loss and planned to lead his team away. Just as he was about to give the order to return, a soldier who was collecting evidence shouted out, "Sir, I found a card made of special material inserted in the door of this inn." After saying this, the soldier handed the card over. The commanding officer looked at the card in his hand, but did not recognize what it was. His superficial experience only tells him that there are 9 winged figures printed on this card. He does not dare to be careless about this card, which exudes an air of mystery everywhere, because he knows that it must have been deliberately left by the murderer. However, he cannot understand what it specifically intends to express. He planned to take this thing back to the naval base first and hand it over to the superior there, letting him deal with the headache. After all, he was just a team leader, and this matter had nothing to do with him. After Dracula and the others returned to their respective rooms, they slept the entire time, as they didn't believe anyone could suspect them. By the time they woke up, it was already afternoon. Dracula called them all to his room and took out the devil fruit he obtained last night. Originally, he wanted the system to help identify what kind of ability this devil fruit had, but unfortunately, the system did not have this function. This left Dracula's idea stillborn. Seeing the devil fruit in Dracula's hand, everyone only knew it was a Mariejois-type devil fruit, but nothing more. This devil fruit was originally prepared for Doflamingo and Beepo, but unfortunately, its specific ability could not be determined. However, Dracula believed that no matter what kind of ability the devil fruit had, as long as it was used well, it could enhance their strength. Beepo looked at the devil fruit in Dracula's hand and gently shook his head. He preferred Zoan-type devil fruits. So, he voluntarily gave up this Mariejois-type devil fruit. That left only Doflamingo. The others shifted their gazes and focused on him. Doflamingo noticed everyone looking at him, licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and his eyes were filled with fervor. No matter what the ability was, he intended to eat it. He could not wait to enhance his strength. He took the devil fruit from Dracula's hands and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he bit down, an indescribable taste surged up. To make the devil fruit effective, Doflamingo swallowed the entire fruit and then covered his mouth, fearing that he might throw it up. He ate so quickly, as if he were afraid someone would snatch the devil fruit away from him. This left Dracula, who was nearby, no time to dissuade him, and the whole devil fruit had already entered Doflamingo's stomach. He twitched the corner of his mouth and then forced a smile as he said, "Just one bite of the devil fruit is enough to take effect, and you actually ate it all. You really are a tough guy." Doflamingo, who was still trying to suppress his nausea, couldn't hold it in any longer after hearing Dracula's words and retched loudly. Once he gradually calmed down, he began to sense the extra energy within his body. Seeing him feeling the fruit's power, Dracula and the others didn't interrupt. After a while, Dracula still asked out of curiosity, what ability does this Paramecia Devil Fruit have? Upon hearing his question, Doflamingo looked at them with a hint of a smile and replied, "It's the Paramecia-type string fruit. It really suits my taste." After hearing his answer, Dracula gently nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps this was fate. This devil fruit ended up being eaten by Doflamingo after all. Once the matter of the devil fruit was settled, Dracula planned to take a few people out to check on the situation at the inn. Doflamingo was left in the room to fully comprehend his own abilities. Dracula quickly brought a few people back to the scene from yesterday, looking at the ruins. They all subtly nodded, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Then, Dracula's gaze shifted to the solitary large door standing there. When he noticed that the card was gone, he knew it had been taken by someone. In that case, the preliminary plan to make a name for themselves could be considered a success. After observing again to ensure there were no issues, they went to a nearby restaurant for a meal and then planned to return to their lodging. Of course, thinking about Doflamingo not having eaten, Dracula casually brought him some food. As for the card with the 9 fallen angel patterns, it had already been handed over to his superior by the team leader. His superior was the highest-ranking officer of the Navy on this island. But what he didn't know was that his superior had another identity. The highest-ranking naval officer took out a transponder snail and dialed a number. When the transponder snail connected, it took on a slightly imposing appearance with a bushy mustache. Soon, a voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. "Hey, do you know who killed the merchant convoy?" Hearing the voice from the transponder snail, the highest officer replied, "Boss, there were no clues left at the scene, just a card with 9 particularly strange patterns. They must have intentionally left it there. As for the reason, I haven't figured out yet." Upon hearing this, the man on the other end suddenly became very agitated. "Useless. You can't even handle this? Do you think I spent money to make you a Navy officer just for you to do things like this? If you can't find a reason, just go die." The naval officer trembled as he spoke. He quickly replied, "Boss, just give me a little more time. I will definitely find out." After hearing his assurance, the voice from the other end of the transponder snail came again. "I'll give you one more chance, and also send that card to me through our special channels." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Once the transponder snail was hung up, the highest-ranking officer immediately regained his former imposing demeanor. It was hard to believe that the cowardly appearance just now was actually him. He is actually a subordinate of the shipping king, who bought this official position to ensure the smooth operation of the merchant convoy and ordered him to take charge here. To kill him, it only takes a single word from the shipping king. Therefore, he dares not disobey his orders. He hurriedly took the strange card to a tavern and quickly left. He has more important things to do, which is to find out the culprit behind this matter. The cards placed there will be delivered to the Sea Transport King by a special person. On the other side, the Sea Transport King, who hung up the phone, is particularly angry. The occurrence of this incident has not only damaged the reputation of his fleet, but also resulted in a significant loss of berries. After all, that was a devil fruit of the Paramecia type. Even for him, getting another one wouldn't be easy. Now that it's gone just like that, how could he not be furious? He slammed his fist heavily on the table in front of him, immediately producing a dull sound. If he knew the identity of this killer, he would definitely make them pay a heavy price and feel deep regret for it. Dracula was unaware of the series of problems caused by the robbery of the devil fruit. He is still contemplating how to establish himself more simply in the underground forces. Dracula believes that because of this matter, their fallen angel brigade has developed a deep hatred for the shipping king. To root himself in the underground forces, he needs to disrupt the current balance. This is why Dracula is so openly provoking the shipping king. He plans to eliminate the shipping king from the underground forces, which will break the balance, making it easier for them to join in. The occurrence of this event has significantly reduced the shipping king's business. In order to restore his business to its original level, the shipping king is willing to expend a large amount of manpower to send people to the North Sea to investigate this matter. Due to the shipping king's large-scale actions, the entire underground force involved has begun to stir. The method devised by Dracula has indeed disrupted the balance of the entire underground force. During this period, many have developed the desire to annex the shipping king's power and business. Of course, many have chosen to sit back and watch the tiger fight, as the enemy who harms the shipping king has yet to appear. If they join the fray, they might end up suffering losses themselves, which would not be worth it. Observing that more and more merchants have appeared on the island, Dracula knows that these are all people from the shipping king. He shows no mercy towards them. As soon as they set foot on the island, they have already been targeted. Under the cover of darkness, Dracula and his group once again slaughtered all these people, leaving only a card imprinted with the image of 9 fallen angels. This phenomenon has made the shipping king, located on the Grand Line, extremely angry. With the continuous decrease in the number of his subordinates, he knows that the underground force he has managed for so many years is basically finished. This situation has twisted him greatly, and he is now determined to go all in. He plans to go to Beihai in person to see who has caused him such suffering. He actually already understood in his heart that there was no turning back in this matter. And soon he would go from being the once mighty underground power boss to being nothing at all. The source of all problems was that strangely shaped card. He has already grown to hate the forces behind this card in his heart. Even an ordinary person can tell that every time someone kills, they play a card to boost their reputation. As one of the underground forces leaders, he naturally understands this principle. However, he has no way to stop it because his subordinates have almost all been killed. To quickly end this conflict, he must go to Beihai. No matter what his fate is in the end, he wants to know who the hidden enemy is that has caused him such a complete defeat. Over the years, as the leader of the underground forces, he has made many enemies. If he loses this title, he could be dead on the street the next day. Even for this reason, he must go to Beihai. If he dies there, he wouldn't have to worry about enemies coming after him. After dealing with several waves of merchants, Dracula clearly felt the urgency of the Shipping King. Seeing this phenomenon, he knew his plan was about to succeed. As long as he waited for the Shipping King to be unable to bear the humiliation and come to Beihai in person, that would be the moment of his death. At that time, he could let Doflamingo take over this underground force. As for what business to conduct in the underground world, Dracula had already thought of it. It would be the most eye-catching arms trade. He had also devised a strategy for the arms exit, which was to first raid a batch of weapons for initial sale, and then dominate an island, building a military factory on it. Only then would this underground force truly develop. Regarding the choice of the island, Dracula felt that the island he was currently on was a good option. Once the matter with the Shipping King was resolved, he planned to take Doflamingo to occupy the island. Then, through a series of policies, he would make the common people recognize their status. In simple terms, it was usurpation. After observing for a few days, Dracula had discovered the harsh treatment the local Navy soldiers inflicted on the common people. This led to the common people's dissatisfaction with the Navy, but they were powerless to fight back. With just this, Long was already planning to teach those Navy soldiers a lesson at that time. If Dracula hadn't intervened in time, the highest rulers of this island might have been them already. This island did not have a king like other islands. However, it formed a huge kingdom, with the highest official here being the Navy Rear Admiral arranged by the Shipping King. Unfortunately, Dracula was unaware of this situation. He still believed that the local Navy was too corrupt to cause this state of affairs. In reality, it was the Navy Rear Admiral who ordered the soldiers to act this way, as he had been plundering the common people's belongings for the Shipping King over the years. Otherwise, how could the Shipping King have risen from a small merchant to a significant figure in the underground forces? Time slowly passed, and a few more days went by. Suddenly, a large number of people surged into the port of the island. These people were armed and looked fierce, causing the surrounding common people to hide in their homes. Among these people was a middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat and sporting a bushy beard. Upon seeing his appearance and the careful protection of his guards, Dracula immediately thought of his identity. It was the Shipping King. Knowing that the Shipping King had arrived in Beihai, he realized his plan was about to be fulfilled. Dracula licked his lips, revealing a brutal smile. The sharpness that had been hidden for so long was released again, and the darkness and destruction within him were stirring. The first thing the Shipping King did upon arriving on the island was to meet the highest naval commander of the island, his subordinate. When he arrived at the naval base, the Navy Rear Admiral was already waiting at the door to welcome him. The Shipping King looked at the man before him, not giving him a pleasant expression. Seeing this, the Rear Admiral did not take it to heart and continued to lead the way in front of him. Dracula, following closely behind them, immediately understood why the Navy soldiers here were so cruel to the common people. It turned out that the commander here was indeed the Shipping King's man. Seeing the Shipping King's figure getting further away, Dracula had no intention of going in to listen to their discussion. After all, for him, once the Shipping King set foot on this island, he was already a dead man. Dracula returned to his residence, planning to discuss the next plan with a few people. Meanwhile, the Shipping King, who had followed the Rear Admiral into his office, closed the door and immediately began to question him. "You useless fool, have you found this group of criminals or not?" "No, we've searched every corner of the island but still haven't found any suspicious individuals." Upon hearing his report, the Shipping King couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and punched him, causing the Rear Admiral to curl up on the ground as if he had been pricked by a shrimp thread. Even though it hurt a lot, he didn't dare say a word. Seeing him like this, the Shipping King knew it wasn't the time to hit him. The most important thing was to find the culprit. Looking at his subordinate, who had been unable to find a solution for many days. The shipping king thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Since we don't know where they are, gather all the people on the island. They must be among them. I don't have time to wait any longer." Upon hearing his command, the Navy Rear Admiral quickly got up from the ground, tidied himself up, and replied, "Understood. I will do it right away." The shipping king watched him leave, letting out a long sigh. This was the only plan he could come up with. Once the Navy Rear Admiral left the office, he resumed his previous authoritative demeanor. He went to the training ground outside and ordered the adjutant standing by, "Quickly gather all the soldiers. I have a task to assign." The adjutant, hearing the Rear Admiral's words, did not hesitate at all and went to gather the troops. Soon, the Navy soldiers received the order and assembled on the training ground. However, due to a long time of corrupt living, they had long lost their former sharpness. Moreover, the justice they once believed in had become murky. Seeing the soldiers before him, the Navy Rear Admiral stood up from his seat and slowly walked to the front of them. His somewhat serious face showed signs of fatigue, and then he spoke. "We have received new orders. The higher-ups require us to gather all the people on this island in one place. In order to execute justice, we must not overlook any corner. If anyone does not cooperate, execute them on the spot." Hearing their Rear Admiral's words, the soldiers below had expressions as usual. After all, they typically used this method when they went back to plunder the common people's wealth. Some Navy soldiers were even a bit excited because by doing so, they could also pocket quite a bit of money. Observing the expressions of the Navy soldiers, the Rear Admiral spoke again. "The money we find this time will be yours. Just make sure to gather the people." Once these words were spoken, the Navy soldiers before him instantly became enthusiastic. Each soldier shouted a loud slogan, "Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail." Seeing this scene, the Navy Rear Admiral finally felt relieved. He knew that under the temptation of money, every Navy soldier would work especially hard. Feeling the atmosphere was already set, the Rear Admiral gave the order. All the naval soldiers began searching various places on the island and drove out the civilians hiding inside the houses. In the hotel, Dracula had not yet discussed a rough plan with a few people when he heard the noisy sounds coming from the street, including gunshots. Looking outside, Dracula saw the naval soldiers searching each house and driving people towards the central square. The gunfire was due to some civilians refusing to come out, who were dealt with on the spot by the naval soldiers. The sound of gunfire made the surrounding civilians behave more submissively. Seeing this situation, Dracula understood what was happening. He turned to the others and said with a relaxed smile, "The shipping king is anxious. He intends to gather everyone together to find us." Since the hotel they were staying in was not on the outskirts, there was still a considerable distance from the naval soldiers' search. Taking advantage of this time, Dracula led a few people to leave the hotel. They all used the fallen angel energy within them to manifest wings as dark as ink. Then they flew into the sky, hiding among the clouds, quietly observing the situation below. As for the informant from the previous fleet, Dracula did not leave him below, but knocked him out and then, using the power of the distorted angel within him, Beibwa created a brand new dimensional space and placed him inside. This ability was something Beibwa had barely learned with Dracula's help. For Beibwa now, accommodating one person was already a limit. In fact, Dracula could also create a brand new dimensional space and allow several people to enter simultaneously. However, he did not do so, as that would prevent them from making timely adjustments based on the outside situation, since there is still a time delay in dimensional spaces. Soon, they saw naval soldiers arriving at the place they had previously stayed. These men pushed the door open, looked at the empty room, and conducted a simple search. After not finding anything valuable, several naval soldiers cursed and left. Their time was precious, and searching one more room could mean earning a bit more money. Therefore, they had no time to care about where the people in this room had gone. Seeing the appearance of these naval soldiers, Dracula believed that if they resolved the shipping king and then dealt with the naval soldiers here, they would definitely gain the support of the civilians. That way, the plan to build a military factory could also be realized. As time passed, Dracula and the others continued to observe the situation below from the clouds. At this point, the naval soldiers had searched the entire island. Many people had gathered in the central square of the island. Seeing that the task was complete, the naval rear admiral waiting here nodded in satisfaction. He then called the shipping king, who had been sitting in the naval office, using a communication device. "Boss, everyone has gathered in the central square of the island." The shipping king breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and said, "Good, I will be there shortly." After waiting for a short while, the shipping king hurried to the central square with a group of bodyguards. Seeing a large crowd squatting in the square, The shipping king revealed a hint of a cruel smile. He had made up his mind. Since he could not find the murderer, he would kill everyone on the island. He quickly approached the naval rear admiral and said in an unquestionable tone, "Can you find the murderer hiding among them now? My subordinate is incompetent and cannot find him." Upon hearing this, the shipping king did not scold him this time. Instead, he patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Since you can't find him, then kill them all." Upon hearing the shipping king's words, the naval rear admiral's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect the shipping king to be so ruthless. Not planning to spare a single person, looking at the civilians squatting in front of him, he actually knew one thing. If these civilians were all killed, he would not survive either. Because of the shipping king's personality, he would definitely intend to make him a scapegoat. So he hesitated, and the expression in his eyes kept changing. His lips moved for a moment, but he could not bring himself to give that order. Seeing the naval rear admiral's hesitation, the shipping king immediately pointed at the civilians in front and shouted, "Kill them." However, the other naval soldiers did not execute his command. They did not know who this shouting man was, nor did they understand why he was able to command their superior. But as long as their superior had not personally issued an order, they would not listen to anyone's words. Watching the naval rear admiral still not issuing an order, the shipping king wished he could shoot him dead, but he knew that this was not the time to kill him, because the naval soldiers here only listened to the orders of this rear admiral. With this in mind, the shipping king waved to the bodyguards he had brought. Those bodyguards immediately raised their guns, aiming at the civilians in the square. Just as they were about to open fire and kill them all, the naval rear admiral issued an unexpected command. He said sternly, "All naval soldiers, listen up. This is my last order to you as a naval rear admiral. All soldiers, raise your guns." Upon hearing his words, the shipping king nodded in satisfaction. Then he motioned for the bodyguards behind him to put their guns away, waiting for the naval rear admiral to have all these civilians killed. Just as the naval soldiers were raising their flintlock guns, they heard the naval rear admiral's next command. "Aim at the enemies behind you and fire." The naval soldiers did not hesitate at all upon hearing the rear admiral's command. On this island, his orders were above all else. They just needed to obey. However, the direction the naval rear admiral was pointing was not at the civilians, but at the shipping king and his group behind him. When the naval soldiers opened fire, the shipping king finally came to his senses. Unfortunately, it was too late. The bodyguards he brought had all died in this round of gunfire. He never expected that this naval rear admiral would dare to issue such an order to attack him. Because of this turn of events, the shipping king, who originally had many people protecting him, was left all alone. He looked at the naval rear admiral in front of him, unable to say a word. But the violent rise and fall of his chest betrayed his unease. The naval rear admiral quietly looked at the shipping king, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "Boss, I know that once I kill these civilians, I will have no way out. So don't blame me. This is all you're doing." The shipping king looked at his ruthless subordinate in front of him. It was the first time he looked at him directly because he had never taken him seriously before. A bitter smile crept across his lips, even revealing a sense of despair. He had not even seen the enemy yet, and he was about to die. He never expected that he would not fall to the hands of his foes or to those unknown people, but rather to his own subordinate. In that moment, he realized many things, such as treating his subordinates better. Unfortunately, he had no chance for regret because he was now all alone, and there was no way to turn the tide. Looking at the shipping king in front of him, the naval rear admiral stepped forward, coming to his face. He aimed his gun at his head, ready to pull the trigger when a card flew down from above, precisely striking the gun in the rear admiral's hand and knocking it away. The residual force of the card was undiminished, directly embedding itself into the ground. The suddenly appearing card instantly attracted the attention of both the naval rear admiral and the shipping king. When they focused on the card, their pupils slightly constricted. The pattern on this card was the very reason everything had escalated to this moment. Both of them simultaneously turned their gazes toward the direction from which the card had flown. Suddenly, under their gaze, people flew down from the clouds above, and it was Dracula and his group. The Sea Transport King saw the wings behind them and understood some things he hadn't seen before. He finally realized what the 9 strange, winged figures on the card represented. They were identifiers of their respective identities. Seeing this scene, the Sea Transport King burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I was really foolish to only understand this now." His laughter was filled with desolation, but no one sympathized with him because this was all the result of his own actions. In fact, Dracula hadn't intended to come down so soon. After all, a good show had just been performed. However, seeing that the Sea Transport King was about to be killed by his subordinates. He had no choice but to intervene. If the Sea Transport King died without knowing who his opponent was, it would make their victory feel meaningless. He glanced at the nearly insane Sea Transport King and said, "Sea Transport King, let me introduce myself. We are the Fallen Angel Brigade, and we were responsible for the events that transpired earlier. You must have seen this card. It is merely our identifier. As for why we targeted you, it can only be said that you were out of luck. We wanted to interfere with the underground forces, and to do that, we had to break the existing balance, and you just happened to be in our crosshairs." Upon hearing Dracula's words, the Sea Transport King said nothing, still laughing maniacally on the side. Seeing this, Dracula shrugged helplessly and casually remarked, "It seems he really has gone mad. Truly, he has no capacity to endure." Hearing his words, the people behind Dracula couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They thought that anyone who suffered such a devastating blow would be unable to bear it. Dracula drew the cursed sword Muramesa from his waist and placed it against the neck of the Sea Transport King. Then, with a gentle slash, blood began to flow continuously from the Sea Transport King's neck, gradually staining the ground beneath him red. A unique essence of blood from the corpse was absorbed by the cursed sword Muramesa. Seeing this, Dracula was not surprised. After all, he already knew that the cursed sword would absorb the essence of the blood from those it killed, and the more essence it absorbed, the stronger its demonic nature would become. However, because it was a system reward, it would not have a devouring effect on Dracula. With the Sea Transport King now dead, the naval major general, who had been watching from the side, also realized that his own life was nearing its end. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew another gun he had on him, aimed it at himself, and with a bang, he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Dracula said nothing. After all, he never intended to let him live. Now, it saved him the trouble of doing it himself. The naval soldiers had not yet come to terms with this sudden development, and after their superior's death, they didn't know what to do. As for the remaining naval soldiers, Dracula didn't care about them at all. He directly activated his Conqueror's Haki, and as the aura of destruction and darkness was released, it stunned the Navy soldiers. Seeing that the situation was basically resolved, Dracula slowly walked to the center of the square. Looking at the trembling civilians below, Dracula began his 2-hour-long speech. When the civilians heard Dracula say that they could take revenge for their grievances, reclaim the money taken by the Navy soldiers, and ensure a stable life, among other things, they were very grateful to him and supported him to become the first king of the island. Seeing this scene, Dracula was very pleased. He knew that his plan had been initially successful. Meanwhile, Dragon, observing that Amir's speech had led to the usurpation of a country, felt a glimmer of insight and decided to try it himself in the future. With the deaths of the Sea Transportation King and the Navy Rear Admiral, the island returned to its former peace and tranquility. Thus, with the support of the civilians, Dracula smoothly became the king of the island. Dragon and his companions also became the national defense generals accordingly. After becoming king, Dracula began to construct military factories. Using the manpower of the Navy soldiers who were supposed to be executed, they have transformed from once mighty naval soldiers into slaves doing hard labor. Yet none of them dare to resist, as it is already quite difficult for them to survive. While they work, there are certainly people supervising them. This person is Doflamingo. After all, joining the underground forces is his next responsibility, so he must pay extra attention. In fact, he is filled with anticipation for the underground forces, as they adhere to a series of ideals, such as the survival of the fittest, and that the victors are the ones who hold justice, which aligns perfectly with his own thoughts. Therefore, he has been particularly excited lately, and for some unknown reason, he is now wearing a pink feather coat, sunglasses, pointed shoes, and crop pants. When Dracula first saw his outfit, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect Doflamingo's dressing style to change like this from that time. The news of the death of the King of the Sea also quickly reached the ears of the underground forces leaders located in the Grand Line. They were momentarily stunned when they saw the information in their hands. Even though they had suspected that the shipping king would fail, none of them had anticipated that he would fall so quickly. It was beyond their expectations. This only heightened their anticipation for this group of suddenly emerging individuals. They knew that this time the underground forces had attracted a terrifying competitor. However, they were completely unaware of this opponent, as their intelligence was limited to the strange card in the hands of the shipping king. The rest of the information had not leaked at all. The main reason for this phenomenon was that Dracula had strengthened the guard forces on Minion Island and enforced a command of entry allowed, exit forbidden. This command had no impact on the civilians who had lived on the island since birth, so they accepted it gladly. However, this command had a significant effect on the merchants staying on the island. Yet, they did not dare to oppose it, as they had witnessed the ruthlessness of Dracula and his gang. Thus, several leaders of the underground forces sent people to gather intelligence. Although they obtained information, they could not send it out at all. Even with the provision of phone bugs, they were unable to transmit intelligence. When they attempted to dial the phone bugs, they discovered that the signal on the island had been cut off. In this situation, the phone bugs in their hands became worthless, turning into creatures that only knew how to consume. Due to the underground force's urgent desire to know who the shipping king was facing this time, when they found that the people they had just sent out had gone silent, they promptly dispatched more subordinates to infiltrate the island. This phenomenon caused the number of people on Minion Island to increase rapidly. Coupled with the inability to leave, the island's population soared. The intelligence personnel trapped on the island, of course, could not just surrender. With no one to rely on, they gathered together to discuss ways to escape. Dracula was well aware of the changes on the island, but he still had no intention of retracting his previous orders. He also wanted to see what these intelligence personnel from various forces would ultimately do. If they caused trouble, he did not intend to turn them into slaves, but rather to have them work alongside the naval soldiers. Watching everything develop positively, Dracula couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although his overall personality might be somewhat dark, he was relatively friendly towards civilians. Of course, those who dared to provoke him had to be excluded. If anyone dared to challenge him, regardless of their identity, the only outcome would be death. The intelligence personnel from various forces gathered together and began discussing plans to leave. However, they were unaware that their so-called secret discussions were taking place right under Beppo's nose. The reason Dracula assigned this task to Beppo was that his fallen angel abilities were very suitable for monitoring others and were not easily detected. Beppo had actually been standing right beside them. They just didn't know it. He used the power of the twisted angels to create an entirely new dimensional space around them. Then he listened attentively to all their discussed plans. Although there was some delay, Beppo still managed to hear it. Watching the crowd disperse after their discussion, Beppo said pitifully, "It's a pretty good plan. Too bad I heard it." He then reported this matter to Dracula. Upon hearing their plan, Dracula chuckled mockingly. "They're actually trying to play this trick on me. Isn't this like lighting a lantern in the toilet?" So the outcome was already predictable. Their plan would undoubtedly fail. When they were all captured, they handed them over to Doflamingo. As the general contractor for building the military factory, he certainly preferred having more people. His mood instantly improved upon seeing so many individuals. Everything gradually fell into place. However, on that day, the previous captain found Dracula. His admiration for Dracula was overflowing, and he had completely surrendered. The main reason he sought out Dracula was that he had contacted the Vinsmoke family. If he hadn't appeared before him, Dracula might have almost forgotten him. Upon hearing his words, Dracula's eyes lit up slightly, and he asked, "Where are they?" The man quickly replied, "The Vinsmoke family's fleet is about to arrive at Minion Island." He then explained, due to the previous events on the island, they received the intelligence. Although their fleet only sails in the North Sea, they are still quite sensitive to these matters. The reason they contacted me is that they suddenly remembered I was sailing nearby and wanted to inquire about my current situation. Hearing this, Dracula nodded slightly. He had actually considered the possibility that the Vinsmoke family would be attracted by this incident and plan to land here. But he lacked specific intelligence. Now, hearing his words confirmed his suspicions further. Looking at the man before him, Dracula stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Then he softly said, "All right, I understand. Thank you for the information you provided. I will need someone like you in my future caravan. I have high hopes for you. Good luck." Upon hearing this, the man was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be additional gains this time. After Dracula received the specific news from him, he kept waiting for the arrival of the Vinsmoke family. As time slowly passed, days went by. The Vinsmoke family's fleet truly arrived at Minion Island. As soon as they stepped onto the island, Dracula received the news. He walked slowly to the port, watching the crowd disembarking one after another. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "There are indeed a lot of people coming. But I've been wanting to meet the Vinsmoke family for a long time." He then approached these people and immediately spotted a proud leader. This leader wore a metal helmet, had a small mustache and long golden hair, was tall in stature, and was dressed in an orange cloak and a black battle suit adorned with the German insignia, complete with a belt and combat boots. At that moment, Dracula instantly recognized him as Vinsmoke Katakuri, the current head of the family. Meanwhile, Vinsmoke Katakuri also noticed Dracula. He lifted his head high, using his height advantage to look down on Dracula with disdain, acting all arrogant. Just arrived from the military factory, Doflamingo saw him being so rampant and wanted to step forward to teach him a lesson. Seeing Doflamingo's movement, Dracula had no intention of stopping him. In fact, He was particularly displeased with this leader, and it was just right for Doflamingo to teach him a good lesson, making him understand why flowers are so red. As for Doflamingo's strength, he had no worries at all. Dealing with this little clan leader was a piece of cake. Noticing that Dracula didn't stop him, Doflamingo immediately understood his thoughts. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the still extremely arrogant leader in front of him. He casually said, "You're a bit too arrogant. Even the Lord can't stand it anymore. Let me help you see the reality." After saying this, Doflamingo activated his armament haki and coated his fists. Then, with a shave, he charged in front of Vinsmoke Sanji, raising his fist to attack his face. Vinsmoke Sanji's reaction was also quick. Through instinct, he narrowly dodged the attack. Seeing himself suddenly attacked, Sanji was particularly angry. Then, using the high-tech spear in his hand, he launched his attack. Electromagnetic thrust. Upon hearing Sanji shout, Doflamingo quickly used his observation haki to sense the characteristics of this technique. He saw the spear in Sanji's hand releasing electric currents and quickly attacking him by using the heat generated from friction with the air. Such a simple attack naturally didn't harm Doflamingo at all. Relying on his activated observation haki, he successfully dodged this attack. Thus, the two took turns testing each other's attacks a few times, but none were effective. However, upon seeing that Sanji's attacks were all released through high-tech means and not from his own strength, Doflamingo became somewhat disdainful of this battle and then revealed his true abilities. Overheat Whip. He first stretched his palm backward and sprayed out dozens of nearly transparent thin threads from his palm. Then, he wrapped these threads together to form a thick line pillar and attacked Sanji in front of him, Pencil Tower. This time, Sanji did not dodge like before. Instead, he was sent flying and crashed into several buildings along the way. Seeing Sanji being knocked away, several people who had been standing behind him stepped forward. They look very similar, but the numbers on their capes are different. Moreover, they are not particularly old. Among them, only the girl appears to be the eldest. Her cape bears the number 0. The observant Dracula also noticed a Jelma 66 symbol on the inner thigh of her leg. Seeing this mark, Dracula immediately thought of her origin. He is Vinsmoke Reiju, the only one with emotions besides Sanji. Seeing the eager group, Dracula had no intention of stopping them. Instead, he stood by and watched the spectacle. However, before they could launch their attack, the previously knocked out judge returned to their side and halted their desire to fight. Since they did not have Judge's permission, their anticipated battle was thwarted. Each person's face showed their displeasure, but they could not disobey Judge's orders. Of course, Vinsmoke Reiju was an exception, as Dracula knew she was acting that way just to avoid appearing unusual. Among these individuals, Dracula did not see Sanji, who should have been wearing the number 3 cloak. After a moment of thought, he figured out what had happened. It must be that after being deemed worthless by his father, Sanji was constantly bullied, and Reiju, unable to stand it, had helped him quietly leave the family. With this in mind, Dracula continued to watch Judge, curious about what he would do next. To his surprise, Judge sheathed his weapon, seemingly not planning to continue the attack. Seeing this, Doflamingo sneered disdainfully. Is that all you've got? It's not even worth looking at. Watching Judge, who, despite the ridicule, showed no desire to attack. Doflamingo shrugged helplessly. He then moved to Dracula's side, keeping an eye on Judge's expression. Only when he noticed that Judge's earlier arrogance had faded did he nod in satisfaction. Dracula felt that this fight ended with such an anticlimactic whimper, as if he had been shown something after having his pants down. Judge retracted the arrogant attitude he had upon arriving on the island and looked at Dracula with a somewhat imposing expression. He knew that Dracula was the real boss here, as it was already evident from the positioning. Dracula looked at Gaji, who was trying hard to maintain a serious expression, and to be honest, he was having a hard time holding back his laughter because Gaji looked too ridiculous right now. Gaji's eyes had turned into panda eyes from the earlier fight. His serious demeanor resembles someone who tries to act cool, but ends up failing miserably. As for the few sons behind him, they have already started to burst into laughter. However, as a qualified leader, Dracula would never lose his composure over this matter. They stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became strange. In the end, it was Gaji who couldn't stand the tension and broke the silence. "You must be the boss here. I think we can have a good talk." Upon hearing Gaji's words, Dracula slightly nodded in agreement. However, it was clear that this was not a suitable place for a conversation. Dracula led Gaji and the few people behind him towards his residence. His residence is not far from here, so it didn't take long to get there. Dracula pushed the door open, followed by several others who entered one after another. Once everyone was inside, Dracula sat down on a chair in his bedroom. Looking at Gaji in front of him, Dracula straightforwardly stated his purpose. I have my eye on the bloodline factors you possess. This will be the premise of our cooperation. Hearing his words, Gaji raised an eyebrow, but did not voice any objections. After all, the only technology the Vinsmoke family had to offer was the bloodline factors. Moreover, they were currently on Dracula's territory, and he feared that refusing might prevent him from leaving the island safely. It would be unfortunate to lose something precious here because of that. Gaji looked at the calm Dracula in front of him. The reason he came here was for business. After all, someone who could deal with the king of sea transport and establish a foothold in the North Sea was not an ordinary person. He had to witness this for himself. Besides, it was instinct for a businessman to seek profit. This was a significant deal for the Vinsmoke family, as Dracula had just entered the underground forces and was in need of weapons to sell. That was why he came here. As long as they reached an agreement, the weapon manufacturing would certainly bring him a hefty profit. After careful consideration, Gaji decided to agree to the bloodline factor deal. However, he was skeptical about such a profit without maintaining relationships. With that in mind, Gaji spoke up. I agree. The bloodline factors along with weapon sales will be our cooperation project, but I have a condition. Hearing his words, Dracula was somewhat surprised and asked, "Oh, what condition?" Gaji immediately stated this condition. "I want to marry my daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju, to you. This way, we won't have to worry about differences arising from profit issues." Upon hearing this, Dracula was momentarily taken aback because this person was not following the usual script. Gaji continued, "I want to marry my daughter Vinsmoke Reiju to you, so we won't have to worry about differing interests." Dracula twitched the corner of his mouth. While he did not oppose the idea, it felt unreliable. Not hearing a clear refusal, Gaji took it as Dracula's agreement to the condition. He had never considered his daughter's feelings. After all, in his mind, his relatives were merely emotionless tools. For the sake of the family's interests, he could certainly abandon them. Hearing that she was being sold off so easily, Reiju felt a strong aversion to her father. However, she could not stop this from happening because her current strength was too weak. Only the strong had a say. After briefly discussing some specific cooperation details, Gaji left, planning to inform Dracula of the bloodline factor technology the next day. As for Reiju, Gaji left her there. Dracula looked at the young girl standing in front of him and smiled wickedly. Slowly placing his hand on her head, he casually said, "Reiju, I know you have feelings. Since you will be staying with me from now on, don't suppress them anymore." Upon hearing Dracula's words, Reiju's eyes narrowed in an instant. Her body instinctively assumed a fighting stance, but then she remembered that she could not defeat the man in front of her. She relaxed her fighting stance and instead asked, "How do you know? I've never shown any abnormalities." Seeing her like this, Dracula chuckled. "Relax, if I wanted to expose you, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Just stay with me from now on." Reiju knew he was speaking the truth, so she did not dwell on the issue. Instead, she gently nodded. She did not want to return to her father's side. Being here was actually a good place for her. After arranging simple accommodations for her, he sent her away. After all, she had not fully developed yet and was not ready to take action. If one had to describe it, it would be that a lot of fabric could be saved when making clothes. Early the next morning, Gaji arrived with the research data on the bloodline factors to see Dracula. Of course, there was also a proposal regarding weapon manufacturing and the production of artificial humans. After briefly reviewing it, Dracula signed his name. The weapon cooperation was precisely what he needed. Although he was already building a military factory, he lacked specific construction personnel. Now, the Vinsmoke family happened to fill this gap. This was a win-win situation for both sides. The Vinsmoke family needed money, and Dracula needed prestige. With the cooperation agreement successfully reached, Gaji left his technical staff behind and hurriedly departed. For them, it was impossible to stay in one place for long. Dracula stood at the harbor with Reiju, quietly watching them leave. After this matter was settled, Dracula again thought of those underground forces. However, he soon pushed it to the back of his mind, planning to leave this matter for Doflamingo to resolve. At that moment, the long-lost system notification sound rang again. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the research data on bloodline factors. Congratulations, the host has acquired research talent, Caesar Clown. Hearing the system's notification, Dracula's eyes brightened. After all, this research talent arrived just in time, precisely when he was lacking manpower. System, how does this research talent appear before me? Did he just appear out of nowhere? Or is he coming from elsewhere? Reminder to the host, the research talent's appearance method is that he comes from another place to pledge allegiance to you. After hearing the system's answer, Dracula nodded in agreement. After all, if he just appeared out of nowhere, it would be hard to explain if someone saw him. However, the system did not provide a specific arrival time for this person. Bored, Dracula lay down in bed for a nap. When he woke up again, he found that the person still had not arrived at his room, so he decided to go out for a stroll. But just as he opened the door, he saw a very cunning-looking man dressed in a white lab coat squatting at his doorstep. Upon seeing the door open, the man in the white coat quickly approached. When he reached Dracula, he suddenly knelt on one knee and sincerely said, "Your Majesty, Caesar has responded to your summons and has been waiting here for a long time." Looking at the man in front of him and his somewhat over-the-top declaration, Dracula couldn't help but twitch his mouth. But thinking of him as a research talent, Dracula quickly helped him up. He then took him to the specially prepared laboratory and handed him the relevant data on the bloodline factors. To his surprise, Caesar had completely mastered the technology after just a few glances. Seeing this, Dracula couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the rewards given by the system must be top-notch. The only flaw is that he's not very handsome." In the following period, Minion Island entered a phase of peaceful development. Of course, during this time, Dracula and the others were not idle. They had been plotting the entire North Sea. After all, a small Minion Island poses no challenge at all. Just when Dragon was getting bored, Dracula assigned this task to him. Dragon himself was very satisfied with this job. Ever since Dracula's last speech ended, Dragon felt he had grasped the essence. He has always wanted to find an opportunity to try and see if he could win over a country through his speeches. Therefore, he is very passionate about this matter, constantly gathering intelligence from the various islands in the North Sea. When he was organizing the information, he discovered that many countries in the North Sea were already deeply corrupt. Their attitude toward civilians was extremely harsh. Upon realizing this, Long suddenly felt that it was an opportunity given to him by heaven. He then began to implement his plan every day, constantly improving it in pursuit of perfection. Seeing Long so dedicated, Dracula imparted some new ideas to him during this time, mainly regarding the notion that there should be no discrimination based on race, among other concepts. After listening, Long immediately felt that following Dracula was the right choice. By integrating these new ideas, Long gained immense confidence in overthrowing the old kingdoms of the North Sea. Time passed little by little, and Dracula continued to train his abilities as usual every day. Meanwhile, Long had already used his set of ideas to topple several kingdoms and had become deeply enamored with this feeling. Although there were some casualties in the process of overthrowing the old kingdoms, they were within an acceptable range. Moreover, with his fallen angel abilities, he was able to make those civilians who believed in his ideas fearless. Therefore, during the conquests of various kingdoms, he hardly needed to intervene personally. As a result, Long attracted a large number of fanatical followers who unwaveringly believed in the theories Dracula had taught him. Seeing this situation, Dracula nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that these civilians were their backbone. They would be useful when it came time to overthrow the world government. However, the news of the fall of the North Sea kingdoms did not spread. Even if a few spies attempted to relay the information, they would be killed by the Vinsmoke family stationed at the entrance of the North Sea. As for why they didn't use the Den Den Mushi, it was because the communication signals had been cut off. After such a long time together, Judge had completely succumbed to Dracula's tyranny. Although he had ambitions to revive the glory of the German kingdom, he ultimately came to terms with reality. After that, he placed his hopes on his future son-in-law, and their relationship grew closer. With the situation in the North Sea basically resolved, Dracula planned to leave, as it was merely a small episode in his journey. He handed over all the islands he had captured to Gaji. The reason he could do so with confidence was that Dracula had previously sought the system's help to assess Gaji's loyalty. During his long time in the North Sea, Dracula had raised Gaji's loyalty to over 80, which is why he felt secure leaving. Before departing, Dracula also gave Gaji a manual on proper governance. This manual was a reward from the system when Long overthrew several kingdoms. By handing it to Gaji, he aimed to prevent him from repeating past mistakes and wasting all the efforts made thus far. When Gaji first saw the manual, he looked disdainful. However, after reading it for a short while, he became deeply captivated by its content and regarded it as a sacred text. This phenomenon left his sons dumbfounded, even doubting whether their father had gone mad. But Gaji, who had been profoundly influenced by Dracula, firmly believed in the principles within the manual, which included concepts like freedom and harmony expressed in 24 maxims. When Dracula was about to leave, Gaji even held Dracula's hands tightly and looked at him earnestly, saying with deep emotion, "You can leave with peace of mind. I will inherit what you have left behind and will never let you down." Hearing his words, Dracula shivered all over. He quickly broke free from Gaji's grip and hurriedly distanced himself by several paces. He swiftly took his daughter Lachio and left. As they departed, He repeatedly vowed in his heart that he only liked women. Once Dracula boarded the ship, it slowly set sail from the North Sea under Bebewa's command. After a simple wave goodbye, Dracula did not look back. During his time in the North Sea, Bebewa had become more familiar with the various routes and directions. The next sea area they were heading to was the West Sea. Due to Dracula's interference, the death of Pirate King Roger was advanced. Therefore, O'Hara in the West Sea had not yet been destroyed by the demon-slaying order. This time, Dracula aimed to go to O'Hara in the West Sea. As for other places, he had lost interest. Meanwhile, Long was excited, as he had become addicted to overthrowing kingdoms. He now feels uncomfortable unless he is overthrowing the kingdom. For this symptom, Dracula only thinks he has become obsessed. As for what the dragon wants to do, he will not interfere, because this is the rule on his fallen Angel Brigade's ship. Everyone can act according to their own preferences and recruit their own subordinates. Moreover, after the dragon overthrows the kingdom, he can recruit a large number of people, including some very talented individuals, which can make up for their shortage of manpower. As for Doflamingo, he has been fully focused on the underground forces. Recently, his conqueror's haki has finally been able to retract freely. With basic self-preservation power, Dracula let him develop on his own. So now on this ship, there are only 3 main characters: Dracula, the dragon, and Beppo. The rest are all artificial beings created by Caesar. Caesar was handed over to Doflamingo by Dracula because Doflamingo had previously proposed a theory that greatly interested this scientific madman: artificial devil fruits. Therefore, for the sake of this experiment, Caesar followed Doflamingo. Dracula watched everything develop in a positive direction and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that ever since he was expelled from the Holy Land Mariejois, he had been under watch. His appearance had obstructed many people's plans on the chessboard. He was like an uncontrolled chess piece, quietly changing the situation. Although every player disliked him, they had to use him to defeat their opponents. There is no specific limit on sailing time, and for Dracula, being at sea is a very boring thing. After nearly 2 weeks, Dracula's ship finally arrived in the waters of the West Sea. In fact, Beppo still needed to find an island to confirm the exact location of O'Hara. After all, although Jabba's sailing log indicated he had been to this place and had made a mark for Beppo, who was visiting the West Sea for the first time. Even with these aids, he still needed to confirm more specifically. As for choosing an island, this task was still easy for Beppo. Under Beppo's command, the ship slowly set off towards the nearest island. Once everyone landed on the island, Beppo left to scout the specific sailing direction. As for the dragon and Dracula, they planned to find a tavern for a drink. The dragon mainly wanted to see the situation on this island. Along the way, Dracula and the dragon saw many emaciated commoners. Seeing their condition, the dragon knew it was time for him to make his move. Since Beppo needed to confirm specific matters, they stayed on this island for a few days. As for watching over the ship, that was naturally left to the artificial beings. After all, they didn't need a rest. When Beppo found the two and was ready to leave for O'Hara, the dragon shook his head and expressed his intention. I have decided to stay here because I cannot bear to see the common people suffer, so I want to rescue them. Hearing his words, Dracula did not intervene further. After all, looking at the dragon's demeanor, it was clear he had made up his mind. Thus, the dragon stayed on the island to continue his plans, while Dracula was still on his way to O'Hara. Of course, besides Beppo, he was also accompanied by Mariejois. She had been by Dracula's side for a long time. Although she had not yet reached her peak development, she was already pleasing to the eye, so now Mariejois had become Dracula's personal secretary. As for the training methods for the 3-color haki, Dracula had taught her early on, as it was better to cultivate from a young age. Since Dracula's strength had reached a bottleneck, he had plenty of free time every day to train Mariejois. Time slowly passed, and Beppo finally directed the ship to O'Hara. Looking at the intact island in front of him, Dracula couldn't help but feel emotional. Archaeologists, I'm here. I hope I can help you. Thus, the ship slowly docked. In fact, very few ships had ever come to O'Hara, so when the people stationed on the island saw this scene, they quickly went to report the situation. Dracula also saw the figure running toward the inside, but he didn't take it seriously. After all, they were on someone else's territory. Shouldn't they let them know? With this in mind, Dracula stood still with Beppo and Mariejois for a moment. Soon, an old man with white hair and wrinkled features walked out from inside. Seeing this person's appearance, Dracula could only describe him with a kind of plant, the bark of a withered old tree. However, Dracula did not show any unusual attitude because he admired the courage of every archaeologist who dared to reveal the blank history of 100 years. The old man slowly approached Dracula and said, "Sir, O'Hara is currently a dangerous place. Why do you want to venture here? Hearing his words, Dracula naturally knew what he was referring to. After all, due to the pirate King Roger, along with their research on the blank history of 100 years, the world government had been restless. The reason it was still preserved so well was mainly that the Navy did not have spare time at the moment. Once they truly found the time, the tragedy of O'Hara would repeat itself. Fully aware of all this, Dracula gently shook his head. He then spoke. I also want to understand the true history of the blank 100 years, and for this reason, I must come to O'Hara. Upon seeing Dracula in front of him, the elderly historian seemed to see the Roger of the past. He said just like that, after a brief moment of daze. The elderly historian sighed and then turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Dracula knew he had implicitly acknowledged it. He quickly stepped forward, following behind him, heading towards the Tree of Omniscience. Of course, news of people arriving on O'Hara Island also reached the ears of those monitoring them. Subsequently, this news was passed up the ranks. It soon reached the hands of the Star. In a luxurious palace, there was a table surrounded by old men. Who were the Star? They were now discussing the news they had just received. The fact that someone had gone to O'Hara during this sensitive period made them ponder deeply. A fierce-looking old man with a knife at his waist quietly spoke up. Can we confirm who landed on O'Hara? Hearing his words, the four men beside him fell into thought for a moment, then dialed a phone bug. Once the phone bug was answered, he coldly said, at all costs, we must find out who landed on the island. After the phone bug was hung up, the entire room fell into silence. This atmosphere lasted for a while until a blond old man could no longer endure it. He raised his fist and slammed it on the table, making a loud bang. Then, in a fit of rage, he said, really, they chose to come to O'Hara when we are short-handed. Hearing his words, several other elders nodded slightly. Then, the elder sitting in the top position spoke in a deep voice. We shouldn't wait for their news any longer. Let's call Sengoku now and tell him to abandon the attack on the pirates and prepare the troops needed for the demon-slaying order. Then we can wipe O'Hara off the map, and we won't have to worry about anyone landing on the island. The elder who had been silent in the corner also nodded in agreement and then spoke. After all, they know too much. After reaching a consensus, the group quickly issued orders to the Navy. Sengoku, who had already been troubled by the pirate situation, immediately rebutted upon hearing the command. Absolutely not. What will happen to the remaining civilians if we withdraw the Navy? Hearing his words, the one on the phone scoffed. They're just a bunch of worthless commoners. If they die, they die. Moreover, there is no room for negotiation. This is an order. After saying this, he hung up the transponder snail. Upon hearing this, Sengoku clenched his fist, then helplessly loosened it. He knew that he could only execute this order. Thinking of this, he also recalled the dragon's defection. With a slight sigh, he murmured, this is your reason for defecting, isn't it, dragon? Because of this order from the warring states, many naval commanders stationed on the sea began to return to the naval headquarters. After all, the impact of the Demon Slayer order was indeed too profound, and it also involved a lot of manpower. As for the leader of this implementation of the Demon Slayer order, it was Sakazuki, who had just been promoted to admiral. He advocates for absolute justice. Sengoku appointed him to lead the Demon Slayer fleet, which is also the will of the stars. Among the three generals, the one Sengoku has the highest expectations for is Akainu, Sakazuki. The reason for this is to make his achievements more prominent. Soon, the news about launching the Demon Slayer order spread among the admirals at Navy headquarters, and they gathered in the meeting room arranged by Sengoku, waiting for his instructions. When Sengoku slowly walked in from his office and saw the admiral sitting upright, he nodded slightly. Then, he spoke in a deep voice. We have received the latest order from the world government to launch the Demon Slayer operation against O'Hara in the West Sea. Upon hearing that the Demon Slayer order would really be executed, the expressions of the admirals darkened. They all knew the reason for launching the Demon Slayer order. It was merely to cover up the world government's malicious actions. Such an order is a senseless disaster for those civilians. Moreover, it goes against the justice they believed in when joining the Navy. Thinking of this, they recalled Dragon's initial choice. However, they couldn't be as carefree as Dragon. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the meeting room, Sengoku slowly said, this time, the commander of the Demon Slayer operation will be Sakazuki. Now you all start preparing the fleet, aiming to gather as soon as possible. After saying this, Sengoku hurriedly left. After the Demon Slayer order was issued, he still needed to think carefully about how to deal with the pirates at sea. After all, a large number of Navy forces were reassigned due to the Demon Slayer order. However, there were still some soldiers at Navy headquarters, and he planned to send them out to resist the extremely vicious pirates. Although Sengoku is known as a wise general, there are times when he cannot foresee certain things. Due to Roger's death, Shiki the Golden Lion has gone nearly insane. He is preparing a massive conspiracy to sweep through the entire naval headquarters. But who knows? Can the empty naval headquarters at that time really withstand his attack? Meanwhile, Dracula, who was just following the old man, gazed at the tall trees in front of him. He knew that this must be the tree of knowledge. When the old man led him inside, what came into view was a row upon row of books. Seeing this, Dracula couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, it was worthy of being the largest library in the world, with such an immense collection. Hearing Dracula's words, the old man laughed happily and said, "Haha, of course. This place is the most famous for its collection. Since you want to understand the blank 100 years of history, I will make it difficult for you. After all, I don't know when we might meet an untimely end. The more people in this world who are knowledgeable, the more hope there is." After saying this, the old man took a somewhat worn book from the enormous bookshelf in front of him and handed it to Dracula. After receiving it with both hands, the old man left. He still had some things to do, and their research on ancient scripts was nearing its end. Watching him leave, Dracula did not stop him. He could understand the old man's thoughts. After all, O'Hara's current situation was precarious. It was only because he had the ability to save his own life that he dared to come here. Dracula slowly opened the book in his hands. The first sentence in this book read, "Do you really believe that the history you know is true?" Seeing this sentence immediately piqued Dracula's interest, and he continued reading the contents of the book. It was a brief overview of history, and it also contained interpretations of ancient scripts. Dracula continuously absorbed the knowledge from the book. At that moment, the long-awaited system prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Host detected to have arrived at the all-knowing tree of O'Hara. Congratulations, the host has gained the ability of eidetic memory. Upon hearing the system's reward, Dracula immersed himself back into the book's content. This time he discovered that after reading it once, even when he closed the book, he could clearly remember what he had just read. This made him very satisfied with this eidetic ability. However, now was not the time to relax. Dracula continued to flip through the book in his hands, but this time he was reading at a much faster pace than before. Due to the urgency of time, Dracula planned to imprint all the contents of these books in his mind first. Later, when he had time, he would study them slowly. Thus, for the next few days, Dracula spent his time inside the all-knowing tree. The archaeologists of O'Hara did not stop him. After all, they had already received a notification from the old man. However, during this period, Dracula met Nico Robin. On the second day, Dracula was reading as usual when suddenly a little girl slipped in from outside. Seeing her, Dracula was taken aback. After all, the archaeologist had already lent him this place, and no one had come here for the past few days. It was surprising for a little girl to suddenly appear today. As for Robin, who had just slipped in, she was also amazed when she saw Dracula. After all, in her impression, she had never seen this man on the island before, especially in such a precious place as O'Hara. "Who are you? How can you read here?" Hearing her words, Dracula did not intend to respond, but continued to read the book in his hands. Seeing that the person in front of her was ignoring her, Robin did not ask further. Instead, she walked to the side of the bookshelf and continued looking at the book she hadn't finished reading last time. Although there were many books in the all-knowing tree, not all of them were important. Therefore, Dracula only selected the more significant books to read. Consequently, within just a few days, Dracula had stored all the knowledge he wanted to know in his mind. Watching the little girl who came to read every day, Dracula had already thought of her name, Nico Robin. After all, there weren't many children who loved learning as much as she did. Dracula turned to Robin and said, "Since we've been together for so long, tell me your name." Suddenly hearing someone speak, Robin was a bit taken aback. After all, they had been there for several days without speaking to each other. She found Dracula's behavior strange, as he seemed to just flip through each book casually before moving on to the next one, and this strange behavior had continued for several days. However, due to her upbringing, she still answered the question. "My name is Nico Robin. Now you should tell me your name." Upon hearing her name, Dracula understood. "Robin? That's a nice name. I am Dracula." Nico Robin nodded slightly to indicate she understood, then lowered her head to continue reading her book. Seeing her like this, Dracula did not disturb her anymore. Instead, he walked out of the all-knowing tree, as there was nothing more he wanted to learn here. He planned to find the old man from before to discuss the crisis that O'Hara was about to face. However, what he didn't know was that the Demon Slayer unit from the Navy headquarters was supposed to arrive here today. But due to an incident, they did not come. This incident was that the Golden Lion Shiki took advantage of the Navy headquarters being understaffed and attacked it. Since almost all combat personnel from the Navy headquarters had been dispatched, they were unable to withstand Shiki's assault. Therefore, Sengoku had no choice but to recall the Demon Slayer fleet to support the Navy headquarters. Thus, O'Hara gained a brief respite. Meanwhile, Akainu, who was already halfway to his destination, was furious upon hearing Sengoku's orders. However, thinking about the consequences of not returning to provide support, he quickly ordered the fleet to speed back. After all, besides Sengoku, the remaining personnel at the Navy headquarters were mostly veterans. Even Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru had been sent out by Sengoku to stop the pirates, not to mention Zifa and the other two admirals, who had also left the headquarters due to their missions. Sengoku had not wanted to give Akainu orders, but he was the only one who had just left the Navy headquarters, making him the closest and hoping he could provide timely support. As for the current Navy headquarters, it had already become a wreck. Because of the island sinking plan and swordsmanship used by Shiki, it had suffered severe damage. Shiki looked at the chaos he had caused and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you think you could defeat Roger with this? I don't believe it. Let me destroy this place to commemorate this worthy opponent. After saying this, Shiki used his awakened float fruit to slowly reveal the massive island he had been hiding in the clouds to the Navy soldiers. As this island appeared, it even blocked out the light from the sky. Seeing this scene, the Navy soldiers below were filled with despair. Some had even given up resisting, dropping their weapons and sitting on the ground, crying. The sight before Sengoku made him even angrier. He quickly unleashed the strongest form of his fruit. Since his fruit is the human fruit, mythical Zoan-type Buddha form, a massive Buddha statue manifested behind him. The statue was entirely golden, giving him an imposing presence. Sengoku gathered all his strength into his palms and then pushed the energy wave created by this gathering towards the island in the sky. In an instant, the Buddha's shockwave collided with the giant island of the Golden Lion Shiki. Naturally, the island couldn't withstand Sengoku's shockwave, as it lacked any special defensive mechanisms. It was merely an ordinary large island and could not resist Sengoku's furious strike. Although the crisis of the island's fall was averted, the debris shattered by Sengoku still created significant trouble. After all, these falling stones gained incredible speed from the height. Even inconspicuous small stone could be fatal if it hit someone. Undoubtedly, under the bombardment of these debris, the surviving Navy personnel dwindled. Sengoku wanted to stop it, but had no way to do so because there were simply too many stones. He couldn't block them all. Seeing that the island he had unleashed did not sink the Navy headquarters, Shiki was not too disappointed. After all, this was not his first battle with Sengoku, and he still acknowledged Sengoku's strength. However, the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger, and even his conqueror's haki was more potent than before. He raised his dual swords, Mokukagu and Sakuraju, and pointed them at Sengoku in the sky. Then he spoke loudly, "Sengoku, it seems your abilities haven't diminished much, so prepare to face my next attack." After saying this, Shiki slightly raised his wrist and placed his dual swords at his waist. Then, top-grade armament haki quickly covered the dual swords. He slowly swung the dual swords towards Sengoku's position. The lion's 1,000 cuts immediately followed, creating powerful cutting waves in the air as they swept towards Sengoku, exuding terrifying force. In the eyes of the remaining Navy soldiers, Shiki's sword swing seemed to even tear through space. This sword showcased the might of an unparalleled swordsman. Seeing the cutting wave rushing towards him, Sengoku had no intention of dodging, as he knew it would be futile. Sengoku activated his fruit ability again, but this time he did not intend to attack like before. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance, making the enormous Buddha form even more radiant. Sengoku knew this sword was merely an appetizer. The real attack from Shiki had yet to be unleashed. The distance between them grew closer until they finally collided. The resulting shockwave overturned all the remaining Navy soldiers, leaving them uncertain of their fate. However, judging by their appearance, they were likely struggling to breathe. Now, the only Navy member still standing was Sengoku. Witnessing the unfolding scene, his heart felt as if it were bleeding. These were the Navy soldiers he had painstakingly gathered, and now they were all wiped out in a single battle. Overcome with rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood, completely losing the ability to fight Shiki. Seeing Sengoku's state, Shiki felt particularly refreshed. After all, they had fought for many years, and this time it could finally come to an end. He then slowly raised his dual swords and unleashed his strongest move, Lion's Might, Royal Domain. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The momentum of this attack resembled a majestic lion, intent on devouring everything in its path. Looking at the attack rushing towards him, Sengoku no longer had the strength to resist. He quietly closed his eyes, memories echoing in his mind. He faced the impending death with calmness. Shiki watched as his attack was about to hit him, instantly putting on a smile, ready to embrace his victory. But to his surprise, just as the attack was about to successfully strike through Sengoku's body, it was suddenly blocked. A figure wearing the Navy's justice cloak and glowing red fists appeared in front of Sengoku at that critical moment. The voice of Akainu suddenly broke Sengoku out of his reverie. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Akainu standing in front of him. After blocking the attack, Akainu turned to Sengoku with a serious expression and said, "It's the first time I've seen you so disheveled, Admiral." Sengoku shook his head, not wanting to dwell on the topic, and resumed his image as a wise strategist, looking at Shiki, who was still in the air. He spoke gravely, "Be careful. Shiki's strength is at its peak now." Upon hearing his words, Akainu's expression also became serious, clearly not optimistic about the upcoming situation. Meanwhile, Shiki, who had long planned to welcome victory, was furious at the sudden interference and said, "What a detestable magma brat. Since that's the case, I'll deal with you first." He then raised his sword again and unleashed a series of slashes towards Akainu. Although Akainu managed to block the attacks, they still caused destruction to the Navy headquarters. After slashing out several waves of sword energy, Shiki sheathed his swords again, knowing that such attacks wouldn't cause any real damage, just consuming some stamina. With that in mind, Shiki descended from the air onto the last remaining tallest building of the Navy headquarters. He slowly placed one hand on the building, causing the entire island of the Navy headquarters to rumble. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he quickly shouted to Akainu beside him, "Hurry and stop him. He wants to lift the Navy headquarters into the air and then drop it into the sea." As the rumbling grew louder, it seemed like it was too late. From afar, a man in a Navy uniform was rushing over from the sea. He moved with a speed unlike that of a human, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Golden Lion Shiki. Then he raised his jet-black fists and struck toward Shiki's head. Reacting quickly, Shiki raised one arm to block the attack from behind. Unfortunately, the force was too great, and he was knocked over. The previous thoughts of Shiki were instantly shattered. Due to the exhaustion from the earlier battle, he could only withstand this attempt. Now that he was being obstructed, it was basically impossible to realize his earlier intentions. Just as he was about to succeed, he was stopped, and this turn of events made Shiki's mood even more irritable. He quickly utilized his float fruit ability to rise back into the air. Soon, he spotted the person who had just ambushed him. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Kapu, you bastard! How dare you ambush me?" Kapu, seeing Shiki's expression, didn't take it seriously. Instead, he stretched out his fist, showing off his strength. As more and more reinforcements appeared from the Navy headquarters, Shiki realized that his wish to kill Sengoku was completely dashed. However, as the Grand Admiral of the Flying Pirate Crew, how could he just leave like this? He gathered all his remaining strength into his twin swords and launched his final attack. Garp saw that Shiki was already at the end of his strength and immediately used the moonwalk to charge at the attack. There was no doubt that Garp easily dealt with Shiki's attack, which lacked power. Shiki knew that this attack could not possibly harm Garp. However, he was surprised to see that even the Navy headquarters was unaffected after being dispersed by Garp. He immediately sensed that something was wrong and planned to use the last bit of power from the float fruit to leave. He intended to return to Marine headquarters once he had recovered his strength. Seeing his movements, Sengoku, who was resting nearby, immediately stood up and said sternly to Shiki, "Do you think Marine headquarters is a place you can just leave whenever you want? You'll stay here today." The reason Sengoku was so confident in saying this was largely because he saw Kizaru and Akiji rushing towards them. He believes that with so much military power in the Navy, dealing with a weary Golden Lion would be quite easy. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp immediately reacted. He once again used the moonwalk to appear in front of Shiki, entangling him with his own martial arts, preventing him from leaving this place. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Akiji, who were already on their way here, quickened their pace towards Shiki after hearing Sengoku's words. After all, they all knew that if they allowed the Golden Lion Shiki to leave so easily, the Navy would lose all dignity at sea. Since Garp had already engaged Shiki, he couldn't escape. Realizing his predicament, Shiki knew he couldn't leave now. Thus, he became ruthless and abandoned the thought of escape. Instead, he poured all his energy into attacking. Instantly, under Shiki's relentless attacks, the Navy headquarters suffered another round of destruction. At this moment, Kizaru arrived at the battlefield before Akiji. After the sound of the yada no Kagami, Akiji's attack followed closely. The Akainu, who had been on the battlefield, did not launch his own attack. After all, his attack was countered by Akiji's attributes, and he feared that his attack would cancel out with Akiji's. Watching so many attacks coming towards him, Shiki showed no signs of panic. Instead, he laughed wildly. Haha, do you really think these attacks can take me down? Don't dream. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki took advantage of a collision with Garp to retreat, then quickly drew his twin swords and slashed out his sword wave towards the incoming attacks. The sword wave unleashed by Shiki collided with the attacks from the others. However, it was clear that Shiki underestimated their power, and soon he was sent flying by their combined assault. In fact, when Shiki saw his sword wave being cancelled out, he sensed trouble. But due to his lack of stamina, he couldn't T-dodge in time. When the dust from the attacks settled, the true state of the Navy headquarters was revealed. The already dilapidated Navy headquarters had half of it become even more chaotic, while the other half was frozen. And, at the source of the attacks, Shiki no longer resembled his earlier arrogant self. He relied on the twin swords in his hands to barely stand. His long golden hair had become disheveled and was even covered in dust. Nevertheless, his posture remained upright, reflecting his demeanor. The Red Dog, who had been searching for an opportunity, saw Shiki's disheveled state. Immediately, he bypassed the crowd and launched an attack at Shiki. The meteor volcano left a trail of intense heat in its wake, and the part of the ground that had previously been frozen by Akiji began to melt. Seeing this attack, Shiki struggled to activate his haki to defend against it. Although he managed to block the attack, his condition worsened, and he no longer had any strength left to resist. Seeing Shiki's state, Sengoku knew that this matter had finally come to an end. He weakly said, "That's enough, Sakazuki. Capture him and transport him to Impel Down at a later date." Upon hearing Sengoku's order, Akainu abandoned his prepared second attack. He understood that if he killed Shiki while he was weak, the float fruit would reappear in the sea, which was an uncontrollable situation, so he lowered his hands. Thus, the incident of Golden Lion Shiki attacking Marine headquarters came to an end. However, due to the emptiness of Marine headquarters, it faced an unprecedented crisis. Even if they wanted to restore it to its former state, it would take a long time. The news of the attack on Marine headquarters also reached the Celestial Dragons. However, they did not send their CP units to assist Sengoku, as he had been somewhat disobedient since becoming the fleet admiral. Thus, the Celestial Dragons decided to treat this incident as a warning to Sengoku. But the situation in O'Hara could no longer be delayed. Even with the significant damage to Marine headquarters, they had to execute their demon-slaying order plan immediately. They had received specific information that the leader of the group that had previously landed on the island was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. As a celestial dragon who had been personally expelled from Mariejois, they remembered him very clearly. The reason for their urgency was that they did not want Doflamingo to learn about the blank 100 years of history. Even though he had once been a celestial dragon, it was unacceptable, so they needed to take faster action to destroy O'Hara. Having just gone through a great battle, Sengoku was already physically and mentally exhausted. But after hearing the unrefusable order from the Celestial Dragons, for the first time, he felt a deep hatred towards the world government. However, he had no way out, as all the military supplies of the Navy were provided by the world government. If he did not follow orders this time, the Navy would face an even more difficult situation. Thus, after just experiencing a great battle, Akainu, dragging his weary body, set off for O'Hara once again. What he did not know was that before he left the Navy headquarters, a small boat had set off ahead of him, taking a shortcut towards O'Hara. The naval officer on this small boat was named Jagwal Saron, a tall giant, displeased with the Navy's demon-slaying order, which contradicted his sense of justice. He intended to send a warning. He had also secretly saved an archaeologist from O'Hara before. The archaeologist he saved was none other than Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. To convince the people of O'Hara of his words, Alvia entrusted her identity token to him. After explaining some matters, she ultimately succumbed to her severe injuries and died. Saron was well aware that those scholars had done nothing wrong. So, after accepting Alvia's plea, he planned to reach O'Hara first and inform the civilians to leave. However, Akiji had long sensed something unusual about him, yet he chose not to intervene. After all, everyone has their own beliefs and choices. In fact, Akiji also began to doubt his own sense of justice. But as a Marine admiral, he had to set an example. So he could only bury these thoughts deep within his heart. Because if even the sense of justice in a Marine admiral wavered, it was needless to say what would happen to the soldiers under his command. He looked at Saron's back, then took out his bicycle from behind. He murmured, "Saron, my friend, is this the justice you have chosen? Let me see with my own eyes what it will ultimately become." After saying this, Akiji rode his bicycle, slowly following behind him. The The sea beneath his feet had already turned into ice as he rode past. Although the previous battle had left him quite exhausted, he still wanted to witness what kind of justice his friend would ultimately choose. He hoped to gain some affirmation for his sense of justice through this. In fact, over the past few days, Dracula had already finished the knowledge he wanted to learn, so he had been persuading the archaeologists to leave this place. Unfortunately, he still underestimated their stubbornness. No matter how Dracula tried to persuade them, they had no intention of leaving. They were even prepared to face death. Seeing this situation, Dracula felt helpless. However, he also did not intend to persuade them anymore. After all, his previous attempts were merely out of gratitude for letting him read. In fact, whether they lived or died had little to do with Dracula. Seeing that he had accomplished what he wanted to do, Dracula planned to leave. But just as they were ready to leave, they saw a small boat approaching from afar. Moreover, there was a giant standing on the boat. As the distance between them closed, Dracula clearly felt his inner anxiety. The one rowing the boat, Zoan, also saw Dracula and his group. Seeing people by the seaside, he immediately waved a hand and shouted, "Get out of here! The Navy's demon-slaying order is coming." Hearing his words, Dracula immediately knew who the man in front of him was. But now was not the time to think about that, as he realized it was impossible for him to leave now. So Dracula quickly thought for a moment, and soon came up with a plan. He planned to notify the archaeologists first. After all, if he wanted to leave this place, it would be very easy, just like last time on Demon Island. It wouldn't take much effort at all. So he decided to assess the situation before making a decision. Robin, who originally intended to say goodbye to Dracula, suddenly heard Zoan's words. She immediately planned to run back to inform the scholars. But Dracula grabbed her because it was already too late to notify them, and doing so would only lead to her own demise. After all, plans couldn't keep up with changes. By the time Dracula had that thought, naval fleets had already begun to appear around the island. Without giving them a moment to breathe, they fired shells and bombarded the island. Zoan felt his heart sink when he realized that despite his rush, he still couldn't successfully send out the message. However, looking at Dracula and the others in front of him, he quickly made up his mind. No matter what, he had to help these people leave safely. So he hurriedly took out the identification badge from Alvia and said, "I have been entrusted by Alvia. Let me rescue you now." Upon hearing his words, Robin even forgot her intention to warn the villagers. Instead, she stepped forward to Zoan and said, "This necklace belongs to my mother. May I ask how she is now?" Zoan was taken aback by Robin's words. He didn't expect that the archaeologist he had saved before was actually her mother. But in an instant, his mood became heavy again, and he then said, "Your mother has already sacrificed herself. This necklace was given to me by your mother before she died." Upon hearing that her mother had sacrificed herself, Robin couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing this, Dracula held Robin in his arms, saying nothing, just quietly embracing her. Soon, Dracula's clothes were soaked with tears. However, in contrast, Robin's emotions clearly stabilized. Since it was too late to send a message to O'Hara, Sauron decided to rescue them. He believes this is the choice of fate. As time is running out, Sauron anxiously said, "Let me take you away from here, otherwise it will be too late." Hearing his words, Dracula looked at him with some surprise. He didn't expect that Sauron could really stand against the Navy for the justice in his heart. However, Dracula didn't say anything, as he wanted to see how far Sauron could go. Thus, Sauron led the way for few people while Dracula and the others followed in a boat. But the boat was still too conspicuous, and soon it was spotted by the lookout on the Navy warships. Immediately, 2 warships turned their cannons towards them. Sauron, who was clearing the way ahead, saw this scene and directly used Moonwalk to rush in front of the 2 Navy warships. Then, he raised his dark fist covered in armament hockey and attacked the 2 warships. After all, Sauron was a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, and destroying these 2 warships was easy for him. The 2 warships sank into the sea immediately after being attacked. The commotion here naturally couldn't be hidden from the other warships that were firing. Soon, they saw the towering figure of Sauron. When they saw Sauron for the first time, they couldn't believe their eyes. After all, they recognized Sauron as a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. They just couldn't understand why Sauron would want to destroy Navy warships. While they were in a daze, the boat moved forward a bit more. Just as they were about to escape the Navy's encirclement, a Kainu appeared. Seeing a Kainu blocking the way, Sauron's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly showed a determined expression. He turned to Dracula and said, "You guys take advantage of the battle to leave here quickly. I'll stay behind to hold them off." Sauron knew very well that he couldn't defeat a Kainu, a Marine admiral, but he had made up his mind. Even if he had to die, he would buy them time. However, a Kainu, standing opposite him, didn't take him seriously at all. Instead, he spoke with a slightly tired tone. "Sauron, It seems you have abandoned the Navy's position. Then prepare to welcome death." Hearing his words, Dracula, who had been watching the scene, stepped forward and slowly walked in front of Salong, looking at the already fatigued Akainu. He wanted to test the level of his own strength. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the current Akainu had not yet restored his peak combat power. Taking advantage of this moment to fight him, Dracula was quite confident he could win. After all, one shouldn't think of fleeing at the first sign of danger. Dracula would not allow himself to become that kind of person. Salong had already prepared himself for death, but he was suddenly interrupted by Dracula. Instantly, the emotions that had been brewing for a long time vanished. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But before he could speak, Beepo, who had been following Dracula, suddenly appeared beside Salong. He then placed his palm on him. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared where Salong was standing, absorbing him into it. Then Beepo also walked in. As for Robin and the others, they had already been taken into the new dimensional space created by Beepo when Akainu appeared. The dimensional space he has created is no longer limited to just one person as it was before. After all, his strength has been continuously growing. When Beepo enters as well, the entrance to this dimensional space disappears. Seeing this scene, Akainu's eyes narrowed. He actually didn't notice where those people went. The only reason he could think of was that Beepo had consumed a space-type devil fruit. Seeing the surprised Akainu, Dracula chuckled softly. "This time, no one will interrupt our battle, Admiral Akainu." Upon hearing his words, Akainu snorted coldly. He then spoke seriously. "You're not from O'Hara Island, are you? Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll grant your wish." After saying this, Akainu left his warship, using Moonwalk to achieve a brief moment of suspension. He appeared before Dracula in the blink of an eye. He then raised his glowing red fists and attacked Dracula's head. Seeing the tentative attack before him, Dracula looked quite disdainful and easily dodged it. However, it must be said that Akainu's fruit ability was indeed hot. As his fists swept past Dracula, he felt a burning sensation. Realizing that his first attack had missed, Akainu revealed his true power. The dog-bite Red Lotus saw that Akainu's attack had actually intensified, and Dracula did not dare to let his guard down. He quickly activated his armament haki and raised his jet-black fists. With a bang, their fists collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. When both of them slowed down and looked at each other again, Akainu's gaze had clearly changed. He had already sensed that Dracula's true strength was not at all inferior to his own, and due to his own state of fatigue, whether he could take down Dracula this time was really hard to say. Akainu knew that these ineffective attacks would not affect his opponent at all. Thus, he unleashed his strongest move. He planned to settle it in one strike, as he had not fully recovered from the last battle. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He gathered all his strength into his hands and then unleashed it in one go. Seeing the sky filled with fiery red fist shadows, Dracula knew that Akainu was going all out. However, Dracula was not the least bit flustered. After all, he understood Akainu's situation. Although he did not know why Akainu's stamina had not returned to its peak, it was a good thing for him. Dracula first released his Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, a destructive and brutal dark aura swept across the nearby sea. Feeling this aura, Akainu's pupils constricted. He truly did not expect that Dracula possessed Conqueror's Haki, and such a bizarre aura at that. This made him determined to keep Dracula here this time. He then further strengthened the power of his meteor volcano. Seeing Akainu's small movements, Dracula did not take it to heart. When he released his Conqueror's Haki, he had already anticipated that Akainu would react this way, but he was not worried at all. Dracula slowly activated his armament haki and then infused the aura of his Conqueror's Haki into it. Finally, he allowed this combined haki to cover the demon sword Muramasa at his waist. With the one-sword style, rapid draw slash, Dracula slightly bent his body and drew the demon sword Muramasa at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Instantly, the two attacks collided, but it was clear that Dracula's move was superior. After they exhausted each other for a while, the slash that Dracula unleashed still continued toward Akainu. After all, in his fatigued state, Akainu's attacks had weaknesses. The reason Dracula's slash was able to break through Akainu's attack was mainly because he had discovered a weak point. With this, he achieved such an effect. However, this slash did not trouble Akainu, because even though he was already very tired, he still possessed the combat power of an admiral. Seeing that the attack had not worked, Dracula shrugged indifferently. After this confrontation, Dracula had already understood his specific combat level. Essentially, he could barely fight to a standstill with an admiral-level power. Thinking of this, Dracula still felt that his strength had increased a bit slowly. The two exchanged attacks for a while, but neither could inflict particularly serious injuries on the other. So, as the residual waves of the attacks receded, Dracula did not move forward again. Instead, he stood on a broken wooden plank. He slowly activated the fallen angel energy within him. This was the first time he used this ability in front of so many people. Soon, 6 pairs of wings materialized behind Dracula. Additionally, the mask of the evil spirit that he had used in Lowtown appeared on his face. His body was surrounded by a layer of dark energy from the fallen angel. The 6 pairs of wings behind him were also somewhat translucent. Overall, Dracula's image leaned towards a dark theme. Seeing Dracula suddenly transform, Akainu's mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to say that the other party was not following the rules of engagement, especially since they had fallen into a stalemate, and he actually transformed secretly. This time, Akainu realized it would be a bit difficult to stop Dracula. However, he was not the kind of person to give up when faced with difficulties. He gathered his magma energy once again, and one could even see the magma rolling within his body. As Akainu prepared his attack again, Dracula concentrated the energy within him to the wings behind him. Gradually, the wings behind Dracula became more solid, and the feathers became sharper. This was the move that Dracula was about to unleash. In an instant, 6 pairs of wings shot out rapidly from behind Dracula. Everywhere they passed was tainted with a sense of decay. When Akainu saw this attack, he quickly responded. His attack emitted a scorching heat wherever it went. When the decaying aura collided with the scorching heat, the resulting shockwaves even affected many nearby Navy soldiers. Half of these soldiers felt a burning sensation due to Akainu's attack, while the other half, after being hit by Dracula's attack, sensed the ebbing of their own life force. Some of the slightly older Navy members even had their lives directly taken away. Seeing the changes in those Navy soldiers, Akainu was greatly shocked. He never expected that Dracula's fruit ability could actually drain others' vitality. With this thought, he grew more wary of Dracula. However, his absolute justice did not allow him to take a step back. Even though Dracula was not a pirate at the moment, he still wanted to crush this potential threat in its cradle. Akainu's thoughts were unknown to Dracula, as he already had new plans. During the stalemate with Akainu, Akainu's subordinates had already contacted Sengoku by phone. Therefore, Dracula decided to leave. After all, if the Navy sent reinforcements, he might not be able to win. In fact, aside from Akainu, the fleet of the Demon Slayer Order also included several Navy vice admirals, but they obviously couldn't join the battle at the admiral level. Using the wings behind him, Dracula ascended to the sky. Looking at the ruins of O'Hara in the distance, he felt a sense of emotion and quietly said in a voice only he could hear, "The Demon Slayer Order is indeed a good method to destroy evidence. In such a short time, this place has completely disappeared from the annals of history. However, you may have underestimated me this time, as most of O'Hara's primary texts are imprinted in my mind. And this time, I also took away O'Hara's last hope, Nico Robin." As he was leaving, Dracula took a deep look at Akainu, who was watching from below. Then, he casually tossed out a card featuring 9 fallen angel patterns, with the other side showing the number 0. Akainu, of course, noticed Dracula's gaze, but he had no way to respond. Even using Jeppo, he could not reach such heights. He could only watch helplessly as Dracula left. However, he managed to catch the card flying towards him with 2 fingers. When Dracula's figure completely vanished, he angrily punched the battleship. Since this matter could no longer be salvaged, he planned to discuss this suddenly appearing man with Sengoku on the way back. Moreover, he had never seen such a bizarre devil fruit since he became a Marine. This was the first time a devil fruit of this kind had appeared on the seas, making his expression particularly grave. And Dracula's strength was also a matter that could not be overlooked. When such a strange devil fruit combined with admiral-level power appeared in one person, Akainu knew that this sea would once again stir up a storm. With the task of destroying O'Hara completed, he ordered a return to Navy headquarters. During the voyage, he took out the card left by Dracula again and fell into deep thought as he looked at it. Dracula was unaware of Akainu's thoughts. He is now planning to meet up with Beppo and the others. Just a moment ago during the battle, Dracula gave him instructions to leave that place first. The dimensional space created by Beppo does not have to stay in one spot. It can move. The main reason for him to leave is that Dracula is afraid that when he fights Akainu, it will produce an energy that tears open space, putting Beppo and the others in danger. So at the beginning, he had Beppo leave first. Following the trail, Dracula successfully reunited with them. This place is where they had hidden the ship before. Meanwhile, Salong has yet to come to his senses from this series of reactions. He stared blankly at Dracula and said, "You are surprisingly strong. Even Akainu couldn't stop you." Seeing Salong's deceived expression, Dracula gently patted his shoulder and casually said, "This time, I saved your life, so your life now belongs to me. From now on, you will be my subordinate." After hearing his words, Salong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, if it weren't for Dracula, he would have indeed been dead. Another point was that he had already effectively betrayed the Navy. Since there was nowhere else to go, he might as well follow Dracula. It was just right to take care of the last hope for O'Hara's growth, thus fulfilling his wish. As for Robin, she was still a little girl, so she naturally stayed by Dracula's side, where she could play with someone her own age. Reiju. Getting on his ship was also a form of protection for Robin, sparing her from facing that dark life. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out again. Ding. Detected that the host has changed Nico Robin's life trajectory. Congratulations. The host has obtained the book of ancient historical texts. Hearing the system's voice, Dracula was initially very pleased. After all, the system only appeared so suddenly when it was giving him rewards. However, when he saw the system's reward, he had a thought in his heart that he wasn't sure if he should voice. Although this reward was quite good, wasn't it just overlapping with the knowledge already in his mind? So the days of reading day and night before were essentially in vain. After all, what he mainly wanted to know upon arriving at O'Hara was this very thing. Nevertheless, with things being what they were, Dracula could only continue to comfort himself in his heart. After regaining his composure, Dracula gave the order to continue sailing toward the nearby island. He also plans to stay in the West Sea for a while. After all, the West Sea is not just the island of O'Hara. Moreover, he is very interested in the flower country, Dracula, within the West Sea. He is eager to witness the troublemaker Green Pepper, who can cause trouble for Garp. With the specific route determined, the ship's journey once again has a direction. However, what he doesn't know is that Admiral Akiji has already gone to the flower country early. He had also witnessed the battle between him and Akainu. However, he had no intention of helping Akainu because he felt that the Navy's demon-slaying orders were somewhat too cruel. So he quietly stood at a distance, watching the previous battle. When Dracula flew into the sky and left, Akiji contemplated briefly and deduced Dracula's next course. After all, judging by his departure, it was clear he wouldn't be leaving the West Sea. Therefore, the only famous island in the West Sea that is relatively close is the flower country. With this in mind, Akiji slowly rode his bicycle across the ice surface. He wanted to witness the justice chosen by Saron with his own eyes. Time at sea always slips away unconsciously. The returning Akainu had already arrived back at Marine headquarters. As soon as he disembarked from the warship, he couldn't wait to head to Sengoku's office. The matter concerning Dracula could no longer be delayed. In a somewhat displeased mood, Akainu didn't even knock on the office door, but directly pushed it open and walked in. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed, the people inside the office turned to look in that direction. Akainu had originally thought that only Sengoku was inside, so he barged in without hesitation. To his surprise, both Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsuru were also present. It seemed they were discussing the restructuring of Marine headquarters. However, Akainu didn't back off. Instead, he approached the group and said seriously, "There has been a minor issue with the Demon Slayer Order plan." Upon hearing that the Demon Slayer Order was not going smoothly, Sengoku immediately stood up from his chair. He knew that if someone as high-ranking as Akainu felt there was a problem, it had to be a significant one. He looked at Akainu with a serious expression, waiting for him to continue. But this time, Akainu didn't rush to explain. Instead, he took out a card from his coat pocket. Upon seeing the card being handed over, Sengoku immediately noticed the strange pattern on it and the zero marking on the back. He then passed the card to Garp and Tsuru for them to take a look. Once Sengoku had examined the card, Akainu spoke gravely. "This card was given to me by someone from O'Hara, and I couldn't stop him. He possesses the strength of an admiral and a very strange devil fruit that can drain life. This is a new ability that has appeared on the seas for the first time." Hearing his words, Sengoku's already serious face turned even more grave. He understood Akainu's reasoning. An unknown person suddenly appearing with immense power must have significant ulterior motives. At this point, Tsuru spoke up. "Are there any specific characteristics? Can we assess his danger level?" After hearing the question, Akainu thought for a moment. Then his whole body erupted in magma, forming the appearance of Dracula. Seeing this figure, Sengoku and the others had no immediate reaction. However, Garp, who had been indifferent, suddenly exclaimed, "That little brat has caused such a mess." Instantly, the attention of Sengoku and the others was drawn to Garp's voice. Noticing everyone looking at him, Garp awkwardly smiled and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Don't look at me. I don't know him. He just looks a bit like my disciple." Clearly, the others were not particularly satisfied with Garp's answer. From his earlier reaction, They knew that Garp must have some connection to this person. As the atmosphere gradually became tense, Tsuru slowly stood up and turned to Garp, softly asking, "This kid can't really be your disciple, right?" Based on her understanding of Garp, that possibility seemed very high. Hearing Tsuru's question, Garp's mouth twitched slightly, but he nodded. Seeing that Garp had indeed admitted the person was his disciple, Sengoku and Akainu's moods instantly soured. After all, what kind of people had Garp raised? Not only had his son dragon betrayed the Navy, but now even his disciple was like this. However, before they could inquire further, there was a sudden knock at the door. Hearing the marshal's voice, the messenger entered. Upon seeing the many high-ranking officials inside, he first saluted before handing a piece of information to Sengoku and then turning to leave. Sengoku initially intended to just glance at it, but soon found he couldn't look away. Once he finished reading, he angrily slammed his fist on the office desk, causing it to shatter. He then shouted at Garp, who was watching the scene, "Look at your good son. He has already overthrown several affiliated kingdoms in the West Sea. He's really causing trouble for the Navy." Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp wasn't too surprised. He knew that once Dracula had appeared in the Navy's sights, his son Dragon would also take action. He said nonchalantly, "I can't do anything about it. They don't listen to me, so why don't you send someone to catch them?" The reason he was so fearless was that he knew very well they had no way to deal with Dracula and Long, besides their own general-level combat power. Their devil fruits allowed them to fly. Seeing Garp's expression, Sengoku also realized he couldn't do anything about it. He then took out a card that was placed in a newspaper. The material of this card was the same as the one Akainu had given him before, but the pattern was different. The front of this card only had a humanoid figure, and the back had the number 2. Seeing this, Sengoku turned to Garp and asked seriously, "Garp, are they from the same group?" Garp, of course, still looked clueless and shrugged his shoulders with a slightly helpless expression. Seeing his expression, Sengoku felt a pain in his teeth from anger, but decided to give up on questioning him. He then turned to Akainu and Tsuru beside him and asked seriously, "What do you think about this matter?" After saying this, Sengoku placed the 2 cards in front of the 2. Through comparison, Tsuru quickly discovered that Long's card was one of the patterns from another card, and the numbers on the back were not the same. Based on this deduction, she quickly expressed her thoughts. According to the appearance of this card, at least 8 other powerful individuals had not yet shown up. Hearing Tsuru's speculation, Sengoku's pupils contracted. If that was the case, he couldn't imagine what kind of turmoil would arise from so many powerful individuals gathering together. Akainu, however, fell into contemplation because of Tsuru's words. He recalled that during the previous battle, there was another person's ability that was very strange. Thinking of this, he slowly recounted the previous situation again. "Before I fought that person, there was a bear behind him, which seemed to possess the ability of space-type Devil Fruit. Could he also be one of them? Moreover, during this operation, Navy Headquarters Vice Admiral Salong defected and joined them." Hearing Akainu's more detailed account, Sengoku was very sure that the bear must be one of them. However, upon hearing about Vice Admiral Salong's defection from the Navy Headquarters, he still let out a slight sigh. He actually knew long ago that many people in the Navy were quite displeased with the demon-slaying order, and Saron was just one of them. The other generals were still within the Navy. As for whether they would ultimately betray the Navy, Sengoku was not confident. However, he had no choice, as he could not defy the orders of the world government. The discussion on this matter quickly came to an end, and then Akainu left. He needs to take a good rest because the continuous high-intensity battles have already put his body under a heavy load. Once Akainu leaves, Sengoku starts discussing the disposal of Dracula with Tsuru. As for Garp, he has long been ignored by Sengoku. He knows that bringing Garp along would lead to no productive discussions. Seeing their plans, Garp is quite pleased to have some leisure time. He took out a bag of donuts from the drawer of the Warring States. He started munching on them noisily. Upon seeing the source of the sound, Warring States immediately felt a rush of blood to his head, because those were the donuts he had treasured for a long time, but unexpectedly, they ended up in Garp's hands. He clenched his teeth tightly to keep himself calm and continued discussing the matter with Crane. However, for some reason, he felt an increased pain in his molars. Just as they were debating whether to put a bounty on Dracula, Star's call came in. As soon as Sengoku answered, a voice came from the other end of the transponder snail. "We already know about O'Hara. As for the person who appeared there, I have detailed information. His name is Don Quixote Dracula, and his devil fruit is the angel fruit in its fallen angel form. The abilities are currently unknown, but the danger level is extremely high, and we need to capture him alive." Hearing Star's words, Sengoku's expression was somewhat surprised. According to what he knew, the surname Don Quixote was possessed only by the celestial dragons. However, he didn't intend to ask further and silently noted this in his mind. In his view, capturing him alive sometimes signifies an attitude. After Star finished speaking, he hung up the transponder snail. Although they were surprised that Dracula was still alive, they never took it to heart. The reason for issuing this order was also due to his former identity as a celestial dragon. After all, Star didn't want him to die at the hands of those inferior races. Of course, Sengoku only had some speculations about these matters and did not know the specifics. After hanging up the transponder snail, he briefly discussed with Crane and confirmed the bounty amount of 200 million berries. Since he had not officially become a pirate yet, they definitely could not refer to them as a pirate crew. Based on the name of his devil fruit, Sengoku decided to call Dracula's group the Fallen Angel Brigade. As for the decision regarding Dragon, Sengoku decided to increase his bounty and label him as the world's most notorious criminal. After all, he always overthrew the member countries of the world government, so his ideology was extremely dangerous. Thus, Sengoku gave him this title. Meanwhile, Dracula and his companions had already arrived at the capital of the Flower Country. Unfortunately, they had not taken many steps when they encountered a roadblock ahead. Without a doubt, the person blocking their way was Admiral Akiji. He looked at the crowd in front of him and lazily placed the eye mask on his head. Then he spoke up. "You guys are really slow. I've been waiting here for quite a while." Upon hearing his words, several people were taken aback. No one could have imagined that Admiral Akiji of the Navy knew they would be here, and it seemed he'd been waiting for a long time. Sarone looked at Akiji, who was blocking the way, and as a friend, he spoke softly. "Akiji, I didn't expect the Navy to send you to deal with me." Akiji shook his head, indicating otherwise. Then he said flatly, "I'm not here for that. I just want to know what kind of justice you ultimately choose." Hearing Akiji's answer, Sarone was quite surprised, but after a moment's thought, it made sense. What kind of justice? At least it wouldn't be the justice of the oppressed, Akiji. Upon hearing this answer, Akiji nodded. He then stepped aside, having no intention of fighting Dracula. After all, in his view, it was a meaningless endeavor that would be very laborious without any reward. As the group passed by Akiji, Dracula suddenly turned around and handed him a card with the rebellious angel Vani printed on the front. However, the other side of the card had no numerical designation. Just as Akiji was feeling puzzled, Dracula's lips curled into a smirk as he softly explained, "If you can't uphold justice within the Navy, then come find me." Then he disappeared with the group from Akiji's sight. Akiji glanced at the direction they had vanished and then looked at the card in his hand. He chuckled softly, "Haha, what an interesting person, but I'll remember this." He then placed the card in the compartment of his eye mask and slowly pushed out his bicycle, heading towards the Navy headquarters. Because just a little while ago, he had received a summons from the Navy headquarters. If it weren't for wanting to see them, he would have left long ago. His departure did not attract the attention of the people on this island. After all, a naval admiral can easily go unnoticed when he wishes to hide his identity. The card given to Akiji was merely an invitation from Dracula. He knew that at this moment, Akiji was already confused about the justice of the Navy. So, Dracula wanted to plant a seed in Akiji's heart. When it sprouts, it will be the time of the Navy's division. As for why it featured the image of a rebellious angel, it was mainly because the fallen angel's ability matched Akiji the best. The ability of the rebellious angel is primarily to grant others immense power. However, those who receive this power must also bear a corresponding cost. It is a process of equivalence. If Akiji wants to uphold his justice, he will inevitably betray the Navy, thus bearing the stigma of a traitor, which is also the cost. If Akiji truly joins his camp, then this ability is prepared for him, because only those who have experienced bearing costs will resonate more with the ability of the rebellious angel. Of course, all of this is Dracula's own idea. However, the main purpose of coming to the Land of Flowers is that Dracula has his eyes set on the treasure hidden by Akiji in the Jade Ice Mountain. Whether it is the dragon overthrowing the kingdom or Doflamingo's underground business, wealth is something that is urgently needed. Therefore, Dracula has set his sights on this place. After all, in his view, Akiji can no longer retrieve the treasure inside, and leaving it there is merely a decoration. It would be better to let him take it away. Although it is said that only Akiji's own head can break the Jade Ice Mountain, Dracula does not believe it. Because if Garp can dent Akiji's head with just his fists, it proves that this is a fallacy. The main reason it has survived to this day is that no one values the treasure he left behind. But it doesn't matter. Dracula does not despise these treasures. Even a little that can be taken out is something. He believes that the swordsmanship, after merging with the dual-colored domineering spirit, will surely be able to break through this iceberg. However, since he doesn't know the exact location, Dracula still needs to explore during the night. With this mindset, Dracula led a few people to casually find an inn to stay in. The reason for being so bold is that Dracula knows that even if they are wanted, the news wouldn't reach the West Sea so quickly. In the following days, Dracula finally confirmed the exact location of the Jade Ice Mountain. However, he didn't rush to take action. Instead, he called everyone together. The others were puzzled about why Dracula suddenly summoned them. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Dracula said, "Listen, we will leave here at midnight tonight. You all wait for me on the ship, and I will join you later." Upon hearing this specific time, Beppo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He knew that someone was bound to have bad luck by choosing to leave at this time. After all, their last operation was also set for midnight. However, as a kind bear, he could only silently sigh for that unfortunate person in his heart. Once the plan was finalized, Beppo gathered a few people to pack their things. He plans to return to the ship directly later and be ready to leave at any moment. After all, plans sometimes can't keep up with changes, so it's important to leave some extra time. Time flies quickly, and before he knows it, it's midnight. Dracula's fallen angel dark energy envelopes his body, forming a unique night outfit. He quickly sped along the road, utilizing the positions he had previously determined. But it was as if he merged with the darkness, raising no ripples at all. Soon, Dracula arrived in front of the Bayou Ice Mountain. He slowly walked on the ice, gazing at the treasures inside, his eyes beginning to shine with golden light. This is the allure of money. Dracula fully infused the dual-color dominance into the demon, sword Muramesa at his waist. Then he slightly bent his body and drew it out at an extremely fast speed. The blade collided with the ice surface. As expected, cracks began to spread across the ice, and the number of cracks increased. Ultimately, the ice could not withstand the heavy blow, and the spiderweb-like cracks formed a huge opening. As he looked at the revealed treasures, Dracula placed his hand on top of them. Instantly, a tremendous suction force emanated from Dracula's hand, and the treasures inside disappeared in an instant. This ability was the same as the distorted angel ability that Beppo had previously demonstrated. He placed all these treasures in the dimensional space he created. Looking at the empty iceberg, Dracula smiled and said, "The treasures are in hand. The wind is tight." Due to the loud noise from breaking the iceberg, it quickly attracted a group of guards on the island. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Dracula had long since disappeared. These guards quickly delivered the news to Qing Jiao. Upon receiving the news, Qing Jiao immediately rushed over. When he saw that his precious iceberg was empty, he let out an angry roar. "Bastard, who is it? I will never let him go. Investigate, find him for me. If you can't find him, you all can die." After years of accumulated treasures had vanished, Qing Jiao had become extremely frantic. Soon, one of his subordinates came to him again, presenting a strangely patterned card that he had just found. "Report, Chief Qing Jiao. This card should be a clue left by the suspect." Upon hearing this, Qing Jiao eagerly flipped through the card several times. However, there were no clues. He didn't find anything. Nevertheless, it was better than having nothing to work with. He then shouted at his subordinate, "Use all the family's resources to investigate this immediately." The subordinate, receiving the new order, immediately went to carry it out. He now has only one thought in his mind, which is to leave the furious leader as soon as possible. As for this card, it was certainly left by Dracula. Although he took all the treasures from the Ice Mountain, he felt it would be boring not to leave any information behind. So he left an identity marker, just to make future life more exciting. After obtaining the Dracula treasure, he hurried to the planned location. As soon as he boarded the ship, Beppo slowly maneuvered it away from the port. Due to the darkness, no one noticed this scene. When Dracula had completely left the land of flowers, he looked back and said with some emotion, "Ahaha, Green Pepper, I've left. You're not still searching for me on the island, are you? Just let me wait for you on the sea." However, Green Pepper could not hear this because he was still immersed in searching for the killer. This matter was soon forgotten by Dracula. However, his next sailing destination was no longer the South China Sea. He feels that there is no longer any need to go to the South China Sea, since he now possesses the strength of a general. He has decided to head to the Grand Line. As for the handling of the South China Sea, Dracula plans to leave it to Dragon. After all, he doesn't like to overthrow nations, so he might as well let Dragon practice his skills in the Four Seas first. Dracula thinks it's about time for Dragon's revolutionary army plan to be put on the agenda. After all, a strong public base will be needed to confront the world government in the future. Thus, after finding Dragon in the West Sea, Dracula handed over this matter along with the previous treasures to him. He was very happy and nodded in agreement after hearing Dracula's arrangement, because this was indeed what he wanted to do. After briefly explaining the details, Dracula sets sail on the sea once again. He plans to first take a look at the current situation in the Grand Line. After a few days of sailing, under Beppo's command. The ship arrives at the starting point of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. This is their first step into the Grand Line. Every time Dracula sees Reverse Mountain, he feels a deep sense of emotion. At this moment, the whale Laboon is already waiting here. Speaking of Laboon, one cannot forget the ship's doctor of the Roger pirates, Correa. However, since they are here, Dracula still intends to take another look at the ship's doctor from the Roger pirates. Although Roger has already died, it is clear that he had arranged other tasks for them before his death. Thinking of this, Dracula unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, of course under his control. He did not unleash it on his own crew. This Conqueror's Haki quickly swept across the surrounding sea area. In an instant, it intimidated the whale. Shortly after, an old man emerged from the whale's body. He was dressed in colorful clothing, looking extremely cool. Dracula couldn't help but curl his lips at the sight of him on vacation. Then he spoke, "What a leisurely old man. Come me an old friend." Hearing Dracula's words, Colokas immediately shook his head in denial. "We're not really old friends. We've only met once or twice at most. Did you come to find me for something?" Seeing his demeanor, Dracula didn't take it to heart. "I plan to head to the Grand Line. Give me a permanent pointer." Colokas casually pulled a permanent pointer from his pocket and threw it to him. Dracula reached out to catch it and saw that it was indeed the permanent pointer he wanted. With the item in hand, he handed the pointer to Beppo and turned to leave. However, before departing, Dracula suddenly turned back and asked, still waiting for the successor of Roger's will, "It might take a long time." Colokas, who was originally walking back, paused at his words but said nothing and continued toward the whale. Noticing his silence, Dracula shrugged nonchalantly, as he had only said it casually. Soon, the ship set sail again, heading towards the Grand Line. He was particularly looking forward to what would happen in the future. After all, the world had already become chaotic because of his arrival. When their figures completely disappeared from the upside-down mountain, Colokas reappeared once more. He looked at their disappearing figures and said with some emotion, "Are they unable to participate in the plan?" "Indeed, that's the case, Captain Roger." After entering the Grand Line, Dracula's next target is the Little Garden. The two giants inside are quite tempting for Dracula. Their combat power is also not to be underestimated, especially that move, Elbaf's dominance. Now, what Dracula needs to do is to continuously expand his influence. Then, at the right moment, overthrow the world government in one fell swoop and kill all the celestial dragons. But he knows that the current manpower is simply not enough to fill the gaps of the world government. Moreover, the combat power at the admiral level is also lacking. After all, Mariejois still has him, who is quite an old monster. With the permanent pointer, Beppo can better control the ship's direction. He is now a very competent navigator. Dracula is very satisfied with the Duke of Inuzuka for entrusting him to himself. Ever since he joined, Dracula no longer has to worry about getting lost. After leaving the inverted mountain, Beppo took control of the ship and sped across the sea. As a result, it only took a few days for everyone to reach the Little Garden. When Dracula disembarked and walked on the island, he felt a series of tremors coming from the ground. Looking up, he discovered that in the center of the island, many birds and beasts were fleeing in all directions in a panic. Seeing this scene, Dracula knew that his trip had not been in vain. The two giants were indeed on this island, and it seemed they'd been fighting for a long time. Otherwise, these wild animals wouldn't be reacting so violently. Feeling all of this, a smile crept onto Dracula's lips. He then turned to the somewhat inconspicuous Sauron and quietly said, "Did you feel that? There are two giants dueling over there. Why don't you go take a look?" Upon hearing Dracula's words, Sauron was quite surprised. He didn't expect that there would be giants on this island. He was quite happy to see his fellow kin here, so he took the lead and walked towards them. Soon, Sauron arrived at the center of the island. What came into his view were indeed two giants engaged in battle. Although he didn't know why Dracula was so familiar with this place, the feeling of joy overwhelmed him. This question was quickly cast aside. When Brokey and Dongli saw another giant appear, they were also particularly surprised. It had been a long time since anyone had come to this island, let alone another giant. Immediately, Brokey and Dongli abandoned their half-finished duel and instead looked at Sauron with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Soon, the more impatient Dongli spoke up. "Friend, it's great to see you. Since the day we dueled, we haven't seen a giant for a long time." Hearing his words, Sauron quickly replied, "I'm also very happy to see you. I didn't expect there to be giants here, due to not having seen people for a long time." Brokey's chatterbox potential was fully activated. Soon, the three of them became familiar with each other. When Dracula led a group of people to this place, they saw the three of them happily chatting. Upon seeing them finally arrive, Sauron quickly stood up to introduce them. The sudden arrival of so many people on the island naturally made things lively for Brokey and Dongli. Then everyone began a feast there. Although Dracula wanted to recruit them as his subordinates, he wasn't in a hurry, because Bebua's next voyage required the magnetic force of the permanent pointer. Dracula felt that this matter could be taken slowly. While Brokey and Donley had ended their duel on the first day due to the arrival of the crowd, in the following days, they dueled every day. This was also the first time Dracula and his companions witnessed the unique fighting style of giants. Although they were initially shocked, they gradually became somewhat numb. They couldn't tell who was winning or losing, and their moves were particularly simple. When the day came for the permanent pointer to restore its magnetic force, Dracula found the two giants and made a decision with them. That was for Dracula to duel with them. If Dracula won, they would have to follow his orders in the future. If Brokey and Donley won, then Dracula and his group would not leave, staying to accompany them. For these simple-minded giants, Dracula had been quite to their liking over the past few days, so they agreed to the challenge. After all, they were very confident in their own strength, as they were the strongest warriors in Elbaf. Soon, the three of them arrived at the center of the island. With a flurry of fleeing birds and beasts, the battle officially began. Facing these two giants, Dracula naturally showed no signs of weakness. He simply drew his swordsmanship infused with two colors of hockey and defeated them. Moreover, their weapons were completely destroyed in this battle. Although they hadn't used their ultimate move, the Bagua, they knew that even if they did, they wouldn't win. After all, without the enhancement of weapons, the power of that move would be greatly reduced. However, they were not the type to be petty. As warriors of the giant race, they had to be honorable. So they quickly accepted the fact of their defeat and decided to honor their promise to follow Dracula from then on. Seeing that he successfully recruited two new subordinates, Dracula felt quite pleased. He then said, "Now my ship is a bit small, so I can only put you in my dimensional space for now. But don't worry. With my current strength, I can fit the entire island in there." Hearing his words, Brokey and Donley pondered for a long time and finally understood what was going on. They nodded in agreement, seeing that they understood his meaning and agreed. When Dracula took everyone back to the ship, he slowly placed his hands on the island. Suddenly, a pulling force emanated from Dracula's hands. In the blink of an eye, the island disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes, hardly able to believe that someone could achieve such a feat. Bebua, seeing this change, was instantly envious. He realized that what Dracula had demonstrated was his fallen angel ability, but he hadn't yet cultivated to that level. Thinking of this, he secretly resolved to practice even harder. This way, when the time comes, he could put Zhao Wu into his dimensional space, thus solving the crisis that Duke Corrois had once told him about. Saron saw how quickly Dracula had recruited two such powerful subordinates. He couldn't help but feel more for the life ahead, because in his view, constantly recruiting these powerful subordinates must be part of a huge plan. Moreover, after spending so much time together, he also understood one of Dracula's characteristics, a particular hatred for the celestial dragons. So he felt that everything Dracula was doing now was preparing to overthrow the world government. Brokey and Donley looked around at their current location and found it to be exactly the same as the previous one, their expressions filled with surprise. They never expected that there would be someone capable of achieving this on the sea. Accordingly, they were quite impressed with Dracula. However, in an instant, they forgot about this matter. They continued their unfinished duel. Although their weapons had been damaged in the previous battle, they still had their fists to use. Thus, the two began their endless fight once again. Dracula, who was resting on the ship, smiled helplessly upon sensing the situation. What a combative pair they are. For Dracula, the voyage through the small garden was just a brief stop. According to the permanent compass in his hand, Bepo was steering the ship towards the next island. However, no one could say for sure where they would ultimately arrive, as the weather on the Grand Line could be quite unpredictable. On the second day of the voyage, the weather was exceptionally clear. Dracula leisurely lay in a rocking chair, reading a newspaper. He had just bought this newspaper from a seagull delivering it. Flipping through it casually, he soon came across something that piqued his interest. It was about the shipwright Tom, who was building a ship for Roger and was labeled as a notorious criminal. However, due to his need to construct a sea train, his arrest was postponed for a while. The day the sea train was completed would be the day he was sent to prison. Seeing this, Dracula's mouth curled into a slight smile. If time permitted, he planned to bring Tom into his camp. After all, his shipbuilding skills were indeed top-notch in these waters. Moreover, Dracula still did not have a decent ship. The ship he particularly liked was the Ark Maxim made by Enel. Unfortunately, considering the time, this ship probably hasn't been built yet. After all, Enel should still be just a child now, possibly not even having eaten the rumble fruit yet. With this thought in mind, Dracula decided to go to Skypiea a little earlier. This way, He could cultivate him from a young age, preventing him from becoming too arrogant later on. After briefly considering the feasibility of this plan, Dracula continued reading the newspaper. However, there wasn't anything particularly interesting in the following content. But among the pile of bounties, Dracula quickly spotted his own. The bounty read, Fallen Angel Number 0, Don Quixote Dracula, user of the Angel Fruit, currently wanted for 200 million berries, to be captured alive. After seeing this, Dracula felt quite satisfied. After all, they didn't give him any strange title. After reading his bounty, Dracula flipped through the pages again. Soon, the bounty for Dragon caught his eye. The bounty stated, the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, user of the Hurricane Fruit, currently wanted for 1 billion berries. Dead or alive. Dracula clearly sensed the change in Dragon's bounty and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that your plan to overthrow the government has been discovered. But this was inevitable. After all, it would be known sooner or later. The remaining bounties had nothing to do with Dracula. He casually placed them on the table in front of him and continued to enjoy the sunlight. Time passed quickly, and under Bebo's guidance, they finally saw the island again. Once Dracula led them off the ship, the environment they encountered was on a completely different level compared to the small garden. The crowd here was particularly large, and the port appeared to be very lively. As for the previous small garden, it could at most be considered a primitive island. However, this scene did not last long, as much of the terrain here was made up of desert. This landscape inevitably reminded Dracula of Alabasta. After a simple inquiry, he confirmed that it was indeed Alabasta, and that they were in Yuba, located in the western part of Alabasta. Looking at the oasis before him that had not yet turned into desert, he couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that Crocodile had not yet begun his coup plan. However, I remember there was a piece of the poneglyph here. If there is a chance, I should take Robin to see it. Since Robin was not living a life of escape like in the original story, her hatred for the world government was now very intense, even surpassing her desire for the poneglyphs. Thinking of this, Dracula gently shook his head and continued walking on the land of Yuba with the others. As the trading center of western Alabasta, the foot traffic here was indeed very large. Pirates were also quite common, but they did not dare to be particularly rampant here. Because Dracula had already been offered a bounty of 200 million berries, many people focused their attention on him as he entered. However, due to the high bounty, no one dared to take action against him. After all, the front end of the Grand Line was known as Paradise, and there were hardly any formidable pirates. Therefore, a bounty of 200 million berries was already considered a significant pirate to them. Meanwhile, Nefertari Cobra, far away in the palace, also received this news. Instantly, he felt uneasy. The sudden emergence of such a powerful pirate in his country meant that if a conflict arose, they would not be able to handle it. So he paced back and forth in his palace. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any good solutions. Meanwhile, Vivi, who had been playing in the palace, noticed her father's agitation. A big question flashed through her little mind, and she cheerfully spoke up. Is it because of Uncle Bel's news? If you're worried, why not meet him in person? Hearing his obedient daughter's words, Cobra slapped his forehead. He then picked up Vivi, who was still playing on the ground, and said happily, I really am a fool. Vivi is right. I should go meet this pirate now. Hearing her father admit that he was a big fool, Vivi happily stuck out her tongue and clapped her hands, saying, ha, father's a big fool, a big fool. Seeing her happy expression, Cobra helplessly patted her head, then carried Vivi and headed toward Yuba, where Dracula was. Meanwhile, Dracula, who was in Yuba, was planning to see if he could find Crocodile in this country. After all, the system of the Seven Warlords was about to be established, and he must be plotting here. Therefore, the possibility of him being in this country was high. If he couldn't find him here, Dracula planned to head to Rain Base. After all, in the original story, Crocodile established his base there and even opened a casino. With this mindset, Dracula spent the next few days searching for his figure. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed, and he found no trace of him. In contrast, King Cobra of Alabasta managed to find Dracula. Since receiving the news, he had been hurrying to this place. Thus, the two successfully met. When Dracula saw him, he was still quite surprised. However, Cobra did not forget the purpose of his visit. He quickly opened his mouth and said, I don't know why you are here, but how can I serve you? Hearing his direct question, Dracula thought for a moment and understood the reason. However, Dracula first paid a noble's courtesy and then said kindly, We are just here to take a look. It would be great if you could find us a guide. Seeing Dracula's gentleness, Cobra let out a sigh of relief. After all, in his impression, those with high bounties usually had an arrogant demeanor. When he heard that Dracula wanted to find a guide, Cobra began to think of suitable candidates. However, Vivi, who had been by his side, tugged at his sleeve and said sweetly, "Father, let me be their guide." Hearing Vivi's words suddenly, Cabrat shook his head without thinking. However, Vivi was very interested in someone who could give her father a headache. So she was not going to give up easily. She tugged at his sleeve again, batting her bright blue eyes, and continued, "Please let me go, I beg you." Meanwhile, Dracula, seeing the blue-haired little girl, thought she was very cute. He stepped forward and said to the hesitant Cabrat, "King, don't worry, I will ensure the princess's safety." Hearing Dracula's assurance, combined with his precious daughter's cute antics, Cabrat finally agreed to the request. Thus, a lovely little guide joined Dracula's side. Once Cabrat saw that the matter was resolved, he returned to his palace. However, before he left, he sent a guard for Vivi. Dracula understood this action, as Cabrat was indeed a complete doting father. Vivi looked at the man in front of her and finally voiced her curiosity, which had reached its limit. "Big brother, why is my father so afraid of you?" Hearing her innocent question, Dracula's lips curled into a smile. He casually replied, "Well, I don't know either. Maybe it's because my strength is too great." After getting the answer, Vivi nodded, somewhat understanding. However, this question made the guard beside them quite awkward, as he felt that this question shouldn't have been directed at him. In the following days, Dracula, guided by Vivi, wandered around various places in the kingdom of Alabaston. Unfortunately, he still couldn't gather any information about Crocodile. Although he didn't find anything, Dracula was not at all discouraged. After all, it was just a casual thought. Finding information would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. He wasn't in a rush. As the days went by, Dracula and Vivi gradually became more familiar with each other. However, Cabrat felt a bit displeased about this. Ever since their relationship became closer, Vivi no longer clung to him as before, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. He sighed and continued to browse through today's government affairs. But when he saw one of the documents, his expression changed for the worse, because the world government was actually going to hold a world conference. Now, everywhere was preparing offerings of heavenly gold for the celestial dragons. Although they are one of the descendants of the 20 kings, they chose to live here. Therefore, now they are required to pay the heavenly gold just like the normal member states. The amount of heavenly gold is substantial, and each submission will result in significant losses for the country. He furrowed his brows in thought and soon came to a decision. He planned to announce to the citizens, inviting everyone to help raise the money. Soon, this matter sparked a wave throughout the entire kingdom. Due to their fear of the celestial dragons, the commoners were very cooperative. Of course, Dracula also noticed this scene. Seeing that they were all preparing for the heavenly gold, a strange smile appeared on Dracula's lips. In fact, during these past few days, Vivi had already taken Dracula and the others to visit all the interesting places. After learning about this news, Dracula sent Vivi back to the palace. The next thing he planned to do, he did not intend for her to know. After returning to his residence, Dracula first activated his observation hockey. After sensing that no one was monitoring him, he dialed a long-in-use snail phone. After a period of waiting, the snail phone was answered. Before Dracula could speak, laughter came from the other end of the line. "Your Majesty, you finally called me. Is there a new instruction?" Hearing his question, Dracula quickly responded, "That's right. I believe you have received the news about the heavenly gold. Go and seize it." Upon hearing this response, Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment. Then he laughed even more recklessly. "I was just planning to do that. Those trash don't deserve to have these things." Seeing that he already had a plan, Dracula didn't bother with it anymore. After chatting a bit, he hung up the phone. He then dialed Dragon's snail phone. Soon, the snail phone transformed into Dragon's likeness, and a voice came from the other side. "Boss, is there a new instruction?" Dracula nodded slightly and then spoke. "You should know about the heavenly gold news. Whenever the heavenly gold is to be collected, the world government holds a world meeting at the Holy Land, Mariejois." Upon hearing this, Dragon quickly responded affirmatively. "Yes, I have received the news. Are you planning to take action against them?" Realizing that Dragon had guessed it, Dracula directly stated the purpose of this operation. "That's right. I plan to infiltrate the Holy Land, Mariejois during this world meeting and release all the slaves inside as our backup manpower." Hearing his idea, Dragon was very excited, but he asked a very serious question. "But what about the people from the stars? They will definitely not tolerate us releasing the slaves." Hearing his concern, Dracula gently explained, "Don't worry, every time after the world meeting ends, they are particularly relaxed. If we act at this time, we will definitely succeed. However, this plan needs to be kept confidential. This matter only requires the two of us." Dragon nodded in agreement. The two then discussed some specific details before hanging up the snail phone, starting to prepare for that day. As time passed day by day, the world meeting was getting closer. The first to take action was Doflamingo's heavenly gold plan. When Dracula received the news, he was also quite surprised. After all, the fleets for heavenly gold generally have their own unique and highly secretive routes. But even so, Doflamingo still executed the robbery plan so swiftly. This matter soon reached the stars. They were immediately furious and quickly sent people to search for clues. With the strong search efforts of the P organization, they soon identified the perpetrator. When Xing received this news and opened it, he discovered that it was actually Don Quixote Doflamingo. He instantly regretted it and was very annoyed that they hadn't killed this inconspicuous little figure at the time. But now it was too late, because the gold had already fallen into his hands that day. He will know a major secret concerning the celestial dragons. And in order to prevent Doflamingo from becoming desperate and leaking this secret, they can only negotiate instead of using force to resolve the issue. Thinking of this, Xing had to bring up the previously shelved Seven Warlords plan again. They are constantly discussing the feasibility of this plan. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, who has just robbed the treasure from the sky, has discovered the secret of the celestial dragons. This secret is that the celestial dragons are not the legitimate rulers, but a group of usurpers. After mastering this secret, Doflamingo became even happier. He laughed loudly. So that's how it is. I wonder what price you will pay to keep me silent. And I don't believe that your plan, your majesty, is merely to rob the celestial gold. After all, your hatred for the celestial dragons far exceeds mine. However, these words were just for his own ears. Although the celestial gold had been stolen, the World Conference proceeded as usual. Every time the World Conference was convened, it was quite difficult, so the timing couldn't be changed lightly. 2 days later, the World Conference was held as scheduled. Dracula, along with Beppo, met with Dragon. As for the others, they were all taken by Dracula into his dimensional space, conveniently placed in a small garden, staying together with Brooke and Donnelly. After the meeting, Dracula began to outline his next plan. When the World Conference ends, Dragon, you and I will act together to free those slaves. As for Beppo, when the operation begins, place the ships you have in dimensional space on the surface of the sea. Then you can leave. As for how many people manage to escape in the end, that is not our concern. Only those who survive are worth recruiting. Hearing Dracula's words, both Dragon and Beppo nodded. They understood the deeper meaning behind this approach, because those who successfully escape in the end are the ones who have not been completely enslaved and have a strong desire to live. Only these people have recruitment value. Once confirmed, the three began a long wait. This World Conference lasted a full week. When the kings of the member countries returned to their respective kingdoms, each of their faces bore a hint of fatigue. The three, who had been waiting for the World Conference to end, felt a shiver at this sight. They then focused their minds and continued to wait for nightfall. During these days, Dracula and the others were waiting in the sky not far from Mariejois. After all, getting too close while they were in session would easily lead to discovery. Soon, the sky began to darken. When it was completely dark, Dracula brought Beppo to the designated location. After placing him there, Dracula disappeared into the night with Dragon. They quietly infiltrated Mariejois under the cover of night. Dracula was quite familiar with this place. After all, he was originally a celestial dragon. Soon, he led the dragon to the place where the slaves were held. However, they did not rush inside. Although the guards had relaxed their vigilance at this time, it did not mean that there were no guards present. Dracula patted the dragon's shoulder and then pointed to the place where the slaves were imprisoned. The dragon immediately understood Dracula's intention. Then he activated his fruit ability and transformed himself into a gust of wind, swiftly blowing into the prison. At first, the guards watching over the slaves did not pay attention to this strange wind, but soon they realized that it was impossible for there to be wind in this place. However, it was clear that they were too late to notice the problem. As the dragon transformed into wind, when it blew past their bodies, it instantly turned into wind blades. The wind blades sliced through, killing them all without a single sound being uttered. Fear was evident on each of their faces, yet they witnessed the demise of their own lives. Even their bodies fell to the ground without making a sound. Everything was silent, because when they fell, the previous gusts of wind transformed into a gentle breeze, gently lowering the bodies of the crowd to the ground. The wide-open eyes reflected that all of this happened in an instant. With the guards taken care of, Long signaled to Dracula. When Dracula entered and saw the bodies scattered on the ground, he showed no signs of surprise. He had great confidence in Long's strength. Seeing that there were no guards left in the slave prison, Dracula knew that his plan was about to succeed. He walked lightly, slowly making his way down the corridor of the prison. With no guards present, Dracula did not intentionally suppress the sound of his footsteps. His shoes made a series of squeaking sounds as he walked down the corridor. This unusual sound quickly attracted the attention of some slaves imprisoned here. However, most of them still did not dare to look up, fearing that a single glance could bring them the fate of death. Dracula walked around the corridor and found that most of the slaves did not dare to raise their heads to meet his gaze. And he clapped his hands. The loud sound immediately echoed in the empty corridor. This loud noise made those slaves who dared not look up involuntarily turn their eyes toward him. Seeing that he had captivated most of the slaves, he slowly began to speak the words he intended to say. Next, I will open the doors of your cells, and I have placed many boats by the sea to the east. In the time that follows, feel free to escape. This is your only chance to leave here. As for me, I will quietly watch you. After saying these words, Dracula slowly snapped his fingers. With the crisp sound, the clattering of locks falling from various doors in the prison accompanied it. Then Dracula slowly walked out. Once he left, the slaves inside the prison could hardly believe that what was happening before them was real. However, it didn't take long for one of the slaves to react. They quickly left their cells. By the time they reached the door, they discovered the bodies scattered all over the ground. At that moment, they realized that what the person had said earlier was all true. Then, they all began to go mad. They ran desperately towards the east, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Some bolder slaves even set fire to the places they passed through. In an instant, the holy land of Mariejois was illuminated by flames, lighting up the entire sky. The noise from outside quickly woke the celestial dragons, who had been in deep slumber. Especially when they saw the flames rising, they were nearly scared to the point of wetting themselves. They hurriedly called for their guards to stay close by their side. The celestial dragons had no intention of helping with the situation outside. In their view, they were the most important, and everything else was none of their concern. Dracula and the dragon had been watching everything happening here from above. They both sneered in disdain when they saw the guards not trying to quell the uprising, but instead standing beside the celestial dragons. Star wasn't particularly concerned about the lives of the celestial dragons. To them, as long as the celestial dragons existed, that was enough. They have always belonged exclusively to Lord M. Therefore, they had no intention of taking action themselves. They only sent their subordinates to handle it. Due to the large number of escaped slaves, even with the addition of these people, they were unable to stop the uprising. However, it was still somewhat effective compared to earlier. Meanwhile, Dracula simply watched the unfolding scenes quietly, still having no intention of intervening. He secretly noted the outstanding slaves among them in his mind. Those who caught his attention would become the backbone of future battles. As time slowly passed, the night began to fade and gradually turned into dawn. Seeing this change, Dracula left with the dragon, as their planned time was at daybreak. At dawn, they had to leave this place, otherwise, it would be difficult to escape. As for the remaining slaves who had not yet fled, their fate was up to them. Dracula and the dragon quickly found the predetermined location. There was a ship waiting specifically for them, and the person operating the ship was Bepo. This was Dracula's second task for him. Once Dracula boarded the ship, he saw Bepo, who had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Bepo directed the artificial soldiers on the ship to slowly steer the vessel away from the area. However, Dracula soon noticed that there were 3 little girls on the ship whom he did not recognize. Bepo noticed his gaze and quickly explained, "I encountered them when I was waiting for you here. I saw them struggling to row a boat, so I brought them on board." Hearing Bepo's explanation, Dracula nodded. He was not particularly concerned about the sudden addition of a few people on the ship. However, the 3 little girls were different because they knew that the man in front of them had saved them. The girls exchanged glances, and finally, the eldest sister, Boa Hancock, stepped forward to express her gratitude. "Sir, thank you very much for saving us 3 sisters." Upon hearing her words, Dracula did not pay too much attention, as it was just a casual act for him. Nevertheless, looking at the earnest little girl, he gently nodded. Then, the little girl said another sentence, "Sir, could you tell us your name? Let me repay you in the future." Dracula thought for a moment and then revealed his name, as he believed that his infiltration of Mariejois to free the slaves would eventually be known. Thus, he did not hide his identity. Instead, he took out the bounty notice he had been carrying in his coat pocket. Indeed, this was his own bounty notice. Boa Hancock cautiously took it from his hand, examined it carefully, and then treasured it by placing it inside her clothing. Seeing her expression, Dracula smiled and shook his head, not minding it. Instead, he asked, "Where's your hometown? I can take you back. I'm just bored." Hearing his words, Hancock parted her lips to say, "We want to go to Snake Island." Upon hearing this place, Dracula was quite surprised because if they were going to Snake Island, he had already guessed who these 3 little girls were. Dracula agreed to this matter. He also wanted to see what 9 Snake Island located in the doldrums, was like. After all, he was quite interested in this country full of women. This was a classic template for a daughter country. Once he confirmed the next destination, he informed Beepo of the location. With the new instructions, Beepo began to sail towards Nine Snake Island. As for Dragon, he only stayed on the ship for a while before leaving. After all, his grand plan to overthrow the country was not yet complete. So once this matter was settled, he couldn't wait to return. Seeing his urgent demeanor, Dracula didn't keep him. During the voyage, Dracula also released Reiju and Robin from the dimensional space, allowing them to get along well with the three sisters of Hancock. After all, aside from them, the ship was full of men, and there was hardly anything to communicate about. As for the escaped slaves, he chose not to let them roam freely. Dragon had already arranged for his subordinates to conduct a further screening of them. After the selection, he would personally give them a passionate speech. He believes that with the enhancement of his bright angel's ability to sway, they will surely become loyal and devoted. They will also become fearless fanatics, harboring extreme hatred towards the world government. Of course, Dracula has fully entrusted this matter to Long. After all, as the boss, how could he possibly handle everything himself? He only needs to provide an idea. With the destruction of Mariejois, chaos erupted once again on the sea. Although the news of the destruction of Mariejois was quickly followed by an order from the world government prohibiting its dissemination, there were always some well-informed individuals who could learn everything that happened there. As information continued to spread, this made it known to anyone with a bit of power on the sea. However, ordinary people remained in the dark. The release of this news instantly reignited the previous pirate frenzy, causing pirates to grow increasingly reckless. Because in their hearts, the celestial dragons, whom they had once regarded as unreachable, had suffered such a devastating blow. This gradually opened the long-sealed shackles in their hearts. Their fear of the celestial dragons is gradually disappearing. How could the stars tolerate this situation upon discovering it? They quickly called Sengoku. Once Sengoku answered, Shing directly issued the latest order. Sengoku, listen up, all naval commanders at headquarters, go out and capture the pirates. If you fail to complete the mission, figure out how to manage your military supplies for the year. After saying this, there was no time for Sengoku to respond before the call was hung up. Sengoku looked at the disconnected phone and sighed, then said, just when one wave settles, another rises. After briefly organizing his thoughts, he quickly issued the order. Immediately, the naval headquarters became busy again, and warships began to depart from the port of naval headquarters. They roamed endlessly across various seas, capturing pirates. This sudden event dealt an unprecedented blow to those pirates who were still immersed in their own worlds. As a result, countless pirates were sent to prisons every day. In an instant, the previous atmosphere of arrogance disappeared entirely, leaving only endless fear for those weaker pirates. Of course, this order had no effect on those with great strength. The mastermind behind the release of the slaves from Mariejois was already known to the organization. They obtained this information from some slaves who had been completely enslaved. Upon receiving this news, they dared not delay and quickly informed Star. When Star saw that the ones who caused such great destruction to Mariejois were actually Dragon and Dracula working together, he immediately raised their danger level. Subsequently, the bounty for both Dragon and Dracula was increased to a significant amount. Moreover, Dracula's bounty changed from capturing him alive to being indifferent to whether he was captured alive or dead. As the bounty notice spread across the seas, more and more people learned about Dragon and Dracula. Some who knew the inside story understood that the events at Mariejois were indeed their doing. Those slaves who successfully escaped, upon seeing the bounty notice, regarded Dracula as their only faith. They had never thought they would one day walk out of that dark place. For Dracula, who had personally freed them, they had come to see him as the only light in their hearts. From now on, the meaning of their lives was to fight for Dracula. To abandon everything from the past, they branded their slave marks with a design unique to Dracula. That was the emblem of the fallen angel. They became the most loyal group under Dracula. And these people were certainly recruited by Dragon, who is also secretly training them. After all, while their beliefs are commendable, their strength is still somewhat lacking. When Dracula saw his bounty notice, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked down on this matter because, at present, there are only a few who can defeat him at sea. Moreover, Star and him are unlikely to leave the holy land of Mariejois. This is why Dracula dares to be so reckless. As for Garp, who has been sitting in the marine headquarters without taking any action, upon seeing the bounty notices for Dracula and Dragon, he immediately stood up, intending to meet them. After all, it has been a long time since they last met, and he misses them a bit, especially since they have accomplished such a significant feat. Seeing that Garp was about to leave, Sengoku understood what he intended to do. After some thought, he still said a word. It seems they plan to go to the doldrums. In fact, he has no real way to deal with Dracula and Dragon because they not only possess admiral-level combat power, but can also fly. Capturing them would require too much manpower, and the current situation at sea does not allow him to do so. Therefore, Sengoku did not stop Garp from going to find them. On the contrary, he even provided him with their specific location. He believed that Garp could understand his deeper meaning. He just wanted them to calm down a bit lately, as his heart was struggling to handle it. Garp, who was walking outside, paused when he heard Sengoku's words. Then he quickly regained his composure and continued walking outside. Just as he was about to walk out the door, he burst into laughter. "Haha, Sengoku, I can't stop these kids' ideas. But thanks for telling me their location." Sengoku, whose mood had just returned to calm, suddenly felt his blood pressure rise upon hearing his words. He angrily shouted at Garp, "Garp, you bastard, get out of here, and do it quickly." Garp, hearing Sengoku's angry roar behind him, became even happier because he knew that familiar feeling had returned. He then took out the donut he had just snatched from Sengoku's drawer when he wasn't paying attention, pulled it from his pocket, and waved it at Sengoku before running out even faster. Sengoku, already furious, was momentarily stunned when he saw the donut in Garp's hand. He quickly opened his own drawer, only to find it empty. There was nothing left inside. His anger surged again, and in a fit of rage, he slammed his fist down on the table in front of him. With a loud bang, the poor new table, which had been replaced just a few days ago, was ruined once more. Then he shouted at Garp, who was running away outside. "Garp, you bastard! That was my last bag of treasured donuts. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make sure you can't find your way back." With the power he had, Sengoku's voice echoed throughout the Navy headquarters. Of course, Garp heard it, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. If anyone was most sensitive to that voice, it was certainly the craftsmen inside the Navy headquarters. Every time they heard that sound, a table would appear before them, requiring them to modify and reassemble it into a new one. Working here used to be a relaxed job. They had pulled many strings to get in. But ever since Sengoku became the fleet admiral, they had been working almost every day. Whenever Sengoku got angry, he would strike whatever was in front of him, and then it would be their turn to come in for repairs. Therefore, when they heard that roar, they all shivered, silently shedding tears of regret. However, Garp was completely unaware of all this. He has set foot on his dog-headed battleship, and the destination is the calm zone that the warring states told him about. As for Dracula and his group, their current position is indeed within the calm zone. After all, to reach Snake Island, they must enter the calm zone. However, Dracula's ship is not designed like a Navy vessel, so it struggles to move in the calm zone. But this is not a challenge for him. He first attracted a massive Sea King, then unleashed his unique Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the giant Sea King chose to submit. It obediently placed their ship on its head, gently moving them along. Of course, it was Beepo who guided it. For some unknown reason, Beepo was able to successfully communicate with this Sea King. This special ability saved them a lot of effort during their voyage. As time passed, they finally reached Amazon Lily. However, before they could land on the island, over 100 female warriors emerged from the surrounding woods. They tightly held their bows and arrows, aiming them at Dracula and the others. Seeing this tense scene, Hancock hurriedly rushed out from behind Dracula. She opened her arms and stood in front of him, shouting at the vigilant female warriors, "I am Boa Hancock. I want to see Granny Ja." After hearing her words, a woman stepped out from behind the warriors. She had a tall, black ponytail, and a red snake coiled around her shoulder. Upon seeing Hancock, she immediately commanded her subordinates to lower their weapons. She approached Hancock and embraced her. "I am sorry, Hancock. I didn't take good care of you. This is all my fault. In the days to come, unless I am dead, as long as I have breath, I will do everything to protect you." Hearing her words, Hancock, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain herself. She cried out, "Woo, Sister Kikyo, I finally see you again." Seeing Hancock so heartbroken, the two sisters rushed forward and hugged her. After this emotional moment lasted for a while, Hancock quickly composed herself. She didn't allow herself to be so weak. She knew that strength was fundamental. Such useless cowardice would only hold her back. While they were reminiscing, the female warriors had already brought the only remaining empress of their island over. This empress was, of course, Gloriosa, the emperor from 3 generations ago. She was very excited about Hancock's return because she had originally planned to hand this country over to Hancock. Although she didn't know what had happened during this time, she didn't intend to ask. As long as she could confirm that Hancock was the empress of this generation, that was enough. She approached Hancock, patted her shoulder, and solemnly said in front of the female warriors, "I announce that Hancock will be the new empress of this generation." Upon hearing her words, Kikyo, the captain of the National Defense Warriors, was the first to show her attitude. She knelt before Hancock and performed a solemn bow as a gesture of loyalty. Seeing their captain make a decision, the remaining National Defense female warriors quickly knelt down as well, performing the same gesture of loyalty. Granny Jia, watching the scene, nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, because of Granny Jia's words, Hancock became the new empress of Amazon Lily. Watching such a direct election ceremony, Dracula couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. But this had nothing to do with him. After all, it was their custom. Seeing that things had come to an end, Dracula planned to leave. If they stayed here too long, it would bring trouble to them. Although Dracula was not afraid of trouble, Amazon Lily could not handle such trouble. He waved to Beepo, intending to let him guide the ship away. Granny Jia had, of course, already noticed them. However, because she was in a hurry to announce the new empress, she had delayed this matter. She approached Dracula and slowly said, "Thank you for bringing the Hancock sisters back to Amazon Lily. Why not come to the island as guests, and let me treat you well?" Looking at Granny Jia, who was only half his height, Dracula gently shook his head and said, "There's no need for a visit. We have other matters to attend to and won't stay here long." Seeing him refuse, Granny Jia did not insist. With her experience as a former empress, she could see at a glance that Dracula was extraordinary and knew he was not an ordinary person. So she did not press the issue further. At that moment, Hancock also approached him. She knew she couldn't stop Dracula from leaving. Therefore, she gathered her courage and said, "Sir, before you leave, could you give me a hug?" Hearing her words, Dracula smiled and nodded. He then gave Hancock a hug and placed his hand on her head, gently stroking her hair as a simple farewell. However, before getting on the ship, Dracula handed Hancock his new bounty poster. Once Dracula boarded the ship, he gave the order, and the ship slowly departed from Amazon Lily. But before they could travel too far, they had to stop, because in the direction they were sailing, a warship was slowly approaching. Seeing this, the female warriors of Amazon Lily raised their weapons again, aiming at the warship. They believed this warship was coming to capture Dracula and the others. As their benefactors, they would never allow such a thing to happen. But before they could release their arrows, a hearty laugh came from the warship. "Ha ha, you little brat. I've come to see you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Dracula immediately relaxed his grip on the hilt of his sword. Looking at the front of the warship, he indeed saw a dog head emblem. Then he saw Garp charging toward him across the waves. In just a few breaths, he reached Dracula's ship. Originally, when Dracula saw him, he had already relaxed his stance for attack. But Garp had no intention of letting him off the hook and immediately threw a love punch at him. However, due to Dracula's exceptional observation hockey, he quickly sensed the incoming attack. He tilted his head and dodged the attack. Seeing that the strike had missed, Garp had no intention of attacking again. From that previous attack, he had already formed a rough assessment of Dracula's strength. Then he extended his arm and embraced Dracula, casually saying, "Kid, it seems you haven't neglected your training. However, the impact of this incident is quite significant, so you need to be careful moving forward." Hearing Garp's reminder, Dracula nodded slightly. He had already considered this possibility when he planned to do so. However, he casually replied, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to capture." The female warriors, who were all prepared for battle, nearly dropped their jaws at the sight of their friendly conversation. They had never expected that the Navy and pirates could get along so well, especially Jia Grandma, who had been watching this scene. She recognized the old man as the Navy hero Garp from an old newspaper. She could hardly imagine this strange scene before her. After chatting with Dracula for a while and sharing some information, Garp planned to leave. Due to his identity, he couldn't stay with him for too long. Before leaving, Garp was very satisfied with their meeting. He cheerfully said, "Kid, I'm going back to the East Sea to see my grandson." Hearing his words, Dracula was quite surprised and directly asked, "Your grandson? That guy Dragon already has a child? We haven't been apart for that long. This is too fast." As soon as he mentioned Dragon, Garp, who had just been smiling, immediately changed his expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You know, that's Roger's child. But Dragon, that guy, really can't do anything. I've been waiting for so long, and he still hasn't let me hold my grandson." Seeing Garp like this, Dracula couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that Garp had such a strong resentment towards Dragon. However, this had little to do with him. Afterwards, a smirk appeared on his lips, and in an instant, he revealed Dragon's location. Dragon should be in EC now. When you go back, you might just run into him. Upon hearing this, Garp quickened his pace even more. He plans to find Dragon and bring him back home. If he can't successfully hold his grandson, he doesn't intend to let Dragon leave the East Sea. Anyway, he doesn't plan to return to the Navy headquarters anytime soon, because he secretly gave himself a break. Dracula saw Garp rushing in and out, and helplessly shrugged. Then he casually said, "Old man, still so impatient, huh? However, it seems that Dragon might be in trouble. I'm sure you can understand me, Dragon." Beepo, who had been standing beside him, almost couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing his words, as he could already imagine the life Dragon was about to face. Meanwhile, the female warriors on Amazon Lily were just coming back to their senses after seeing the warship leave so easily. They looked at Dracula with even more curiosity. Unfortunately, no one would provide them with answers to their questions. Seeing that there were no warships blocking the route, Beepo directed the Sea King to move forward slowly. As the ship continued to sail, their figures gradually disappeared from the sight of the people on Amazon Lily. The island returned to its usual state. Thus, after several days of sailing, the ship finally left the doldrums. The next place Dracula planned to go was still the Alabasta Kingdom, as he still had some matters to attend to, specifically to check the historical text there. The reason for leaving earlier was, of course, due to the urgency of the World Conference. After all, if he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait another 4 years. The historical texts in Alabasta documented information about the ancient weapon Pluton. Dracula wanted to see if he could get his hands on Pluton, as he had never owned a decent ship. Having had one sailing experience, Beepo found it much easier to command this voyage. In just a few days, the ship arrived at the port of the Alabasta Kingdom. They still landed on the island at the familiar location. That's right, it was still Yuba in the west. Due to the impact of the previous major event, whenever a pirate recognized Dracula, they all silently chose to avoid him. As soon as he landed on the island, the intelligence personnel from various organizations stationed here quickly reported back. Soon, those who were very concerned about Dracula's movements learned that he had appeared in Alabaston. Of course, this included the king of this place, Cobra. However, this time, he did not intend to personally welcome Dracula. As a king, he was very aware of the current situation. Deep down, he understood that the release of the slaves was definitely Dracula's doing. If he were to make contact with him now, it would surely offend the world government. As the head of state, he had to ensure the safety of his nation. Therefore, after receiving the news, he continued to sit in the palace reviewing documents. What he didn't know was that his precious daughter Vivi had already secretly slipped out when she heard the news. The R-Star had also received this information. As soon as they heard that Dracula was in Alabaston, several people's brows furrowed. They were well aware of what was there. Realizing this, the leader of P0 quickly called someone over. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, a man dressed in a white suit and wearing a white mask walked in. As soon as he entered, he knelt on one knee in front of Xing and the others. Seeing that he had arrived, Xing waved his hand to let him stand up. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "Take your subordinates to Alabaston. There is a historical artifact in the royal tomb of the Western Palace that must not be approached by anyone, especially this person." After saying this, Xing placed a wanted poster with Dracula's photo in front of him. After picking up the wanted poster, he quickly gave a response. A voice devoid of emotion came from behind the mask. "Understood. I will complete the mission at all costs." After receiving this new order, he quickly left the place. Meanwhile, Dracula was unaware of the approaching P0 members. He took everyone to find a random inn to stay in, and then began to plan the matters related to the historical text. As for the historical text located in Alabaston, Dracula actually knew where it was. He plans to go take a look tomorrow night. This time, he intends to bring Robin along. After all, it's rather boring to do such things alone. Having her with him would add more fun. After finalizing his plans, Dracula fell into a deep sleep. Due to the recent trivial matters, he hadn't had a proper rest for a long time. It was just right to use today's sleep to regain his energy, so he could prepare for tomorrow night's events. The next day, Dracula and the others chose not to go out. They had already explored everything during their last visit. If it weren't for Dracula having unfinished business, they wouldn't have planned to return here at all. When they realized that they weren't even stepping outside the main gate, Cobra, who had been watching from the palace, let out a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that Dracula and the others would clash with others, which could lead to anger and affect his people. So when he saw the situation, he finally felt relieved. As for the full mobilization of P0, they had quietly arrived here last night. They made their way to the secret room where the historical texts were kept without alerting anyone. They quietly stood near the historical text, like robots, tirelessly and without speaking. Their eyes were focused only on the task. When night fell, Dracula was just about to take Robin into action. Their room was unexpectedly graced by a special guest. This guest was Princess Vivi. She had long blue hair, casually draped over her shoulders, and beside her stood a peculiar creature. Seeing her disheveled appearance, Dracula immediately realized she had sneaked out. When Dracula's gaze shifted to this strange creature, Vivi provided an explanation. This is my mount. It's a Karoo duck. However, this one is named Fast Runner. I spent a long time coming up with that name. Hearing Vivi's words, the Karoo duck nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Witnessing this scene, Dracula was somewhat amazed by the creature's uniqueness. Nevertheless, he smiled and complimented. That's a nice name, but you snuck out, didn't you? Upon hearing Dracula's words, Vivi suddenly became flustered. Her eyes involuntarily drifted upward as she quickly explained, No, not at all. I just wanted to help my father with his worries. Ever since I received the news of your return, my father has been looking troubled lately. So, I wanted to ask if you have any solutions? From her words, Dracula understood her father's current state of mind. He quickly gave his answer. Don't worry, your father will return to normal soon. However, he silently added in his heart, but I need to finish reading the historical text deep within the palace first. Hearing that her father would soon return to his original self, Vivi felt genuinely happy. Seeing her mood improve, Dracula continued, It's already quite late. Princess Vivi should rest in the next room. You look exhausted. You must have been traveling without a good rest. Upon hearing his words, Vivi nodded. It was indeed the case. She had not rested at all on her way here, eager to resolve her father's troubles as quickly as possible. Now that she had finally relaxed, she felt a bit weak all over and even found it hard to walk. Watching Vivi leave, Dracula was very pleased. After all, he planned to go see the historical text tonight, and he couldn't let her delay his plans. After waiting a while to ensure Vivi was completely asleep, Dracula took Robin and left the inn. Using the cover of night, they stealthily blended into the darkness. Before leaving, he had instructed Beppo to guard in front of Vivi. After all, as a princess, there were many who wished to plot against her. Since she had come here, Dracula had to ensure her safety. Thanks to continuous training during their leisure time, Robin had now learned to use her devil fruit powers reasonably well. Under his guidance, Robin had also made significant progress in her hockey training. The two of them did not speak along the way. As they rushed forward, they got closer to the palace's funeral hall. Soon, they arrived outside the funeral hall. Dracula and Robin climbed over the wall without making sound. However, he immediately sensed something was wrong. While rushing earlier, he had refrained from using his observation hockey for fear of waking the kingdom's guards. He had relied on the reconnaissance eye from the previous system reward to observe the situation. But now, feeling something was off, he quickly activated his observation hockey. As his hockey rapidly spread, many figures appeared in his mind. They were surrounding him, slowly closing in. Realizing this, Dracula knew that his plan to see the historical text that night was ruined. Moreover, there was no way to escape now. When his observation hockey swept over them, they all sensed this energy. These people immediately knew they had been exposed and revealed themselves from the darkness, quickly surrounding Dracula and Robin. Seeing that they were all dressed in white suits and wearing white masks, Dracula immediately understood they were sent by the world government. Their purpose was likely to prevent him from sneaking a look at the historical text. The leader of P0 also saw Dracula, and, upon recognizing the face matched that on the bounty notice, cold words came from his mouth. Target confirmed, eliminate him. Hearing the leader's words, the P0 members showed no hesitation and charged forward. Seeing this, Dracula quickly pulled Robin into his dimensional space. The upcoming battle was not something she could participate in. Dracula clearly sensed that these people's momentum was not something ordinary individuals could match, and their killing intent was heavy. But seeing how they disregarded combat ethics and all rushed at him, Dracula first dodged their combined attack. Then he quickly reached the top of the wall they had just scaled. Standing on top, he looked down at the crowd with a stern expression. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he softly said, Since you are seeking death, I shall grant it to you. After saying this, Dracula summoned Brooke and Dongli, who had been in his dimensional space. With a loud bang, Brooke and Dongli landed firmly on the ground, even kicking up clouds of dust. They looked at Dracula standing against the wall, their eyes filled with excitement. Then Brooke asked, "Ah ha ha ha, boss, is this the enemy we're going to face next?" Hearing his question, Dracula gently nodded. He then said, "Show the strength of the strongest warriors of Elbaf. I have already prepared the weapons for you." Immediately, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Brooke and Donnie turned to look in the direction of the sound and were immediately greeted by the weapons laid out before them. Moreover, these weapons were perfectly suited to them. Instantly, their eyes revealed a thirst for battle. They quickly picked up these weapons and aimed them at the members of P0. The previously aggressive crowd quickly deflated like they had been doused with cold water. After they joined the P organization, they abandoned their emotions. But that doesn't mean they can't feel the tremors from deep within their souls. They swallowed their saliva silently, but the momentum of the attack came to a halt. However, there was one person who was not affected at all. That was their leader. He still stood there cold and silent, seeing his subordinates lose their desire to attack. He suddenly said fiercely, "Attack now, or you'll be the first to understand what fear is." That cold and threatening remark immediately snapped the hesitant subordinates back to reality. The tremors from their souls had all disappeared, because in their hearts, even dying in battle here was better than the fear spoken of by their leader. Looking at the crowd, rushing forward once again, Dracula curled his lips in disdain. In his eyes, no matter how many of them there were, they had no chance of victory at all. He looked at Bloki and Dongli, who were eagerly rushing forward, and calmly said, "These small fries are up to you. I'll handle the leader." He had already sensed that the leader's strength had reached the level of a general. Upon hearing Dracula's words, Bloki and Dongli showed no hesitation and charged forward in a single leap. Due to their immense height, even their movements caused the ground to tremble. Soon, they were engaged with the small fries. However, in Bloki and Dongli's eyes, they seemed like mere little people. Aside from speed, they couldn't match up in any other aspect. And as long as they could land a hit, the person struck would basically be out of the game. The monstrous strength and defense left the members of P0 in despair, as their attacks inflicted no damage at all. It was like just tickling them. They could only rely on speed to barely hold their ground for a while. The leader who had previously scolded them saw that his subordinates were so useless. The entire battle was one-sided. He stepped forward, intending to take matters into his own hands. After all, if all his subordinates were killed, he would be left as a leader without any troops. Although these people were useless, they had all undergone strict testing. It would take a long time to train such subordinates again. He didn't have the leisure to wait. Meanwhile, Dracula, who had been paying close attention to him, saw that he intended to join the battle. How could he agree to this? In an instant, Dracula appeared in front of him. Looking at this leader who exuded a cold aura, he said flatly, "Your opponent is me, so don't worry about their battle." Seeing Dracula blocking his way, the leader gave up his previous thoughts, as he could sense the immense energy within Dracula's body. He knew that this was an opponent on his level, so he had to be fully alert to deal with it. If he didn't take it seriously, it might be him who would end up dead next. Yet even so, he coldly said, "You're looking for death." After saying this, he raised his fist covered in armament hockey and charged at Dracula. Looking at the fist coming towards him, Dracula had no intention of dodging at all. He also raised his pitch-black fist and charged towards him. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided. From the gap between their fists, a shockwave was created, pushing both of them back a few steps. However, it was clear that Dracula had the upper hand, as his punch came out faster. During the impact, he only stepped back 2 steps, while the leader of P0 was pushed back much further. The difference in strength was evident. Dracula blinked his eyes, looking at the clearly weaker leader of P0. He knew that his strength had increased again. Thinking of this, Dracula was very sure that the enemy in front of him was not his match. However, the battle occurring here had already awakened more and more guards. After all, the intensity of their fight was just too great. Seeing this situation, Dracula shrugged helplessly and then unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. As the Conqueror's Haki swept outwards, those guards who were about to arrive at the scene all fainted one by one. Not only that, but the P0 members who were fighting against Bloki and Dongli were also clearly affected. Their movements became sluggish. Upon seeing this, Bloki and Dongli's admiration for Dracula increased another level. They quickly began to knock down the enemies that had just given them so much trouble, one by one. With a series of cracking sounds, these people fell to the ground. It was evident that they were taking in more air than they were exhaling. After realizing that they had finished the battle, Dracula also planned to quickly deal with the enemies in front of him. He looked at the enemy in front of him, showing no signs of holding back, and directly unleashed his strongest move. Dracula slowly bent his body and then gripped the hilt of his sword. The fusion of the two-color domineering energy converged entirely into the blade of the demon sword Muramasa. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over the enemy before him. Seeing the poised Dracula, the leader of the P0 organization gradually grew serious. He could clearly feel the attack, which was beyond his current ability to resist. However, he did not succumb to fear. Instead, he adjusted his mindset and unleashed his strongest move. He plans to take a gamble. Success means life. Failure means death. There is no second choice. Seeing the masked man in front of him already in position, Dracula has no intention of being polite. He directly drew the demon sword Muramasa from his waist. One sword style rapid draw and slash. The draw and slash which had defeated enemies countless times before, proved effective once again. By the time Dracula slowly sheathed his sword, the masked man across from him still maintained the posture of preparing to attack. He saw the masked man, but instead bypassed him and walked toward the funeral hall. As Dracula brushed past him, blood suddenly shot out from his body. A long knife wound appeared on him, and he slowly fell to the ground. With a thud, this battle came to an end. In total, it didn't last more than an hour. After the battle, Bieloki and Donnelly were left outside to guard the palace entrance, not allowing anyone to approach. Although the guards who had just rushed over were knocked unconscious by Dracula's conqueror's haki, he still wanted to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He has figured it out. Since it has come to this, he might as well go in and take a look at the historical text here. After making the decision, Dracula summoned Robin from the dimensional space once again. When Robin emerged, she first glanced around. Noticing that the battle had ended, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the ambush just now was too sudden, which made her a bit worried. Seeing that Dracula was unscathed, she felt at ease. Silently following behind Dracula, she continued to walk inside. As the observation haki spread, Dracula quickly sensed the specific location. Then he led Robin to a wall. He could clearly sense that there was a hidden room behind this wall. And when Robin saw Dracula's expression, she also realized something was off about the wall. Then she tapped on the wall, which immediately produced a crisp sound. Dracula felt very helpless when he saw Robin actually examining the wall. The reason he didn't act directly just now was that he was pondering what stance would be more perfect to break it. He was afraid that if he exerted too much force, the entire palace would collapse. Dracula knew that there must be a way to open this secret chamber, but he found those methods too troublesome. He thought that a more violent approach would be more straightforward. With this in mind, he raised his palm, which was already covered with armament haki. He forcefully thrust his palm into the wall, then pulled it out. Dracula's palm was like a laser cutter. After weaving in and out several times, the areas his palm had penetrated automatically fell away, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Seeing this, Dracula nodded in satisfaction and stepped inside, with Robin closely following behind him. Since they did not enter through conventional means, the interior was pitch black. Noticing this, Robin immediately used her flower fruit ability. Instantly, countless hands grew within the secret chamber. Robin controlled them to explore every corner of the chamber. Soon, one of the hands found something resembling a switch. She directed that hand to press it. The entire secret chamber was immediately enveloped in light. However, the light was very dim and soft, causing no discomfort to Dracula and his companion. With the faint illumination, Dracula finally saw the environment around him. In front of him stood a massive historical text with nothing else around. Dracula stepped forward to examine this historical text. He found that a layer of dust had already covered it, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. Seeing this, Dracula understood very well. After all, this place is the royal tomb of the Alabasta Kingdom. Generally, members of the royal family would not come here unless they were dead. Not to mention this historical text. Kobrak must hope that fewer people know about it. This way, it wouldn't allow the evil plans of those unscrupulous pirates to succeed. Dracula gently wiped away the dust with his hand, then looked at the content of the historical text in front of him. Robin, of course, also saw this historical text. She stood quietly beside Dracula, watching. The complicated historical text was certainly not a challenge for Dracula. Besides the knowledge he had memorized in O'Hara, he also possessed the interpretation book rewarded by the system. So he quickly finished reading the recorded content. But in an instant, he felt a bit disappointed because it did not specifically state where the Pluton was located. This historical text only recorded some history and functions of Pluton. The provided location was merely a rough sea area, making it impossible to search for. Seeing this, Dracula suddenly understood why Star wanted to send all P9 members to Water 7. It was obvious that they had already seen this historical text, but did not obtain the location of Pluton. Therefore, they shifted their focus to Water 7. They believed that instead of searching aimlessly, it would be better to find the blueprints and then recreate a ship. Upon thinking of this, Dracula gently shook his head. Meanwhile, Robin had just finished reading the content above. Seeing Dracula shaking his head and sighing beside her, she kindly asked, "Do you not understand? Would you like me to interpret it completely for you?" Hearing her words, Dracula shook his head again and then spoke, "I understand it, but it doesn't contain what I want." With this response, Robin had no choice but to shrug helplessly, knowing that she couldn't help Dracula at this moment. Therefore, she silently resolved to strengthen her training so that she could face the colossal entity of the world government alongside him. Just as Dracula was about to leave the secret room, the long-forgotten system prompt sounded again. Ding! Host detected viewing of the historical text regarding Hades. Hearing the rewards given by the system, Dracula's earlier disappointment lifted. But in an instant, he remembered something. He currently doesn't have a shipwright at all. Moreover, the design drawings of the Underworld King's ship are extremely complex, and an incompetent shipwright wouldn't be able to understand them at all. Considering these matters, Dracula decided that he must rescue Tom before his execution. This way, the Underworld battleship could once again appear on the sea. However, these are things to consider later, as the current situation is not yet resolved, and there's still a pile of messes outside, waiting to be dealt with. Dracula led Robin out of the secret chamber and returned to the place where they had fought before. Looking outside, it was still as quiet as before, with no guards coming here at all. He nodded in satisfaction and then put Brokey and Dongli into the dimensional space. Dracula activated his observation hockey and sensed the breaths of the people lying on the ground. Once he confirmed that they were completely dead, Dracula found a few torches from around him. He then threw the torches onto their bodies and left gracefully. However, before leaving, Dracula flicked his right hand, and a card imprinted with the pattern of 9 fallen angels swiftly flew out of his hand, accurately embedding itself in the door of the mausoleum. In fact, the battle here had already awakened Cobra early on. The first batch of guards was sent by him to check the situation. But seeing them faint on the road in the blink of an eye, Cobra's heart sank, especially when he noticed the massive figures of Brokey and Dongli. He had already given up on sending anyone to investigate. His only thought now is to get through this night quickly, because he knows that by daytime, these people will leave. After all, during the day, there are too many people paying attention here, making it inconvenient for them to act. Looking towards the direction of the battle, Cobra can only feel anxious. But in his heart, he has already realized one thing. In that direction, the only thing worth remembering is one thing: the historical text that their family has guarded for generations. But what he can't figure out is that he hasn't told anyone about this matter, not even his precious daughter. Even so, why did others know about it? Therefore, he has been watching the direction of the burial hall all night. It wasn't until those 2 giants disappeared that he realized everything was over. He quickly led the remaining palace guards toward the direction of the burial hall. Along the way, he also woke up the soldiers who had just fallen to the ground. Thus, a group of people marched forward in great numbers. By the time Dracula and Robin arrived at their inn, they had already returned. Then, as usual, they lay calmly in their respective beds and slowly fell into a dream. When Cobra and his men arrived at the burial hall, they immediately saw the burning corpses. He quickly ordered them to extinguish the flames. Amidst a flurry of chaotic sounds, the flames burning on the corpses gradually went out. But they still arrived a bit too late, because even after extinguishing the fire, the bodies had already been burned beyond recognition. Even the flesh on them had started to smell. For the guards who had never seen such a scene, most of them were gagging. Seeing this situation, Cobra waved his hand, ordering them all to retreat, leaving only a group of personal guards by his side. He came to the side of the charred bodies and took a look. He found nothing useful. He could only determine that they were all wearing white clothing by the unburned areas left on their bodies. There was also a completely unburned white mask. Seeing this configuration, he felt it was somewhat familiar. Soon, he remembered where he had seen it before. In a family journal that has been passed down through generations. It seems there are writings about the identities of these people. He quickly stood up, intending to go back and check that journal to see what their true identities were. But before he could even speak up about leaving, the captain of the kingdom's guard, Ikarlum, approached him. He handed the fallen angel card he had just discovered to Cobra. Then, glancing around and noticing that no one was paying attention, he whispered, "Your Majesty, this should be a warning left for us by another group. From the momentum of the previous battle, we are simply not their match. It's better to keep this matter under wraps. If we provoke them, it could be a disaster for the nation." Hearing his analysis, Cobra nodded in agreement. He then quietly placed the card in the pocket of his clothing. Cobra planned to hide it in his palace, not letting anyone know about this card. Otherwise, he feared it would bring about a fatal disaster. What he didn't know was that in the future, it would be this card that saved his life. After looking around again, Cobra picked up a white mask from the ground. He then left the area, heading to the treasury of his palace. As for the situation here, he had entrusted it entirely to his captain of the guard, Ikarlum. Cobra walked for nearly half an hour before he finally arrived at the treasury of his palace. As soon as he entered, he began to search through the long-standing logbook. However, even after rummaging through the entire treasury, he could not find it. Just when he was about to give up, his peripheral vision caught something. Under a vase, he saw a book emanating an ancient aura. He quickly pulled out the book. When he opened it, it was exactly the diary he was looking for. He quickly flipped through the log in his hands, searching for the origin of the white mask. As he continued to turn the pages, he finally found the content he was looking for. The first line on this page had the prominent two characters, mission. Following that was the content within it. As he realized that the time to overthrow its rule was getting closer, his heart was filled with unease. He believed they should gather more intelligence before taking action. Therefore, he proposed to form an organization. This was unanimously approved by everyone. Thus, they decided to call the first generation P0, all wearing white clothing and donning white masks. Later, they succeeded, but he became increasingly dissatisfied with them. Because they had strayed from their original intentions, he decided to lead his people to guard this place. However, the world is unpredictable, and then the log abruptly ended here. Cobra quickly flipped to the next page, but the next page did not contain the content he wanted to see. Unwilling to give up, Cobra continued to flip through, but the remaining pages were all blank. However, the tear marks on the back of the page he had just seen were clearly visible. It was obvious that it had been torn out by someone, as the torn edges were still there. Seeing this, Cobra immediately cursed. Which bastard tore out such an important page? He cursed that he would have to go to the toilet without paper. At this point, Cobra shivered all over, and quickly covered his mouth, shaking his head repeatedly. Then he muttered to himself, "What I just said doesn't count, because he suddenly remembered something related to this log. That is, when he was young, his grandfather always told him stories about its content. However, he had never believed it. He thought that all the things written above were just to fool children. One day, while playing in the treasure house, he suddenly felt a chill coming from between his legs. In a panic, he ran towards the bathroom and casually grabbed the journal in his hand. After using the bathroom, he felt quite refreshed. However, due to the urgency earlier, he hadn't had time to find any paper. Looking at the thick journal in his hand, Kabura ripped off a page from it and used it. He clearly remembers that the torn page had words on it, and it left a mark on his bottom. Thinking of this, Cobra feels deeply regretful. He now wishes he could slap himself a few times, wondering how he could have been so foolish at that time. But it's too late. The content on that page is probably irretrievable. He let out a long sigh and said despondently, "Perhaps this is the choice of fate. However, at least I still learned the identities of those people." But even knowing their identities, Cobra still had a headache. After all, they all died on his own turf. Thinking of this, he took out the fallen angel card he had before. He kept flipping through the cards in his hand and then put them away. For him, he intended to selectively forget about it. He constantly comforted himself, murmuring, after a good sleep, tomorrow will be a brand new day. Thus, under his self-hypnosis, he sweetly drifted off to sleep. After that, he didn't know what interesting things he encountered in his dreams, but he slowly placed his hands behind him and continued to sleep soundly. Perhaps, just as he reassured himself, time could really take away his worries. The next morning, Cobra slowly got up. He returned to his usual calm demeanor, as if yesterday's events were merely an interlude. But only he knew that due to the huge gap in strength, he had already decided to let things take their course. Because fortune can turn into misfortune, and misfortune cannot be avoided. Although Dracula participated in the battle last night, he still got up early today. Since he had accomplished what he wanted to do, he planned to leave Alabaston. After all, this was not the end of his journey. Vivi, who had just come out of the next room, heard that Dracula was leaving today and said with some disappointment, "Are you leaving so soon? But we just met." Hearing her voice, Dracula turned around and found that Vivi was already awake. He stepped forward, ruffled her blue long hair, and gently said, "Don't worry, we'll have the chance to meet again. Next time, I'll take you out to have fun, and your father will soon return to his usual calm self, so you don't have to worry about him." Upon hearing Dracula's words, Vivi nodded. Although she was very happy that her father wouldn't be frowning anymore, she felt a sense of reluctance at the thought of Dracula leaving. In fact, her reluctance had already surpassed her joy about her father's recovery. After thinking for a moment, Vivi blinked her gem-like blue eyes and said softly, "That's a promise." "Okay, you mustn't lie to me. Pinky swear 100 years without changing. Whoever changes is a little dog. If you lie to me, I'll bite you." Dracula solemnly nodded, then took her small hand and made the promise. Once this matter was settled, Vivi smiled contentedly, looking forward to their next encounter. After bidding farewell to Vivi, Dracula left Alabaston with Beppo and the others. With a command, the ship slowly departed from the harbor, heading towards a new destination. Dracula's departure also attracted the attention of many people, as he had become a public figure. When Kabura, who was in the palace, received this news, he was overjoyed, as it was the only good news he had heard recently. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. "Dracula, you really are a loyal pirate. Upon knowing my current difficulties, you chose to leave directly. No need to say anything more. From now on, you are my brother, Kabura." Meanwhile, Vivi, who had already returned to the palace, saw her father truly happy, just as Dracula had said. This made her mood quite good as well. The grassroots personnel who had previously reported intelligence quickly made a decision after seeing Dracula leave Alabaston. They relayed the news back to the Star organization. When Star received this news, they were puzzled. One member dressed in a deep red suit with golden hair couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that our deduction was wrong, and his target isn't the historical text? Upon hearing his words, the others fell silent, as they were also unsure of what was happening. Seeing the situation, a member wearing a white robe and holding a katana slowly stepped forward. He rubbed his bald head, and then the leader of P0 dialed a phone bug. However, all he heard was a busy signal. No one answered the call. Seeing that the phone bug went unanswered, Star furrowed his brow, realizing something was off, because no matter when or where, connecting their calls was a top priority. The members exchanged glances and then dialed the phone bug of the intelligence personnel hidden in Alabaston. This time, the phone bug was quickly answered. Seeing this, Star nodded slightly. This was the correct response. He then spoke seriously, quickly check if anything significant has happened in Alabaston recently. Upon hearing his words, the intelligence personnel on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "Yes, something did happen yesterday. There was a battle at the funeral hall in the west of the kingdom, but I don't know the specifics or the outcome. However, I vaguely saw two giants." After hearing his response, Star fell silent for a moment, then said, "Since you don't know, dig deeper." With his command, the intelligence personnel in Alabaston began to get busy. They kept moving through the streets, trying to gather information about that night. After all, the noise that night was so loud that it definitely woke some civilians. They quietly collected the scattered information from their mouths. When these pieces of information came together, the leader of the intelligence personnel began to try to piece together these trivial messages. In the end, he arrived at a more complete message. That two giants really did appear that night, and he was not mistaken. Their appearance was completely sudden, and their disappearance was equally abrupt. There was no understanding of the reason behind it. Some civilians living not far from there clearly saw that there were many people in white suits on the two giants running around chaotically on their bodies. After that, they couldn't remember anything, because when they woke up again, it was already the next morning. After receiving this information, the leader of the intelligence personnel quickly dialed the phone bug. With a series of beeps, the phone bug was answered. A voice soon came from the other end. "How is the investigation going?" Hearing the question, he did not dare to hesitate for a moment and directly relayed the information. It was already confirmed that there were indeed two giants involved in that battle, and they appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. The organization that fought with them was the P organization. When I sent someone to infiltrate the palace, they saw their broken white masks. It seems that they all perished in battle, and there should have been someone with Conqueror's hockey present at that time. Upon hearing this news, Xing Mo remained silent. They had been overshadowed by anger. Inside the vast palace, there was no sound and not a glimmer of light. From a distance, it looked like a monstrous beast ready to devour. Our star directly hung up the phone bug and began to contemplate this news. In such an atmosphere, their brains fell into deep thought. One of the members, dressed in a dark blue suit with long white hair, spoke first. "The giants are becoming increasingly unruly. They dare to lay hands on our people." Then the member to his left chimed in. "It seems that the plan for Elbaf should be put on the agenda. We need to speed up the experiments with Vegapunk." This proposal received unanimous agreement from several members, and they then dialed Vegapunk's phone bug in the research team. Once the phone bug was connected, our star spoke directly, "Put aside the other experiments for now. Focus on the one related to the giants." Hearing this, Vegapunk had no choice but to nod in agreement. After the order was given, our star hung up the phone bug. Perhaps they were unaware that they had overlooked the one with Conqueror's hockey. Maybe they had encountered too many such individuals, so they didn't pay much attention. Thus, the Navy's research team began to work diligently. Meanwhile, Dracula and the others were still sailing on the sea. The navigator, Beppo, took out the nautical chart left by his master, Jabba, from his pocket. He carefully observed every corner of it. Then he reached a conclusion. Their next destination should be Gaia Island. He hurriedly approached Dracula and said, "Boss, our next stop is Gaia Island, and my master's nautical chart marks the Sky Island. Could it really exist?" Hearing his words, Dracula's eyes lit up. He then nodded gently and replied, "The Sky Island is indeed real. However, since we're already here, let's find a way to reach the Sky Island after we get to Gaia Island." Beppo, receiving his boss's affirmation, was filled with excitement. For a navigator, exploring every corner of the sea is certainly a dream. He then hurriedly left Dracula's side, excitedly directing the artificial soldiers on the ship to sail quickly. He couldn't wait to see what the legendary Sky Island looked like. Seeing Bepo's appearance, Dracula shook his head and smiled. What a bear that loves to work. Thus, the group sailed on the sea for nearly 3 months. They finally arrived at Gaia Island. As soon as they landed on Gaia Island, Dracula led everyone towards a restaurant. After all, they didn't have a professional chef on their ship, so the food over the past 3 months had been somewhat unsatisfactory. Thinking of this, Dracula felt that in the future, they should not only recruit fighters, but chefs were equally important. There was nothing particularly attractive about Gaia Island to him. Therefore, after finishing their meal, Dracula planned to ask where Nolan's descendants were. He knew that if anyone on the entire island could help him get to the Sky Island, it would definitely be this person. However, he couldn't quite remember the specific name, Dracula. Since he was looking for information, the first choice of place was, of course, the tavern. Dracula really liked the distribution of various taverns on the sea, because every time he finished a meal, he could see a tavern as soon as he stepped outside. Dracula pushed the door open with his companions. Taking a deep breath, he was greeted by the familiar scent. He walked slowly to the tavern counter and first ordered a few bottles of rum. Then he revealed the information he wanted to inquire about. I want to know the whereabouts of the great con artist, Nolan's descendants. Tell me where he is. Upon hearing this, the bartender at the counter was momentarily taken aback. However, due to his excellent professional ethics, he quickly disclosed the location. After all, the person asking for this information had been inquiring about it so frequently that he could recite it by heart without needing to check. Satisfied with the information he obtained, Dracula nodded approvingly. He then took out a box of money and placed it on the counter. The bartender opened it, confirmed that all the money was real, and hurriedly put it away. However, his movements were still a bit slow. The other pirates in the tavern, seeing such a large amount of berries, began to entertain ulterior motives. They all turned to Dracula, who could produce so much money. One of them directly spoke up. Oh my, what did I just hear? Could it be that there are still fools who believe in the existence of Sky Island? With so much money, you might as well honor me, and then I might reluctantly let you be my subordinate. Seeing this guy's arrogant demeanor, Robin, who was following Dracula, couldn't hold back any longer. She crossed her arms and used her devil fruit ability, flower fruit. Suddenly, 2 hands sprouted from the pirate's neck. They created a counterforce and directly twisted his neck. The pirate didn't even have time to react before he was dead. Robin disdainfully said, "Is this the level of trash I have to deal with? Truly pathetic." Hearing her words, the remaining restless pirates immediately became obedient. They had seen this scene on Gaia Island and immediately fell silent out of fear. They were very aware of their own strength, realizing they were only on par with the pirate who had just died. Seeing this situation, Robin nodded in satisfaction and quietly stood behind Dracula again. She would not allow these trash to affect Dracula's mood. Once the matter was settled, Dracula said nothing and led them away. When they completely disappeared from sight, the pirates in the tavern let out a sigh of relief. According to the information they had just acquired, Dracula took everyone to a certain location. Looking at the house in front of him, Dracula walked straight in. However, he did not see the person he was looking for. He saw a room full of apes, each with different postures, resembling humans. When they noticed someone had arrived, the apes stopped their actions. They stared directly at Dracula and his group, their faces filled with big questions. Bepo, who followed Dracula, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this scene. Although he was a bear, being looked at by so many apes made him want to laugh a little. Dracula, noticing their expressions, had a phrase echoing in his mind. "Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks?" He quickly shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. He calmly said, "I am looking for the person who lives here." The apes across from him seemed to understand his words. One of the leading apes pointed to a chair not far away, then returned to its own activities. Seeing where it pointed, Dracula led the group to sit down and wait. As the sky grew darker, a person finally walked in from outside. He was drenched all over and was holding diving gear in his hand. It seemed he had just come out of the water. Additionally, he had a conker on his head. This appearance made Dracula realize that this was the person he was looking for. He then got up and walked over to this person, saying, "I want to go to the Sky Island. Can you help me determine the knock-up stream?" Upon hearing his words, Mont Blanc Noland asked in a deep voice, "Are you so sure about the existence of the Sky Island? You should know that no one outside believes there is a Sky Island here." Dracula disdainfully curled his lip and said softly, "They're just a bunch of fools. The Sky Island really exists. As long as you help me determine the knock-up stream, I'll ring the golden bell for you. What do you say?" Seeing Dracula's determined expression, he became even more convinced of the existence of the Sky Island. He has been searching for the gold in the Sky Island for many years, just to prove that Nolan is not a big liar. However, he has not found anything after all this time. The conditions presented by the man in front of him made him unable to resist the temptation. He thought to himself, since I can't find it anyway, I might as well help him and see the final result. With this in mind, Kalikai nodded and agreed to the matter. He then arranged for Dracula and the others to rest. By tomorrow, he would explore the weather, wind direction, and a series of related issues. The reason Dracula chose not to fly to the Sky Island was that he felt it would take away much of the joy of sailing. If they flew up, Robin and the others would only be able to enter the dimensional space, unable to experience the feeling in person. So after receiving Kalikai's response, Dracula quietly waited for his good news with the others. Early the next morning, Kalikai left with some apes. Based on past experience, they continuously probed the wind direction and humidity. They spent the entire morning testing. By the afternoon, Kalikai found Dracula and shared the results they had obtained. A week later, a surging ocean current would appear on the east side of Gaia Island. This should be your only chance. If you miss this one, who knows when the next surging ocean current will come. Hearing his words, Dracula gently nodded. He then gathered everyone to start preparing for the surging ocean current a week later. Beppo was also methodically handling the trivial matters on the ship. In this way, a week quickly passed. Beppo navigated the ship to the east side of Gaia Island. Behind them, Mont Blanc Kalikai closely followed, as he wanted to witness this scene with his own eyes. After a period of waiting, the sky gradually began to darken. A small tornado gradually formed and expanded, eventually becoming the surging ocean current. From a distance, it was truly breathtaking. But now was not the time for sightseeing. Dracula directly ordered the ship to slowly approach. Meanwhile, Kalikai stopped, anxiously watching from the side, his palms already sweating. He murmured, "Victory or defeat is determined in this instant. It must succeed." Perhaps hearing his prayer, as they rushed into the vortex, everything went smoothly. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed that the raging sea current had accelerated its rotation. Suddenly, the ship began to struggle against the pressure. Seeing this, Beppo shouted, "Quick, hold down that deck. And that mast, don't let it break." Thus, everyone on board was busy protecting the ship. Even Dracula was continuously resisting the damage caused by the raging sea current. After all, if the ship was damaged, the Sky Island would be in trouble. As the sea current continued to swirl upwards, their ship was being pushed higher. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the ship did not suffer severe damage. These damages were within their acceptable range. Watching the ship disappear from sight, Cooley Cushing below exclaimed, "We did it, we really did it." After saying this, he happily hugged the nearby gorilla, celebrating together. Afterwards, they returned to their residence, quietly waiting for the bell to ring. He believes that Dracula and the others will definitely be able to ring the golden bell. At that time, he wants to prove to everyone on the sea that his ancestor Norland is not a big liar. Meanwhile, those who were swept up into the sky by the towering sea currents were astonished to find that their ships had firmly settled on the clouds. Seeing the scene, Beppo was extremely excited. He carefully disembarked, walking on the white clouds. This special feeling delighted him greatly, as it brought him joy unlike anything he experienced while flying in the air. Watching Robin and Mariejois, who also wore expressions of amazement, Dracula said softly, "Let us go take a look. We'll get down to business later." Upon hearing his words, the two followed him off the ship. In fact, this place astonished them only because it was their first time seeing it. After walking around the ship, the group's enthusiasm for the area diminished considerably, as they felt it was not much different from the land beneath the Sky Island. With white clouds surrounding them, they were uncertain which direction to take. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Dracula's mind. "Ding! Host has successfully arrived at the Sky Island. Congratulations, the host has obtained the terrain map of the Sky Island." Hearing the system's prompt, Dracula's lips curled up slightly. This reward came at just the right time. As he grasped the overall layout of the terrain map in his mind, Dracula formulated a plan. He intended to lead them to Baika to see if Enel was worth cultivating. Seeing Dracula leading the way, the others didn't ask many questions and followed closely behind him. However, before they could walk more than a few dozen meters, an old man suddenly appeared from the distant sky. He rode a flashy horse with wings, which captured their attention. Soon, he approached them on the horse, which landed gently on the clouds. The old man descended, holding a spear, and pointed it at Dracula and the others, arrogantly declaring, "My name is Gonfur, the god of this island. How dare you despicable races appear here? Hurry up and submit to my interrogation." Seeing his imposing demeanor, Dracula felt no desire to respond. He placed his hand on the hilt of his demon blade, Muramesa, then bent slightly and slowly drew his sword, Neon Shiki, Ichido, Ryu, Kobakuzan. As the swift blade flashed, Gonfuer's body erupted into a cloud of blood mist. He slowly toppled backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend the strength of Dracula, or why he had attacked so directly. This was, in fact, Dracula's true nature. Aside from his recruited subordinates, he was indifferent toward other lives. Anyone who stood in his way would become a soul under his blade. His previous restraint of this nature was primarily due to his desire to maintain a certain mindset to quickly enhance his conqueror's haki to a higher level. However, just recently, he had successfully reached a higher fusion of conqueror's haki. Therefore, he no longer needed to suppress his emotions deliberately. The others on the ship were not surprised by this scene at all. Since the day they met Dracula, they had understood his true character. Seeing that the obstacle had been dealt with, Dracula turned to Beppo and said blandly, "Did you see that oddly shaped horse? Capture it and bring it back. We'll give it to Caesar for research." Hearing his boss's words, Beppo nodded. Taking advantage of the horse's moment of confusion, he stepped forward and placed his hands on it, forcibly pulling it into his dimensional space. He did this mainly because he was afraid of being too heavy-handed, which might lead to the horse's death. After all, it was meant to be a research subject, and it was better for it to be alive. Watching Beppo successfully handle the horse, Dracula led the others onward. This time, no one obstructed his path. Following the terrain map in his mind, Dracula gradually approached Baika. He looked at the intact Baika in front of him and immediately realized that Enel had not yet eaten the rumble fruit. With this thought in mind, Dracula stepped into the area. He operated his observation haki to sense everything around him, wanting to quickly find Enel. Moreover, he was easy to recognize because he did not have the wings of the indigenous people of the Sky Island behind him. During Dracula's search, the indigenous people of the Sky Island also noticed them. Since they had no wings behind them, these indigenous people immediately became alert. They quickly picked up their weapons and surrounded Dracula and his group. One tall Sky Islander arrogantly spoke, "You lowly race actually dare to appear here. Once I capture all of you, I will hand you over to God Enel for punishment." Hearing his words, Dracula coldly looked at the group surrounding them. He directly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, a dark and violent aura swept into the bodies of these people. Due to their low strength, and with Dracula's deliberate control, they quickly fell under the influence of this aura. Their eyes turned blood red, and their consciousness became blurred. After that, these people began to attack those around them continuously. Their attacks were chaotic and extremely frenzied. They kept tearing at each other's bodies until one side could no longer stand, and only then did it end. It resembled the behavior of mad beasts. In the end, only one person remained standing. This was a technique that Dracula had learned from rocks, but today was the first time he was using it. Looking at the only person left in front of him, Dracula coldly said, "Is there someone on this island without wings, named Enel? I want to see him." The remaining person numbly nodded, then led the way for everyone. With his guidance, Dracula quickly arrived at a dilapidated palace. He had been using his observation haki, and soon sensed Enel curled up in a corner of the palace. Just as he was about to head in that direction, Robin beside him exclaimed in surprise, "Look at the center of this Buddha statue. I never expected there would be such a thing here." Hearing her words, Dracula quickly looked up. Soon, he saw what Robin was talking about. His gaze sharpened. It was actually a devil fruit. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the Logia-type thunder fruit. With that thought in mind, Dracula stepped forward and took the devil fruit in his hand. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Dracula flipped it over and it immediately disappeared. After resolving this matter, he continued walking towards Enel, who was curled up in the corner. With each step, his shoes made a clicking sound on the ground. This sound awakened Enel, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. He looked up and discovered Dracula and a group of people. Seeing so many people arriving, he immediately thought they were there to beat him up. He quickly got up and assumed a fighting stance. Watching Enel's habitual motion, Dracula's mouth curled into a faint smile. He then spoke calmly, "Relax, I have no ill intentions towards you." Upon hearing Dracula's words, Enel had no intention of lowering his guard. Due to his strange appearance, he was often attacked almost every day. Over time, this had fostered a deep hatred within him. However, his weak strength made it impossible for him to resist. Suddenly, he clearly saw that there were no wings of the original inhabitants of Sky Island behind Dracula and the others. Realizing this, he coldly said, "Were you also driven here by those people? Don't say I didn't take care of you. You can choose any place here." Upon hearing his words, Dracula's smile widened even further. Finally, he could not help but burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha, kid, we don't intend to stay here. Now I will ask you one question. Do you desire power?" Suddenly hearing such words, Enel was somewhat taken aback. His intuition told him that this answer was very important and would determine his future fate. Without thinking for too long, Enel nodded heavily. He chose to follow the voice of his heart. Seeing his expression, Dracula nodded in satisfaction. He slowly approached him and locked eyes with him. Then Dracula softly said, I can give you the power to release all the hatred in your heart. But I have one condition. From now on, your life belongs to me. After saying this, Dracula extended a finger and pointed to the location of Enel's heart. Upon hearing this request, Enel showed no hesitation and nodded in agreement. Thinking of the pain he had endured for so many years, his heart ached faintly. He had long lost hope for his own fate. But just now, Dracula's words had shown him a completely different path. For him now, power and revenge had taken over his entire heart, and the price was merely his future freedom and destiny. He agreed to this deal. Seeing Enel's agreement, Dracula was not too surprised, as all of this was part of his plan. He took out the thunder fruit that had just been placed in the dimensional space and handed it to Enel. He said softly, if you want to gain power, then eat this first. Upon hearing his words, Enel did not hesitate at all. After taking it from Dracula's hand, he began to eat it voraciously. Although the taste was difficult to swallow, Enel still persisted in eating it. Once he finished, he immediately felt a surge of energy throughout his body. With a simple motion, his entire body began to emit a blue light, and electricity danced across his skin. Feeling the power within him, Enel was overjoyed. It was the happiest day he had experienced in many years. Seeing Enel's expression, Dracula knew that he had already felt the power of becoming stronger. Then, he calmly said, now use this power to resolve the hatred in your heart. I see no reason for Baika to exist anymore. From now on, you're my person. Hearing this, Enel nodded. Soon, his expression began to turn frenzied, and he laughed out loud continuously. He used the power of his fruit to teleport and arrived above the sky of Baika. He raised both hands, and the thunder and lightning in the sky gathered here. The dark clouds grew thicker and thicker. As the sky gradually darkened, the lightning in Enel's hands slowly formed a huge energy ball. This significant change in Baika naturally attracted the attention of the island's indigenous residents. Due to Enel's high position, these indigenous residents couldn't see him at all. In their eyes, they only noticed that the weather suddenly turned severe. Feeling the scene before him, Enel, who was in the sky, excitedly threw the energy ball he had gathered down towards Baika. The energy ball fell at an incredible speed. In the eyes of the indigenous residents of Baika, it looked like a meteor suddenly falling from the sky. Seeing this, they began to scream and fled in a panic. Help! A meteor is falling, run! No, I haven't lived enough yet, woo woo woo. Listening to the various voices below, Enel felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction from high above. He knew that the hatred buried deep in his heart for so many years could finally be accounted for. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Dracula, who was not far away from him, his expression filled with awe. He knows that from now on, his life belongs to Dracula. He did not become arrogant just because he gained this power. He knew that all of this was given to him by the man in front of him. Therefore, he felt genuine admiration and secretly made a firm resolution in his heart. From now on, he would regard Dracula as his only faith. Dracula's enemies would be his enemies, and Dracula's beliefs would be his beliefs. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure that no enemies appeared before Dracula again. After making this decision, Enel slowly lowered his head to look at the situation below. He saw that when the energy sphere collided with Baika, a kind of lightning that extinguished life was unleashed, eliminating everyone and everything it covered one by one. In the blink of an eye, the place below turned into ruins. Baika easily disappeared from the map of the Sky Island. Seeing that his revenge had been fulfilled, Enel went directly to Dracula's side. He knelt on one knee, his expression stern, and said, Your Majesty, from now on my life belongs to you. I vow here, I am willing to become a bolt of lightning, solving all your troubles. Dracula looked at Enel in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Then he said plainly, Get up, we have much to do. Upon hearing his words, Enel slowly stood up and silently stood behind Dracula. Seeing that the matter here was over, Dracula intended to leave. After all, his main purpose for coming to Baika was Enel. The way Dracula subdued him was by eliminating hatred in exchange for Enel's loyalty. The cost was merely an island marked by racial discrimination. At that moment, a notification sound from the system rang out. Ding! Detected that the host has gained Enel's permanent loyalty, growth potential is. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Dracula was quite pleased. After all, such growth potential was rare. Most people did not have this kind of talent. He then continued to lead everyone to other parts of the Sky Island. He planned to make the Sky Island their territory because the concealment here was excellent. Even when they went to war with the world government, it would not be particularly easy for the enemy to reach the Sky Island. Moreover, Dracula intended to hide their manpower here. Later, he would let Caesar study the method of moving the Sky Island, making it even harder to detect. With this in mind, Dracula spoke to the people behind him about the next goal. I plan to occupy the Sky Island and make this our base. Prepare for battle. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Hearing his words, everyone behind him nodded in agreement. Based on the map of the Sky Island terrain in his mind, Dracula walked to the god Island Appiato. Looking at the environment before him, he once again activated his observation haki. As the observation haki rapidly expanded, he soon sensed a group of people fighting in his mind. Seeing this scene, Dracula quickly thought of the conflict between the Sandians and the Sky Islanders. However, he did not hesitate at all and directly led his people toward the battlefield where they were fighting. This small-scale battle was not something Dracula took seriously. Soon, they arrived at the chaotic battlefield. The sudden appearance of several people did not attract much attention from either the Sandians or the Sky Islanders, as their only focus was on each other as enemies. However, a few Sandians and Sky Islanders did surround them. Seeing the situation, Enel, who had been following Dracula, took action directly. Those surrounding them were immediately knocked out by electricity. Soon, a vacuum zone formed around them. No one dared to approach anymore, as they regarded that area as a forbidden zone. Although no one came to trouble Dracula, the battle did not end because of this. Seeing the slow-moving fight, Dracula unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. As the Conqueror's Haki swept through, very few people remained standing on the battlefield. However, this time, Dracula did not deliberately let that dark, brutal aura invade their bodies. After all, he needed some subordinates after occupying this place. If he used that move, only one person would be left alive in the end. Looking at the only person remaining on the battlefield, Dracula slightly nodded, acknowledging his strength. It is worth mentioning that the only one who could withstand the Conqueror's Haki without fainting was the leader of the Sandians. Although he resisted the shock of the Conqueror's Haki, his trembling body revealed the fear in his heart. Looking at the terrifying scene before him, the remaining Sandian stammered, "Master, may I ask what I can do to help you?" Hearing his perceptive words, Dracula was quite satisfied with this person. He then said flatly, "Haven't you always wanted to determine the victor? Then consider this battle a win for your Sandians. Later, you go wake your people and handle the Sky Islanders. If you do that, I will allow you to reside here. However, from now on, I will have the final say here. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing his words, the Sandian hurriedly shook his head. He was still able to discern the current situation. He knew that if he expressed any dissent, he might end up like those unconscious people from the empty islands. Thinking of this, he quickly spoke up, "My lord, I have no objections." Upon hearing his response, Dracula slowly nodded. He then withdrew his Conqueror's Haki and allowed him to wake up his kin. As each of the Sandia people woke up, there was a look of confusion on their faces. Clearly, they had no idea why they suddenly fainted during the battle. After waking up all his kin, the leader of the Sandia people slowly explained the situation. After hearing his explanation, everyone's gaze towards Dracula changed. Their eyes revealed fear. However, they consciously began to deal with the Sky Island people on the ground. Watching their actions, Dracula nodded in satisfaction. Soon, under the handling of these Sandians, the battlefield was quickly cleared. The Sky Island people had long since disappeared from here. Seeing that his kin had completed the task as requested, the leading Sandian came back to Dracula's side and quietly asked, "My lord, is there anything else I can do for you?" Seeing him so agreeable, Dracula gently patted his shoulder and said, "You can continue as you were. No need to be too formal. I'm quite good to my own people. But don't entertain any bad thoughts, or else those Sky Island people will be your fate." Upon hearing his words, the leader nodded repeatedly. They were well aware of their own strength and knew they were no match. With the Sky Island firmly in their grasp, Dracula's heart did not stir in the slightest. For him, this was just a small step in his plan. After only a moment, Dracula had successfully occupied the Sky Island. Enel's admiration for him was boundless. Now that the issue of the Sky Island's ownership had been resolved, Dracula planned to head to Shandora to place the historical text. Although he had a flat terrain map in his hand, it was still more convenient to be led by the locals. Therefore, Dracula asked the Sandians for a guide. After receiving this order, the Sandians sent their best female warrior, Loki. After all, they thought it would be more pleasing to have a woman lead the way rather than a man. Thus, under Loki's guidance, Dracula and his group quickly arrived at Shandora. In fact, the Sandians had always harbored a regret that had not been fulfilled. to ring the golden bell located in Shandora once again. Previously, this place had been under the control of the Sky Island people, so they had been trying to defeat the Sky Island people in order to reclaim it. However, they did not expect that this battle would end in such a manner. Nevertheless, when they heard that Dracula was coming to Shandora to ring the golden bell, they were all very excited. After all, they could finally fulfill the wish left by Norland. Looking at the ancient city before him, Dracula felt a sense of emotion. The gold scattered everywhere was something he had never seen before. But before they could fully appreciate it, the clear sky suddenly turned dark. Dracula looked up and found a python appearing. Everyone was particularly surprised by the sudden appearance of the python. Even Loki did not expect that there would be a python in this place. However, they did not take the python seriously. Enel charged forward and engaged in battle with the giant python. In just a few rounds, the giant python was stunned by him. Seeing the giant python incapacitated by Enel, Dracula once again surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted the golden bell not far away. Of course, Dracula would not break the promise he had made. He took just a few steps and arrived in front of the golden bell. Then he slowly gathered his armed color hockey on his fist. Looking at his fist, which was as dark as ink, Dracula directly swung it towards the body of the bell. Suddenly, a majestic sound reverberated through the sky. Since Dracula left, Kalikai on Gaia Island had been waiting for this sound. Originally planning to rest, he immediately perked up upon hearing the majestic bell toll. He quickly hugged the nearby ape who was exercising, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. This bell sound was, of course, not heard by him alone. Others on Gaia Island also heard this sound, and they all opened their mouths in astonishment. Because this sound came from the sky, they quickly realized the possibility of the existence of Sky Island. The Sandia people, who were dealing with trivial matters, cheered upon hearing the bell sound. After all, they had finally fulfilled the promise made years ago. After Dracula struck the bell 4 times, he lowered his fists. Due to the excessive force he had just used, the surface of the golden bell was already covered with indented fist marks. After fulfilling his promise, he walked towards the historical text located beneath the golden bell. He slowly approached the ancient historical text and began to read it seriously. Robin, who had been following closely behind, once again bypassed the crowd and came to his side. Soon, Dracula finished reading the content above. This historical text recorded the location of the Sea King. However, this information was of no use to Dracula, as he already knew that the Sea King was at Fishman Island. He even knew that the current Sea King was Princess Shirahoshi. Just as Dracula was shaking his head inwardly, the system's notification sound rang again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully reached the historical text related to the Sea King. Congratulations, the host has gained part of the Sea King's abilities. Hearing the system's prompt, Dracula quickly checked what part of the Sea King's abilities he had received. The result left him dumbfounded, because the part of the Sea King's ability he obtained was an extremely strong attraction to sea creatures. Whether he could make the attracted sea creatures obedient depended on his own abilities. Moreover, the system specifically informed him that this ability had the greatest attraction to mermaids and fishmen. Seeing this, Dracula couldn't help but curl his lips. With the matters of Sky Island basically resolved, Dracula planned to rest here for a while. Then, he dialed Caesar's snail phone. After a series of beeping sounds, the phone was answered. However, a series of noisy sounds came from the other end of the phone. After waiting for a moment, it finally quieted down. Then, Caesar's strange voice came from inside. "Hello, Your Majesty. Is there a new experiment you want to assign to me?" Hearing his words, Dracula quickly replied, "Yes. I need you to come here and study the issue of free flight on Sky Island." Upon hearing this, Caesar fell into a brief silence. Soon, astonishment replaced it, and he exclaimed, "Oh my, Sky Island really exists. Your Majesty, wait for me. I'm coming to find you right away." After saying this, Caesar hurriedly hung up the phone. Seeing this, Dracula couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Because he hadn't mentioned the specific location of Sky Island, Caesar wouldn't be able to find it at all. Dracula tried calling Caesar a few more times, but no one answered. Seeing this, he had no choice but to dial Doflamingo's snail phone. The phone was quickly answered, and then Doflamingo's signature laughter came from inside. Your Majesty, do you have any new instructions?" Hearing his voice, Dracula explained the situation he had just encountered. Then he stated his main purpose. "I need Caesar to come to Sky Island to study its free flight issue. However, he doesn't know the specific location, so please help him out. The specific location of Sky Island is directly above Gaia Island." Upon hearing his words, Doflamingo murmured, "Sky Island? Huh? I understand. He will be sent over soon. I also want to see it with my own eyes." A week quickly passed. Doflamingo finally brought Caesar to Sky Island. Looking at the environment before them, the two felt it was quite nice. After receiving the news, Dracula immediately found them. He then slowly expressed his request to Caesar. I want this Sky Island to be able to fly freely, without being restricted by any region. Hearing his request, Caesar excitedly licked his lips and readily agreed. For a scientist, a challenging experimental project was certainly more appealing. Thus, Caesar built his own laboratory on Sky Island and began his round-the-clock research. As for Doflamingo, he only stayed for a few days before returning to his territory, because his development plan was not yet fully completed and required his personal supervision. Everything was progressing slowly, and Dracula had also been resting on Sky Island for nearly a month. During this time, Caesar finally figured out the method for the free flight of Sky Island. This news was something Dracula had been waiting for a long time. He quickly walked to the laboratory on the Sky Island and looked at Caesar, who had been waiting for a long time. He softly asked, "The research on the free flight experiment of the Sky Island has been completed, right?" Seeing his boss arrive, Caesar hurriedly stood up from his seat and replied, "Indeed, the research has been completed. However, my method of flying on the Sky Island operates through the vibrational force generated by airflow. The most important point is that we need to have people stationed here at all times to control the direction." Hearing his words, Dracula nodded in understanding. After all, achieving free movement of such a large island in the sky is quite difficult. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the float fruit of the golden lion Shiki. Dracula was quite envious of this devil fruit. After all, it is considered an extremely powerful ability, allowing one to easily control the flight of objects. However, in an instant, he cast this thought aside because he could not see the golden lion Shiki at all. After confirming that the Sky Island could fly freely, Dracula planned to continue with his upcoming voyage. His next sailing destination is Water 7. Although the Sky Island can fly freely, its size is too large to be used as a means of transportation. The ship of the philosopher, which Dracula used to particularly like, is something Enel cannot create now. Therefore, the plan to rescue Tom must be put in front of them. Moreover, he still has the design blueprints of Pluto in his hands. He believes that once Tom joins, this ancient battleship will definitely reappear on the sea. Since they are heading to Water 7, Dracula gives everyone a week to prepare. In their busy preparations, the week quickly passes. Beppo stands in the command room of the Sky Island, excitedly directing the artificial soldiers controlling the ship. This is his first time controlling such a large island flying in the sky, so the whole bear seems very excited. Next to him stands Caesar. After all, this method of free flight was developed by him, allowing for good communication in case of unexpected situations. Since the Sky Island is located at a high altitude, this greatly impacts Beppo's navigation command. Consequently, the journey to Water 7 actually took more than 2 months. However, Dracula understands this situation, as they're sailing on the sea each time, and they have nautical charts. But now they're using nautical charts meant for the sea to fly the Sky Island, which is a significant challenge. Dracula knows that if he were to command this Sky Island, he might get lost in midair, unable to find his way back. Standing on the Sky Island, Dracula looks down and can only see some vague city buildings. Seeing this, he does not hesitate and directly jumps down from the Sky Island. Seeing their boss jump down, Beppo and Enel do not hesitate either and follow Dracula's lead. As they get closer to the ground, Dracula slowly manifests 6 pairs of wings behind him. With the slowing effect of the wings, he lands steadily on the ground of Water 7. Beppo and Enel almost land beside Dracula at the same time. Beppo also uses the fallen angel wings behind him, while Enel avoids the damage from the fall by transforming into lightning. Their exaggerated landing method immediately stuns the people around them. After landing, Dracula surveys the surroundings and finds many ships undergoing repairs. However, due to Dracula's astonishing entrance, the tools in the shipwright's hands slip from their palms, and they do not even notice. It is not until these tools hit their feet that they come to their senses. They quickly pick up the tools on the ground to complete the unfinished work, and no one dares to look up at Dracula and the others again. Seeing this scene, Dracula helplessly shrugs his shoulders. He originally didn't want to make such a high-profile entrance, but unfortunately, this was the simplest way to do it in the Sky Island. Dracula slowly led the people away from here. They strolled down the street, and the pedestrians hurriedly made way for them. However, Dracula was quite pleased with the peace and quiet. After all, this time there were no foolish pirates coming to trouble them. Since they had arrived in the city of 7 Waters, Dracula planned to first taste the local delicacies, as food was one of the few pleasures he indulged in. He casually walked into a restaurant, looked at the menu on the table, and ordered 3 servings of the local specialty, shui meat. After just a short wait, the 3 fragrant servings of shui meat were served at the table. Dracula was the first to pick up a piece and put it into his mouth. Instantly, a smooth and tender flavor burst back from his taste buds. Seeing their captain already digging in, Beppo and Enel also didn't hold back. With the 3 of them devouring the food, the shui meat on the table was quickly finished. While Dracula was settling the bill, he overheard the conversation of some commoners at a nearby table. The topic they were discussing was about the sea train. For what they said, Dracula learned that the sea train would be completed in the next few days. Upon hearing this news, Dracula felt he had arrived just in time. When the world government sends people to capture Tom, Dracula plans to intercept them on the way. However, since he still didn't know the specific details, he needed to come up with a good plan. What Dracula didn't know was that when they arrived in the city of 7 Waters from the Sky, the members of the P9 organization lurking there had already discovered them. However, their average age was not particularly high. The leader was none other than Rob Lucci, known as the most ruthless killing weapon in P9's history. His age is the youngest among the P9 members, only just reaching 20. However, his strength is the strongest among them. After receiving this news, Lucci immediately called his superior Spandam, using a den mushy. As the call connected, he was the first to speak. We saw the fallen angel Dracula in Water 7. Should we proceed with the capture? Upon hearing this, Spandam didn't hesitate to scold him harshly. What the hell, why capture him? Tom is the most important. In fact, Lucci had already anticipated he would say that. The reason he reported it anyway was simply due to his seriousness about his work. Looking at the den mushy that had already been hung up, Lucci set the matter aside. Although he found his superior quite displeasing, orders still needed to be followed. After all, that was their duty. He then shifted his gaze back to Tom. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Dracula and the others found a place to discuss their upcoming plans. In order to rescue Tom, Dracula naturally planned to time it appropriately. Otherwise, they wouldn't achieve the desired effect. Due to Beppo's obvious appearance, he wasn't suitable for going out alone. Dracula assigned the task of investigating the specific completion date of the sea train to Enel. After receiving the new order, Enel instantly disappeared. Meanwhile, Dracula continuously devised plans in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he came up with a rough plan. However, everything would have to wait until Enel returned with the intelligence. Once he had sorted out this main issue, Dracula found himself with some free time. He strolled over to the rocking chair in the yard and sat down directly. Gently rocking the chair, he leisurely waited for Enel to return. Meanwhile, Beppo, seeing that his captain had nothing more to instruct him, felt at ease. He also came to sit down near the stone table. He took out his master's nautical chart from his pocket and began to study it seriously. For Beppo, he had devoted all his attention to the nautical chart. After all, he was the only one on the entire ship who could discern directions. This put a lot of pressure on him, so he seized almost every moment of free time. He would take out these nautical charts to reinforce his knowledge. Seeing his demeanor, Dracula nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit that Beppo was already a mature bear. Just as Dracula finished drinking the tea placed on the stone table, Enel returned as a flash of lightning. Once he had solidified his form, he immediately came before Dracula and revealed the information he had gathered. I found that the city of Water 7 is abuzz with discussions that the sea train will soon be completed. Upon hearing this news, Dracula nodded slightly. It was exactly the same as what he had heard earlier in the restaurant. Now that the specific time had been confirmed, Dracula could begin his plan. He planned to intercept them on their way when the sea train was completed. Because he was well aware of Admiral Spandam's vengeful nature, Tom's fate had long been sealed. As the time approached day by day, Dracula and the others continued to leisurely lounge in the rocking chairs in the small courtyard, slowly savoring their tea and waiting for the plan to commence. When the time came, Dracula had already taken them to intercept halfway to Judicial Island. However, on their way, they encountered a frog that could swim freely. Since they had arrived in a specific area, they did not hurry to leave. Instead, they were quite interested in watching the frog in front of them. Seeing its unique appearance, a name quickly came to Dracula's mind: Yokozuna. Being in the animal category, Beppo was able to communicate briefly with it. Soon, Beppo understood why it was there. He then turned to Dracula and slowly explained the reason for its presence. It said it was also considered a disciple of Tom and planned to block them here after seeing Tom about to be captured. Hearing Beppo's words, Dracula looked up at the large frog again. The 3 appreciated its actions. However, they knew one thing. The large frog's approach was akin to striking a rock with an egg. It was simply impossible to succeed. But this was merely an interlude. They controlled their bodies and slowly began to rise into the air, quickly reaching above the clouds. With the cover of the clouds, The people below could not see them at all. However, they could clearly see the people below. Thus, the three of them began a long wait. The main character, Tom, had just finished constructing the sea train. Before the people of Water 7 could start celebrating, a large group of members from the P organization suddenly appeared. Of course, these members were definitely not P9 because they had more important things to do, searching for the design drawings of Pluto. The newly emerged P organization members tightly surrounded Tom, leaving him no chance to escape. Seeing this scene, the shipwrights beside Tom stepped back in fear. Although they were very dissatisfied with the actions of the world government, they did not dare to confront them. They knew that if they did, they might end up lying on the ground as corpses. They could only watch helplessly as Tom was taken away, but his two disciples were extremely angry. They rushed forward recklessly, wanting to block the personnel from the P organization. But Tom, standing beside them, scolded them, saying loudly, "You are my esteemed disciples. Don't do these foolish things anymore. Always remember one thing. A man must have confidence in the ship he builds." After saying this, he left with the personnel from the P organization. Carter Flam and Esbaku, who had just been scolded by Tom, bit their lips tightly. Tears swirled in their eyes. Eventually, they accumulated more and more, gradually flowing down and leaving a trail of tears. They silently watched Tom leave with those people, their hearts aching as if they were being torn apart. However, Carter Flam's inner feelings were filled with guilt. In his understanding, if he hadn't built that extra warship, perhaps today's situation wouldn't have occurred. But what he didn't know was that Tom's execution had nothing to do with him. It was merely that Spandam had just discovered this reason. As Tom was taken onto the ship heading to Justice Island, Carter Flam's mood worsened, and he could no longer suppress his restless heart. He wiped the tears from his eyes with his hand, and then slowly left here. He would never allow his master Tom to just disappear before his eyes. When he came to the ship he had created, took out the cannon hidden inside. Driving the ship, he quickly chased after the vessel that had just departed. Meanwhile, Icebegu stood silently on the shore, watching him leave. Although he also wanted to follow to rescue his master, his calm nature told him not to do so. One person had to stay behind to help his master better promote his ideals. Since Carter Flam had made this decision, he could no longer act, because the design of the underworld that Tom had held before was now in his hands. He clenched his fist tightly and then punched the wall behind him. With a heavy thud, his fist met the wall, but it was no match for the wall's hardness. Instantly, blood flowed down the wall and dripped onto the floor. Looking at the blood on the ground, Icebegu said nothing. However, his reddened eyes spoke of the turmoil within him. After a moment of silence, he slowly left the place, for he had more important matters to attend to. But first, he needed a plan for the position of mayor of the city of Seven Waters. Meanwhile, the escorting members of the P organization, including Tom, soon discovered Carter Flam following their ship. They immediately aimed the cannons on their vessel at him. Without any further words, they opened fire directly at him. However, these attacks did not harm Carter Flam. He slowly aimed the cannon on his shoulder at their ship and shouted, "If you want to take my master today, then you have to step over my body first." After saying this, he fired the cannon. With his precise control, the cannonball flew steadily towards the ship's hull. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the members of this group, it was nothing special. Just a few gusts of wind sent the cannonball flying away. After all, they had all undergone rigorous training. Although they did not take the cannonball seriously, they were still bothered by Carter Flam's incessant harassment. They still felt a sense of irritation. Then they discussed it and sent a few people out, intending to completely deal with the tailing followers behind them. Looking at the P organization members slowly stepping forward, Carter Flam showed no signs of fear. He was still on his own ship, persistently firing cannonballs. The members of the organization directly used the moonwalk to achieve a brief moment of weightlessness. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, they arrived on Carter Flam's ship. Young as he was, Carter Flam was no match for them. With just one kick, they sent him flying out. After that, they didn't even look at him and returned to their own ship, continuing towards Justice Island. Meanwhile, Carter Flam, who had been kicked away, spat out mouthfuls of blood while in the air. Then his body was violently struck by the out-of-control ship behind him. His body slowly sank into the sea, unaware of life or death. But during this battle, Tom on the ship had no idea at all, because the personnel from the P organization had locked him up as soon as they escorted him onto the ship. They continued sailing on their ship. For them, completing the mission was, of course, more important. After all, if the mission failed, the punishment was something they did not want to endure. However, they had no idea what great fear awaited them ahead. Soon, they encountered the second obstruction of this voyage. Yes, it was the big frog that could swim freely. It blocked their path with its massive body and slowly raised its hands, placing them firmly in front of its chest. Looking at this overconfident member of the P organization, they showed no signs of slowing down and charged straight at it. But what they did not expect was that when their ship collided with its hands, they were unable to push it away. Instead, their forward momentum was restrained by it. Instantly, everyone on the ship leaned forward, and even Tom, who was deep inside the ship's cell, felt the change. This sudden turn of events made his mind spin, and he kept praying in his heart that his disciple would not come to save him. He knew that if they did, only one outcome awaited them, facing death. However, although this incident had a minor impact on the P organization personnel, they quickly returned to their original indifferent demeanor. They were utterly enraged by the repeated obstructions they faced. They had made up their minds not to dismember the frog in front of them, so the matter was not over. Then, the crowd on the ship surged forward, all using their gale kick. Instantly, waves of blue energy rushed towards its body. However, it was clear that its body was not particularly tough. Soon, it was covered in countless wounds. Its blood slowly seeped into the sea beneath it, quickly staining the area below its body red. Yet even so, it did not take a step back. It remained upright, fighting its last battle. Just as the members of the P organization were about to deliver a fatal blow, Dracula, along with Enel and Bepo, slowly descended onto their ship. Seeing the sudden appearance of the three, they immediately halted their impending attack. After all, looking at the three who descended from the sky, they could hardly perceive them as good people. Soon, one of their leaders recognized Dracula's identity. He spoke solemnly. He is the fallen angel Dracula, an extremely dangerous character. Get ready for battle. Upon hearing their leader's words, the members of the P organization behind him gradually became serious. They also realized that their visitor was not friendly. Moreover, they had already heard about Dracula's danger. He was a man who could stand alongside dragons. Dracula looked at the P organization members before him, who appeared to be facing a great enemy, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, look at your cowardly faces. I haven't even made a move yet. With people like you, how can you dare to say you're trained by the world government? Upon hearing his words, these individuals had no way to refute him. After all, just under Dracula's imposing presence, they had already entertained thoughts of retreating without a fight. Furthermore, they were merely the eliminated members of the P organization. Looking at their leader, who was engulfed in a strange atmosphere, he coldly spoke. Cast aside your fears and clench your fists. Otherwise, to retreat without a fight is a death penalty. Upon hearing this, they quickly reined in their emotions. But even so, under the intimidation of Dracula's conqueror's haki, they still dare not step forward to fight. However, Dracula will not give them that much time to adjust. He waved his hand at Enel behind him, signaling him to deal with the enemy in front of them. After all, ever since he gained the ability of the Rumble Fruit, he had not fought against a real enemy. This time could be seen as a training opportunity for him. After receiving Dracula's instructions, Enel transformed directly into his lightning form and appeared in front of the P organization members. Seeing that Dracula had no intention of making a move, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, they no longer thought that way, because after just a short fight, they discovered a major problem. The man in front of them was actually a Logia-type Rumble Fruit user. For these eliminated P organization members, they did not possess haki, so they were unable to launch effective attacks. They could only passively endure the beatings. The only member of the P organization who could use haki was their leader. However, due to the vast difference in strength, he quickly came to realize a harsh reality. He couldn't even defeat Dracula's subordinates, let alone Dracula himself. Thinking of this, a layer of gloom enveloped his heart. After all, in a battle where he saw no hope, he also wanted to give up. With this mindset, the members of the P organization fought, and, as expected, were all defeated. Looking at the members of the P organization lying scattered on the ship, Dracula didn't even glance at them. He directly ordered Enel to kill them all. After dealing with this matter, Dracula slowly walked into the interior of the ship. When he reached the lowest level, he soon saw Tom sitting in a cell. At this moment, he looked very tired. However, upon hearing the footsteps, he quickly raised his head to look. To his surprise, it wasn't the group of people from before. Associating this with the recent events, Tom realized the reason. But what puzzled him was why this group wanted to save him. Therefore, he quickly asked, "Your Excellency, did you come here because of me?" Hearing his words, Dracula gently nodded. Then he quickly replied, "That's right. I need Master Tom's shipbuilding skills. Just like the ship you built for Roger that made him the Pirate King. Now, I also need a ship that can help me overthrow the world government." After seeing the darkness of the world government, "Don't you want to help me?" Dracula's words left Tom standing there in shock. He heard about Dracula's enormous ambition from this, an ambition that even Pirate King Roger never possessed. Considering everything he had recently encountered, he felt somewhat tempted. After all, if it weren't for Dracula's rescue, he would have become a corpse. Thinking of this, Tom nodded solemnly. Then he laughed loudly and said, "I feel truly honored to contribute to a man like you. Let me see the changes in this sea with my own eyes." Seeing that Tom had agreed to join, Enel immediately flashed and broke open the cell that had confined Tom. With the first step of the plan successfully underway, Dracula pulled Tom into his dimensional space. Next, they had something more important to do, to head to Judicial Island and capture the P9 commander Spandam. Dracula believed that when Spandam received the news that Tom had been rescued, he would become furious and might even use the demon-slaying order against Water 7. After all, Water 7 was where Tom had once lived, and Dracula could not allow such a thing to happen. Thus, the second step of the plan was born. Before Dracula left, he followed the usual practice of flying out a fallen angel card from between his two fingers. It spun rapidly and then embedded itself into the ship's hull. After that, Dracula led them towards Judicial Island without looking back. They sailed for nearly 3 days before finally reaching the front gate of Judicial Island. Looking at the grand entrance before him, Dracula couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the world government. The gate appeared extremely luxurious, with 2 giant soldiers guarding it. However, in Dracula's eyes, they were just insignificant characters. He boldly spread his observation hockey. Soon, he sensed the specific situation of the guards on the island. Of course, there were people on Judicial Island who felt the probing of this observation hockey. However, no one took it seriously, thinking it was just a colleague practicing their observation hockey. No one connected this to an intruder. They didn't believe that anyone would have the audacity to invade Judicial Island. But this very mindset brought them indelible losses. Looking at the still loose and disorganized group of soldiers, Enel couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. In his eyes, they were all just a bunch of worthless trash. He couldn't believe that the so-called heavily guarded Judicial Island was like this. After confirming the specific situation, Dracula released Brokey and Dongli, who were in the dimensional space, and sent them to deal with the first main gate located on the front island. Meanwhile, Dracula quickly rushed toward the second gate on the main island. As soon as they received the order, Brokey and Dongli launched an attack on the main gate of the front island. However, they soon halted their advance. They discovered that the 2 giants guarding the gate were actually their former subordinates. Upon seeing them, the hot-tempered Brokey immediately shouted, "Casey, Oimo, how did you 2 bastards become the lackeys of the world government?" Hearing this familiar voice, the 2 giants guarding the gate trembled slightly and then shed tears, happily exclaiming, "Captain, you're not hurt. Then why are we guarding this broken gate for the world government?" After saying this, they turned around and raised their weapons high, smashing them down hard on the first main gate behind them. Instantly, under their combined force, the gate could not withstand the pressure and fell with a crash. Seeing this scene, Dongli laughed heartily and said, "Well done. This is what the warriors of Elbaf should do." Thus, Judicial Island, which was already unable to withstand the assault of Brokey and Dongli, now faced even less hope with the betrayal of the 2 gatekeepers. However, taking advantage of the moment, they still triggered the alarm on Judicial Island. As the alarm sounded, everyone on the island reacted, realizing that enemies were coming. Although they had been lazy just moments ago, they were still elite soldiers. They quickly took their positions, ready to face the upcoming enemies. Sensing the change in these soldiers, Dracula's expression showed no sign of change. He was still heading straight towards the Judicial Tower with Inaru and Beepo. Soon, they arrived at the second main gate on the island. Seeing this, Inaru stopped his advance. Then, a voice came from his mouth. "Your Majesty, leave this to me." Hearing his words, Dracula showed no hesitation and continued to rush towards the position of the Judicial Tower. Meanwhile, Spandam, who was leisurely humming a tune in the office of the Judicial Tower, also heard the alarm from the tower. However, there was no sign of panic on his face, as he did not believe the enemy could reach him. In fact, he even had the thought of going out to take a look. With that in mind, he quickly stood up from his seat, picked up the sword that had been used to eat the Zoan-type Fruit, and wobbled out of his office. But as soon as he reached the top of the Judicial Tower, a group of people quickly appeared beside him. They're the only remaining P5 combat personnel on Judicial Island. After all, Spandam, as the former commander of P5, still has a strong control over them. They tightly guarded him, protecting his personal safety. Seeing their appearance, Spandam slightly raised his head and said nothing. Then he looked out from the top of the Judicial Tower into the distance. Soon he saw the smoke and haze in the distance. Moreover, The noisy sounds kept coming to his ears. Upon seeing this, his mood instantly turned sour. He issued new orders to his subordinates behind him. Stop standing around here. Hurry up and go support them. If you can't capture the intruders, be prepared for punishment. Upon hearing his words, the remaining P5 members exchanged glances. Then they all left his side. Dracula, along with Beppo, also arrived at the edge of the judicial tower. Looking at Spandam, standing at the top of the tower, a hint of a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He then glanced at the crowd of P5 members charging towards them. He bent slightly and placed his hand on the hilt of the at his waist. Immediately, a terrifying aura swept over everyone, even causing their speed to decrease slightly. The one-sword-style rapid draw slash was unleashed as Dracula swiftly drew his sword. Soon, a dazzling blade of light shot towards the P5 members. This strike was not only grand in momentum, but also powerful beyond their ability to withstand. Their combined attack could not fend off this assault. Instead, they were violently sent flying. Along the way, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, a series of thuds sounded as they crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a layer of dust. In their eyes, they had not even seen Dracula make his move. The sheer speed left them unable to react adequately, making it a luxury to even hope to dodge the attack. The P5 members were utterly defeated in just one exchange. Spandam's heart sank into fear, realizing that this was already his strongest guard. Moreover, his own power level was only 9, weaker than an ordinary Navy soldier. Looking at Dracula approaching him, Spandam stumbled back, sitting on the ground in fright. He quickly stood up and shouted recklessly at the P5 members still lying on the ground. Useless. All of you are useless. Quickly use that potion. We absolutely cannot let him come over. Hearing his words, the P5 members hesitated for a moment, but ultimately executed the order. They slowly took out a specially made potion from their bosom. Then, they removed the outer metal protective casing and plunged the needle into their neck. In fact, they were quite aware that once they injected this potion, their chances of survival were almost non-existent. But looking at the situation before them, they had no other choice. This was their fate. Dracula watched the scene unfold before his eyes. He didn't mean to stop them, because he also wanted to see for himself the level of scientific research that the world government had achieved. As the P5 members injected these drugs, their bodies immediately began to change. Their bodies rapidly expanded, becoming enormous in the blink of an eye. Their entire bodies were covered in blood vessels, with veins visibly protruding on the surface. It wasn't until they grew to 16 meters tall that this growth spurt finally stopped. Bebois, who had been standing at the back, widened his eyes in shock upon witnessing this, as he had never imagined there could be a potion that turned people into giants. Dracula squinted his eyes, surveying the giants before him. Soon, he realized that their minds had become utterly chaotic, and their gazes were gradually replaced by bloodlust and madness. Seeing this, Dracula remained unperturbed. After all, in his understanding, enemies without awareness were the easiest to deal with, especially those who had previously been defeated. Even though they had injected this potion, it hadn't significantly increased their strength. It only made them tougher to beat. The members of P5, despite their minds being overtaken by madness, clearly remembered one thing. They had to kill everyone in front of them. They walked clumsily towards Dracula. The ground trembled beneath their steps. After all, there were quite a few of these gigantic beings, so the commotion they created was significant. During this time, Dracula casually unleashed several slashes of blade light. Unsurprisingly, these giants could not withstand the blade light rushing towards them. Soon, the blade light sliced through their bodies, causing large amounts of blood to flow. However, since they could not feel pain, they continued to move their feet, heading towards Dracula. Seeing this scene, Dracula was successfully intrigued. He wanted to experiment with how much blood these giants could actually bleed. Then, he slowly raised the demon, sword Muramesa in his hand, and unleashed more sword flashes towards them. As a result, their blood flowed more and more, even forming small red puddles in the depressions on the ground. However, correspondingly, their advancing footsteps became slower and slower, until they finally came to a halt. Watching the giants before him finally unable to hold on, Dracula gave a slight nod. He had to admit that they were really tough. He struck many blows before they completely lost their vitality. And as soon as he sensed that something was wrong, Spandam had already dialed the P9 phone snail. The entire team of P9 quickly returned to Judicial Island to ensure his safety. However, seeing that all members of P5 had fallen, the P9 personnel still had not appeared. This made his heart sink. But soon, the Den Mushy in his hand began to ring. Looking at the vibrating Den Mushy, Spandam did not hesitate and quickly answered it. But before he could start questioning, a voice came from the other end. Sir, on our way here, we discover the bodies of the members of the Tom P. organization we were escorting. It seems their mission has failed. Upon hearing this, Spandam's anger surged. He shouted, "What? Tom was rescued by someone? These useless fools. I will make water, Seven restless. I will launch the demon extermination order there." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a gaze upon him. He looked up and found that Dracula was already walking towards him. Seeing this, he quickly stopped his momentum of speaking. Then he shouted at the golden snail, "You bastards, if you come any later, just wait for me to collect the corpses." After saying this, he hurriedly put the golden snail aside. Then he tightly gripped the sword, Fongu fried, at his waist. Soon, at his command, the sword in Spandam's hand slowly transformed into the shape of an elephant. Just as Fongu fried transformed into an elephant, it immediately blocked in front of him. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Spandam quickly took out a golden snail from another pocket. Then he looked at Dracula, who was still approaching him, and shouted hysterically, "Stop. Stop right there, you bastard, or we all die together." Hearing his words, a playful smile appeared on Dracula's lips. He said flatly, "Don't hesitate. You must press it quickly." Upon hearing this, Spandam was instantly dumbfounded, because Dracula was not playing by the rules and was completely unfazed by his threat. Spandam's finger hovering over the golden snail trembled slightly. He had no courage to press it down. Under the indiscriminate attack of the Navy, he didn't know if he could survive, but seeing that Dracula continued to walk towards him, he fearfully retreated, but due to the uneven ground, Spandam fell to the ground. The button he had previously been too afraid to press was also pressed down by him. Soon, a signal was emitted from the golden transponder snail. Spandam, lying on the ground, looked at the pressed button with a face full of disbelief, then murmured, No, how could this happen?" Immediately after, he began to laugh maniacally. "Ah ha ha ha, everyone is going to die, everyone is going to die." Then he suddenly pointed at Dracula and said resentfully, "Especially you, bastard, you will definitely die here." Seeing Spandam's mad demeanor, Dracula shrugged helplessly. He didn't expect his psychological quality to be this poor. Dracula continued to walk in his direction and casually said, "It's just pressing the signal button to activate the demon slaying order. Just a small matter. Why panic? I've seen the demon slaying order several times, and nothing happened, right?" However, his consolation had no effect whatsoever. Seeing this, Dracula decided not to waste any more words. After all, he needed to leave successfully before the demon slaying order fleet arrived. Dracula used the Shuanpa technique to directly appear in front of Spandam, knocking him unconscious with a punch. Then he grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into his dimensional space. Keeping him alive had some use. Dracula turned around and noticed that Beepo was still engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the sword that had transformed into an elephant. Instantly, he felt a headache and softly said, "Beepo, wrap it up quickly. The demon slaying order fleet is coming soon." Hearing his boss's words, Beepo quickly intensified his attacks. After just a few exchanges, Vangufride was beaten back into sword form by Beepo. Beepo then stepped forward, picked it up, and hung it at his waist. Since Vangufride no longer had the strength to resist, he could only obediently hang there. Seeing Beepo like this, Dracula's eyes lit up. Since Beepo was originally a polar bear, combined with the western sword, he looked like a charming noble bear. However, now was not the time to think about this. Dracula immediately took Beepo and ran back in the direction they came from. Before leaving, he still flew out a fallen angel car between his two fingers. It quickly spiraled backward and finally embedded deeply into the stone wall of the judicial tower. Due to its special material, it easily penetrated the wall. Dracula, with Beepo, soon returned to the second gate of the main island. It was already a mess here, with soldiers in navy uniforms lying all over the ground. In the midst of them stood a person. He is Enel, who has already finished the battle. Seeing that Dracula has returned the same way, Enel went straight back to his side. The three of them did not stop again and directly made their way to the first gate of the front island. Near the gate, 4 giant figures stood like door gods. When they saw Dracula appear, they immediately knew that the plan had been completed. After the battle, Casey and Oimo had already understood the ins and outs of the situation. Therefore, they regarded Dracula as their boss. Seeing this outcome, Dracula nodded slightly. He then placed them all in the dimensional space. After all, bringing them along when they left would be too much of a burden. However, when putting them inside, Dracula specifically instructed them to keep an eye on Spandam and not let him die. Hearing his words, the 4 giants nodded in agreement. With everything coming to an end, Dracula slowly left Judicial Island with Beepo and Enel. They had no intention of staying to witness the island's subsequent fate. Shortly after their departure, naval warships gradually surrounded Judicial Island. These warships directly encircled the island. The leaders of the Demon Suppression Order were Mole, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Doberman, and Rear Admiral Stolo Bay. However, due to special circumstances, Sengoku had specifically ordered Kizaru to follow the Demon Suppression Order fleet upon leaving, to observe what had actually happened on Judicial Island. The initiation of the Demon Suppression Order gave Sengoku a bad premonition. When the warships appeared around the island, they showed no hesitation and immediately opened fire on Judicial Island. During this time, Kizaru used his fruit ability to transform into a beam of light and stood atop the highest point of Judicial Island. He stood there, observing the surroundings. He paid no attention to the constant sound of gunfire ringing in his ears. After all, he was just here to slack off at work. He looked at the inside Judicial Island and couldn't help but click his tongue. Oh my, how terrifying. It seems that Judicial Island has been breached. However, he soon noticed a card stuck beside him. He took the card down from the stone wall. When he looked at it in the palm of his hand, he was instantly struck by the image of 9 fallen angels on it. Seeing this, his heart couldn't help but grow serious, and then he smirked. This was no ordinary card. It had actually appeared here. After all, he had just seen this card not long ago in the Warring States. Thinking of this, he quickly put the card into the pocket of his clothes. He plans to hand this card over to the Warring States and let him deal with the headache. Since he has obtained this card, Kizaru did not linger for long. He transformed into a beam of light and returned to the Navy's warship. Seeing that Admiral Kizaru had returned to the ship, the Navy soldiers immediately intensified their bombardment. 2 hours later, everything on Judicial Island had been utterly destroyed. Although they knew this was a very important place, obeying orders was their priority. The station personnel, who were already corpses, were once again subjected to cannon fire. Now, they couldn't even find complete corpses. Watching the execution of the demon-slaying order being completed, these Navy warships showed no hesitation and began to return to Navy headquarters to report on this mission. Meanwhile, Kizaru was leisurely lounging in a rocking chair on the Navy warship. He was indifferent to everything, as long as his salary was not deducted. The trio of Dracula had already left Judicial Island ahead of them. They have returned to their own territory. As soon as he had a moment to spare, Dracula quickly released Tom from the dimensional space. After all, it was now safe, so there was no point in keeping him inside. However, the 4 giants, Brokey and the others, remained in the dimensional space. As for the reason, Dracula had already asked and understood. They still prefer those deserted islands, and they practice almost every day. Upon hearing their explanation, Dracula didn't say much more. However, Spandam didn't receive such good treatment. Dracula directly handed him over to Beepo, instructing him to escort the person to the prison they had built. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. But as the Navy warship executing the demon-slaying order returned, things finally began to escalate. When they returned to the Navy headquarters, Kizaru disembarked and headed straight for Sengoku's office because he needed to provide a brief description of the situation regarding this incident. Indeed, ever since the demon-slaying fleet left, Sengoku had been waiting for their news. After receiving word of their return, Sengoku had summoned all his capable subordinates, just waiting for Kizaru to report the situation. When Kizaru pushed the door open and entered, he was immediately startled. He said with an exaggerated expression, "Oh, what a grand spectacle, Marshal." Hearing his flamboyant words, Sengoku frowned and interrupted him directly. "Mind your image, Borsellino. Now, let's talk about the situation regarding the demon-slaying order." With Sengoku's reminder, Kizaru's expression also became serious, and he calmly spoke. "Before we arrived, Judicial Island had already been breached. It seems no one survived, and the assailants had escaped early." Kizaru's words intensified Sengoku's bad premonition. He then composed himself and quietly asked, "Can we confirm who did this?" Kizaru had already guessed that Sengoku would ask this, so he directly took out the card that he had previously placed in his pocket. When Sengoku saw him reach into his clothing pocket and pull out a card, his heart immediately tightened, especially when he saw that the card was imprinted with the designs of the 9 fallen angels. His earlier bad premonition was suddenly confirmed. Looking at the card in his hand, which was identical to the previous one, Sengoku's expression turned grim. He then angrily slammed his fist onto the desk in the office. Due to not controlling his strength, a corner of the desk was smashed to pieces. Seeing Sengoku's reaction, Kizaru could only shrug helplessly. In fact, when he discovered this card, he had already guessed that Sengoku would be furious. After all, Sengoku was currently being heavily deceived by Dracula and his gang. Meanwhile, when Garp, who had been observing for a while, saw the card again, his eyes twitched. After all, it hadn't been long since things had calmed down, and Dracula had stirred up such a big incident again. However, this had nothing to do with him. With that thought, Garp remained half closed-eyed. looking like he was about to fall asleep. On the other hand, Sengoku, who had just vented his anger, was already contemplating countermeasures. Even though he was known as a wise strategist, he had no good solutions. After all, he had no idea where Dracula was. So even if he had ideas, he couldn't implement them. He habitually glanced around the office to see everyone's reactions. However, he quickly noticed a completely indifferent Garp, which made him grind his teeth in anger. He turned his head away, choosing not to look at him, fearing that if he stole another glance, he wouldn't be able to resist knocking him away. After all, it took him a lot of effort to bring Garp back since the last time. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had been listening in the room, gently touched his eye patch, as there was also a card there. However, it was a completely different card. After their last encounter, Akiji did not tell Sengoku about this matter because he still had some hesitation about the Navy's justice. This was the second path he chose to leave open for himself. Thinking of this, Akiji's heart couldn't help but feel slightly heavy. In fact, he didn't want to leave the Navy like this, so this path was a last resort. But the events happening now were not in line with his sense of justice. He let out a faint breath of turbid air and then calmed his mind. No one noticed Akiji's subtle psychological changes because everyone's thoughts were focused on dealing with Dracula. Before they could come up with a better plan, a call from Star came in. As Sengoku answered the Den Den Mushi, a serious voice came through. We've already sent someone to investigate the situation at Judicial Island. We have confirmed that the attackers on Judicial Island were the fallen angel Dracula and his group. Now, by any means necessary, we must make him pay the price he deserves. Sengoku, I'm only giving you 3 months. After saying what he wanted to say, Star hung up the Den Den Mushi. Their intelligence source, of course, was the report from the P9 members on their way to Judiciary Island. If the P9 members had been a bit more anxious, they could have arrived at Judiciary Island before the battle ended. However, they were all put off by Spandam's demeanor. As a result, they were delayed by some matters and missed the battle. With Judiciary Island breached, the threat assessment level for Dracula by Star increased another notch. But in reality, they had no way to act, as even their subordinate intelligence personnel couldn't track their whereabouts. The recent order to Sengoku to capture him was merely a statement of frustration. They were well aware that capturing Dracula so easily was impossible. Thinking of this, one of the Star members, dressed in a dark blue suit with long white straight hair, softly said, "We can only wait until they enter the New World. It will be easier to deal with them there." The other Star members nodded in agreement. They could only accept his words, as the possibility of capturing Dracula was now zero. Meanwhile, Dracula, still on the Sky Island, was already researching the construction of the underworld. After all, with a shipbuilding master like Tom by his side, he had to make good use of him. When he presented the design drawings of the underworld to Tom gasped in surprise. He clearly remembered that he had personally handed the underworld drawings to Eisbar. Thinking of this, he turned to Dracula and asked in shock, "How do you have the design drawings of the underworld?" Seeing his astonishment, Dracula understood what was going on with Tom. He quickly provided an answer. "I obtained this by chance, which is why I went to Water 7 to rescue you." After receiving this answer, Tom simply nodded. Upon careful observation, he noticed that this version was clearly different from the one he had before. Although both were design drawings of the underworld, this one appeared to be in much better condition, as if it had just been drawn. However, he soon pushed these trivial thoughts aside. As a shipwright, he certainly wanted to create this ancient weapon, the underworld. It was just that the previous circumstances did not allow him to do so. Tom looked at the man in front of him and finally made up his mind. He said loudly, "You truly are a remarkable man. Leave the construction of the underworld to me." Hearing Tom agree to this, Dracula nodded in satisfaction and then began to prepare the materials Tom would need. Due to the extreme rarity of the underworld, the materials were very hard to find. Therefore, Dracula, after a long time, called up Doflamingo using the telephone bug. After a series of beeping sounds, the telephone bug was answered. However, this time Dracula was the first to state the purpose of his call. "I plan to build an ancient weapon, the underworld, but I need materials right now. I'm leaving this to you, Doflamingo." Upon hearing that Dracula was planning to construct the underworld battleship, Doflamingo was quite surprised but still agreed immediately. "Leave it to me." Then the two ended their brief conversation, and Doflamingo began to continuously acquire precious materials in the underground world. His actions stirred up a wave of turmoil in the underground world. The merchants in the underground world believed that Don Quixote Doflamingo must have discovered some new business opportunity. However, none of this was known to Dracula. After all, he didn't care at all about the process. He only valued the results. Meanwhile, news of Dracula's breach of Judicial Island began to spread across the seas. With the heavily fortified Judicial Island destroyed in an instant, this event attracted the attention of many. Even Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and others in the New World focused their gaze here. They all recognized the person behind this incident. The kid from the day the Rocks pirates were destroyed. They remembered that scene very clearly. However, soon after, they got busy with their own matters, as this incident had nothing to do with them. But recently, Sengoku had lost his appetite in sleep, and his dark circles under his eyes had become increasingly pronounced. He was speculating about where Dracula would go next. After all, only in this way could their navy effectively form an encirclement. Moreover, this opportunity came only once. If this capture failed, the likelihood of success next time will be very small. Fortunately, Dracula always took a break after completing a major task, which gave Sengoku enough time to think. He slowly spread out the map on the table in front of him, observing the route that Dracula had taken. Soon, he discovered a pattern. After that, his finger heavily pointed to the Shambody archipelago. Based on his understanding of Dracula, he was certain that the next time he spotted Dracula, it would be in the Shambody archipelago. With this thought in mind, he quickly folded the map in his hands and swiftly issued a gathering order to his subordinates. Then he arrived at the conference room ahead of everyone else. After a while, the generals of the Navy headquarters entered the conference room one after another. However, each of them wore a puzzled expression, as they were unclear about the purpose of the gathering. With the arrival of the three admirals, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately became serious. After all, a meeting with admirals was on a different level. The expressions on the faces of the three remained unchanged, but they were well aware that this meeting was likely about actions against Dracula. As everyone gathered, Sengoku slowly stood up from his seat and said sternly, "The fallen angel Dracula broke through Judicial Island and safely escaped the scene, which we cannot tolerate. Therefore, I've been closely observing his sailing route and have concluded that his next target must be the Shambody archipelago." Hearing Sengoku's speculation, the generals below nodded repeatedly. The Navy generals present at this meeting were not without their own reasoning. Sengoku then began a more detailed explanation. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours, during which Sengoku's mouth never stopped moving. Meanwhile, Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu were becoming drowsy from Sengoku's monologue. They hardly listened to what he said afterward. In contrast, the other Navy generals had a tougher time. They dared not fall asleep in front of Sengoku, so they struggled to stay awake. When Sengoku announced the end of the meeting, they all suddenly jolted awake and quickly returned to their previously energetic demeanor. Then they hurriedly left, as if they were unwilling to stay even a second longer. Watching the Navy generals disperse in a hurry, Sengoku couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Am I really that terrifying? They left so quickly. He then shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Since they were unaware of the exact time Dracula would arrive there, Sengoku instructed them to carry out tasks near the Shambody archipelago. That way, if they received any news, they would be able to form an encirclement immediately. This was Sengoku's plan to capture Dracula. However, Dracula was completely unaware of this. In fact, he didn't even know where he would go next. For Dracula, the most important matter at hand was the construction of the Pluto battleship. Having already communicated with Doflamingo over the phone, materials were continuously being sent to Sky Island. As the materials piled up, the shipbuilding materials were now basically complete. Seeing that the materials needed by Tom had arrived, Dracula quickly called for his subordinates. With the summons of his men, Tom soon arrived. He looked at the mountain of materials in front of him and laughed heartily. "Haha, I can't believe the building materials have arrived so quickly. I will definitely build a formidable Pluto battleship." As the materials were gathered, the construction of the Pluto began in a tense and exciting manner. Weeks went by, and the form of the Pluto became more and more complete. During the time spent building the Pluto battleship, Dracula stayed on the Sky Island. But this really put Sengoku in a tough spot. He sent a group of generals to surround the vicinity of the Shambody archipelago. A month has passed, but there has been no news of Dracula's appearance. This made him feel hesitant, and he was unsure whether he should call the men back to the naval headquarters. Not only the warring states, but also the naval commanders in the waters near the Shambody archipelago were starting to feel the pressure. Due to their constant readiness to implement the encirclement plan, everyone remained in a state of high alert. As a result, they were now physically and mentally exhausted. A month had drained all their energy and spirit. After receiving their reports, for the first time, warring states began to doubt his plan. Thinking of this, he ordered the naval commanders to start returning with their soldiers. However, what he did not know was that just as he ordered them to return to the naval headquarters, Dracula was just about to head to the Shambody archipelago. It is worth mentioning that the warship he was on this time was the ancient weapon, the Pluto. It had been successfully constructed by the shipwright Tom. When Dracula saw the exaggerated attack structure of Pluto, he couldn't help but want to test its power. And the location he chose was the Shambody Archipelago. After all, the Shambody Archipelago was not a good place, and Dracula wanted to fire a few shots to test its power. As for the specific target, he had already chosen, using Island Number 1 for the experiment. Because the population auction on Island Number 1 had nothing to do with Don Quixote Doflamingo, it was a good opportunity for him to eliminate a competitor. Anil and Bepo were also on this ship, as the navigation of Pluto could not do without their operations. Due to the special fuel, Tom modified its power system when constructing Pluto. The main energy source of this ship was now powered by lightning. However, there was no need for Anil to stay in the control room all the time. He just needs to keep charging the power storage structure to allow the Flying Dutchman to sail for a long time. However, because it was Anil's first time, his body was quickly drained. When he walked out looking weak, it startled Dracula. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Anil hurriedly explained, "I'm fine. Just not very skilled since it's my first time. Once I do it a few more times, I'll definitely get the hang of it. By then, I won't feel as weak as I do now." Hearing his words, the shipwright Tom nodded in understanding. After all, he was quite experienced in these matters. He then supported Anil's waist and took him inside to rest. After this incident, every time Anil came out of the control room, he no longer looked as weak. Before leaving Skypiea, the Thunder God's electric power had been sufficiently stored. So, Anil briefly bid farewell to that kind of lifestyle. As for the issue of directing the Flying Dutchman's course, it was still entrusted to Dracula's chief navigator, Bepo. The giant cannons on the Flying Dutchman were all-powerful energy cannons. However, after use, they needed to enter a cooling phase. The energy storage process was somewhat slow, but this issue was resolved by Master Shipbuilder Tom. If it was urgent, Anil could step in. This would speed up the energy storage process, making it easier to respond to emergencies. Overall, Dracula was quite satisfied with this ancient weapon, the Flying Dutchman. However, the only regret he had was that this warship could not fly into the sky. Tom was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. After all, his shipbuilding concept did not include the ability to fly, but he quickly regained his composure and began to contemplate the possibility of flight. However, this would require in-depth research. Dracula then entrusted this heavy responsibility to the recently free Master Shipbuilder Tom. The Flying Dutchman sailing on the sea was quite majestic and powerful, incomparable to ordinary ships. Meanwhile, Bepo, who was piloting the Flying Dutchman, was exceptionally excited. After all, this was the ancient weapon, the Flying Dutchman, a warship that others might never see in their lifetime. Thus, the warship slowly sailed across the ocean. However, on the way to the Shambody Archipelago, it encountered several Navy ships. The two groups faced each other directly. The Navy ships were heading out while the Flying Dutchman was heading in. Dracula stared at the Navy ships in a daze. He didn't expect to see so many Navy ships here. The Navy leaders were also momentarily stunned because they thought Dracula wouldn't come to the Shambody Archipelago. But unexpectedly, just as they were planning to return to the Navy headquarters, they encountered him. This was quite a surprise. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, the reason they had suffered so much was to capture Dracula. So they quickly adjusted their mindset and prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Dracula on the Flying Dutchman was certainly not idle. When he saw these Navy ships, he had already changed the target of this experiment. He planned to use the energy cannon of the Pluto to target these naval warships to see the results. Unfortunately, these naval commanders were unaware that they had been unknowingly turned into pawns. Following the orders, Anil and Bepo began to adjust the cannon's position on the Pluto. They then directly fired the energy cannon. However, these naval commanders had never encountered such advanced weaponry and were caught completely off guard. They didn't even realize that the ship in front of them was the ancient weapon Pluto. The fired energy cannon quickly achieved the desired effect, as the naval warships were shattered into pieces. In just 1 minute, the Navy suffered heavy losses. The naval commanders stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. They simply couldn't believe that a warship could have such great power. However, they weren't shocked for long, because they had come to realize a harsh truth, that they were no match for Dracula. With this thought, one of the naval commanders quickly took out a din-din mushy from his pocket. With a series of beeping sounds, the din-din mushy was soon answered, and it took on the serious demeanor of Sengoku. Seeing that the din-din mushy was picked up, the naval commander quickly reported, "Admiral Sengoku, we encountered Dracula and his crew on our way back to the naval headquarters." Upon hearing his words, Sengoku's heart trembled. He quickly replied, "I told you it was impossible that they wouldn't show up. Hurry up and implement the capture plan." At that moment, he seemed to regain his image as a wise strategist from the past. But before he could be too pleased, The naval commander said something else. Admiral Sengoku, we are completely outmatched, requesting support. The enemy has a heavily armed warship, and our ships cannot withstand even one of its shots. He didn't want to interrupt Sengoku's pleasant fantasy, but if he didn't do so, they might all meet their end right there. The once joyous Sengoku, upon hearing this, was suddenly drenched with cold water, but he quickly provided a response. Hold on a little longer. I will send Borisolino to support you immediately. Make sure to ensure your safety. After saying this, Sengoku hung up the phone. He hurriedly assigned a task to the messenger, instructing him to quickly call over Kizuru, who was at the Navy headquarters. After receiving the order, the messenger left. Meanwhile, the naval commander, standing on the wreckage of the warship, looked at the telephone bug in his hand that had been hung up. He quickly shouted, Hold on a little longer. Admiral Kizuru is on his way. Since this place is not particularly far from the Navy headquarters, it won't take much time to get here. Moreover, it's the fastest Admiral Kizuru. Upon hearing this news, the Navy generals all breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly reassured their soldiers. Seeing the situation under control, they silently prayed in their hearts. Kizaru, please come quickly. We really can't hold on much longer. Dracula, of course, also heard the news that Kizaru was coming here. However, he was completely unperturbed, because he had already seen 2 of the 3 current admirals with his own eyes. Now, only Kizuru remained whom he had yet to meet. He wanted to see the true character of Kizuru. After all, only by observing with his own eyes could he arrive at a real answer. Looking at the Navy soldiers in the seawater, who posed no threat at all, Dracula did not give the order to fire again. After all, attacking these defenseless people was quite boring. This time, his main purpose was to test the attacking power of the Hades battleship. He planned to wait until Kizuru arrived to test his weapon against him. He wanted to see which was faster, the weapon or Kizuru's devil fruit ability. When the naval soldiers saw that Dracula had no intention of attacking them, they suddenly thought that Dracula was a really good person. However, this thought quickly left their minds, as they suddenly remembered that the reason they were still floating in the sea was due to Dracula's bombardment. Although their anger towards Dracula was rising, no one dared to make a move again. They were acutely aware that their actions could lead to death. Thus, the atmosphere fell into a stalemate. During this time, neither side took action. However, they shared a common goal, to wait for Kizaru's arrival. As time slowly passed, the Navy soldiers submerged in the seawater were losing their strength. Just as they were about to reach their limit, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of everyone. Seeing his figure, Dracula's lips curled into a faint smile, exuding a dangerous aura. In contrast, the Navy side was cheering with joy, because when Kizuru arrived, they subconsciously believed they had already won. As Kizuru approached from the distance, he instantly struck a provocative pose and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh my, isn't this little brother Dracula? What a dangerous person see here." He scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted the battleship where Dracula was located. Seeing the appearance of that battleship, Kizuru's expression became serious, and he also put away his previous lazy demeanor. He looked at Dracula and said casually, "Oh, look, see what I've discovered? It's the ancient weapon, the Hades battleship." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers still floating on the sea swallowed hard in unison. They had certainly heard of the Hades' fearsome reputation and legends. However, they never expected that it was Hades who had attacked them earlier. Thinking of this, they looked back at Dracula, this time their eyes filled with trepidation. Seeing that the yellow ape had already arrived, Dracula did not give the naval soldiers any more time to relax. He directly controlled the energy cannon on the Pluto battleship and aimed it at Kizuru. Although Kizuru was shocked that Dracula actually possessed the Pluto battleship, he didn't take it seriously. After all, he was very confident in his own strength. As he saw Dracula using the energy cannon to attack him, Kizuru scoffed. However, he quickly changed his mind, as he felt a hint of danger from the energy cannon that he initially dismissed. But seeing the energy attack already in front of him, Kizaru realized he could no longer evade it, and could only take it head on. After all, no matter how fast he couldn't avoid an attack that was right before him. Therefore, he directly transformed his body into light. He thought this would allow him to evade the damage. But to his surprise, he was still hit by the energy cannon. Instantly, he was sent flying by the energy beam. When Kizuru felt this change, he was shaken inside, as the elementalization of his devil fruit had unexpectedly failed just now. However, being an admiral, his instincts allowed him to mitigate most of the damage. Dracula smiled as he saw Kizuru being knocked back. This was precisely because he had Caesar mix Sea Prism Stone into the energy cannon to deal with devil fruit users. Now, it seemed the effect was quite good, but this was not particularly friendly for Kizuru, as he had been injured even before the battle began. This time, He finally recognized the truth. Never underestimate anything. Perhaps it was something seemingly insignificant that would become the last straw that took your life. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers watched as Kizaru endured an energy cannon strike. Their hearts, which had momentarily calmed, rose again. They were well aware of the power of that weapon, and it was evident that Admiral Kizaru had suffered some light injuries. However, out of trust in him, the Navy soldiers rallied together to cheer him on. Justice will triumph. The Navy will win. Justice will triumph. The Navy will win. Hearing their unified shouts, Dracula's expression remained unchanged. As he had already completed the experiment he intended to conduct this time, he clearly understood that the energy cannon of the Pluto battleship could affect the abilities of Devil Fruit users. Moreover, he had already tested its power. Even against high-tech fleets like the Navy's warships, it could cause tremendous destruction. However, he no longer planned to fire the energy cannon. After all, it wouldn't have much effect on Kizaru, who was already on high alert. This weapon was more suitable for ambushes. With this in mind, Dracula turned to look at the eager Inaru. He waved his hand and said, "You go ahead. It's just the right time to see your current level of strength." Inaru, who was already very eager to fight, transformed into lightning and charged out as soon as he heard his boss's words. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Kizaru. Looking at his lewd expression, Inaru directly spoke, "Let me see whether your light is faster or my lightning is faster." After saying this, Inaru left an afterimage in the air. Kizaru, who was recovering his breath, slightly narrowed his pupils upon seeing Inaru's skills. He then instantly used his Devil Fruit ability to leave an afterimage in the place he had just been. But before disappearing, his voice came through. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kid, enjoy it." After that, the two continued to collide in the air. Undoubtedly, both of their Devil Fruit abilities were speed-oriented. Due to Kizaru having sustained some light injuries earlier, there were inevitably some pauses in his attacks. Nevertheless, relying on his experience, he was still able to exchange blows with Inaru. In this situation, neither of them could gain the upper hand. However, Kizaru's mood during the battle was not so good. He hadn't expected that there would be a Thunder Fruit user on Dracula's ship. Moreover, his main target, Dracula, hadn't even made a move yet. With this in mind, he felt that this capture plan was likely to fail again. The scene of their battle had the Navy soldiers below dazzled. Because their strength was not very high, they could only see countless afterimages. The Navy generals, on the other hand, could barely see the trajectory of their fight. However, watching for too long was also quite a strain on them. Dracula and Beepo at the scene, on the other hand, could observe their battle process very well without any effort. As time passed, Dracula clearly felt that Inaru was starting to fall behind. After all, he was still too young and lacked Kizaru's rich combat experience. Seeing this, Dracula decided to let Beepo go help him. After all, in Dracula's eyes, as long as the final result was victory, the process didn't matter much to him. So, he had no pressure in the idea of a group attack on Kizaru. He then said to Beepo behind him, "You go help. Inaru is at a disadvantage." Hearing his boss's words, Beepo nodded. He then utilized the energy of the distortion angel to manifest dark wings behind him. This was the result of his recent training. Although he hadn't yet reached Dracula's 6 pairs of dark wings, his strength was still not to be underestimated. After manifesting the wings, Beepo wasted no time and directly charged into the battlefield between the two. Originally, Kizaru had been successfully suppressing Inaru, but upon seeing another person charging in, he suddenly froze. Inaru, seeing Beepo coming up, lightly nodded at him, clearly understanding that it was impossible for him to take down Kizaru on his own. Moreover, he didn't possess the chivalrous spirit of one-on-one combat. As Beepo arrived between the two, he immediately used his signature skill against Kizaru, distortion space rotation. With a loud shout from Beepo, the space in front of Kizaru began to ripple. Upon seeing this, Kizaru felt something was off and hurriedly tried to escape. But a surprising scene occurred. Just as Kizaru tried to run away, he found himself back in the same spot. Ignoring the stunned Kizaru, Beepo and Inaru directly attacked him. The battle continued, but Kizaru was at a disadvantage. Dracula, watching this scene from the Pluto, nodded slightly. This was the result he wanted to see. And Kizaru being at a disadvantage was not only noticed by Dracula. Even the Navy generals had picked up on the clues. They silently cursed Dracula for being shameless, resorting to a group attack. But they couldn't help at all in this situation. Seeing this, the Navy general who had previously communicated with Sengoku through the snail phone gritted his teeth and took out the snail phone again. He dialed the phone bug to Admiral Sengoku again. He realized that the arrival of Admiral Kizaru seemed unlikely to save them. On the contrary, he was now in a bit of trouble himself. With a series of beeping sounds, the phone bug was answered. Soon, Sengoku's slightly tired voice came through. Hello, has Kizaru captured Dracula and the others? Just bring them back. Really? Do we need to report such trivial matters? Hearing Sengoku talking to himself, the naval officer couldn't help but twitch his mouth. To calm Sengoku down, he decided to tell the truth. Actually, it seems that Admiral Kizaru might not make it. So, can you send us some reinforcements? Sengoku, who had been envisioning the future, was suddenly pulled back to reality. His first reaction upon hearing this news was disbelief. However, the reports from his subordinates forced him to accept it. For the first time, Sengoku felt how cold and piercing reality could be. Nevertheless, he quickly provided a response. Give the phone bug to Dracula. I want to speak with him. Knowing the current situation, Sengoku immediately thought of the best solution. After all, even if he sent people to support now, it might be too late. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate terms with Dracula and see if there was any chance for a turnaround. After hearing Sengoku's words, the naval officer let out a helpless sigh. He also guessed the thoughts of the warring states. Thinking of this, he shouted at Dracula, who was watching the battle on the warship. Find an Dracula. The warlord of the warring states wants to speak with you. The sudden shout made Dracula turn his head to look. He realized it was the naval commander who had called for help earlier. He is currently holding a transponder snail, pointing it in the direction of Dracula. Thinking back to his previous shouts, Dracula ponders slightly and decides to listen to what Sengoku has to say. He then slowly approaches the edge of the Pluto warship. In the next moment, he instantly appears in front of the naval commander. The sudden appearance of Dracula almost scares the commander into dropping the transponder snail. However, he quickly regains his composure and stops himself from throwing away. He then hands the transponder snail, which is currently on a call, to Dracula. Seeing this, Dracula doesn't hesitate and takes the transponder snail. Of course, his appearance is also transmitted back to Sengoku through the transponder snail. Upon seeing the changed image of the transponder snail, Sengoku immediately recognizes it. After all, Dracula's bounty has been in front of him frequently lately. This can be considered their first meeting. Without any delay, Sengoku directly states his purpose. Kid, can we negotiate for this battle, so that they can safely return to the Navy headquarters? Hearing his words, Dracula casually smiles and calmly replies, that depends on what price you can offer, Admiral Sengoku. Just a friendly reminder, it seems that Admiral Kizaru is about to reach his limit. Upon hearing Dracula's words, Sengoku realizes that he doesn't have much time to think. Regardless, he cannot abandon these soldiers. Moreover, there's also an admiral involved in the situation. As Sengoku continues to ponder, he finds that there is nothing of value that the Navy headquarters can offer. So, he decides to stop thinking and directly asks, Kid, you first tell me your offer, and it better be reasonable. If you ask for too much, I won't be able to come up with it. Hearing Sengoku's words, Dracula slightly nods, seeing Sengoku's sincerity. After all, Sengoku at least did not exaggerate to deceive him. This kind of honesty makes it easier to trust. After considering, Dracula directly states what he wants. I want the technology to use devil fruits on dead objects, plus 2 devil fruits. Upon hearing these demands, Sengoku instinctively refuses without any thought. No, that's not possible. I can give you 2 devil fruits, but the technology is absolutely out of the question. Seeing Sengoku's reaction, Dracula had already anticipated this. However, he shows no signs of yielding. Instead, he asks in a deep voice, Admiral Sengoku, you need to think carefully. Is the technology more important? Or are these Navy soldiers and Admiral Kizaru more important? After saying this, Dracula quietly waits for Sengoku's response. He believed that Sengoku would ultimately make the right choice in the end. And indeed, that was the case. After hearing his words, Sengoku quickly reacted. Technology can be lost. But if a person is lost, the loss is not trivial. Although this technology is very important, Sengoku thought of another point. After all, the main driving force behind this technology is the devil fruit. However, Sengoku did not believe that Dracula would have so many devil fruits. With this in mind, Sengoku agreed to the transaction. At the same time a deal was reached, Kizaru was subdued by Enel and Beppo due to being outnumbered. But since he had already made a deal with Sengoku, Dracula still kept his promise. However, adhering to the principle of keeping the cards in hand, Kizaru was imprisoned in a unique prison within the ship, the Pluto. As for the remaining Navy soldiers, Dracula had no desire to imprison them. He simply let them stand on the wreckage of the warship, waiting for Sengoku's rescue. Dracula knew that Sengoku's main target in the transaction was Kizaru. As long as he had him in hand, there was no fear of Sengoku going back on his word. Then, under Beppo's control, the Pluto slowly sailed away from the scene. Watching their departure, the Navy soldiers present collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, they felt a bit disappointed, because Dracula had never regarded them as important, which made them feel quite useless. In fact, Sengoku had also considered taking advantage of this transaction to capture Dracula. But the agreed transaction location was the Subordinate Archipelago's human auction house. There were celestial dragons there, and if a few were killed due to fighting, it would be too much of a loss. For this reason, Sengoku immediately abandoned that idea. Once the transaction time was specifically confirmed, Sengoku began preparing the items for the transaction. As for the 2 devil fruits, Sengoku only brought out the 2 least valuable Zoan-type Devil Fruits. And the technology for using devil fruits on inanimate objects had already been obtained from the Navy scientific unit. The leader for this transaction was Vice Admiral Garp. He was considered the most suitable candidate by both parties. Once everything was ready, Sengoku drove Garp away. Garp slowly walked onto his own dog-headed battleship, followed by some empty vessels behind him. They were meant to carry the Navy soldiers still floating in the sea. Garp looked at the few things in front of him and couldn't help but smile. That little brat actually made that old guy Sengoku compromise. This was really well done. Meanwhile, the adjutant, hearing this, quickly distanced himself from Garp. This was not something he should be hearing, so he pretended to know nothing. Since Dracula and the others were not too far from the Subordinate Archipelago, they soon arrived here aboard the Pluto battleship. Looking at the island before him, Dracula couldn't suppress his desire to fire. He really wanted to sink island number 1 in front of him, but in an instant, he returned to his original demeanor. After all, their trading location would be here shortly. If he lost control and sank it, what would they trade for? The appearance of the Hades battleship immediately attracted the attention of a large group of people on the island. After all, the shape of this ship was truly unique. The pirates by the port were all replaced by greed in their eyes. They all wanted to take possession of the warship in front of them. Soon, they began to argue over the ship. It was hard to believe that before the warship even reached their hands, they were already thinking about distribution issues. Seeing this, Enel was about to disembark to teach them a lesson. However, Dracula stopped him with a hand. These annoying little characters didn't require their personal intervention. Dracula slowly stepped off the ship and unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, a dark and violent aura invaded the depths of their brains. The pirates, who were originally in a heated argument, immediately quieted down. But soon, their consciousness was replaced by madness, and all they could see was slaughter. After a moment of silence, the port erupted into an even more terrifying scene. The pirates began attacking everything around them. They did not know pain. It would only end when one side fell. There was no longer any fear of the strength of those around them. This chaotic scene only lasted for a while before a victor emerged. The last pirate standing was a thin man wielding twin swords. Dracula looked at this final survivor and nodded slightly. He recognized the man's strength for being able to survive this chaotic battle. After undergoing Dracula's conqueror's haki, his loyalty was beyond doubt. However, he was not without flaws. He could no longer be considered a complete person. He had lost all emotions, and killing would accompany him for the rest of his life. The remaining man slowly walked up to Dracula and then knelt on one knee, expressionless, saying, "Respectful, your majesty, blood slaughter reports to you." Hearing his voice, Dracula slowly nodded, signaling him to rise. Then he ignored him and walked inside on his own. Meanwhile, Enel looked at Blood Slaughter, who was now standing beside him, and followed behind Dracula with a face full of admiration. He could hardly believe his eyes at this miraculous ability. However, Beppo nearby was much stronger in his reaction. After all, this was not his first time witnessing this ability. Of course, before leaving, Beppo placed his hands on the battleship of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, this battleship vanished from sight as if it had never appeared. Dracula's control over the Conqueror's haki was the same as what he had used on Sky Island. Those successfully affected by the Conqueror's haki would become like this. They would no longer care about anything. Their eyes only focused on the orders given by Dracula. These people were collectively referred to as Blood Slaughter. Everything that had just happened at the port was, of course, noticed by others. However, since they were only watching from a distance and did not intervene, Dracula paid them little attention. As they witnessed the scenes unfolding before them, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in fear. They all felt a deep-seated terror towards such unpredictable methods. Yet among these people, there was an old man. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he held a bottle of wine in his hand. He raised it to his lips, took a sip, and then staggered away from the place. However, as he left, he mumbled, "It's truly terrifying, Captain. That's the will of rocks. The sea is going to become turbulent again." But no one heard these words. If Dracula had paid attention to this place just now, he would have recognized the old man, for he was the aged king of hell, Rayleigh. Yet, What he didn't know was that even if they hadn't met now, they would eventually meet later. After all, since Dracula had come to the Sabati archipelago, he certainly wanted to see King Rayleigh again. He wanted to ask if the title of Pluto had any connection with his battleship. Moreover, Xiaqi's blackmail bar was located on island number 13, so there was no way to escape. However, Dracula was currently planning to take his people to a restaurant on island number 24 for a meal. With plenty of time left before the transaction, Dracula wanted to have a hearty meal and regain his strength. It must be said that eating high-energy food is indeed the best way to recover stamina. Due to the unique environment of the Shambati archipelago, it is always influenced by the Yarchi mangrove trees. Their roots secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. When it comes into contact with air, it expands and turns into bubbles. This is the magical aspect of the Shambati archipelago. Adapting to local customs, Dracula was quite in favor of the unique bubble culture here. Along the way, they encountered many bounty hunters. They all recognized Dracula's appearance, but no one dared to act recklessly. After all, they had all heard about the incidents that occurred at the port. Watching the crowd avoid him, Dracula didn't pay much attention. In his eyes, these people's strength was simply too insignificant. Soon, Dracula and a few others arrived at the restaurant on Island 24. They simply ordered some meat and began to replenish their strength. However, while they were eating, a commotion erupted on the street. Dracula looked up and saw not far away a celestial dragon wearing a bubble on his head. At the sight of this, a sneer appeared at the corner of Dracula's mouth. As the celestial dragon advanced, civilians knelt down all around him. Meanwhile, some pirates who were unwilling to kneel had already chosen to leave long before he reached them. The guests who had been eating in the tavern all stopped their actions. They looked nervously in the direction of the celestial dragons, fearing that if they provoked him, they would be captured and made into slaves. However, Dracula remained unfazed. To him, the celestial dragons were nothing but trash. Expecting him to kneel was a dream. Moreover, the celestial dragon in front of him was someone he recognized from Mariejois, the very one he had defeated and left lying in bed for a long time. As for Enel and Bepo, they observed their captain's lack of reaction with concern. They shrugged nonchalantly and continued eating the food in front of them. After all, in their eyes, the decisions made by the boss were the ones they needed to follow. The rest of the rules were just nonsense. Thus, the sound of the three eating contrasted sharply with the surrounding silence. The people in the restaurant all swallowed hard at this discordant noise. Then, they turned their heads in anger, wanting to see who was so unruly. If this matter endangered their lives, they would not let it slide, even if it cost them their lives. However, when they turned to look, they immediately discovered the three Draculas who were still eating. Since they were focused on their food, no one in the restaurant recognized them as the infamous fallen angel, Dracula. Therefore, they watched as the celestial dragons drew closer. They made a decision. That was to throw out the three guys who were still eating and make them kneel before the celestial dragons. Feeling a series of gazes on him, Dracula first elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin beside him. Then he slowly raised his head and looked up, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon, he saw the crowd from the restaurant approaching them. The diners who had been paying attention to them all along. Upon seeing Dracula look up, their gaze involuntarily focused on him. Upon seeing Dracula's appearance, the crowd that had gathered in the restaurant came to a halt. The arrogant expressions on their faces quickly turned into shock, followed by fear. They were aware of what had just happened with Dracula at the port. They were very clear that provoking Dracula now would basically lead to certain death. But thinking about how the celestial dragons were about to close in, they gritted their teeth and contemplated their options. Soon, a sneaky-looking pirate took the lead and entered the kitchen. Seeing this, the remaining pirates immediately rushed in as well, all heading towards the restaurant's kitchen. After all, the kitchen was not visible from the surface, allowing them to evade the celestial dragon's gaze. As for whether the restaurant owner would agree, they didn't think that much. After all, when they had knives to his throat, he was already too scared to say a word. Sensing these changes, Dracula slightly shook his head. He then paid no further attention and continued eating the food in front of him. To him, what had just happened was merely a small interlude. This time, only a few of them were left eating in the restaurant. Correspondingly, the streets were filled with kneeling civilians. Almost every business in the area was empty, with not a single person in sight. Of course, none of this affected Dracula in the slightest. He still sat steadily in his seat. However, the commoners kneeling on both sides of the street shook their heads in silence upon seeing this. They thought that Dracula and his companions wouldn't survive until today. However, there was a little girl who, after witnessing the actions of Dracula and his companions, stood up from her kneeling position and quickly ran towards Dracula. This action terrified the commoners who had been kneeling all along. Their bodies trembled slightly, and everyone silently cursed the little girl in their hearts. The little girl hurriedly ran in front of Dracula, anxiously saying, "Big brother, the celestial dragons are coming. If you do this, you'll be captured and made a slave." After saying this, she grabbed Dracula's hand, trying to pull him away from there. Unfortunately, she couldn't budge him. However, looking at the kind and innocent little girl in front of him, Dracula's mood lightened a bit. Just as he was about to say something, a loud shout came from the distance. "How dare you not kneel before me? I will capture her and make her a slave, then torment her to death." This was, of course, the celestial dragon in the distance, who had witnessed the earlier scene. Hearing this voice startled the little girl in front of Dracula. She trembled in fear, tears welling up in her eyes. This was the terror of facing death. Looking at the little girl, Dracula gently held her hand, bent down, and wiped away her tears. Then he calmly asked, "If you had known this would be the outcome, would you still come help us?" The little girl was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question, but she still answered through her tears, "Yes, yes. This is my mother's last wish." She said that being kind to others will bring kindness in return. Hearing her response, Dracula nodded slightly. Then he solemnly said to the little girl, "Your mother's wish is very good, but it is not suitable for this chaotic sea. You must have helped many people before, right? Did you ever receive anything in return?" Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes flickered with light, but quickly dimmed a bit. She blankly replied, "And no, never." After receiving the little girl's honest answer, Dracula continued, "Since that's the case, then abandon this unrealistic wish. The reason a wish is called a wish is that it only exists in fantasy. You have already done enough. Now try to live with a different mindset, and you will find happiness." The little girl murmured, A different mindset, huh?" Dracula gently nodded and said, "Yes, a completely opposite mindset. Would you like to give it a try?" Soon, the little girl dried her tears and nodded firmly. At that moment, they saw the celestial dragon's guards had arrived in front of them. He didn't even glance at Dracula and directly reached out to grab the little girl. Seeing the scene, Dracula immediately activated his armament hockey. His feet instantly turned as black as ink, and he lifted one foot to strike at the celestial dragon guard. Sensing the danger, the guard didn't have time to dodge and was kicked heavily by Dracula, sending him flying out of the restaurant. After dealing with the annoying guard, Dracula said gently, "Since you've agreed, then let's abandon the kindness of the past and come with me." After saying this, he took the little girl's hand and walked out of the restaurant. Annihilate and Beppo closely followed behind him. Noticing that the celestial dragon guard had already gotten up from the ground, Dracula didn't pay him any mind and simply waved his hand behind him. Seeing their boss's gesture, Annihilate immediately understood. He emerged from behind Dracula, transforming directly into lightning and appearing before the guard. Before the guard could react, he was struck again. However, this time, Enel specifically targeted his heart, releasing a powerful electric current. He tried to get up from the ground again, but failed once more. In the end, his movements became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone present knew that he was dead. But soon, the civilians who had fallen to their knees began to tremble even more violently. They did not know what awaited them after the celestial dragon's guard died. The celestial dragon, who had been extremely arrogant before, was suddenly startled when he saw that his guard was dead. But he quickly became extremely furious and shouted at the remaining guard behind him, "Go capture them. Since they've killed one of my men, let them become slaves to make up for it." Upon hearing his words, the remaining guards did not dare to hesitate in the slightest. They charged towards Dracula in unison. Seeing this scene, Dracula showed no concern at all. He was still holding the little girl's hand, quietly standing there. As he watched the rushing guards, Beppo stepped out from behind Dracula, standing side by side with Enel. They blocked all the enemies in front of them. Enel and Beppo didn't think much of the guard strength at all. However, they still brought out their most practical moves, just to end this boring battle a little quicker. Suddenly, from the taiko drums on Enel's shoulders, a surge of lightning energy was released, forming a gigantic lightning dragon that charged towards the enemies ahead. Almost at the same time, Beppo's voice also rang out. The space around the guards began to ripple quickly. The fleeing guards found themselves back in their original positions, horrified to realize that they couldn't escape from this place. They could only watch helplessly as the lightning dragon attacked them. In the blink of an eye, the guards were engulfed by the lightning dragon. Their bodies began to convulse violently. Just a moment later, their bodies started to char. As the lightning dragon disappeared, their corpses fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing that the annoying people had been dealt with, Dracula nodded in satisfaction and then led the little girl towards the celestial dragon not far away. As for Enel and Beppo, they followed closely behind Dracula once again. They were quite pleased with their combined attack just now, as they could clearly sense that their teamwork had improved significantly compared to before. The celestial dragon, who had just been so arrogant, suddenly became flustered. He kept retreating, shouting, "Why you, don't come any closer. I am a celestial dragon, high above the rest. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I guarantee you won't leave here." Hearing his words, Dracula scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Then he casually said, "Oh, it's been a while, and you haven't made any progress at all. You really disappoint me, Charlos." This familiar voice reminded the celestial dragon of a past he was unwilling to recall. He looked up directly and immediately saw Dracula's appearance. Then he became somewhat fearful. After all, the last time he had provoked Dracula, he had been beaten and lay in bed for quite a while. He was almost about to completely forget this matter, but unexpectedly encountered it here again. Thinking of this, his eyes flickered, and then he said, tremblingly, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet here again." Just as he was speaking, his hand suddenly shot out from his pocket, pulling out a diamond-encrusted handgun. Without any preparation, he directly pulled the trigger. Seeing that Dracula was completely unguarded, he laughed loudly. "Ah, fool, go die." "I am." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped, and his eyes widened, because the scene he had anticipated did not occur. He saw with his own eyes Dracula extend two fingers as black as ink and catch the bullet aimed at him. Realizing the situation was dire, he quickly began to plead for mercy. "Dracula, for the sake of being both celestial dragons, please spare me. I will help you plead for your reinstatement." Hearing his words, Dracula disdainfully said, "I don't need that identity. You can keep it and enjoy it slowly." While speaking, he snatched the diamond-encrusted handgun from his hand. Looking at Charles, who was still begging for mercy, Dracula ignored him. Instead, he handed the gun to the little girl beside him. Then, looking at her, he gently said, "Use this gun to bid farewell to your old life. And those who wish to kill you are absolutely unforgivable." Hearing Dracula's words, the little girl gently nodded and then picked up the gun in her hand. She aimed the gun at the celestial dragon in front of her, recalling the scenes that had occurred in the past. Then she decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through and directly killed the celestial dragon before her. Looking at his corpse, the light in the little girl's eyes became even more resolute. She then said softly, "I think it's time to say goodbye to the past." Seeing the death of the celestial dragon, the kneeling civilians felt their hearts sink to the bottom. Although they didn't know what this meant, they clearly understood that it must be something that could shake the very sea. The pirates hiding at a distance immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Then, without a second thought, they ran towards the port. They are well aware that the death of a celestial dragon will surely attract the arrival of an admiral. Therefore, these people want to escape from here before that happens. But if they knew that on Dracula's underworld battleship, there was a captured Admiral Kizaru, I wonder how they would react. Seeing the crowd of fleeing people, Dracula disdainfully shook his head. Clearly, he does not agree with the actions of these pirates. Observing the pirates escape, the civilians kneeling on the street also understood one thing. They should hurry back to their homes and pretend they know nothing about this matter. Only in this way could they possibly escape disaster. Soon, only a few of Dracula's group remained in the area. Dracula looked at St. Charlos lying in a pool of blood and shrugged in boredom. Then he took the little girl's hand and headed towards the Knockin' Bar on Island 13. He is now planning to go there to meet Rayleigh. As for the matter of killing the celestial dragons, he has no worries at all. As for the celestial dragons being killed, the local Navy base has also received the news. When the commander here heard about this, he felt like the sky was about to fall. He hurriedly took his soldiers and ran towards the scene. However, before leaving, he called Sengoku at the Navy headquarters using a den-den mushi. With a series of beeping sounds, the den-den mushi was answered by Sengoku. He has lost count of how many calls he has received today. However, the naval commander of the Shambadi archipelago is unaware of this situation. He directly stated the purpose of this phone call. The Marine Admiral Sengoku, a celestial dragon from the Sabati archipelago, has been killed. According to the news, this group consists of 4 men and a little girl. I'm not yet clear on the specific characteristics of the individuals, but I will investigate this matter as soon as possible. Upon hearing his words, Sengoku felt like his head was about to explode. He really couldn't understand why everything had to happen in one day. As soon as he thought of the celestial dragons being killed, Sengoku knew that this matter was very serious. However, the fastest Admiral, Kizaru, had already been captured. Even the other 2 admirals couldn't provide effective support. Thinking of this, he immediately recalled a person he had entrusted with an important mission, Garp. But soon, his expression turned sour, because when he thought of Garp, he suddenly realized that the group who killed the celestial dragons might be Dracula and his crew. But now, he couldn't worry about that anymore. he directly replied. I know about this matter. Immediately seal off the news and do your best to prevent anyone from escaping. Garp will soon arrive at Subordinate Archipelago. He will help you deal with all the enemies. After saying this, Sengoku hung up the den mushi. Then he hurriedly informed Garp, who was on his way. After receiving Sengoku's message, Garp shrugged dismissively. Then he continued to leisurely sail on his ship, the Moby Dick, towards the location. Although this matter was very important, he didn't want to get involved as long as it was related to the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Dracula and his group had arrived at the Red Scarf Bar on Island 13. Dracula pushed the door open and stepped inside. His appearance caught the attention of the pirates in the tavern. However, when they got a good look at Dracula, they all hurriedly left. After all, news travels quickly in the Subordinate Archipelago. They already know about Dracula and the killing of the celestial dragon. So when Dracula appears, they will flee from here. After all, getting involved with him might lead to trouble. Soon, the few customers in Shaki's bar were scared away. Looking at the empty tavern in front of him, Dracula nodded in satisfaction. Comparatively, he preferred a quiet environment. Meanwhile, Shaki, who had been sitting at the front desk smoking, looked at the suddenly appearing Dracula and his companions. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her expression showed no change. She softly asked, "What would you like to drink, young man?" Hearing her question, Dracula's lips curled into a smile. Then he casually said, "Bring us a few bottles of rum and a glass of juice." Shaki quickly took some rum from behind the counter and handed it to several people. Then she took out a glass of freshly squeezed juice and handed it to the young girl next to Dracula. After taking a few sips of his drink, Dracula directly stated the purpose of his visit. "I'm actually here to find King of the Underworld, Riley. Can you arrange a meeting for us?" Upon hearing this, Shaki's pupils slightly contracted. She then smiled and said, "Young man, you really know how to joke. There's no King of the Underworld, Riley, here. However, with such a poor disguise, how could Dracula possibly be fooled?" He coldly said, "I don't have a good temper, so it's best if he shows up quickly." Seeing Dracula's sudden change in attitude, Xiaoqi knew that her visitor was not friendly. However, she had no intention of revealing Rayleigh's location. Instead, she took a defensive stance, waiting for Dracula's attack. Just when the atmosphere was becoming tense, a hand unexpectedly landed on Xiaoqi's shoulder. Looking up, Dracula saw that it was Rayleigh, the king of the underworld he was searching for. Rayleigh placed his hand on Xiaoqi, helping her relax. Then he slowly said, "This person is not someone you can handle. Since you came to find me, let me deal with it." After saying this, he turned to face Dracula. He then raised the bottle of wine in his other hand and gestured to Dracula. After taking a big gulp of wine, Rayleigh directly voiced his curiosity. "Bro, we haven't met many times, so I don't know why you're looking for me." Hearing this straightforward remark, Dracula calmly replied, "I want to know the origin of your title, King of the Underworld. Can you tell me?" This question successfully caught Rayleigh off guard for a moment, as he didn't expect that Dracula's motive for finding him was this. He then laughed heartily, saying, "Bro, you're really interesting. It's just a simple title. I'm surprised it's worth your attention." Upon hearing this, Dracula shook his head and softly said, "I don't believe it's just that simple. Tell me the truth, Rayleigh. What does it have to do with the ancient weapon, the King of the Underworld?" When Rayleigh heard these words, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Although it was faint, Dracula still caught it. This further confirmed his suspicion of a connection between them. However, Rayleigh still did not answer and instead continued drinking his wine. Seeing this, Dracula didn't rush him. The atmosphere fell into a stalemate. But after a while, this tension was broken, as the tavern had been surrounded by the navy from the Shambadi archipelago. This sudden scene made everyone in the tavern look outside. At that moment, the voice of the navy commander came through. "Fallen Angel Dracula, killing a celestial dragon is a death penalty. Come out and surrender. Don't force us to use force." Hearing this, Dracula scoffed, "What a bunch of idiotic navy. Who will take care of them?" When saying this, Dracula looked towards Enel and Beepo. Hearing their boss's words, Enel immediately stood up and walked out of the tavern. To prevent them from disturbing his boss, he decided to end this quickly. Seeing Enel walk out, Dracula simply chose not to take the matter seriously anymore. He was still staring intently at Rayleigh, waiting for his response. Seeing that Dracula showed no signs of giving up, Rayleigh fell into deep thought. To outsiders, this title might only seem to be because those who challenged him had all died, hence being referred to as a one-way ticket to the underworld, abbreviated as the King of Hell. However, that is not the case. This title indeed carries another meaning. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the words of Captain Roger. Since it was unpredictable, it would be better to tell him about this matter. These were Roger's words before he turned himself in. After that, Jabber went out to wait for Dracula's appearance. Then came the subsequent conversation in the cell. Lost in thought, Riley decided to reveal the truth. After all, even someone like Roger acknowledged Dracula's uniqueness. Moreover, back at the port, he had witnessed the ancient weapon, the Pluto battleship, with his own eyes. Riley slowly said, "Actually, you should have already thought of the answer in your heart. My title of Pluto does indeed have another meaning. I know that the stone tablet of historical texts records the specific location of the ancient weapon, the Pluto battleship. That was something Roger wanted to leave for his will's heir. If I'm not mistaken, you have already built one." Hearing Riley's words, Dracula, who was sitting nearby drinking, nodded slightly in affirmation. In fact, he had already guessed this content. However, due to the lack of concrete clues, he could not be certain. Now, hearing Riley speak it out loud, he was convinced. Yet, he had no intention of asking further questions. After all, he was merely curious before. Since he could already build the Pluto battleship himself, why would he still care about his? With his own questions answered, Dracula suddenly felt it was no longer interesting. He was boringly sipping the rum in his hand. During their conversation, the battle outside the tavern had already ended, and Enel had walked back in from outside the tavern. He picked up the rum that was previously placed on the table and continued to drink. Meanwhile, the little girl beside him was still sipping her juice. She knew that her strength was still weak and that she only needed to follow behind Lord Dracula. Although the battle outside had ended, Enel did not go for the kill this time. This was a hint given by Dracula earlier. After all, a transaction was about to take place, and Dracula still had to give old man Garp some face. Thus, outside the tavern, there were continuous screams. But inside the tavern, a few people quietly drank their drinks, not saying a word. It was as if they were in two separate worlds, not disturbing each other. However, soon, Riley began to feel restless. He downed the remaining wine in the bottle and casually said, "Hey, young man, I've been living in seclusion. It's not good to draw the Navy here, you know. I don't want my retirement life to be disturbed." Hearing Rayleigh's words, Dracula certainly understood his meaning. However, he simply replied calmly, "Don't worry. I'll take care of the trouble for you. Besides, I'm here just to let you meet an old friend." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was clearly a bit surprised, as there weren't many people he could consider old friends. However, after hearing Dracula's assurance, he didn't say anything more. In fact, Rayleigh wasn't particularly concerned about whether the Navy had noticed him or not. He mainly wanted Dracula to leave quickly. However, seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Riley felt it was inappropriate to issue an expulsion order directly. After all, there wasn't much of a conflict between the two sides. Moreover, he was quite interested in the old friend mentioned by Dracula. He also wanted to know who that person really was. Thus, the people in the tavern waited slowly. Meanwhile, the naval commander from the Shambodi Islands was lying on the ground outside the tavern. Due to the previous battle, he could no longer get up. He glanced around and found that his soldiers had not suffered too many losses. Immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt less hostility towards Dracula and the others. He actually couldn't stand the celestial dragons either, but he didn't dare to take action against them due to his status. Now that he had received news of a celestial dragon being killed, he was secretly overjoyed. This was because his best partner had died at the hands of that celestial dragon. Now that the great revenge had been avenged, he felt very complicated about Dracula and the others. However, as a naval commander, he quickly dialed Garp's Den Mushi. After a series of beeping sounds, the Den Mushi was answered. This naval commander directly stated the current situation. Vice Admiral Garp, the killer of the celestial dragon, has been confirmed. They are the fallen angel Dracula and his crew. They are currently at the Lex Bar on Island 13 and have no intention of coming out. Hearing his words, Garp nodded calmly. He had already guessed that the killer of the celestial dragon would be them, so he felt no surprise at all. After receiving the report, Garp simply replied with a few words before hanging up the Den Mushi. He has understood that Dracula has changed the location of the transaction. Now, it is just about telling himself through him. Not long after, Kapu's dog-headed warship slowly entered the harbor of the Shambodi Islands. He stepped down from his warship and walked towards island number 13, accompanied by his adjutant. After all, someone needed to carry the items for the transaction. Regarding the matter of killing the celestial dragons, Garp did not intend to get too involved. The most important thing for the Navy right now was to retrieve Borisolino. Only by getting their people back could they continue to discuss the matter of Dracula killing the celestial dragons. Even the world government found it difficult to quickly cultivate a vice admiral level of combat power. Therefore, they tacitly approved of Sengoku's deal. However, this did not mean that the world government would not hold grudges. Once the transaction was completed, they would pursue the matter rigorously. Garp, along with his adjutant, soon arrived at the ransom bar on island number 13. Looking at the scattered Navy soldiers on the ground, Garp couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, the state of these Navy soldiers was quite tragic. Each of them had frizzy hair and their faces were covered in dirt. Nevertheless, he needed to maintain a serious demeanor. Garp quickly composed himself and slowly walked to the center of the group. He spoke loudly. "You all did a great job this time. You successfully thwarted the enemy's escape plan, forcing them to stay in this tavern. When I return to the Navy headquarters, I will make sure to commend you for your efforts. Now, go down and rest. I'll take care of the rest." Upon hearing Garp's words, the Navy soldiers lying on the ground instantly felt revitalized. They helped each other up and stood together. Then, they left in an orderly manner towards their naval base. However, they believed that with Vice Admiral Garp here, the problem would definitely be resolved perfectly. The encouraging words from Garp reached the ears of those sitting inside the room as well. As soon as the voice appeared, Dracula knew it was Garp who had arrived. As for Rayleigh beside him, he also guessed his identity immediately. However, for him, this could not be considered an old friend. It was more like an old rival. Upon hearing the voice, the wait for everyone was not long. The tavern's door was pushed open, and everyone looked closely to see that it was none other than Garp. Upon entering, Garp was slightly taken aback when he saw the people inside the room, but he quickly regained his composure. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Kid, you did a great job. I've always been displeased with the celestial dragons. I brought what you wanted. Can I have Kizaru?" Hearing his words, Dracula nodded. Seeing that his boss had nodded, Beepo, who had been sitting at the corner of the table, came to his side. He positioned his hands in a triangular shape and then pushed forward. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation emanated from his palms. In the blink of an eye, Admiral Kizaru appeared before everyone. Kizaru had been locked up in a specially designed cell on the Pluton battleship for a long time. Now, suddenly released, his strength had not fully recovered, so he sat down on the ground. He looked quite disheveled, and the Justice cloak of the Navy he wore was already tattered. This was due to the previous battle involving the three of them. Although Kizaru looked quite a mess when he was released, he still glanced around. Soon, he spotted Garp beside him and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that at this moment, the Navy headquarters had sent someone to rescue him. But when he looked towards Dracula and the others, he immediately noticed the figure of the Dark King, Rayleigh, sitting nearby. He really couldn't figure out how Dracula and Rayleigh got together in such a short time. Noticing the yellow monkey's gaze, Garp also turned his head towards Rayleigh. He had been busy with the transaction earlier, so he hadn't paid attention to him. Now that the deal was completed, it was time for a good talk. Garp said flatly, "Rayleigh, how come you're here? You're not plotting some kind of conspiracy again, are you?" Hearing Garp's words, Rayleigh first shrugged helplessly. Then he calmly replied, "Not really, but I do have to ask him why I'm here." Seeing the direction Rayleigh was pointing, Garp's gaze shifted to Dracula. Before he could ask, Dracula spoke up first. "Old man, I'm just trying to let you two old friends meet. After all, it's been a long time since you've seen each other since the Roger Pirates disbanded." Dracula was certainly not going to reveal their previous conversation. After all, that was the ancient weapon Pluto that the world government had been desperately searching for. If someone overheard it, it would only bring trouble to Rayleigh. Dracula looked down on doing such a thing. Therefore, he used this topic to replace the content about Pluto. Hearing his words, Garp snorted coldly and then said, "I'm not really an old friend of his. Rayleigh, since you've chosen to live in seclusion, it's best not to appear on the sea again. Otherwise, I want to hold back." Although Garp wasn't very sure about the reason for Rayleigh's appearance here, he knew it couldn't be that simple. However, since it was Dracula's own plan, he didn't delve further. Seeing that the transaction was completed, Garp planned to leave. In fact, before this, Sengoku had contacted Garp again, because they had previously feared the death of the celestial dragons and didn't dare to take action against Dracula. But now that he had been killed, there was nothing to worry about. So Sengoku had given him an order to capture Dracula and his crew. However, Garp did not intend to do so. Moreover, he had already prepared his reasoning. After all, even the admirals couldn't defeat Dracula, so a mere vice admiral like him certainly couldn't. Originally, the world government wanted to send their P organization to capture Dracula, but due to their recent heavy losses, they couldn't spare suitable candidates, so they abandoned this plan. Holding the items in his hand, Dracula quietly watched Garp leave. He knows that it is not suitable for them to have too much interaction right now, but he still silently said in his heart, "Old man, wait a little longer, the time is not right yet." For Dracula, he is still in the stage of gathering strength. After all, he hasn't even gathered his 9 fallen angels under his command. With Cap's departure, Dracula felt that there was no longer any need to stay here. He turned to Rayleigh, who was sitting beside him, and said softly, "Since everything has come to an end, I'll take my leave now. I've completed what I came here to do, Rayleigh. We'll meet again someday." Upon hearing his words, Rayleigh's lips twitched a few times before he replied softly, "It's better to say we may never meet again, I'm afraid my heart can't take it." Hearing this, Dracula shrugged, took the little girl's hand, and stepped out of the place. Meanwhile, Enel and Beepo closely followed behind him. Once they finally left the tavern, Rayleigh let out a heavy sigh. Even with his years of experience, he couldn't discern what kind of person Dracula really was. Seeing his expression, Shucky couldn't help but ask, "Rayleigh, is it still the same outcome?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh gently nodded. "Yes, it's completely deviated. Our control over the future is becoming weaker." This statement piqued Shucky's interest, and she smiled lightly. "If that's the case, I'm becoming more and more interested in Brother Dracula." Of course, Dracula was unaware of their conversation. He was still strolling down the street. Due to the previous celestial dragon incident, there wasn't a single shadow on the street. Every business had closed its doors early. Seeing this, Dracula didn't mind at all. Since there was nothing left for him to care about in the Sabeti archipelago, he planned to leave. When he arrived at the port, Beepo directly approached and took out the Hades battleship. With a loud bang, heavy splashes of water erupted as the battleship entered the water. Looking at the Hades battleship before him, Dracula led the little girl on board. With his command, the Hades battleship slowly set sail from the Sabeti archipelago. Just as the battleship completely disappeared from sight, a group of people suddenly appeared from various places. They quietly watched Dracula and the others leave. It was not until they completely disappeared that the tension in their hearts finally eased. After all, to them, Dracula was a demon who brought disaster to their lives. Meanwhile, lying on the battleship, Dracula looked at the curious little girl beside him and asked, "I didn't get a chance to ask your name earlier. Please tell me. After all, we are family now and can trust each other." Hearing his words, the little girl touched her deep blue wavy long hair and replied in a gentle voice, "Sir, my name is Ein. I look forward to your guidance in the future." The name took Dracula by surprise, as it was very familiar to him. It inevitably brought to his mind a striking figure, a beautiful woman in a purple vest and black ultra-short shorts, with an X-shaped scar on her right leg, draped in a blue cloak. Thinking of this, he directly asked, "Ein, have you ever eaten a particularly unpalatable fruit?" This question made Ein think carefully, and then she said, "Well, I have indeed eaten a fruit with a taste that was particularly hard to accept. Moreover, I gained a peculiar ability from it, which is to reverse the age of things." With this response, Dracula was already able to confirm her identity. The little girl he brought back would later become Zifa's capable assistant. Looking at Ein in front of him, Dracula continued, "Now that you have a certain foundation of ability, the next training plan will be much easier. When we return to the Sky Island, you could train your own strength with Legio and the others. After all, to live a different kind of life, strength is essential." Hearing these words, Ein nodded. She understood this very well, because she now knows one truth. Strength is everything on this sea. Under Beepo's command, the Phantom King battleship quickly arrived beneath the Sky Island. Due to one of Caesar's magnetic technology, the Phantom King battleship and the Sky Island had a strong attraction. When Beepo piloted the Phantom King battleship to the area beneath the Sky Island, this function would automatically activate. Then the Phantom King battleship would generate an upward thrust, directly reaching the designated landing spot. However, this was their first time using this method, but it was evident that this method had indeed achieved the desired results. Looking at such a convenient technology, Dracula felt emotional. Ever since he had an excellent scientist like Caesar, some of the ideas in his mind had come to fruition. After all, this magnetic technology was one of the ideas that Dracula had once proposed, but now it had been applied to the Phantom King battleship. Soon, the battleship arrived at the designated position on the Sky Island. Dracula held Ein's hand and walked towards Apaya. Along the way, people greet them, and their eyes are filled with admiration. These people are the batch of slaves released by Dracula before. They have passed the training arranged for them by the dragon, and have become qualified subordinates. Their strength has also improved as it should. Given their qualifications, it has become quite difficult for them to achieve further enhancements. Therefore, the dragon has placed them here. One reason is to allow Dracula to think of other ways to improve them. The second reason is that he plans to move the Revolutionary Army's base to the Sky Island. After all, this place is almost one of the few safe spots on the sea. Moreover, the Sky Island allows for free flight, making it hard for ordinary people to find and difficult to expose. Of course, Dracula agrees with the dragon's plan. He even specially gave the dragon a small island to arrange for his Revolutionary Army subordinates. As for Doflamingo, Dracula also reserved a small island for his dark underground forces. However, he currently has no plans to move there yet, as Doflamingo's plan is at a critical moment. According to Dracula's idea, he wants to divide the Sky Island into at least 9 sub-islands. However, because the distribution of islands on the Sky Island itself does not have that many, His idea has already been dashed before it even started. But Dracula will not give up so easily. He has now set his sights on the float fruit of the golden lion Shiki and already has a general idea. However, he is still contemplating the specific plan. Although Dracula has returned to the Sky Island to rest, the incident of him killing the celestial dragons has just begun to brew. The president of the World News Agency, Morgans, has directly published this matter in the newspaper. He had no reservations and let the news spread across the entire sea. Dracula's reputation had already reached a certain level, and now with this incident, it soared once again. As reports flew from seabird to various ocean regions, more and more people learned about this matter. Far away in the New World, Whitebeard Newgate looked at the newspaper in his hand. Especially the familiar figure on it made him burst into laughter. Gurura, the sea is becoming more and more interesting. Now even you are coming to the New World, huh? We will meet again sooner or later. He then placed the newspaper on the deck and raised a large jug of wine, drinking heartily. His puzzling words quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the ship. When they picked up the newspaper on the ground, they were greeted by the image of a stern-looking man. He held a diamond-studded pistol in one hand and was holding a small girl with the other. At his feet lay a celestial dragon in a pool of blood. This bizarre scene soon captured their gaze. However, Marco, who was one of the first to join the Whitebeard pirates, could not suppress his curiosity and was the first to voice his question. Old man, who is the person in the photo that caught your attention? Upon hearing Marco's question, Whitebeard answered with a response that seemed unrelated. He is a man burdened with a heavy mission. After saying this, Whitebeard did not elaborate further and continued drinking from his cup. Seeing that the old man had only said this one sentence and showed no desire to talk, Marco had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. However, he believed they would meet sooner or later, because the man who said those words was the old man himself. Meanwhile, in the Totland Kingdom, Charlotte Linlin looked at the message passed up by her subordinates and immediately recalled the battle that led to the downfall of the Rocks pirates, especially the figure that had astonished everyone present at that time, which completely matched the one in the newspaper. Thinking of this, she picked up some sweets from the table and began to eat. Then she joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, the kid who inherits that person's will is coming to the New World. One exciting thing. Kids, quickly bring me some sweets. I want to celebrate." At the sound of her voice, a muscular man with short, light red hair walked in from outside. He wore a white scarf around his neck that resembled a flower. As soon as he entered the room, he placed the dessert in his hand in front of Charlotte Lingling. Seeing the dessert he put down, Charlotte Lingling, who was celebrating, immediately became overjoyed, making sounds of a. She then picked up a dessert from the plate and praised, "Katakuri, you truly are my most outstanding child." However, Katakuri merely nodded coldly and stood to the side. Those who had once been part of the Rocks pirates expressed their sentiments upon hearing the news about Dracula. Even Kaido felt the same way. He sat on the ground, leaning against the stone wall, looking at the newspaper in his hands. Suddenly, he burst into a hearty laugh. "Ah, kid, you finally made it. Let's launch the greatest war in the world together." But soon, he became full of rage and said, "Damn it. But I must completely conquer the kingdom of he before that." He then raised the gourd in his hand and kept pouring alcohol into his mouth. Before long, he got drunk, mumbling a few words before falling into a deep sleep. His subordinates beside him had long gotten used to this scene. As for what he just said, they only thought he was rambling because he was drunk. No one took it to heart. Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks in the East Sea also saw this newspaper. He turned to his subordinates and nodded in satisfaction. Then he said with a smile, "All right, guys, it's time to leave here. Our next destination is the New World. Let's conquer it." Although he still hadn't found the successor to Captain Roger's will, he knew that time no longer permitted him to stay here. His subordinates, upon hearing their captain's command, let out a loud roar in unison. "Understood, Captain." Then their ships slowly sailed away from the East China Sea, heading towards the New World. Aside from these people, there was another person who, after seeing the news about Dracula, silently awaited his arrival. This person was the solitary and proud Red Lidefield, dressed in a crimson shirt and draped in a blood-red cloak. He sat quietly in an empty tavern, slowly swirling the blood-red liquid in his glass. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he softly said, "Kid, you've finally arrived. This way, the sea won't be as dull as before. After all, you are the very embodiment of darkness." Although the solitary Crimson was always targeted by the Navy's capture plans, he managed to escape each time, because he knew that a more exciting life was waiting for him. How could he allow himself to be sent to Impelled Down at this time? However, the Golden Lion Shiki, who had previously been imprisoned and impelled down by Sengoku and others, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. He still exuded an unruly aura. Even while being impelled down, he showed no signs of change. He softly said, "I seem to feel the call of the sea. It looks like it's time to go out. This is not where I should be." After saying this, a fierce light flickered in his eyes. During his long imprisonment, he had long thought of ways to escape from here. The reason he had not taken action until now was that he felt the time had not yet come. With his instincts honed over years as a powerful figure, he understood that he could no longer wait. He looked at his feet bound by the sea stone shackles and directly chopped down despite the pain. Instantly, a large amount of fresh blood gushed out, but soon, Shiki managed to stop the bleeding. With the restraints below disappearing, he was finally able to use his float fruit ability again. He slowly activated his floating ability and lifted his body off the ground. Although long-term imprisonment had prevented his strength from fully recovering, it was more than enough to escape from impelled down. Shiki glanced at the prison cell that held him captive and used his power to break it open directly. He floated out lightly, looking at the scene in front of him, and laughed recklessly. "Ha! I'm a golden lion Shiki. How could I possibly stay here forever?" As he laughed boisterously, his conqueror's haki was unconsciously released. Seeing that Shiki had really escaped, the other prisoners in this layer of the prison began to speak up. "Shiki, as a fellow pirate, let me out and I'll tell you all about my treasure. Hurry up and release me, Golden Lion. I'm your elder." Hearing the constant noise in his ears, Shiki's mood turned quite sour. He directly released several sword chi towards the prisoners still in their cells. Although Shiki did not have his twin swords in hand, his supreme sword master cultivation was still there. It was quite easy for him to casually unleash a few sword chi. When the sword chi passed through their bodies, they turned into corpses. No matter how strong their previous abilities were, as long as they could not break free from the restraints of the sea prism stone, they were nothing but powerless ants. Seeing the ruthless actions of Gold Lion Shiki, the remaining prisoners in this layer of the prison became much more subdued. Shiki glanced around and noticed that no one dared to act as recklessly as before, which left him feeling bored. He hovered in the air, slowly leaving this place. He knew that it wasn't time to relax yet. The real challenge had not been solved. Since the 6th level of Impelled Down was home to some extremely special prisoners, there were no guards here. When Shiki's conqueror's haki spread, even the Din Mushi monitoring this area was stunned. Therefore, there was still no alarm sounding in Impelled Down. Soon, Shiki arrived at the extreme cold hell of Impelled Down. As soon as he entered, a gust of cold air hit him. Having just severed his own feet, Shiki was still slightly affected by the cold flow here, but he quickly recovered. As Shiki entered this level, the keen-nosed military wolves caught the scent of blood. They swiftly charged in this direction. Seeing their prey without feet in front of them, their front paws scratched the ground slightly. They crouched down, constantly building up power, while emitting low growls. The sight of these military wolves made Shiki quite displeased. He really couldn't believe that even a few small military wolves dared to bully him now. Shiki directly used his devil fruit ability to make their bodies collide. Before long, those military wolves that dared to trouble him had already met their end. Shiki casually threw them aside, not even glancing at them. Due to the unique environment of this level, there were basically no surviving pirates. Therefore, the scenes of begging for mercy did not happen again. This level, because of the extreme cold, was not suitable for the life of snail phones. Thus, it was only when Shiki arrived at the 4th level of Impelled Down that he was discovered, with the sound of alarms. The guard station throughout Impelled Down began to get busy. Shiki had long anticipated that the alarms in Impelled Down would sound. He didn't hesitate at all and flew directly to the warehouse on the 4th floor. Even though he knew he might encounter the warden, he had to go there, because his 2 famous swords were still there. He soon arrived at the place where his dual swords were confiscated before entering. After a quick glance around, he noticed the various weapons densely hanging on the wall. Before long, he spotted his 2 renowned swords. Shiki slowly extended his hands, and immediately the dual swords on the wall began to tremble and then slowly flew into his grasp. Seeing his old companions back in his hands, Shiki felt a sense of nostalgia return. Just as he turned to leave, a figure blocked the doorway. The newcomer was dressed in a black suit and had 2 horns on his head, resembling Satan. Upon seeing him, Shiki disdainfully curled his lip. Proudly, he said, "Magellan, how dare you, a mere deputy warden, try to stop me? Ha ha, are you still half asleep?" Hearing his words, Magellan showed no reaction and continued to block the entrance. Seeing this, Shiki swung his dual swords. With the swords in his hands, he regained the aura of an unparalleled swordsman. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. As waves of slashes formed, Magellan found himself constantly on the defensive. After all, he was still just a lowly deputy warden with no significant strength. Soon, he was defeated under such attacks. However, Magellan's poison fruit was no mere decoration, which frustrated Shiki. Nevertheless, due to Magellan's lack of experience with his powers, Shiki successfully escaped from the 4th level of Impelled Down. By the time Shiki had left, the Warden of Impelled Down had just arrived. If it weren't for his strong trust in Magellan's character, he would have thought that Magellan had intentionally let Shiki escape. But soon his expression turned grim, as he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and a thought surged to his mind. He quickly tightened his legs, clutching his stomach, and hurried towards the restroom. He had done his best regarding Shiki's escape, and he didn't intend to involve himself any further. After leaving the 4th level of Impelled Down, the remaining levels could no longer hinder Shiki's assault. Therefore, Shiki easily flew out from within Impelled Down. Behind him lay a ground covered with corpses and pools of blood that had gathered into a blood pool. Looking at the vast blue sea before him, Shiki's mood returned to its former boldness. He controlled his body to rise continuously, quickly reaching the high altitudes. Finally, he entered the clouds, making it impossible for anyone to spot him. As soon as he ascended to the heights, Shiki's laughter echoed across the nearby seas. "Ha ha, I'm back," he exclaimed. "Tremble, ocean." Then he swiftly left the area. After being imprisoned for so long, he needed to find his former subordinates to get a good understanding of the current situation. Meanwhile, the Warden of Impelled Down, upon seeing that Captain Shiki had successfully escaped, immediately dialed the snail phone. After a series of beeping sounds, the phone was answered. Soon, a voice came from the other end. "Hello, this is Sengoku. What has happened?" Hearing the voice, the warden anxiously replied, "Marshal Sengoku, bad news. Captain Shiki has escaped." Upon hearing this, Sengoku became furious. It was unacceptable that the so-called impregnable fortress of Impelled Down had allowed someone to escape. This was not good news at all, especially during this critical time. It was crucial that no one else found out. Sengoku pondered for a moment and said sternly, "Now, contain the information as much as possible. The fewer people who know, the better. Your mistake is serious. As the warden, you allowed this to happen in Impelled Down. Prepare to face punishment. You might even be demoted." Upon hearing this, the warden showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded in agreement. He then said, "Marshal Sengoku, I am willing to resign as the director of Impelled Down." Seeing him so readily offer to resign, Sengoku was taken aback. His tone seemed to convey a sense of burden. However, Sengoku didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a result of the warden feeling overwhelmed. What he didn't know was that the warden had already begun plotting this matter when he received the news of Captain Shiki's escape. He really didn't want to stay here any longer, but he had been struggling with a lack of good opportunities. This time, he took advantage of the jailbreak of the Golden Lion to achieve his goal. After all, the long time spent in Impelled Down made him yearn more and more for the outside world. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The conversation between the two soon came to an end. Since receiving this news, Sengoku knew he was going to get busy again. The matter of Dracula killing the celestial dragons was still unresolved, and now there was the incident of the Golden Lion Shiki escaping from prison. He covered his somewhat aching head and murmured to himself, "What a troublesome autumn. I really want to retire soon." Sigh. He suddenly felt a bit envious of that guy Garp's leisurely life. However, just thinking about Garp made his anger rise instantly, because the capture mission he assigned to Garp was taken far too lightly by him. With this in mind, Sengoku clenched his teeth and said hatefully, "Garp, if you won't let me have it easy, don't blame me." He then pushed the door open and walked into the conference room within the Marine headquarters. As he entered the room, he instructed his aide beside him, "Gather all the Marine generals at the headquarters and have them assemble here immediately." After receiving the marshal's order, the aide hurriedly left. After all, this was not an easy task, as he needed to constantly count the numbers. As time slowly passed, Sengoku remained quietly seated in his position, not making a sound. But soon, a large group of people walked in from outside, with noisy chatter filling the air. The generals felt quite helpless at being summoned by Marshal Sengoku once again. They finally returned to rest with great difficulty, but unexpectedly started another meeting. Just thinking about their last experience of being submerged in the sea made them feel a chill run down their spine. They hope this time it won't be related to Dracula again, because they clearly understand one thing, that is, going up with their strength would only be delivering food. Seeing all the naval generals arrive at the conference room, Sengoku slowly stood up from his seat. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, the hearts of the naval generals immediately sank. But they were relieved to hear that Sengoku's next words were not related to Dracula. After a brief description, Sengoku stated the purpose of the meeting. The Golden Lion Shiki had escaped from the heavily guarded advanced city by cutting off his own feet. Upon hearing his words, The atmosphere below immediately became chaotic, because they knew very well what this meant. Looking at the noisy conference room, Sengoku directly hammered the wall behind him. Instantly, the still noisy atmosphere quieted down. The gazes of the naval generals quickly gathered on Sengoku, waiting for him to continue speaking. Sengoku didn't keep them waiting long and directly expressed his thoughts. We must now plan something that can boost the morale of the Navy. Otherwise, the recent events have already caused the trust of civilians in the Navy to drop to its lowest point. This idea received unanimous approval from the generals below. They have the most say regarding the recent situation of the naval soldiers. Especially the shadow cast by their last attempt to capture Dracula was not insignificant. Soon, the conference room was engulfed in intense discussion. They were constantly thinking about how to boost morale. Just then, Chief Crane stood up from her position. She said in a deep voice, "Let's implement the long-shelled plan to eliminate the Four Seas pirates. Only then can we salvage the little bit of face our Navy has left." Her words plunged everyone in the conference room into deep thought. This plan was proposed by the older generation of the Navy when it was first established. However, due to various reasons, it had never been implemented and had remained sealed in the archives of the Navy headquarters. Nevertheless, the Navy generals present had all reviewed this plan. After a moment of silence in the conference room, soon, Admiral Akainu stood up. He said coldly, "I agree with this proposal. No matter where it is, pirates should be subjected to the judgment of justice." Seeing Admiral Akainu make a choice, the hawkish Navy generals around him all echoed in agreement. As a dovish figure, Admiral Akiji also stood up, unwilling to be outdone. He also knows that this is the only good solution at the moment. With his agreement, the Dove faction naval commander next to him also stood up. The yellow ape, still sitting in his chair, looked at the two generals who had already made their choice. He shrugged, then stood up helplessly, expressing his agreement with the proposal. After all, even the two opposing factions had agreed to this matter, so, as a neutral party, he had no reason to refuse. As soon as Admiral Kizuru made the decision, the remaining generals in the conference room, who had yet to express their stance, also agreed to the proposal. Seeing it pass unanimously, Sengoku immediately stated that the plan to clear out the pirates in the Four Seas would now officially commence. Garp would lead the team to the East Sea, Akainu would head to the West Sea, Kizuru would go to the North Sea, and Akiji would take the South Sea. Next, Admiral Tsuru stood up to add some details. The meeting was thus announced to be concluded. However, the naval generals present all understood that this pirate clearing plan was crucial. It could even impact the Navy's reputation in the future. Although the plan had been confirmed for implementation, these naval generals still needed to organize the forces for this voyage. As they were busy preparing, the sky quickly darkened. By the next morning, naval warships set sail from the naval headquarters toward the Four Seas. Sengoku watched their departing figures and let out a long sigh. This was the best solution they could come up with. Whether it would succeed depended on the naval commanders they dispatched. However, Sengoku believed that in the weak Four Seas, there would be no one capable of opposing them. After all, he had sent an admiral-level force to accompany each sea area. Watching their departing backs, Admiral Tsuru gently spoke. "Rest assured, they'll succeed this time." Hearing this, Sengoku nodded heavily and did not say anything further. He then slowly left, heading toward his office. He still had many official duties to attend to, so he couldn't stay long. As he left, Sengoku muttered angrily, "Being a marshal is really damn exhausting. I feel like going on strike." However, this time Sengoku was not worried about the Navy headquarters being infiltrated. Since the last incident with the Golden Lion, he had transferred a large number of heavy cannons from the Navy Science Corps. Even if he faced Shiki the Golden Lion again, he was not worried at all. On the contrary, Sengoku hoped that Shiki would attack the Navy headquarters at this time. For him, an openly declared enemy was not frightening. If Shiki continued to stay out of sight, Sengoku would be very concerned, because a pirate of Shiki's caliber had schemes that ordinary people could not withstand. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru, noticing that the port was empty, also headed to her office. After all, her workload was not any less than Sengoku's. Moreover, she had an important external capture mission to carry out soon, capturing the Don Quixote family. Unfortunately, this was not her first time going out to capture them. Each time, for various reasons, Don Quixote Doflamingo had managed to escape successfully. This made Tsuru, as the great advisor, quite displeased. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, and the already tumultuous sea was about to rise to another level. Regarding the Navy's plan to clear pirates across the Four Seas, few knew about it outside the generals in the previous meeting room. However, the large-scale mobilization of the Navy headquarters still attracted a lot of attention, especially Morgan, the president of the World Economic News, who caught wind of a big story. As a result, this news quickly appeared in newspapers sent out across the seas. Moreover, to attract more attention, Morgan exaggerated the actual situation. He wrote in the newspaper, "Shocking, the Navy headquarters actually reorganized the troops overnight. One warship after another is setting sail. What could be their intention? Is the Navy's revenge about to come? If you want to know all of this, please stay tuned for the next issue of the newspaper. This bird will provide you with real-time coverage." With the transmission of such a newspaper, panic began to spread across various places on the sea. After all, the military power dispatched by the Navy this time was truly terrifying. They even sent out 3 generals from the Navy, along with the Navy hero Garp. Such a lineup is even more frightening than the Demon Slayer order. However, Dracula, who was resting on the Sky Island, was unaware of the content of this newspaper. The delivery seagull couldn't reach the height of the Sky Island. But this news was of no use to him. After all, Dracula believed that as long as the location of the Sky Island had not been discovered, he could continue to enjoy himself. The Ain, who was brought back from the Sabidi archipelago, had already been training with Reiju and Robin for some time. Due to their similar ages and unfortunate childhood experiences, the 3 quickly became good sisters. Seeing this, Dracula couldn't help but smile. After all, he valued the personal development of these 3 little girls. Since they could get along well now, it saved him a lot of trouble. Time passed swiftly on the sea, as the time required for sailing could not be ignored. As 2 months went by, Dracula was planning his next steps. But soon, the ringing of a transponder snail interrupted his thoughts. The call was from none other than Dragon, who was located in the South Sea. As Dracula answered the transponder snail, Dragon quickly stated the purpose of his call. "Boss, there are Navy personnel everywhere in the 4 seas now. What should we do next? After all, we still have quite a few things in the 4 seas." Hearing his words, Dracula questioned, "Why are there so many Navy personnel in the 4 seas?" This question left Dragon on the other end of the transponder snail momentarily stunned. He previously thought that the boss was not worried, which is why no instructions were given. Now it seems that he didn't know about this news at all. Realizing this, Long quickly explained the recent actions and objectives of the Navy. Upon hearing his explanation, Dracula immediately understood the Navy's actions. He knew that this was a plan by Sengoku to boost the morale of the Navy soldiers and restore the confidence of the civilians in them. Thinking of this, Dracula smiled wickedly. Since Sengoku is working so hard to raise morale, we should help out as well. However, let's first ensure that the manpower in the 4 seas is fully contracted. Especially in the North Sea, we need those controlled countries to behave and not show any signs. Hearing his boss's words, Dragon quickly responded happily, "Boss, you can rest assured about the North Sea. They have been completely converted to my teachings. They have even become our loyal followers, so it is absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, Dracula couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The implication of what Dragon said made him envision a scene where Dragon was giving an enthusiastic and generous speech. Below him, a crowd of civilians was raising their arms in cheers, firmly believing in what he said, coupled with the power of the radiant angel bestowed by him. It was indeed a master of brainwashing. Realizing this, Dracula promptly stopped his thoughts and then spoke in a deep voice, "Since there is nothing to worry about in the 4 seas, let us go meet Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. As a strategist in the Navy, I am looking forward to our first meeting. Are you coming too, Dragon?" Upon hearing this, Dragon on the other end of the phone replied readily, "Of course. How could I miss such an interesting event? After all, I used to be in the Navy there, and I really want to go back and take a look." Soon, the two confirmed the matter, setting the specific time for 3 days later. This 3-day period was for Dragon to meet up with them in the Sky Island. Time flew by quickly, and he soon arrived at the Sky Island. Looking at the drastically different environment, Dragon couldn't help but praise that guy Caesar is indeed a genius. He has transformed the Sky Island to this extent. Ever since Dragon moved the Revolutionary Army's headquarters to the Sky Island, he had not returned. So he was unaware of these changes. But soon he collected his emotions and quickly headed to his boss's residence. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Dracula sitting in a rocking chair, sipping tea. He spoke softly, "Boss, I'm here." Upon hearing the voice, Dracula looked up and saw Long standing at the door. He drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, then stood up and said, "You finally arrived. Take a rest, and we will leave soon." After saying this, Dracula began to prepare the relevant matters. Long nodded in agreement and sat down to rest. Just a moment later, Long stood up from his seat. He turned to Dracula beside him and said directly, "Boss, we can set off now. How many people do we have for this operation?" Glancing at the already rested dragon, Dracula calmly raised 4 fingers and quietly said, "You, Inal, and me. The 3 of us will use our fruit abilities to fly directly over the Navy headquarters. There's also Beppo, but he needs to pilot the battleship Queen to approach the island of the Navy headquarters. If anything seems off, he will carry out a long-term island bombardment until it sinks to the bottom of the sea. Hearing his boss's well-thought-out plan, Dragon had no doubts. And so, Dracula led the three of them as they flew towards the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku was unaware of these unforeseen developments. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't have worried, because he was very confident in the heavy cannons researched by the Navy Science Unit. He was still sitting in the office at that moment, meticulously reviewing documents. However, his constantly twitching eyelids made him extremely irritable. This inexplicably gave him a bad premonition, though he didn't know why. He forced himself to calm down and continued reviewing the documents in front of him. However, his reviewing speed had noticeably decreased. With the strength of the 4 Dracula members, flying to the Navy headquarters didn't take much effort. Just a few hours had passed when they arrived near the waters of the Navy headquarters. At that moment, Beppo directly left the group of 4. He slowly floated down to the surface of the sea. With his hands forming a triangle, he pushed forward to his chest. As a wave of spatial fluctuations circulated, the massive body of the Pluto battleship suddenly hovered above the sea. However, the sudden appearance of this battleship did not attract anyone's attention. This can be attributed to Caesar's latest research achievement, color camouflage film. This technology was inspired by Dracula during his idle time, when he briefly described the camouflage mechanism of chameleons to Caesar. Unexpectedly, the next day, Caesar applied this technology to the Pluto battleship. Seeing that the Pluto battleship had successfully landed in the water, Beppo directly flew up. He controlled the battleship, heading once again towards the naval headquarters. He did not stop until the naval headquarters was completely within the firing range of the Hades battleship. Beppo looked up at the distant direction, quietly waiting. The Hades battleship had now fully entered the observation range of the naval headquarters lookout. Yet, not a single naval soldier noticed it. This is the practicality of this technology. To outsiders, the area where the Hades battleship was located appeared to be just a vast blue sea, with no difference from before. As Beppo reached the designated position, Dracula, along with the remaining 2, directly entered the clouds high above the naval headquarters. Long looked at the buildings of Marineford, feeling somewhat puzzled, because in his impression, it shouldn't have looked like this before. Moreover, overall, it gave Long a sense of having been rebuilt. This scene made Long unable to help but mutter internally. Sengoku actually still had spare money to build a new naval headquarters. Then why was it that when I was there, they could barely pay salaries? Dracula was unaware of Long's thoughts, and he directly patted the shoulders of the 2. He then said, "Let's go. It's time for us to make our appearance. Although I saw many heavy cannons when I was observing just now, it's not a big problem." Hearing their boss's words, the 2 nodded in unison and then stood on either side of Dracula. This time, coming to the naval headquarters, Dracula had no intention of hiding at all. His thoughts were actually very simple. He mainly wanted to see Sengoku and, ideally, cause some chaos for him. Dracula directly released his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, a dark and violent aura shrouded the skies above the Marine headquarters. During this time, numerous Marine soldiers fainted to the ground. Even some of the commanders who withstood the intimidation of this Haki still felt deep fear. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was still in his office reviewing documents, tossed aside the pen in his hand. He frowned slightly, contemplating the owner of this Haki. But in an instant, he shook his head. This was not the Haki of anyone he was familiar with. However, since someone dared to come to the Marine headquarters at this time, they were most likely an enemy rather than a friend. With this thought, Sengoku no longer hesitated. He directly activated his armament Haki, covering his fists. Then, he suddenly attacked the wall behind him, instantly creating a large hole that led outside. Sengoku retracted the power of his fists and slowly walked out through the big hole. He first looked around and noticed many Navy soldiers lying on the ground, but he did not see any sign of the enemy. Seeing this situation, he directly activated his observation Haki. Soon, under his perception, the positions of Dracula and the other 2 were revealed in Sengoku's mind. He looked up and instantly recognized the figure of the dragon. Then, Sengoku glanced at the 2 people beside the dragon, finally resting his gaze in the middle. He said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the fallen angel Dracula." Upon hearing his words, Dracula slowly nodded. He then said, "I've long wanted to meet the wise general of the Navy. After thinking it over, this time period is the most suitable opportunity." Sengoku snorted disdainfully. "It's probably not as simple as just wanting to meet me. However, since you've come today, don't think about leaving." After saying this, Sengoku directly pressed the button to activate the heavy cannons in his hand. With a series of rumbling sounds, numerous heavy cannons emerged from various places in the Navy headquarters. Seeing this scene, Dracula's expression showed no signs of change. Instead, he seemed more interested as he said, "General Sengoku, you don't think I came here unprepared, do you? A mere heavy cannon is something I can deal with. Moreover, as long as you dare to give the order to fire, the Navy headquarters will sink into the sea because of your words. Don't doubt it. You should know that I have the Hades battleship. Do you think this place can withstand it?" Hearing his words, Sengoku's face turned extremely grim. He had already heard about the Hades battleship from Kizaru's report. He was very clear about the power of the Hades battleship. It was simply not something an island could withstand. Realizing this, he abandoned the plan to fire the heavy cannons. He then said sternly, "What exactly do you want? If it's just to meet me, then you've already done so. If you don't leave now, even with the Hades battleship, you won't be able to escape." After hearing this, Dracula, still in the sky, slowly shook his head. In a philosophical tone, he said, "General Sengoku, I just want to ask you 3 questions. Once you answer them, I will leave. How do you view the significance of the Navy's existence? Then, how do you view the significance of the world government's existence? And how do you view this sea?" These 3 questions left Sengoku speechless, as he didn't know how to respond. After a moment of thought, he directly said, "The significance of the Navy's existence is, of course, to help civilians and uphold justice. The significance of the world government's existence is to prevent this era from being too chaotic. And now, the evil that breeds in the sea is precisely what we, the Navy, need to eradicate." Hearing their general's words, the Navy soldiers who had not fainted were all invigorated, as these were the very goals they fought for. Dracula, upon hearing this, curled his lips in disdain, dousing them with cold water. "Stop deceiving yourselves, General Sengoku. You know better than anyone that the Navy is nothing more than the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons. The civilians you truly help are far fewer than those killed by the Celestial Dragons." Before Dracula could finish his remaining words, Sengoku's loud roar interrupted him. When he spoke these words, Sengoku could clearly feel the light in the soldier's eyes gradually dimming. Realizing this, he understood that Dracula was there to undermine the soldier's faith. When that faith completely collapses, it would be the time for the Navy's demise. Just thinking of this made Sengoku furious. He even disregarded the threat of the Hades battleship and directly transformed into the huge Buddha statue behind him. Buddha's shockwave. The giant Buddha behind Sengoku gathered its power into both fists and then suddenly launched a massive shockwave toward Dracula in the sky. As for this strike, Dracula didn't take it seriously at all. He directly formed an inverted triangle with his hands and pushed them flat in front of his chest. Twisted Devour Buddha immediately began to create ripples from Dracula's hands, extending all the way to the front of the shockwave. When the 2 attacks collided, the shockwave gradually disappeared, as if it had never existed, without causing the slightest impact. Seeing this turn of events, Sengoku's pupils contracted. His attack had been so effortlessly neutralized, seemingly without any effort at all. This was the first time he experienced Dracula's formidable strength. Beside him, Dragon and Enel were also quite surprised. Since Dracula rarely made a move, they had no idea how strong their leader truly was. Now, witnessing the power of this attack, they were all very impressed. Seeing that his first attack had missed, Sengoku had no intention of launching a second attack. He has clearly realized that this time, Dracula and the others cannot be left behind. Sengoku glanced around at the Navy soldiers and found that they had long lost their previous spirit and energy. Obviously, Dracula's earlier words had a serious impact on them, causing them to waver in their belief in the justice of the Navy. Sengoku knew that this matter could only be resolved when everyone returned, because relying solely on himself would not yield any results. Meanwhile, Dracula, still in the air, looked at Sengoku, who was exuding a profound sense of helplessness, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He knew that he had achieved his purpose for coming this time. Even if the Navy completed the pirate cleanup plan across the seas, these Navy soldiers could never return to the past, because the Celestial Dragons were like an insurmountable chasm, blocking the path of justice in their hearts. Seeing that the time was almost right, Dracula planned to leave. After all, who knew if Sengoku might suddenly go crazy and want to take him down with him? He slowly flew towards the clouds, taking the 2 away from here. However, before leaving, Dracula flicked a card out with 2 fingers. The front of the card was printed with the images of 9 fallen angels, while the back had a large number 0. His voice echoed into Sengoku's ears from afar. "Sengoku, since you can't change anything, why not leave it to me? The next era is my era. Anyone who stands in my way is doomed. And the Celestial Dragons are no exception. Now, please slowly witness the legend that belongs to me. Remember my name. I'm the fallen angel number 0, Dracula. These domineering words lingered in the air above the Navy headquarters, refusing to dissipate. Even the Navy soldiers who had been intimidated by his aura couldn't help but show expressions of admiration. Sengoku watched as the card flew towards him and reached out to catch it in his hand. Staring at the card, he fell into a daze and muttered, "Kid, can you really do it? Perhaps this is why Garp chose you. Let me be a witness to everything that happens in the future. But expecting me to just give up on capturing you is impossible." The world government had always been a colossal burden hanging over him, and no matter how ambitious he was, it would be hard to realize those ambitions. However, in an instant, he cast this thought out of his mind. After all, this was going to take a long time. Life still had to go on, and he looked around at the Navy soldiers who were showing admiration. He suddenly felt exhausted because all of this was a problem he had to solve. He said nothing and walked back to his office alone. Everything had to wait until the various naval commanders returned for discussion. However, he looked at the huge gap in the building in front of him, and suddenly, a loud shout echoed throughout the naval headquarters. "Craftsmen, hurry over and fix the gap in this building." Hearing this shout, the craftsmen who had just woken up felt like crying, but had no tears, and couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. Why does our life have to be so hard? Even though the enemy came, they didn't cause any destruction, and now we still have to repair the walls. Of course, these words were only thought in their hearts. They quickly gathered their tools and ran towards the damaged area. After Dracula and the two left the naval headquarters, they quickly found Beepo. Although Beepo used a color camouflage film, they had their own unique way to break it. Thus, the four quickly regrouped. Without a moment's pause, they began flying towards the Sky Island. Dracula had already planned to go to Fishman Island, and the main purpose of this trip was to bring Robin and the others along. After all, Fishman Island is located deep in the sea. Without the Neptune warship's descent, they wouldn't be able to reach it at all. Meanwhile, the various navies executing the pirate cleanup plan in the four seas had already planned to return home. Since there were many naval forces deployed this time, cleaning up the pirates was not difficult at all. It only took them a week to nearly clear the pirates in the four seas. Even those few who managed to survive were terrified, seeing that the mission was completed. The naval commanders planned to return with their respective fleets. But what they didn't know was that there was a mess waiting for them to handle at the naval headquarters. With the departure of one warship after another, this matter finally came to a close. However, it must be said that this plan indeed achieved significant results. The Navy's actions relieved the civilians in the four seas from the troubles of pirate appearances, even sparking a small wave of enlistment enthusiasm. Naturally, the Navy was thrilled about this phenomenon, but the hidden dangers of this situation were quite significant. The main point was that basically, any force with a bit of strength had taken this opportunity to plant spies within the Navy. And how could someone like Don Quixote Doflamingo miss such a good opportunity? He directly appointed his trusted subordinate Virgo. It's unclear whether it's a unique attraction between them, but Doflamingo's subordinates are still those from the original work. However, Dracula is not particularly concerned about these matters. He has led a group of people to dive into the seabed and head towards Fishman Island. Due to the high pressure underwater, the Neptune battleship has automatically activated its protective mechanism. Dracula looked at the scene outside the battleship and couldn't help but marvel. After all, this was his first time diving into the sea. The schools of fish swimming in the depths of the ocean formed a beautiful picture. The battleship slowly advanced deeper, and soon they saw an island surrounded by a massive double-layered semicircular membrane shield. Because of the Neptune battleship's robust performance, it directly charged into the interior of the shield. Once Dracula and his group entered, the previous protective mechanism of Neptune immediately disappeared. Although they successfully arrived at Fishman Island, their forceful intrusion alerted the guards on the island. They hurriedly rushed to the spot where the ship had just landed, and some of the fishmen went to report. Dracula, upon seeing this scene, did not act immediately. After all, he was not here for fighting and killing. The fishmen approaching him also did not act rashly, as it required the king's approval. Neptune, who was in the palace, had actually sensed the vibration of the protective shield over Fishman Island long ago. However, he thought it was just the passing of a sea king in the deep sea and did not take it seriously. But soon he changed his mind. The fisherman who had reported earlier had already arrived in front of him, detailing the specific events. After hearing the report, Neptune directly picked up the intricately carved trident placed aside. He then summoned his royal guard and headed towards the scene of the incident. Seeing his urgent demeanor, Odoheim, who had been by his side, also decided to follow him. Initially, Neptune was unwilling, but he couldn't resist her pleading and had to agree. Thus, a large group of people headed towards Dracula. The distance from the palace was not very far, so they quickly saw the intruders. Upon seeing Dracula, Neptune's heart sank. He recognized that this was the perpetrator behind the recent uproar regarding the celestial dragons in the sea. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, how did this killing god end up on Fishman Island? Not someone to be trifled with. Although he thought this in his heart, what came out of his mouth was something entirely different. It is indeed Lord Dracula. What brings you to Fishman Island? Please come to the palace, and we can discuss slowly. As someone who naturally possessed the unique observation hockey, Odoheim certainly heard her husband's thoughts. However, she did not make it known. After all, she had seen the man in front of her in the newspapers. Although Fishman Island was in a semi-closed state, they could still get to know about particularly significant news. When Odoheim used her observation hockey to listen to Dracula's heart, she found that her ability, which was usually infallible, had failed. She stubbornly tried a few more times, but still heard nothing. Thinking of this, she simply gave up and silently stood by her husband's side. As for Odoheim's small actions, Dracula certainly noticed. However, he smiled and did not mind. Most of his thoughts were entangled with the energy of the fallen angel, achieving an effect of isolation. Thus, under Neptune's lead, Dracula and his group entered the palace. However, along the way, they caught the attention of many people on Fishman Island. After all, the last time they saw King Neptune personally welcoming someone was when Pirate King Roger came. Along the way, Dracula also observed the architectural features of Fishman Island. The houses were built from large coral reefs, shells, and other materials. On Fisher Tiger Street, Fisher Tiger also heard the report from his subordinate. Upon learning that the person who came to Fishman Island was Dracula, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Because if it weren't for Dracula, he might still be a slave in Mariejois. Since returning to Fishman Island, he had formed his own pirate crew, most of whom were former fisherman slaves and his previous subordinates. He was eager to meet Dracula, but he knew that now was not a suitable time. He plans to choose to pledge allegiance as a meeting gift after he has achieved some accomplishments. He believes that at that time, it will better reflect his sincerity. He reached out to touch the fallen angel tattoo that had already covered the hoof of the celestial dragon. Then he murmured to himself, "My lord, wait for me. After I have organized the fisherman forces, I will come to find you." However, Dracula was unaware of this matter. He has followed Neptune into the royal palace. Looking at the luxurious banquet hall before him, Dracula took his seat along with everyone else. Then, under Neptune's arrangement, dishes were brought to the dining table one after another. Meanwhile, on the shell stage in the center of the banquet hall, a group of singers was performing. The entire dining process was quite harmonious. As Dracula finished his meal, Neptune could no longer contain himself and asked the question that had been on his mind. "My lord, is there anything I can do for you during your visit to Fishman Island?" Seeing his nervous demeanor, Dracula replied softly, "Don't worry, King Neptune. I come to Fishman Island with no ill intentions. I just want to see the historical texts left in the forest of the sea. We will leave once we have seen them." Hearing this request, Neptune frowned and pondered for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. He thought that since it was just for looking, there shouldn't be any major problems. After all, there were almost no one left who understood the historical text. But what he didn't know was that Dracula, who stood before him, did understand the historical text. After finishing dinner and resting for a moment, Neptune took Dracula and the others to the sea forest. Soon, they arrived at the location. What caught the eye was the beautiful corals everywhere, along with some sunken ships among them. As they walked further inside, they quickly saw the historical text standing there. Since others couldn't understand it, Dracula slowly approached with Robin to observe it up close. As he read line by line, Dracula quickly finished the content of this historical text. Then he couldn't help but sigh. "Joy boy, I really want to meet him. It would be even better if I lived in the same era as him." Hearing this, even Robin beside him couldn't help but nod in agreement. The main content recorded in this historical text was Joy Boy's apology for not fulfilling his promise. And it was certain that he was a human who existed during the blank 100 years period. Dracula shook his head, casting aside the thoughts in his mind. Then he returned to the group with Robin. Seeing Neptune, who had been paying attention to him, Dracula softly smiled and said, "I really appreciate the king for allowing us to view the historical text. Tomorrow, we will leave here and head to the New World." Upon hearing this, Neptune nodded and continued to lead everyone back the way they came. However, he was quite surprised in his heart. He never expected that there were still people who could understand the historical text. Without further conversation, after returning to the palace, Neptune arranged accommodations for them. The next morning, Dracula left the palace with his crew. However, before leaving, he encountered Princess Shirahoshi deep within the palace. The appearance of Princess Shirahoshi was a bright spot for him. She had flowing pink curly hair, and her eyes glimmered with a faint blue light. Her beauty was remarkable, and with her ample bosom and pink fishtail, she was stunning. The only downside was her size, which was quite large. However, Princess Shirahoshi's pure and kind nature made Dracula very fond of her. Therefore, before leaving, Dracula gave her a special card made from fallen angel energy. The front of this card still featured 9 fallen angel patterns, but the back was no longer a number. Instead, it displayed a large sea character. The card's creation also included the affinity ability rewarded by the system previously. When Shirahoshi carried this card, she would become more proficient in her Sea King abilities. She would no longer struggle to control her powers, making it less likely for the Sea Kings in the deep sea to become enraged. For Shirahoshi, Dracula was her first friend besides her family. Therefore, she treasured this card greatly. She solemnly placed it on herself. However, Neptune was unaware of this matter. Soon, Dracula and his crew boarded the Pluto battleship. Watching the departing group, Neptune exhaled deeply. Just as the battleship was about to leave the range of Fishman Island, Dracula's calm voice reached Neptune and Odoheim's ears. Regarding the concept you have always proposed, Princess Odoheim, I agree with you. However, this path is long and arduous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Unfortunately, I cannot become Joy Boy. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Neptune and Odoheim quickly looked up, but there was no trace of them, although they didn't see any figures. Odoheim was deeply shocked by what Dracula had just said. She couldn't believe that this man would say such a thing. Moreover, she detected sincerity in his tone. It wasn't something said casually. Thinking of this, Odoheim became even more resolute in her beliefs. She exchanged glances with Neptune and then led the royal guard behind them away. Beepo commanded the Pluto battleship towards the direction of a new world. The crew on the ship was very much looking forward to their upcoming life, and Dracula was no exception. After all, in the new world, powerful individuals were nearly everywhere. His first step towards becoming a legend would also unfold here. As for Sky Island, it was still in the first half of the Grand Line. Because the magnetic field distribution in the new world was very chaotic, it wasn't suitable for flying to Sky Island. Therefore, Dracula entrusted this island to Caesar to conduct research there. A month passed quickly, under Beepo's command. The Pluto battleship had already reached the latter half of the Grand Line. However, upon arriving in the new world, Dracula was unsure about what to do next. He looked around the surroundings of the Pluto battleship and found nothing but an endless expanse of ocean. Then he softly said, "Beepo, let's find an island to land on. I've had enough of the boring life at sea." Hearing his captain's words, Beepo quickly took out the nautical chart and the eternal pointer. After a moment, Beepo confirmed a direction. He commanded the Pluto battleship to turn left and then proceeded to navigate slowly. Under Beepo's precise guidance, Dracula and the others finally spotted an island. However, the island appeared to be densely forested, looking as if no one lived there at all. Seeing this, Beepo awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect it to look like this, otherwise I would have gone the other way." Dracula stepped forward, patted his shoulder casually, and said, "It's all right. As long as there's an island, that's good enough. Looking at this island, it can't possibly be without some food, right? I'm starving, let's go, brothers." Hearing their leader's words, everyone hurried into the jungle. The beasts in the forest naturally sensed the immense threat posed by them, so they kept fleeing deeper into the woods. Watching the scene unfold, Enel transformed into lightning and charged at them. Those weak beasts were no match for him and were quickly knocked unconscious. Then, he returned to the group with a huge lizard slung over his shoulder, while holding a tiger and a black bear in each hand. Enel swaggered back to the others. With a thud, he dropped all 3 beasts onto the ground. Seeing Enel's swift actions, Dracula couldn't help but smile. He then called everyone to start a fire and prepare to roast meat. The thought of the upcoming roasted meat made everyone swallow their saliva, as they hadn't had freshly roasted meat in a long time. Soon, under everyone's busy efforts, several large bonfires were lit. Beepo stepped forward, skillfully skinning the beasts. The others quickly cut off pieces of meat and began grilling them over the fire. As the meat continued to turn on the bonfire, the aroma became increasingly enticing. Watching the meat gradually cook, Dracula directly grabbed a piece and started eating heartily, not caring about its temperature. After all, this level of heat had no effect on him, as he was a man who had endured Akainu's magma. Seeing their leader devouring the meat, the others didn't hold back either. However, since there was no water available, they soon became quite thirsty as they ate. Noticing this, Dracula pulled out many jars of wine from the dimensional space. Immediately, with the addition of wine, the atmosphere became much livelier. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Dracula's ears perked up as he heard a rustling sound. Before he could think of the reason, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Ha ha ha, do I smell something? Wine, it's wine. Someone must be having a feast here. Come on, let's join in. Hearing the voice, the group put down their food and assumed a defensive posture. Soon, the speaker came into their view. It was a man wearing a straw hat and had a head full of red hair. He had 3 scars on his left eye, wore a white shirt with only half of the buttons fastened, and was in flip-flops with a sword loosely tucked at his waist. Upon seeing him, everyone felt a sense of generosity and boldness that was unique and not commonly found in others. Of course, Dracula had also noticed the man's appearance early on. He recognized at a glance that the red-haired man was Shanks. After finishing his conversation with the crew behind him, Shanks looked ahead and also noticed the people in front of him, especially Dracula, who was sitting in the center and eating roasted meat. Upon seeing him, Shanks immediately laughed heartily and said, "Haha, it's been a long time, fallen angel Dracula. I didn't expect to run into you here. This must be fate. How about we share a meal together?" Hearing his friendly words, Dracula didn't mind and directly patted the seat beside him. Seeing this gesture, Shanks knew his request had been accepted. He then walked over and sat down next to Dracula, while also calling out to his companions behind him, guys, the feast has started." Noticing that their boss had no intention of stopping them, Enel and the others also relaxed their guard and placed some meat in front of them. As time passed, the atmosphere of the meal became more and more lively. Enel even started to compete in drinking capacity with Rakairu. Seeing their antics, Dracula took out more wine jars from the dimensional space, looking like he was enjoying the show. After all, Dracula was also thoroughly enjoying the relaxed feeling of the moment. He glanced at Shanks, who was already covered in grease from eating, and raised the wine jar in his hand. Noticing Dracula's movement, Shanks quickly put down his food. Then he picked up a nearby wine jar and smashed it hard against Dracula's. After that, he began to gulp down the wine. Seeing him drink so heartily, Dracula showed no hesitation and quickly finished the wine in his own jar. In this atmosphere, the sky gradually darkened. After eating his fill, Dracula looked around and noticed that most people were already drunk, and even that guy Beepo had started to mumble in his sleep. Realizing this, Dracula smiled faintly. After all, he had wanted to see this scene for a long time, but never had the opportunity. Beside him, Shanks, while drinking, sighed and said, "I haven't felt this kind of atmosphere in a long time. Ever since Captain Roger left, I haven't had such a carefree drink." Hearing his words, Dracula casually replied, "Isn't it better to witness the birth of legends with me, rather than sticking to your unknown future plans?" Shanks nodded at first, then shook his head. "Ha ha, although I'm tempted, since I've already gotten involved, it wouldn't be right to leave easily. Otherwise, I would be betraying Captain Roger's trust in me. However, if you want to find some help, I can recommend someone who isn't in the game." Hearing Shanks' words, Dracula became very interested in the person he was recommending. Just as he was about to ask who it was, Shanks spoke up first. "It's my friend Buggy, though his personality might be a bit quirky." Upon hearing this name, Dracula understood why he wasn't involved. Because Buggy's incredible luck is no joke. Thinking of this, Dracula nodded lightly and said, "All right, if I see him, I'll consider it." Then the two fell silent, quietly gazing at the distant scenery. The evening breeze gently brushed past them, slightly tousling their hair. After a while in this atmosphere, it was Shanks who broke the silence first. He looked at his drunken crew members and smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth. "How about we take this opportunity to spar a bit tonight? After all, we have nothing else to do." Upon hearing his words, Dracula nodded gently and then said, "Let's go to the small grove on the other side. The environment there is particularly secluded, so it won't disturb anyone's rest." After saying this, Dracula led the way, walking deeper into the jungle. Shanks followed behind him with a relaxed stride. Soon, they arrived at the other side of the island's forest. Looking at the surroundings, Shanks scratched his head and casually said, "It really is a good environment. Let's get started. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest." He then unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, a terrifying aura swept around them. Since Dracula was the closest, he felt the overwhelming pressure even more. However, this did not have a serious effect on Dracula. He also released his conqueror's haki. The two completely different haki soon collided with each other. The will conveyed by Shanks' haki was freedom, while the will conveyed by Dracula's haki was darkness and brutality. When they collided, the sky seemed to crack open. Layers of gas storms swirled around the two of them. Shanks was not surprised at all to see that Dracula could withstand his haki. After all, this was something he had anticipated. He then said with a serious expression, "Dracula, let's spar a bit with our swordsmanship. My sword is called Griffin. It has accompanied me through countless battles, so be careful." Upon hearing this, Dracula nodded gently and then said flatly, I accept this spar. Let's see whose sword is the strongest. I only have one sword technique, so let's use this technique to determine the winner. After saying this, Dracula slowly retracted the previous aura, and his demeanor became somewhat subdued. However, Shanks did not dare to relax in the slightest. He knew that Dracula's sword technique gathered all of his spirit and energy into the sword that had yet to be drawn. He silently adjusted his own state and prepared his strongest sword technique. Dracula slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the demon sword Muramesa at his waist. Then, he slightly bent his body and fused his three-color haki into the demon's sword. With a loud roar, Dracula drew the demon sword from his hand. One sword style rapid draw slash. Although the speed of the sword technique was extremely fast, it was still sensed by Shanks. At the same moment Dracula unleashed his sword technique, Shanks also swung his strongest sword. Ultimate technique, void slash. Subsequently, the two attacks collided, forcing them both to retreat. The residual force of the attacks shattered everything around them. However, the result of this match was clear. Blood dripped from Shanks' arm, while Dracula, on the other hand, was only slightly torn in his clothes and was unharmed. After both had achieved the results they wanted, they directly gave up on further attacks. They lay down together, looking at the moon in the sky. As they gazed, Shanks couldn't help but sigh. You really are strong. I didn't expect to lose to your swordsmanship. Hearing his words, Dracula's mouth curled into a slight smile, and he calmly replied, Of course, remember that it was my weapon, the demon blade Muramesa, that defeated you. Shanks beside him nodded heavily, indicating that he remembered. After that, the two of them lay there and fell into a deep sleep. After all, in addition to the physical exertion from their earlier sparring, they had also been drinking, and the effects were starting to kick in. They also had no intention of going back, so they just lay here to rest. During this night, everyone had a very comfortable time, as they hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. However, when they got up, they found that their respective captains were no longer here. Upon discovering this situation, everyone didn't pay much attention and continued doing their own things. Meanwhile, Dracula and Shanks, who had slept on the ground yesterday, were still sound asleep. But soon, Dracula felt a heaviness on his body while he was sleeping. He opened his eyes and found that Shanks had placed his feet on him. Upon seeing this, Dracula was filled with black lines on his forehead and immediately sat up from the ground. As he got up, Shanks also sensed something unusual and hastily got up, ending his nap. Looking at Dracula in front of him, Shanks greeted him with sleepy eyes. Well, good morning, Dracula. Hearing this, Dracula gently nodded and then said, Let's go. It's time to head back. Otherwise, they will come looking for us. Then, Dracula started walking back. Meanwhile, Shanks, still yawning, quickly followed behind and said listlessly, You were really impressive yesterday. I'm still tired from it now. I didn't expect that just our aftermath would cause such a mess there. Upon hearing his words, Dracula couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He knew Shanks was right, but he still felt something was off. Soon, he stopped thinking about it and continued leading the way. After a moment, they returned to the place where they had drunk yesterday. Seeing the crew members who were already up, Dracula didn't say much. He just nodded as a greeting. After resting for a while, everyone planned to leave. After all, they had initially landed on this island just to take a break. Now that they were well fed and satisfied, Dracula and Shanks were ready to take their respective crews and leave. Soon, they arrived at the seaside of the island. Looking at the Red Force docked by the shore, Dracula nodded slightly. He had to admit that it was a fine ship. However, Shanks looked at Dracula with confusion because he did not see their ship. Thinking of this, he immediately asked, Dracula, didn't you come here by ship? Upon hearing his words, Dracula shook his head and then waved his hand behind him. Seeing their boss's gesture, Beppo behind him understood what he meant by the wave. He walked directly out from behind and arrived at the coastline. He held his hands in a triangular shape and pushed them forward to his chest. Soon, a strange spatial fluctuation emerged between his hands. Before long, the Pluto warship abruptly appeared on the sea in front of everyone. This scene immediately caught the attention of the red-haired pirates. After all, this kind of ability was clearly a rare spatial fruit ability. However, they quickly relaxed, as anything could appear on the sea. In fact, they hadn't noticed that when Dracula took out the wine jar yesterday, he also used this ability. Perhaps it was because they were too focused on eating and drinking. When the warship appeared, Shanks' pupils slightly constricted. Although he was also surprised by this ability, it was evident that he was even more shocked by the appearance of the warship. He recognized it at a glance. This was the ancient weapon, the King of Hell. Moreover, this was a brand new King of Hell battleship. Perhaps sensing Shanks' shock, Dracula softly said, This is a King of Hell battleship that we requested Master Shipwrecked Tom to build from scratch. You should feel my determination, right? This is just a small gift I prepared for them. There will be more surprises waiting for those people in the future, enough to keep them busy." Hearing his words, Shanks nodded in agreement. After all, even the ancient weapon, the King of Hell, had been brought out. This was quite a pressure for the world government, as he knew they had been searching for the King of Hell left by history and had spent a lot of manpower and resources on it. Unfortunately, the remaining King of Hell battleship had been hidden away by them. Thinking of this, he felt that life on the sea would become even more interesting in the future. Shanks then stepped onto his ship, gently waved goodbye to Dracula behind him, and his voice followed. "See you later, Dracula. Guys, our journey is about to begin again. Next, let us conquer the New World." At his command, the Red Force slowly sailed away from the coastline of the island. Once they completely disappeared from sight, Dracula also stepped onto his King of Hell battleship. Then, Beepo directed the battleship towards another island. The two groups were heading in completely opposite directions. And as for when they would meet again, that would depend on fate. Dracula lay quietly in his rocking chair, sipping tea. Life on the deck had returned to its usual boredom. However, Dracula occasionally pointed out some training issues to Wine. After all, her retrogression fruit was a very powerful fruit, which might have a significant impact in the future. Meanwhile, the Navy executing the pirate cleanup plan across the seas had successfully arrived at the Navy headquarters, Marineford. But when they disembarked, they expected to receive applause and cheers from most of the soldiers. However, reality gave them a harsh slap in the face. They thought the plan had been successfully executed, which was certainly a good thing. However, what they didn't expect was that they had been robbed. Although they had recruited many new naval soldiers into the army, the elite Navy personnel already trained at the naval headquarters had become quite dispirited. These returning naval generals felt that their efforts seemed to have gone to waste, especially after learning the truth from Sengoku, which made them even more frustrated. However, when it came to the fallen angel Dracula, they found themselves without any means to take action. Therefore, regarding the morale issue at the naval headquarters, Sengoku convened another naval meeting. As time passed, all the naval generals had gathered in the meeting room. This time, Sengoku was not the one to host the meeting. Troubled by various matters, his thoughts were no longer as sharp as before. Thus, he made an adjustment to the person who would host the meeting. That person was the chief of staff, Tsuru. She had returned earlier than these generals due to her previous failure in capturing Don Quixote Doflamingo. And so, she was also the first to understand the cause and effect of the situation. Since the day she returned, Chief of Staff Tsuru had been constantly thinking about this matter, and recently she finally had some clues. He looked at the troubled faces of the naval commanders and couldn't help but speak sternly. "Don't be so pessimistic. There is still a chance to remedy this situation. Moreover, our plan to clear the pirates across the seas has been implemented very smoothly, and we have recruited many fresh blood as a result. Each of you present has made significant contributions. As for the solution, it's simple yet complicated. I need you to personally lead these soldiers to various locations to capture the pirates and help them regain their confidence." Hearing such a simple solution, a small number of naval commanders showed hesitant expressions, as they felt this approach might not be very effective. Advisor he stood at the front, taking in the expressions of everyone below. Seeing their reactions, Advisor he spoke again. "It's not just about capturing pirates so easily. I need you to specifically target areas where civilians have been severely persecuted. When you carry out the arrests, then, it will easily reinforce their belief in the justice of the Navy." After hearing Advisor He's explanation, the previously doubtful naval commanders nodded gently. They had fully understood this approach. Next, they would use the tragic experiences of the civilians to help them reaffirm their beliefs. Thinking of this, the naval commanders below replied in unison. "We guarantee to complete the mission, Advisor He." Seeing the response of the naval commanders, Advisor He nodded in satisfaction. With the purpose of the meeting accomplished, Sengoku announced its dissolution. Subsequently, these naval commanders left in groups. With a solution in hand, their mood lightened from the earlier heaviness. Each person displayed a genuine smile. Meanwhile, Akiji, who had been sitting in the conference room, was contemplating what he had heard from his subordinates. He pulled the eye mask from his head down over his eyes and murmured, "Are there really more civilians helped by the Navy than those killed by the celestial dragons? It has seemed that way." However, as he sensed the fallen angel card within the eye mask, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then pushed this thought aside and lay down on the bench in the conference room, falling asleep. He had already delegated the task of choosing a special location to someone else. With this time, he might as well get some more sleep. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers cleaning up the conference room noticed Admiral Akiji sleeping there. They unconsciously eased their movements and then left early. By the time Akiji woke up again, it was already afternoon. He stretched lazily, then placed the eye mask on his head and slowly got up from his seat. Just as he returned to his office, his aide knocked on the door and walked in. He then reported directly, "Admiral Akiji, we have finalized the location for the pirate capture tomorrow." Upon hearing the confirmed location, Akiji nodded slightly. Then, casually, he said, "Since it's been decided, just let me know when we're leaving tomorrow." After receiving the Admiral's response, the aide did not linger any longer. He still has a lot of work to do. After all, dealing with a general who likes to sleep means there's quite a bit for him to handle. Early the next morning, the adjutant woke up the still sleeping Admiral Akiji. Akiji, just awakened, was still in a dazed state. However, he still made his way to the port of the Navy headquarters. Looking at the well-prepared Navy soldiers, Akiji did not hesitate much. He directly boarded the Navy warship. As for the bicycle he usually used for travel, he left it in the storage room of the warship. If he could reach his destination without exerting himself, he was more than willing to give up the bicycle. The adjutant sighed softly as he watched Akiji once again lying on the deck chair. Then, he shouted to the sailors on the ship, "Brothers, set sail, destination Dressrosa. This time, we will face the most vicious pirates." However, awkwardly, their responses were not very confident. Seeing this, the adjutant did not say much more. After all, their purpose for this mission was to help them regain their confidence and reaffirm their sense of justice. If they were to realize that the justice in their leader Admiral Akiji's heart was already wavering, they wouldn't know what to think. Unfortunately, lying in the deck chair, Admiral Akiji showed no signs of anything unusual. He was still as lazy as ever. Just like that, the Navy warships led by Admiral Akiji sailed towards Dressrosa. What they didn't know was that the destination of the Pluton battleship's voyage was indeed Dressrosa. Considering the sailing distance and time, it was possible that the two groups could really encounter each other. As for the other Navy generals, they had chosen different locations. However, they were all heading to every suitable spot on the sea. Since the elite Navy personnel stationed at the Navy headquarters had been taken away, the soldiers currently stationed were all newly recruited. Most of them were civilians, and their strength could almost be said to be non-existent. But with no one else available in the Navy, this was the only option they had. In his office, Sengoku frowned as he watched the new Navy recruits training outside. Seeing their weak physical foundation and their combat abilities that were even below the average person, Sengoku felt even more troubled. Although he was happy about the fresh blood joining the Navy, there were hardly any capable individuals among them. Sengoku understood that this was the current state of the sea. After all, any civilian with even a little strength chose to go out to sea and become a pirate. Almost no one would choose to join the Navy. This was because of the words spoken by Pirate King Roger at his execution, which had spread to every corner of the sea. They all set sail on the sea with the mindset that finding his treasure would make them rich. As for Zephyr, who was beside warring states, seeing his old friend state, he also had no good solutions. After all, he was not known for his wisdom either. His gaze shifted, continuously scanning the new Navy recruits below. Soon, he identified a few with the best potential among them. Zephyr then said flatly, "I'll take a few of them from here to help you cultivate some usable talents." Upon hearing his words, Sengoku nodded in agreement. He had great confidence in Zephyr's teaching abilities. After finalizing this matter, Zephyr walked directly out of Sengoku's office. He slowly stepped down to the place where the crowd was practicing. Upon seeing Zephyr's arrival, the naval general who was training immediately organized the ranks and quickly ran to Zephyr, whispering, "Teacher Zephyr, may I ask for your instructions?" Hearing his words, Zephyr first patted his shoulder and then said, "You did very well. I have nothing to criticize. But you should be aware of the current situation within the Navy. Therefore, I need to select a few individuals to personally teach them so they can grow quickly and take on important responsibilities." The naval general nodded in understanding. He was very familiar with the current situation of the Navy. Moreover, as a disciple trained by Zephyr, he greatly admired Zephyr's teaching abilities. Therefore, when he heard that Teacher Zephyr wanted to personally select people for instruction, he did not object. The group of naval recruits who were listening to their conversation suddenly became excited. They had heard of Zephyr's great name more than once. Now, hearing that he was going to personally select a few for guidance, the recruits' eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Each of them raised their heads high and puffed out their chests, looking very confident in themselves. Zephyr, seeing this scene, did not pay much attention. He directly reached out and selected the 10 people he had valued early on. When the selected 10 were revealed and saw that they were not among them, most of the new Navy recruits immediately became dejected. However, a few of the new recruits had faces full of defiance. They didn't think they should be eliminated, but given Zephyr's status, they didn't dare to refute him to his face. Zephyr took note of everyone's expressions, but he didn't say much. After all, throughout his life, Zephyr felt no need to explain himself to them. With that, Zephyr took the 10 chosen individuals directly to his specially designed training facility. Meanwhile, the naval officers, watching him leave, continued to organize their own teams. They then resumed the training that had been interrupted earlier. The Navy recruits, seeing the departing figures, showed expressions of envy. As for the 10 individuals following Zephyr, their expressions varied, but none of them spoke up. In silence, Zephyr led them into a training facility. He then stopped, turned around, and looked at the 10 individuals before him. After a brief scan, he said with a serious expression, "I will be your teacher from now on. Remember my name, Zephyr. You will undergo a period of intense training under me, and what you practiced before was just a light drizzle. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, step forward." Zephyr's serious voice echoed in the empty training hall. After a moment, he noticed that no one stepped forward to choose to withdraw. He nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Not bad. There's actually no one who chose to back down. As future comrades, let us introduce ourselves first." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, the 10 people looked at each other. They then decided to introduce themselves from left to right. The first to introduce himself was a man with short silver hair and windproof glasses around his neck. He said arrogantly, "My name is Smoker. I am a natural type smoke fruit user. I hope you want to hold me back in future training." Next came the second person. She had long pink hair and looked refreshing and bold. She gently said, "I'm very happy to be chosen by Lord Zephyr. My name is Hinata, and I am a user of the barrier fruit. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Thus, the selected individuals took turns introducing themselves. As time went by, finally only one person was left. He had lightning-shaped sideburns on both sides of his face, and there were remnants of leftover food stuck to his face. He touched the bamboo at his waist and said expressionlessly, "Please call me Mr. Virgo." After saying this, he closed his mouth. It seemed he had no intention of saying anything more. He was sent to the Navy headquarters as an undercover agent through the operations of his boss, Don Quixote Doflamingo. He never expected to be noticed by Zephyr. However, he believed that by the time he graduated from Zephyr, he would definitely become a trusted commander of the Navy headquarters. By then, his undercover plan would be even more successful. With this thought, he calmed his mind. But deep down, Virgo was constantly performing self-hypnosis, repeating to himself, "I am a Navy, I am a Navy, I am a Navy." However, no one knew what he was really thinking. They all assumed that Virgo's personality was just like this, so no one paid attention to him. Zephyr, who had been listening to their self-introductions, had already memorized their names. Looking at the diverse personalities before him, Zephyr didn't mind. After all, he had taught students with all kinds of strange personalities before. Moreover, he could clearly sense that these 10 individuals possessed immense potential, something the remaining new recruits did not have. Zephyr simply clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Then, he directly took out 10 heavy-weighted suits from behind him and threw them in front of them. As the weights made contact with the ground, a slight tremor occurred, even stirring up the dust on the ground. Seeing the exaggerated weight, Hinai couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, no way, these weights are so heavy." Hinai suddenly lost her motivation to work hard. Hearing her voice, Zephyr explained, "Given that you already have some foundational strength, I have increased the training intensity. Only in this way can you quickly improve your strength and take on the responsibilities of the Navy. Enough with the nonsense, put them on. We need to start the next training session." Without any hesitation, Virgo stepped forward, picked up a weighted suit, and put it on. Immediately, he felt a terrifying pressure on his body. Yet even so, his expression remained unchanged, as always emotionless. Seeing that Virgo had quickly donned the weighted suit, the other 9 exchanged glances and then stepped forward to put on their own suits. Zephyr looked at Virgo, who had taken the lead, and nodded in satisfaction, silently raising his evaluation of him. Then Zephyr spoke up. "These weighted suits are not to be taken off unless under special circumstances. The first training you will do is physical conditioning. Keep up with my pace. We will run 10 laps around the Navy headquarters." Thus, the 10 of them trudged forward with heavy steps, struggling to run laps around the Navy headquarters. Zephyr only led them for a short distance before stopping and watching from a distance. By the time they reached the 8th lap, they were already exhausted, barely able to speak. However, without Zephyr's permission, they didn't dare to stop and continued to grit their teeth and endure. As for the previously eliminated soldiers, they had long since disbanded and were resting. Watching the 10 of them in such a sorry state, the eliminated soldiers suddenly felt no envy. They even stood by gloating, quietly watching them run. And at some point, Sengoku had already come to Zephyr's side. He looked at the 10 people in the distance who were revealing deep exhaustion and softly asked, "Can they really withstand this intense training?" Upon hearing this, Zephyr crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Only by working this hard can they become a fresh stream in the new blood of the Navy. This stream is exactly what the current Navy lacks the most. Only if they can bear this heavy responsibility will our Navy have a chance to return to its former glory." When these words reached Sengoku's ears, he couldn't help but remain silent. After a moment, he sighed deeply and slowly said, "I hope they can endure." Thus, for a long time to come, they spent their days in training. Meanwhile, under Beppo's command, the battleship Hades successfully arrived at Dressrosa. After Dracula led everyone off the ship, they headed toward the interior of the island. However, as they passed through, Dracula took a quick look around at the surrounding environment. He discovered that there were a large number of mushroom-shaped rocks along the nearby coastline, and the island was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Dracula quite liked the environment here. When they walked onto the streets inside Dressrosa, they found it to be very lively. Dracula's cold and stern appearance quickly attracted the attention of many people. This unique aura made some fair-skinned, beautiful young women unable to resist feeling aroused. In this passionate and exuberant country, they did not hide their desires at all. Some of the young women even boldly approached to strike up a conversation, showing no fear of them. However, these people were pushed back. It was not Annalou and the others who took action, but Robin, who had been following him the whole time. After driving those people away, Robin returned to Dracula's side. Meanwhile, Reiju and Ein, who had been in the middle of the group, also came to Dracula's side, holding hands. Seeing their actions, Dracula paid no mind and simply nodded with a smile. After all, he wasn't interested in the women here. After a brief stroll, Dracula led the group to stop in front of a building. Everyone looked up and saw a large sign that read Bullfighting Arena. As a landmark of Dressrosa, Dracula certainly knew about this place. Moreover, he was somewhat looking forward to the competitions inside. After all, he was tired of the boring life at sea and hoped to find some relaxation here. He led the crowd behind him towards the inside, but was stopped by the guards at the entrance. The guards arrogantly said, "Are you here to compete or to watch? If you're competing, the contestants' passage is not here. If you're watching, please pay the corresponding fee." Seeing their arrogant demeanor, the hot-tempered Ainaloo couldn't hold back any longer. However, without his boss's orders, he wouldn't act recklessly. Sensing Ainaloo's fidgeting behind him, Dracula curved his lips into a slight smile and waved his hand directly. Seeing this gesture, Ainaloo immediately understood what it meant. He directly used a lightning package, frying them instantly. Looking at the two corpses lying on the ground, Dracula didn't take it seriously and simply stepped inside. The group of people behind him quickly followed their leader's pace. When they completely disappeared into the passage, two more people walked over from the other side. These two kicked the two corpses hard and spat on them, and they started chatting right there. They deserved to die, acting all arrogant with their noses in the air. So from now on, this will be the place where my brother and I stand guard. Hearing his words, the person beside him nodded in agreement and said, "However, we still need to be cautious from now on. We shouldn't end up like them and lose our lives." After their casual conversation, the two stood straight at the entrance of the bullfighting arena. Their expressions were solemn and serious, but there was not a hint of arrogance. This was the rule established by the bullfighting arena. Since the day they became guards, their lives and deaths were no longer in their own hands. There was also an unspoken rule here. As long as one could kill the guard at the entrance, they could enter without paying any price. Moreover, after the incident, no one would be held accountable. Dracula led the group, and soon they walked out of the long corridor. What came into view was a gigantic ring. Surrounding it were tiered seats, almost all occupied by people who were enthusiastically cheering for the ongoing duel. Number two, kill your opponent. I placed a huge bet on you. Useless. Fight back. Hurry up and fight back. Don't let me lose money. Listening to the constant noise around him, Dracula didn't mind much. He led the crowd to find seats in the corner. Once seated, Dracula quietly watched the ongoing duel. Although their strength was quite weak, he was still somewhat interested in the fistfights. As time passed, the two fighters in the arena gradually fell into a stalemate. In the end, it resulted in both of their deaths. Seeing this outcome, Dracula shook his head slightly, waiting for the next duel. After all, he had come all this way, so he wanted to make the most of it. During the waiting period, the spectators in the seats began to shout, "No, I can't accept this outcome. He made me lose 200,000 burley. Damn it, what are your burley worth? I've already lost my underwear." The spectators expressed their dissatisfaction, but received no response. The organizers showed no concern for them at all. They even dragged those who had lost everything out. The person who had already lost even his underwear was pulled away by the guards, completely stripped. However, For him, in his rage of losing, he didn't care about the shame of being naked. Instead, he shouted, "No, don't pull me. I still have something to wager. I want to bet my big bird with you. This is my last capital. Please accept my request." His voice echoed continuously above the arena. Even the previously noisy spectators were left speechless in shock. This bet was something they had never heard of before. After a brief moment of silence, the spectators began the next round of betting. After all, there were all kinds of oddities here, and they quickly came to terms with it. The organizers looked at the man who was already completely naked and nodded in agreement to his bet. Thus, the two sides preparing for the duel made their entrance once again, and the host hurriedly introduced them. One was a long-legged competitor who had never lost, and the other was Cyrus, who had maintained a 100-win record. Who would be the stronger one and emerge victorious this time? Let's stay tuned. With a surge of excitement, the atmosphere in the bullfighting arena began to rise. The long-legged competitor walked in, his body muscular and tall. He wore a pair of boxing gloves on his hands, always bouncing as he walked, occasionally saying his catchphrase whoosh. Seeing him like this, the spectators couldn't help but shout loudly, "Shogo! Shogo! Kill your opponent! You're the strongest! Noribates!" Hearing the voices in his ears, Shogo smirked slightly and arrogantly looked at the shorter Cyrus in front of him, as if victory was already in his pocket, and he didn't regard his opponent at all. On the other side, Cyrus appeared, his head full of black curls, exuding a serious and earnest vibe. Although his physique was also robust, the height difference diminished his momentum somewhat. However, even so, cheers belonging to him could be heard in his ears. "Cyrus! Cyrus! Win, win, win! The opponent is trash. You must win. I put my bets on you." Cyrus stroked the long sword at his waist. Listening to the voices of the spectators, his mood gradually calmed. No matter who the opponent was, he had an unwavering belief in victory. As both sides adjusted their states, the host immediately announced, "I declare that this duel officially begins. Victory will only be determined when one side is completely down, and the loser must accept the outcome of death." The host's words echoed above the empty arena. Upon hearing that the duel had begun, both Shogo and Cyrus moved. Their speed was so fast that an ordinary person could barely see their figures, like a breeze passing by. However, to Dracula and the others, this speed could only be considered average. Seeing this, Dracula nodded slightly and casually said, "I didn't expect there would be such skilled competitors in this arena. It seems this confrontation will be more interesting." Upon hearing their leader's words, Enel, Beepo, and the others nodded in agreement. After saying a simple sentence, Dracula continued to watch the battle in the arena. The two who had just started running had already collided with each other. However, neither caused any damage to the other. Clearly, their probing attacks had not been effective. Shogo jumped a few times in place, then positioned his left foot in front and his right foot behind. With his gloved fists, one was held beside his left cheek, while the other moved a few times toward the opponent, Cyrus. His expression remained as arrogant as before, showing no signs of change. Even though his probing attack had not worked, he still believed that his strength was superior to that of the swordsman opposite him. With this thought, he decided not to hesitate any longer. Since arriving at the bullfighting arena, he had never lost, so he certainly had some skills. He slowly began to channel his armed haki, gathering it in his hands. Suddenly, Shogo's gloves were covered in armed haki. From a distance, the gloves gleamed with a metallic sheen, appearing quite extraordinary. However, due to the lack of solid strength, Shogo could only maintain this coverage for a short time. But the spectators were unaware of this situation. They only remember that whenever Shogo used this ability, his opponents would soon die. Therefore, no one knew about his shortcoming. Seeing Shogo use this ability, the spectators who had placed heavy bets on him immediately began to discuss. "Ha ha ha, this is a sure win. This is definitely going to win money. It's actually Shogo's signature move, the Iron Fist. It's over, I've lost again, my big bird." Observing the changes among the crowd in the stands, Shogo disdainfully glanced at the still calm Cyrus in front of him. When he used this ultimate skill, he believed he was already the victor. After all, the method of mastering armament haki was a secret technique he had picked up on the wreckage of a warship years ago. He didn't believe that the man in front of him could withstand his punch. He had even thought about how he should pose to celebrate when he won. Victory seemed within reach, and Shogo mocked. "Haven't you ever seen a sandbag as big as my fist, shining with a metallic luster? One punch, and your life is over, kid. If you kneel and call me grandpa, I'll let you go." Looking at the still unresponsive Cyrus across from him, Shogo was very angry. But he knew he couldn't waste any more time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He jumped directly towards Cyrus with his exceptionally long legs. Seeing the charging figure, Cyrus showed no sign of fear. He has recognized that the ability used by Shogo is armament hockey. This is an ability he saw by chance while flipping through ancient books. Moreover, he has already mastered a bit of the technique. He covered the faint armament hockey he has mastered over the great sword at his waist. He drew the great sword from his waist, gripping it tightly with both hands, and aimed the sword at the rushing opponent. At that moment, all his strength gathered and concentrated on this one strike. Seeing Cyrus's stance, the spectators who had placed heavy bets on him were instantly thrilled. Finally, he was showing his true skill. That opponent was definitely no match for him. Yes, that's right. Defeat him with the Thunder Destruction Sword. Ahaha, my big bird will be saved, and I can even break even. Thank you to your dear mother. The discussions from the stands had no effect on Cyrus, not distracting him in the slightest. He remained focused on the repairman in front of him, ready to attack. Soon, the two prepared their strongest strikes and collided with each other. The metallic-glossed gauntlets and greatsword ground against each other fiercely, showing no intention of backing down. Their attack raised the dust on the ground, blocking the view of the spectators. Taking this opportunity, the host enthusiastically said, which is stronger, Shogo's Iron Fist, or Cyrus's Thunder Destruction Sword? We will find out soon. Hearing her voice, the spectators quieted down, waiting patiently for the result. As the dust gradually settled, the figures of both individuals became visible. However, one was standing while the other was kneeling. The kneeling figure was Shogo. He looked at his bloodied fists in disbelief. In the previous battle, his gloves had been torn apart, directly injuring his hands. This outcome was something he could not accept. He murmured to himself, "No, it's impossible. It must be fake. How could I possibly lose? I am clearly the strongest cultivator. All right, all of this must be fake. I must still be in an illusion." Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at the unchanged face of Cyrus in front of him, shouting, "Quick, kill me." Only then can it be proven that all of this is fake. Upon hearing his words, Cyrus showed no hesitation at all. He directly swung the large sword in his hand towards the kneeling opponent, and instantly, blood sprayed as a massive head flew into the distance. At that moment, the opponent, feeling the life ebbing away, opened and closed his mouth, finally uttering a sentence. "So, I really have lost." Seeing their duel come to an end, the host quickly announced, "The outcome of this duel is evident. The victor is the swordsman Cyrus. Now, let us cheer to our heart's content. I declare this bullfighting arena match to be over, and I look forward to our next encounter." Although the match had ended, the anger of the spectators had not subsided at all. The death of the opponent had cost many people a significant amount of money. Looking at the chaotic arena, Dracula stood up and walked out. Since there was no longer any excitement to be seen, he had no intention of staying longer. Aniru and the others, seeing their boss had left, quickly followed suit. The two guards who had just been replaced watched as Dracula and the others walked out from inside. They quickly lowered their posture and respectfully saw off Dracula and the others. Noticing that two new guards had been assigned at the entrance, Dracula paid no mind and continued to walk forward. After a simple glance around, he discovered a bustling restaurant. Just as they were heading to the restaurant for a meal, another guest arrived at the port of Dressrosa. However, this was an unwelcome guest. A ship flying the pirate flag slowly sailed into the harbor. Initially, the nearby civilians didn't pay much attention, but soon they became terrified. A tall and robust figure stepped down from the pirate ship. He wore a horned hat on his head, but one of the horns was broken. His beard was very bushy, and there was a scar above his left eye. Looking at the civilians in front of him, who seemed to have no fear, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He said lightly, "Lads, let us slaughter this island. Ha ha, everything we grab is yours. Whether it's treasure or women, don't let a single person go." Upon hearing their captain's words, the pirates on the ship let out a gasp. "Haha, understood, Captain Vault. We will leave no grass growing here," making the foolish civilians understand the terror of the Vault pirates. After saying this, they looked at the civilians before them with gleaming eyes. Then they charged forward in a frenzy, slaughtering the civilians who were watching at the harbor, leaving no one alive. Watching the bloody scene before him, Vald felt no discomfort. Instead, he burst into laughter. "Ha, let us go, lads. There are better things waiting for us inside." Hearing their captain's words, they immediately abandoned the few remaining prey and headed steadily towards the interior of the island. After all, those are just a few stragglers, not worth much at all. Meanwhile, the lucky civilians who survived immediately ran frantically towards the streets. They had been completely consumed by fear, trembling all over. The only thing that can bring them a little comfort is to not look back and keep running forward. That way, they won't see the great terror behind them. They constantly comforted themselves in their hearts. As long as they did not face their fears, the fears would not face them. Seeing the panicked state of these civilians, the members of the ward pirates burst into laughter. They were still walking at their own pace, slowly trailing behind them. It seemed like they were just playing with these civilians. Meanwhile, the fleeing civilians quickly reached the most luxurious streets deep within the island. Their strange behavior quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the street. One tall, middle-aged man among them grabbed a running young boy. Then he curiously asked, "Young man, what happened? Why are you running so desperately?" Suddenly stopped, the fleeing boy became extremely angry. He was just about to turn around and curse. But when he turned to look, he found it was a burly man who was more than 10 times stronger than him. He silently swallowed his saliva. The words that had just reached his lips were swallowed down. Then, in fear, he said, "Pirates, there are pirates. They have already killed many people and are coming this way." After saying this, the frail boy suddenly broke free from the man's hand and ran for his life. Upon hearing what the boy said, the people around him were quite dismissive, because the pirates who had come to Dressrosa numbered at least 100, but each time, nothing ever happened to them. Fortunately, they didn't take this matter to heart and instead went about their own business. They believed that even if pirates really do kill, they would at most only kill the people around the port. They didn't believe that the pirates who came this time dared to kill them all. Meanwhile, the members of the ward pirates, who had been slowly trailing behind, had already arrived at the starting point of the bustling street. They looked at the civilians in front of them, who showed no signs of panic, and immediately felt a bit dissatisfied, because the fear and pleas for mercy they had imagined did not appear. Seeing this, Wald directly waved his hand to his subordinates and shouted, "These worthless civilians actually don't take us seriously. It's infuriating. Boys, charge. I want their blood to stain the entire street. Let the celebration of the Wald pirate crew begin." Hearing their captain's words, the crew immediately became excited, drawing their weapons and approaching the civilians menacingly. At first, the civilians did not pay much attention to the threatening pirates. But when they saw the first person being killed, they finally began to feel fear. The scene instantly became chaotic, and large numbers of civilians started to flee into the distance. Observing this scene, Wald nodded in satisfaction and coldly said, "Now this is the normal reaction." And so, the members of the Wald pirate crew began to reap their lives, while these civilians had no ability to resist at all. Their frail bodies could not withstand the butcher's knife of the pirates. Only those who could run fast managed to barely escape from these people's blades. Even when some civilians knelt down and begged for mercy, it was of no use. The pirates had no intention of sparing anyone. Anyone who appeared before them met their end under the blade. At this moment, people recalled the words of the person who had just escaped. Thinking of this, an endless sense of regret filled their hearts. But it was all too late. They could only go to hell with their unwillingness. As more and more corpses lay down, the entire street was stained red with blood. The pungent smell of blood continuously washed over everyone's taste buds. Yet, they felt no discomfort. Instead, they were fully immersed in enjoying this atmosphere. After a moment of feeling this, Wald shouted again, "Little ones, this island has more than just this street. Let us continue and start the carnival of the Wald pirates." Upon hearing their captain's words, they immediately raised their bloodied weapons and excitedly said, "Ha ha, that's right, Captain Wald. Let's start the carnival again. Let the blood of the people on this island forge our bloody reputation." Then they all turned and walked towards another location. Meanwhile, Dracula, who was eating, suddenly stopped chewing. He activated his observation haki, quickly spreading it throughout the area. Soon, he sensed the presence of the Wald pirates and the people on the ground who were gradually losing their vitality. As his observation haki swept over, Wald, who was walking, suddenly lifted his head. He knew that someone on the island was using observation haki to gather information about them. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. The plain words flowed from his lips. It seemed that not all the trash on this island was worthless. This time they were in for it, little ones. Hearing their captain's words, the crew below burst into laughter. They hoped that this enemy could last a little longer. I remember on the last island, a swordsman couldn't even last 3 minutes before weakly dropping dead. Yes, that was quite disappointing for me. Amid the discussion among the pirates, they quickly ran towards the location where Dracula was. As for Dracula's location, it was sensed by their captain, Wald. Although he didn't get a specific location, Wald believed that as long as they killed everyone there, that person would definitely appear. Thinking of this, a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in Wald's eyes. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, after sensing the presence, Dracula continued to eat his food. Once he swallowed his bite, he calmly said, "Someone is coming for us. It seems to be pirates." However, they are still some distance away. Let's finish our food first and then wait for them. Upon hearing their boss's words, everyone nodded and silently quickened their eating pace. Thus, during the arduous journey of the walled pirates, Dracula and the others had a hearty meal. At the same time, the Navy warships led by Akiji were also about to reach the Dressrosa Sea area. However, judging by their speed, it would still take some time. Dracula and the others waited in the restaurant for a long time. Finally, at the end of the street, they saw the pirates approaching them. He stood up directly and walked toward the street outside. The people behind him followed their leader's footsteps one after another. Seeing that many people suddenly appeared in the middle of the street, the ward pirates also stopped in their tracks. Their gazes simply swept around, and then they all landed on one person. One of the pirates pointed in Dracula's direction and said, "Boss, that's the fallen angel Dracula, the ruthless pirate who dared to attack the celestial dragons." Seeing his subordinates cowering in fear, Vald was furious. Just a mere reputation managed to scare them like this. However, when he noticed that his other subordinates remained silent, he was still very satisfied. After all, it seemed they were not scared. But when he turned his head and scanned the surroundings, his expression darkened immediately, because their appearance showed that they were not just unscared, but had already been frightened into silence. Thinking of this, he directly reached out and killed the pirate who had just spoken. Then he coldly said, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. It's just killing a celestial dragon. If there's a chance, I'll take you to kill a few more." Hearing their captain's words filled with killing intent, they shivered and then rallied. In fact, they had just been scared mainly because the reports in the newspapers were too frightening. As normal people, anyone who saw that person do one shocking thing after another would naturally feel a heightened sense of fear. Looking at his subordinates who had regained their former momentum, Veit nodded in satisfaction. Then he said flatly, "This is how my subordinates should be. Let's go, we'll take them down." Meanwhile, Dracula, who had been listening to their conversation, had already identified the identity of the burly man in front of him. As the two groups got closer, the clash of their momentum became increasingly apparent. However, it was clear that Dracula's side had the upper hand. Realizing the situation, Wald knew he could not wait any longer. Now was the best opportunity to strike. With a loud shout, he took the initiative to attack. "You guys go." Watching the crowd surge forward, Anilu and the others also found their respective opponents. As for Dracula, he calmly watched Wald's attack coming toward him. Noticing that Dracula made no move, Wald sneered disdainfully in his heart. He thought he was such a formidable character, but it turned out he was already scared silly by my attack. But soon, his expression changed to one of shock. Just as his attack was about to hit Dracula, he unexpectedly dodged to the side. Unable to control his body, Wald suddenly directed his attack toward his own back. Instantly, the ground trembled and dust rose. After dodging this attack, Dracula waved his hand to fan away the dust blowing toward him. Then he turned around to look at Wald, who had stabilized his stance. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he casually said, "Is this all the level of the world destroyers? It seems a bit lacking." Upon hearing himself being humiliated by the enemy, Wald's anger instantly flared up. He said angrily, "Don't be too arrogant, kid. That was just my warm-up. Next, I'll make sure you can't find your way back." He gathered all his energy and activated his own Momo fruit ability. Immediately after his roar echoed, "Momo, 50 times speed." His body suddenly surged with 50 times the speed, making it incomparable to his previous velocity. This fruit ability also caused Dracula to furrow his brow slightly. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a speed-boosting devil fruit. However, with Dracula's observation hockey, he was still able to sense it, even if it was just 50 times speed. Wald's figure rushed towards Dracula like a gust of wind. At the same time, during his advance, Wald even unleashed his ability on the large sword in his hand. It was a slash faster than the speed he currently possessed. Because Wald's slash came so suddenly, Dracula didn't have time to react. Thus, he was quickly sent flying by the slash. However, it didn't cause any serious injuries. When the slash was about to reach Dracula, he instinctively activated his armament hockey for defense. Seeing his boss being sent flying, Enel immediately abandoned the enemy in front of him. With a quick movement, he appeared right in front of Dracula. Looking at his boss, who was just a bit disheveled but not injured at all, Enel immediately felt relieved. The recovering Dracula slowly shook his head. Then, calm words came from his mouth. Enel, don't worry about it. I just wasn't adapted yet." Hearing his boss's words, Enel nodded slightly. Afterwards, he returned to the opponent he had just abandoned. Enel firmly believed in Dracula's words. Meanwhile, the fighting member of the ward pirates, Garp, looked at Enel, who had returned, with a very ugly expression. He could see that Enel didn't take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, he said with reddened eyes, "Kid, you're too arrogant. You'll pay the price for this." He then activated his own cube fruit ability. Cube prison. He transformed everything in front of him into cube shapes. He then continuously stacked and moved them, gradually forming a cage-like structure. He slowly controlled the cage, heading towards the unsuspecting Enel. Enel looked at the furious pirate in front of him and helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't quite understand why. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine and everyone was getting along. But ever since he returned, this guy suddenly exploded. However, Enel didn't pay too much attention to it. He transformed directly into lightning and flew out before the cage had fully formed. Seeing this, Golem gritted his teeth and increased the output of the fruit's energy. Instantly, the direction of the cage kept changing, and its coverage speed also increased. Unfortunately, Enel's lightning was still a bit faster. Therefore, after multiple attempts, his cage ability still had no effect. At this point, Golem directly changed his attack target. He expanded the coverage of the cage by a few degrees. When Beepo and the others weren't paying attention, he successfully trapped them inside. Seeing that his abilities finally achieved results, Garp let out a loud laugh. "Haha, a bunch of fools trapped inside by my powers. Just wait to gradually die from lack of oxygen." This turn of events also attracted the attention of many people. The members of the Ward Pirates, seeing their opponents trapped in the cage, began to mock them. "Haha, you guys could just wait to die. Garp's cage can take care of individuals in one go. How great. We won't even have to lift a finger. Truly impressive, Garp." Hearing the flattery around him, Garp's lips curled into a proud smile. He has already been able to imagine the plight of the people inside. And of course, Wald has seen everything that is happening here. He turned to look at Dracula, who had already stood up again, and laughed out loud. "Haha, as expected of my subordinate. Truly excellent. The fallen angel Dracula is just a guy with a famous name, but no real substance. With those flowery moves of yours. Just wait for me to chop off your head." Upon hearing his words, Dracula remained completely unconcerned. He did not believe that his subordinate would be unable to solve such a minor issue. He had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, then softly said, "Don't be too happy too soon, or else your face will be slapped until it sounds. As for my true strength, you'll see it very soon. I just gave you a chance to make a move." Then, Dracula slightly bent his body and placed his hand on the hilt of the demon sword Muramesa at his waist. Seeing Dracula in a poised stance, Vault also became serious. Although he still appeared indifferent, he could indeed feel the sharp aura emanating from Dracula. Sensing the change in Dracula, Vault immediately activated his armament haki. Soon, the armament haki rapidly covered the surface of his body, encompassing his entire form. After a moment, Vault was completely wrapped in armament haki. At this point, Dracula's expression showed no change at all. He also integrated his three-color haki into it. Sensing the energy contained within the demon sword Muramesa, Dracula drew the demon sword in his hand. One sword-style rapid draw slash. Suddenly, a dazzling blade light, carrying a terrifying might, surged towards Vault. This sword technique would correspondingly improve with Dracula's rising strength. Therefore, the terrifying battle power of a general level was all concentrated in this slash. Since Vault possessed the Momo fruit, he could perceive its speed more intuitively. He directly used the fruit ability on himself. Momo 100 times speed. Suddenly, Vault's speed increased 100 times. This was already his own limit speed. But even at such a speed, he barely managed to dodge the fatal blow of this sword technique. With a sound, a blood mark appeared on Wald's arm. Feeling the pain in his body, he looked down and saw his arm bleeding. Instantly, cold sweat began to flow down his face. He knew that if it weren't for just now, with the 100-fold speed of the Momo fruit, he might have already been a dead man. Looking at the man in front of him who was still calm and composed, Wald felt regret for his foolish actions for the first time. He has deeply understood the terrifying nature of Dracula. Moreover, he is very clear that the reports in the newspapers are not fabricated. He slightly intensified his breathing. Just now, the 100-fold speed display had consumed quite a bit of his stamina. Taking advantage of this moment, he slowly began to recover his lost energy. Seeing Wald's expression, Dracula had already guessed what he was thinking, but he didn't care at all, because he believed that even if his stamina returned to full state, killing Wald would be a piece of cake. If one strike didn't work, it would just take two at most. With this thought in mind, he directly turned his head to look at his subordinates. He wanted to know what stage their battle had developed to. As his gaze swept across, Dracula quickly spotted Beepo and the others who had previously been trapped in the cage. When he saw Beepo sending everyone into the dimensional space, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. He said softly, "Indeed, it's a good method. But the members of the Ward Pirates were unaware of Babewa's ability. They had just discovered that Beepo and the others, who were trapped in the cage, had suddenly disappeared from their place, as if no one had ever been there. After realizing this, they hurriedly rubbed their eyes. But when they opened their eyes again, they knew that everything was real. Instantly, they became terrified and retreated repeatedly, no longer behaving as arrogantly as before. One of the pirates pointed ahead and said tremblingly, "Everyone is gone. It's a ghost." After saying this, his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward, fainting from fright. His words only heightened the fear in the hearts of the remaining pirates. Noticing the change in Wald, he also turned to look. Soon, his expression darkened. However, he did not say much, knowing that it was all in vain. After all, even he was struggling to save himself. Thinking of this, he glanced at Dracula out of the corner of his eye and found that he had no intention of drawing his sword, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he began to think a way to escape from there. Meanwhile, the Navy ship led by Akiji successfully arrived at Dressrosa. Watching the ship slowly dock, Akiji lazily got up from his rocking chair. Soon, he noticed the pirate crew anchored at the port. When his gaze shifted to their pirate flag, he recognized their identity. He murmured, "The Ward Pirates are the target of this mission, right? Since we've already landed on the island, let's find them quickly." With this thought, he led the group of naval soldiers down from the warship. But after taking just a few steps, they all froze in place. Because in front of them, the port was littered with many dead civilians, and a strong smell of blood surrounded everyone. Seeing the tragic deaths of the civilians, the naval soldiers all displayed expressions of anger. They wished they could kill all these pirates right here to atone for the tragic deaths of the civilians. Seeing the scene before him, Akiji frowned slightly. Then, without saying a word, he led the Navy soldiers behind him into the interior of the island. He now has a very bad feeling. Fueled by anger, they quickly arrived at the lively neighborhood they had been to before. But now it has turned into a dead zone. Looking at the blood covering the entire street and the bodies piled everywhere, these elite Navy soldiers could no longer endure it. The scene, like a hell on earth, continuously washed over their understanding. Tears silently slid down the corners of their eyes until they dropped to the ground. The previously lazy and carefree green pheasant saw this scene, and his expression darkened completely. He couldn't believe that there were pirates who could reach this level. Soon, he realized that he needed to find them quickly. Otherwise, even a second's delay could lead to a large number of deaths. If they couldn't apprehend the pirates, what was the point of being Navy at all? Looking at the trail of bright red blood along the way, Akiji issued an order and led the elite Navy forces to move swiftly. After just a moment, Akiji and his team arrived at the battlefield where the two groups were clashing. As he observed the standoff between the two groups, Akiji quickly spotted Dracula. Although he was surprised to see Dracula here, he knew it wasn't the time to discuss that. He looked at the members of the Ward pirate crew, covered in blood, and coldly said, "Is it you scum who slaughtered the civilians? Now we shall execute the Navy's justice. Soldiers, heed my command, slay the members of the Ward pirate crew." The already furious Navy soldiers surged forward upon hearing Admiral Akiji's words. Their eyes were red, filled with desperation, which made the already demoralized pirates give up their resistance. Soon, they fell beneath the weapons of the Navy soldiers. Although they avenged the civilians, their hearts remained heavy, because the lives that had vanished would never return. They suddenly felt that since becoming part of the Navy, they could change nothing except witness the deaths of civilians. Such a life made them live in pain each time. They completely lost faith in the naval justice they had always believed in. They suddenly didn't know where to go. The arrival of the Navy also caught Wald's attention, especially when he saw Admiral Akiji. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. By the look on their angry faces, he knew they were coming for his Wald pirates. Sure enough, now everyone except him was dead. Seeing Akiji eyeing him sharply, Wald knew he could no longer escape. Thinking of this, he raised his hands high in front of his chest and shouted, "Akiji, I surrender. Take me to Impel Down." For him, surviving in Impel Down was far better than dying at Dracula's hands. As long as he was alive, there was a chance for a comeback. Wald looked at Dracula, who still wore a calm expression, and felt very displeased with it. He then mocked, "Ha ha ha, kid, you can't kill me now. I have surrendered, and the Navy is on my side. If you dare to make a move, Admiral Akiji will definitely stop you." Hearing his arrogant words, the elite Navy members present remained silent, but their clenched fists and grinding teeth betrayed the unrest in their hearts. They suddenly realized that their identity as Navy personnel was a burden for them, because they could only watch the murderer live and enter prison, unable to exchange their lives for his. Meanwhile, Dracula, opposite Wald, simply smiled without concern. He casually said, As long as it's someone I want to kill, it won't matter who comes. Don't say it's a general. Even a star can't stop it. After saying this, he slightly bowed again and placed his hand on the hilt of the demon sword Muramesa at his waist. With the integration of the three-colored domineering, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Feeling Dracula's change, Vault's expression turned into one of extreme fear, because he knew he couldn't withstand this attack with just his own strength. Thinking of this, he turned to the Navy beside him and shouted, "Hey, come help me. He really wants to kill me. I've already surrendered. You can't just watch a captive die. This is the duty of the Navy." This statement deeply pierced the hearts of these elite Navy members. They had already begun to waver in their belief in the Navy's justice, and now they were feeling disgust for their identity for the first time. Thinking of this, an old Navy soldier could no longer bear it. He silently put down the weapon in his hand and then knelt on one knee in the direction of Dracula. He looked at Dracula and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Please, Lord Dracula, kill him. Let the souls of the common people find peace. I have had enough of the Navy's restraints." Tears slowly flowed from his eyes, dripping to the ground. Hearing his hoarse cries, more and more Navy soldiers joined in. They all put down their weapons and shouted hoarsely in the direction of Dracula. Looking at the scene before him, Vault suddenly became terrified, and he said with a trembling voice, "No, you can't do this. I've already surrendered." In an instant, he turned to Akainu, pleading words escaping his lips, "Admiral Akainu, please save me. You wouldn't allow a prisoner to die like this, would you?" But Akainu did not pay him any attention, only letting out a faint sigh. He knew that Crane's plan had already been a complete failure. Meanwhile, Dracula, who had been gathering strength for some time, saw the request from the naval soldiers. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he spoke softly. "I've heard your request. Let me kill him and give the soul an explanation." After saying this, Dracula directly drew the demon sword in his hand. A brilliant flash of blade light swept across, and Vault didn't have time to dodge at all. His body slowly fell backward, life gradually fading from him. But his wide-open eyes were telling of the fear inside him, because this was not how the script in his heart played out. As the blade's light disappeared, the Navy soldier kneeling on the ground discovered the deceased Wald. They quickly looked at Dracula, who had already sheathed his sword, and everyone's face was filled with longing and admiration, because this was the life they desired. Akiji stood aside, taking in the expressions of the naval soldiers. He knew he could never return to the past. Thinking of this, plain words came out of his mouth. The naval soldiers listened as he said, "This is the last order I, as the Admiral, give to you. From now on, follow the man in front of you and pursue your beliefs." Upon hearing Admiral Akiji's words, the naval soldiers were immediately shocked, because according to their previous actions, they had already committed what could be considered a betrayal of the Navy. Yet Admiral Akiji not only did not punish them, but instead supported their choice. They all turned their heads in unison, looking towards the direction of Admiral Akiji. However, they only saw a departing figure. He waved his hand to the people behind him, as if bidding farewell, or perhaps telling them something. Seeing the figure of Admiral Akiji, they were immediately filled with gratitude, because they knew that in their future lives, they would no longer be bound by the Navy. After Akiji walked a distance, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Dracula, "Dracula, you will take good care of my subordinates, right?" Upon hearing his words, Dracula's voice came in response. "Leave it to me. I will carry their beliefs as well." After receiving a concrete answer, a smile appeared at the corner of Akiji's mouth. He then continued walking towards the port. However, he spoke in a voice only he could hear. "What a uniquely charming person. But it's still a bit early for us to meet." He shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. When he arrived at the port, he took out the bicycle he had brought from a storage room on the warship, slowly pushing it out of the warship. He looked at the already frozen surface of the water in front of him. He had no hesitation and directly rode his bicycle back to the Navy headquarters. However, during his ride, Akiji lazily tapped his head and said, "I just suddenly thought of a question. With the whole ship left with just me returning, how should I explain this to Admiral Sengoku?" "Well, never mind. I'll figure out when the time comes." Thinking about problems is indeed quite troublesome. Thus, Akiji rode his bicycle alone towards the direction of the Navy headquarters. As they watched Admiral Akiji leave, the other Navy personnel present knew they had already made their decision. They then took a deep breath and looked at Dracula with admiration on their faces. They knew that their future lives would be closely related to the man in front of them. Dracula looked at them with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then softly said, "Since you have made your choice, let's embark on this journey together. However, your strength still needs to be improved. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to realize your own ideals." Hearing his words, the naval soldiers present all nodded in agreement. They have understood one principle. In this vast sea, strength is paramount. After a simple adjustment of their mood, they picked up their weapons again. Looking at the renewed fighting spirit in their eyes, Dracula's voice echoed once more. From now on, you will form the Fallen Angels team too. I have only one requirement of you. Do what you believe is right. Stick to your beliefs, and do not care about the opinions of outsiders. These simple words seem to be etched in their hearts. In their future careers, this will mark the beginning of their tenacity and resilience. Meanwhile, those like Beepo, who had previously hidden in the dimensional space, also came out early. They took everything that happened here into their eyes. But without exception, when they looked at Dracula's figure, they were filled with admiration. However, at that moment, a group of soldiers dressed in palace attire appeared at the other end of the street. They slowly stepped forward and soon arrived in front of Dracula and the others. Under the command of the captain of the kingdom's guard, the street began to split into two rows, leaving only a central passage. The captain stepped forward and walked up to Dracula, who was gripping the hilt of his sword. He said sincerely, "Lord Dracula, our king requests your presence. We hope you can spare some time to visit the palace. The king wishes to personally thank you for your help." Upon hearing his words, Dracula thought for a moment and then gently nodded. Seeing Dracula agree to this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He then walked ahead, personally leading the way for Dracula. Without any hesitation, Dracula followed closely behind him. He also wanted to see what kind of monarch the king of Dressrosa was. However, before leaving, Dracula softly said, "Please help my subordinates find a place to rest. After all, they are quite exhausted both physically and mentally." Upon hearing his words, the captain directly replied, "Don't worry, Lord Dracula. My soldiers will arrange a suitable place for them. We will not hesitate when it comes to our benefactor." Seeing that there was no contradiction in the captain's response, Dracula chose not to say more. Meanwhile, Enel and Beepo closely followed behind their boss. However, before leaving, Dracula turned back and said to his newly recruited subordinates, "You all should take a good rest. I will find you when I leave here." Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had just defected from the navy nodded heavily. They did not doubt Dracula's words. Thus, Dracula followed the captain of the guard and walked towards the palace. Along the way, he patiently explained things to them. However, they were taking a different street. This street was still bustling with activity, as if the recent pirate invasion had nothing to do with them. Seeing this scene, Dracula was somewhat surprised. After all, the earlier commotion must have been audible to the civilians here. Nevertheless, judging by their demeanor, they were all going about their own business. The captain of the guard, leading the way, also noticed Dracula's surprise. He directly asked, "Lord Dracula, are you curious why they haven't run away?" After seeing Dracula nod, he continued to explain, "This is actually the situation for most commoners. As long as disaster has not yet befallen them, they're always unwilling to believe in the arrival of danger." Upon hearing this explanation, Dracula instantly understood his meaning. He did not say anything more and simply followed him into the palace. As they looked at the magnificent palace before them, before they could say anything, a man walked out from inside. The captain of the guard in front immediately knelt down on the ground and said seriously, "Your Majesty the King, the task you entrusted to me has been completed." Hearing his words, Dracula knew that the robust man before him was the king of Dressrosa. Thinking of this, he said calmly, "I wonder if His Majesty the King has any important matters to discuss with us?" However, the sturdy man shook his head. He first helped the kneeling captain of the guard up from the ground. Then, serious words came from his mouth. "Lord Dracula, I just want to personally thank you for killing the villains for my people. I have already instructed my subordinates to prepare a banquet in the hall. Please come in, my lord." Seeing his demeanor, Dracula did not refuse and directly followed him inside. Although they had just finished a meal, they had consumed most of their energy during the previous battle. Therefore, Dracula, along with Enel and Beepo, began their second round of eating. Meanwhile, King Liku stared blankly at the few people eating in front of him. He is thinking about something particularly important that will affect the future development of Dressrosa. However, he has not truly made a decision yet. Dracula has certainly noticed the hesitant demeanor of King Liku. He had already thought of the reason why the king wanted to see him. It must be about the matter he was currently considering. However, since King Liku had no intention of speaking up, he pretended not to notice and continued eating the food in front of him. As time passed, King Liku's expression kept changing. Finally, he let out a long sigh, and his whole demeanor became much more relaxed. Looking at Dracula, who had finished his meal, he directly spoke up. "Lord Dracula, I have a request that I would like to seek your permission for." Upon hearing his voice, Dracula knew he had made a decision. However, he did not immediately agree, but casually said, "Why don't you tell me what the request is first?" King Liku then stated the decision he had contemplated for a long time. I want to hang Lord Dracula's flag on the island of Dressrosa. From now on, this island will be under your influence. Hearing his words, Dracula, who was sitting in the chair, was slightly surprised. This request was actually not difficult for him. On the contrary, Dressrosa under his flag might even attract many enemies. Thinking of this, he looked in King Liku's direction and said softly, "Are you really sure about this? When my flag goes up, your enemies will increase at an exponential rate. It's not just the navy and pirates, but also the world government." Hearing this, King Liku certainly understood these issues. But for him at this moment, there was no second path to take. He clearly recognized that this country has shown signs of a pathological state, just like the recent massacre incident involving the war pirates. Without Dracula and his group, perhaps everyone on the island would have perished under their weapons. Besides this matter, they could not afford the cost of being a member state of the world government. Therefore, this was the only choice he could make. Having the protection of a powerful force is certainly better than facing the crisis alone as a nation. The king of the Liku took a deep breath and then pushed these thoughts aside. His gaze towards Dracula gradually became more resolute, and he nodded heavily. Then, he said softly, "This country is on the brink of collapse. Therefore, raising your flag is the best solution. Even if the final outcome is still destruction, I will accept it." Upon hearing his firm response, Dracula no longer hesitated. He said directly, "I can agree to this matter. However, I need to make some changes to Dressrosa. Can you accept that?" Seeing that Dracula did not shake his head in refusal, King Riku agreed to this matter without a second thought. However, the specific details still needed to be communicated. Therefore, Dracula was not in a hurry to hang his flag on the island of Dressrosa. He plans to settle down here first and deal with some trivial matters. Thus, Dracula moved into the palace with his subordinates. The newly formed Fallen Angel Team 2 has already been handed over to Enel for training. As the days passed, Akiji rode his bicycle back to the Navy headquarters Marineford. Looking at the naval ships continuously coming in and out of the port, Akiji lazily scratched his head and continued to ride his bicycle across the ice. The ships at the port were those who were carrying out Commander Crane's orders. As he got closer, Akiji noticed that the elite Navy forces in front of him had regained their energy. Seeing the vitality in their eyes, he knew that Commander Crane's plan had succeeded. However, thinking about himself made Akiji feel somewhat helpless, as he had not brought anyone back, not even his previous vice admiral, who had also left. He knew that his own mission could be considered a complete failure. Thinking of this, he murmured to himself, "This is truly the most failed moment since becoming an admiral." However, the thought of them rediscovering their faith felt quite nice. Then, he slowly pushed his bicycle up to the shore. Looking at the solitary Admiral Akiji, the busy naval officers at the port were momentarily taken aback. They silently wondered to themselves, if he remembered correctly, Admiral Akiji had left with a fleet of naval soldiers. Why was he the only one left now? But due to the significant difference in their ranks, this naval officer did not voice these questions. Instead, he watched the departing figure of Admiral Akiji, pondering the reasons. Of course, Akiji was aware of the naval officer's gaze, but he did not offer any explanation. After all, it would be more useful to explain when he met Fleet Admiral Sengoku later, although he was unsure of how this matter would affect him. Akiji did not care at all. He still had the same lazy demeanor as before, walking slowly towards the office of the Warring States General. Just as he entered the naval headquarters building, a lewd voice came from behind him. "Oh, isn't this Admiral Akiji? What a coincidence." Upon hearing this voice, Akiji immediately guessed who it was. He looked at the suddenly appearing Kazuru beside him and lazily said, "Ah, it's Kazu. It's been a long time." After a simple greeting, the two walked side by side towards Admiral Sengoku's office. However, on the way, Kazuru curiously asked, "Akiji, why did I see you returning alone at the port? You didn't send them all to other islands for station missions, did you?" Upon hearing this, Akiji couldn't help but scratch his head and then said helplessly, "Ah, it's not like that. They can't come back anymore. So I had to return to the Navy headquarters by myself." This answer left Kizuru momentarily stunned, and then he quickly reacted, saying with an incredulous expression, "They're all gone?" While they were talking, the two had already reached Admiral Sengoku's office. Seeing this, Akiji directly said, "Let's talk inside." Then, he pushed the door open. Sengoku, who was reviewing documents, looked at Akiji and Kizuru, who had returned to the Navy headquarters, and nodded in satisfaction. He placed the pen in his hand on the table and smiled as he said, "I didn't expect you to return faster than that Sakaski guy. How did this mission go? Was it very smooth?" Hearing the words of Admiral Sengoku, Kizuru glanced at Akiji and then directly replied, "Oh yes. I have successfully completed the mission." This answer made Sengoku feel quite good. After all, looking at it now, the plan that Crane devised had already succeeded. This meant that the original elite force of the Navy headquarters could return to its former state. Seeing Sengoku's happy expression, Kizaru quietly stood by, waiting to see the next show, because he knew that Akiji had failed his mission. Noticing Kizaru's eager gaze, Akiji couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then, looking at the very pleased Admiral Sengoku, Akiji felt a bit reluctant to ruin his mood. But he knew that Sengoku would find out about this matter sooner or later. Akiji then helplessly scratched his head and softly spoke to Sengoku in front of him. "Ah, Admiral Sengoku, maybe you should calm down a bit." Hearing his words, Sengoku looked at him with some confusion and then said, "Is there something else to report, Akiji?" Akiji nodded affirmatively and then revealed the truth of the matter. "Actually, my mission completely failed, Admiral." Upon hearing him say that the mission failed, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, just take them out a few more times. As long as the people are still in the Navy, there will be opportunities." Seeing Sengoku's nonchalant demeanor, Akiji sighed and then said, "Ah, there may not be that opportunity anymore, Admiral Sengoku, because the only one who returned to the Navy headquarters this time is me. The others are no longer part of the Navy." When these words reached Sengoku's ears, his previously smiling face suddenly froze. He then looked at Akiji and asked through gritted teeth, "What did you just say, Akiji?" No one came back. Seeing Akiji nodding affirmatively, Sengoku's anger surged up immediately. He slammed his fist directly onto the table. Soon, the table could no longer withstand his strength and shattered into pieces. This was already the table's nth time being destroyed. Although Sengoku was very angry, he knew that the mission couldn't have failed for no reason. He asked seriously what exactly happened. "Can you elaborate on the process of the mission failure?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akiji didn't hesitate at all and directly revealed the truth. As he recounted the events, Sengoku gradually understood the whole story. Once he finished listening, he let out a long sigh and said despondently, "Well, we can't blame them for this. In that case, if they want to leave the Navy, let them leave. But it's really that brat Dracula who caused this trouble, so this time it's on him. You all go ahead and rest for now. When everyone returns in a few days, we will hold a meeting to discuss each other's progress." After hearing this, Akiji nodded gently and then walked out. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who had been watching the drama unfold, felt somewhat disappointed. They had clearly set up the chairs, just waiting to watch a grand series. He didn't expect it to end like this. Thinking about it, he murmured to himself, "This is too short and weak. It ended before it even began. I thought it would last for at least a few hours." With Akiji and Kizaru leaving, Sengoku began to contemplate the chances of success for this mission. Because from Akiji, he had already understood one thing. This plan could not guarantee success. He silently prayed in his heart. As long as the elite Navy could recover half, that would be enough. The rest could change slowly. But they must not lose any more people. The Navy really couldn't withstand it. Perhaps his prayers were effective. In the following days, various Navy generals began to return with their subordinates one after another. Although the successes and failures were almost evenly split, not a single person had defected from the Navy. This phenomenon made Sengoku, who was in the office, breathe a slight sigh of relief. However, he did not rush to convene a meeting of the Navy headquarters. After all, these Navy generals were already very fatigued. Sengoku planned to give them a few days off to adjust their state. They were the backbone of the Navy headquarters and could not afford any problems. Taking advantage of this free time, Sengoku took a moment to observe the Navy recruits who were still in training. Looking at the formation that was beginning to take shape before him, Sengoku knew that the recruits' training was nearing its end. The remaining step was to let them see blood. After all, a Navy soldier who had never personally killed a pirate could never be fully trusted. So people might just be bluffing. Perhaps, after experiencing the ferocity of pirates, they would be scared and cry. After watching the Navy recruits, Sengoku then approached Zifa. Looking at the 10 people in front of him who were continuously punching the mountain, he softly asked, "Zifa, how are they training?" Hearing the voice beside him, Zifa crossed his arms and looked from a distance at the 10 people who were sweating profusely. He replied blandly, "It still needs a little more time, Sengoku. Their understanding of hockey is about to reach its conclusion. If you have time, find some pirates for them to practice on." Sengoku nodded slightly and then left. Zifa, on the other hand, maintained his previous posture and said sternly, "Don't stop. You must keep throwing punches until the sun sets. As long as you haven't passed out, don't even think about slacking off." This serious voice quickly reached the ears of the 10 people who were throwing punches. Virgo gritted his teeth and persevered, not allowing himself even a moment of relaxation. He has now fully integrated into a naval identity. Although the training is very exhausting, he feels his strength is rapidly improving. He deeply understands a principle. Only with exceptional strength can one more easily enter the upper echelons of the Navy. Achieving this will allow him to have a greater impact on his family's young master. He felt the heat in his body, swinging his pitch-black fists as if he were tireless. Virgo's performance continuously motivated the 9 people around him. Hinata couldn't help but complain as she heard Zephyr's serious voice behind her. I really can't take it anymore. I'm so tired. Hinata couldn't bear it any longer. Hearing the intermittent sounds in her ears, the 9 people beside her had already grown accustomed to it. They can hear this sound almost every day and at different times. Zefa observed that no one was slacking off. Everyone was wholeheartedly executing the training plan he had devised. He nodded in satisfaction and then walked away. After spending so many days together, he believed that his disciples would not slack off. Moreover, Zefa was more familiar with their physical structure than they were with their own bodies. Therefore, regarding the training volume, their bodies could completely withstand it. There was no need to worry about them being overworked. A week quickly passed. Sengoku sat in his office and finally made a decision. He planned to hold another meeting at the naval headquarters to discuss the progress of this mission. With that in mind, he stepped directly into the meeting room. Sitting in his main seat, he awaited the arrival of the naval generals. However, this time, he did not come empty-handed. A thick file was placed on the table in front of him. The contents inside were the main operational plan for the Navy moving forward. No matter how many elite sailors were successfully roused to action this time, he had no time to wait any longer. With the constant notifications from the messenger, the Navy generals, who had been resting for nearly a week, began to arrive one after another. Each of them had an idea in their hearts about the reason for their summons. They knew it must be because of the plan from the last time with Advisor He. However, they were not at all anxious. During the 7 days of rest, they had all come to understand the specific situations of each other. Initially, they were worried that failing to complete their tasks would lead to punishment. But when they gathered to communicate, they discovered that none of them had fully completed their tasks. Therefore, they were already able to anticipate the main content of this meeting. As they looked at the seated figure of warring states in the prominent position, the naval generals entering the conference room unconsciously fell silent. They clearly know that the Marshal of the Warring States has been very irritable lately, so no one is willing to provoke him at this time. As they waited, the 3 major generals finally walked in. Akiji, who had completely failed the mission, still looked lazy and indifferent, showing no signs of change. It seems that it did not affect him at all. As the 3 generals took their seats, Sengoku slowly stood up from his chair. He looked at the group of naval commanders in front of him and said solemnly, "This time, Admiral Hiru's plan cannot be said to be a complete failure. At the very least, it has restored a significant portion of the Navy's elite morale. However, given the current situation at sea, these forces are far from enough. Therefore, I have decided to implement a new plan, the Seven Warlords of the Sea." Upon hearing Admiral Sengoku mention the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the naval commanders below were momentarily taken aback. They had never even heard of this plan. The fact that there is still a solution to the current situation was something they had never anticipated. However, they suddenly recalled Admiral Sengoku's title of Wise General. Thinking of this, they showed expressions of realization. Although Sengoku had not revealed his plans for a long time, his wisdom could not be denied. After seeing that the naval commanders had quieted down, Sengoku slowly opened the folder on the table. Once it was fully open, he handed the folder to the nearest Admiral Hiru. Hiru had already seen this document long ago. In fact, she wasn't very optimistic about this plan, but it was still a viable option. Looking at the folder handed to her, Hiru did not linger too long. She directly passed the folder to the commander beside her. As the folder continued to be passed around, the expressions of the naval commanders varied. Some clenched their fists in anger, while others remained expressionless, indifferent to the situation. However, they did not make any overly obvious movements. They all looked up at the positions of the 3 admirals. For these Navy generals who had already lined up, it was enough to just follow the team they had chosen. The rest of the matters were beyond their control. As they noticed the gazes of the Navy generals converging on the 3 admirals, Sengoku had already anticipated this situation. He could even guess the reactions of the 3 admirals. After everyone had finished looking through the folder, it was passed back to Sengoku. He looked at the Navy generals below and said solemnly, "Do you have anything to express regarding this upcoming plan?" Upon hearing his question, Akainu stood up directly from his chair. As he got up, he adjusted his collar and said coldly, "I disagree with this plan. Giving pirates a legal status is absolutely out of the question. All pirates on the sea are the scum of the world and must be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, Akiji also stood up, but he expressed it differently. Admiral Sengoku, has teacher Zephyr agreed to the implementation of this plan? As soon as this sentence was uttered, everyone's attention focused on Sengoku. They were well aware of Zephyr's current hatred for pirates. To describe it in one sentence, the grudge of killing one's son cannot be shared under heaven. Even his former reputation of not killing was gradually fading away. Moreover, most of the Navy generals present at the meeting were taught by Zephyr. So, whether Zephyr agreed to this plan was something they were very eager to know. If Zephyr agreed to this matter, then they would actually have little resistance. After all, there is indeed a need for a balance of power on the current seas. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Sengoku understood their thoughts. He first stared directly into Akainu's eyes, then said seriously, Sakazuki, there will always be pirates on the sea that cannot be eliminated. If you think you can solve all the pirates solely with the power of the Navy, it's nothing but a pipe dream. Moreover, the specific proposer of this plan is not me, but a decision made by Kong. As for Zephyr, after I persuade him, I believe he will understand. Hearing these words, Akainu's face turned ashen, but he could no longer voice any objections. After all, this was a decision made by Kong, and he had no way to intervene. He snorted coldly and then directly left the conference room. Watching his departing figure, Sengoku did not say much but instead turned his gaze to Akiji. Noticing the commander's gaze, Akiji, who was still standing, scratched his head helplessly and said, I was just asking casually. Since there is a solution, I have no objections. After saying this, he sat back down in his seat. However, he pulled down the eye mask on his head, covering his eyes, looking as if he wanted to sleep. But in his heart, Akiji let out a heavy sigh. He strongly disagreed with the Shichibukai plan. However, he could not oppose the decision made by the admiral. Seeing that the two problematic admirals had been resolved, Sengoku turned his gaze to Kizu, who had been slacking off. Noticing the commander's gaze, Kizaru shrugged nonchalantly and then said easily, Then let go with this. I have no objections. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku nodded slightly. The current situation was exactly as he had anticipated. He then looked around at everyone's positions and said with a serious face, This time, do you have any issues with this plan? Hearing his words, the naval leaders present all shook their heads in unison. Seeing that the three admirals had already made their decisions, they could only choose to agree. After all, they did not have that much say. The naval leaders actually understood that the decisions made by Akainu could not be opposed by anyone. Sengoku's series of actions just now was merely to inform them. Looking at the unanimously approved Shichibukai plan, Sengoku directly stated the next plan. Since this plan has been confirmed, the remaining task is to select suitable candidates. After saying this, Sengoku took out many bounty notices from another part of the folder. He placed them all on the table and said flatly, These are all the pirates eligible for the Shichibukai. Let's start discussing. As the bounty notices were laid out on the table, the naval leaders immediately began to observe them seriously. Time slowly passed, and everyone gradually discussed the final result. Soon, the 7 pirates they selected were presented before Sengoku. Looking at the 7 bounty notices in front of him, Sengoku began to examine them carefully. The first bounty notice featured Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, the top swordsman on the seas. He is reclusive, never recruits subordinates, and possesses great strength. Recruiting him into the 7 Warlords of the Sea can eliminate a powerful opponent. The second bounty is for Gecko Moria, a user of the Shadow Fruit, who can contend with Kaido and should not be underestimated, making him a candidate for recruitment. The third bounty is for Boa Hancock, a user of the Sweet Fruit and the current queen of Amazon Lily. Due to the special comm belt, ordinary people cannot reach there at all. Therefore, to reduce trouble, she can be made a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The fourth bounty is for Fisher Tiger, a fishman who holds great prestige on Fishman Island. Fishman Island is located deep underwater, so a position in the 7 Warlords should be reserved for them. After all, Fishman Island is a crucial link to the New World. Since the release of the slaves from Mariejois was orchestrated by Dracula and Dragon, no one specifically seeks trouble with Fisher Tiger. The bounty also includes Sir Crocodile, a user of the Sansan Fruit. He can be considered a rising pirate and is worth attempting to recruit. The sixth bounty is for Bartholomew Kuma, the former king of the Sorbet Kingdom and a user of the Pawpaw Fruit. He is also a strong pirate worth trying to recruit. Upon seeing these 6 bounties, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. He agreed with the selection of these 6 pirates. However, the 7th candidate made Sengoku's mouth twitch slightly because the chosen seventh candidate was none other than the fallen angel Dracula. He raised the bounty notice in front of him and said flatly, "This person is absolutely not going to accept the Navy's invitation. So the seventh candidate needs to be reselect. Let's choose Tianyacha, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the line fruit user." Upon hearing Admiral Sengoku's words, the naval commanders actually knew that the fallen angel Dracula could not be recruited. However, they still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, if the Navy lacked this formidable enemy, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. Nevertheless, since Admiral Sengoku already had a better candidate in mind, they wouldn't oppose it. In the end, he still had the final say. In fact, there was another more important reason for Sengoku's selection of Doflamingo, the designated candidate of this star. Although he didn't know the reason, he understood that this decision was unchangeable. With the 7 candidates for the Warlords of the Sea already chosen, the next step was to recruit them. Sengoku first glanced at everyone and spoke again. "You should have rested enough over the past week. The task of recruiting these individuals will be handed over to you." As a series of orders were issued, the naval warships of the headquarters began to leave the port once again. They began to tirelessly travel to the specific locations of the 7 pirates based on the intelligence they received. This time, Garp also took action, and the place he chose was Amazon Lily. He plans to return to the East Sea for a vacation after completing this task. Of course, Warring States is unaware of this idea. He is still satisfied with Garp's initiative to carry out tasks. However, he wonders if he will still be able to laugh when Garp ultimately does not return to the Navy headquarters. The first candidate for the 7 Warlords of the Sea that the Navy found was Crocodile. When they arrived in the waters near Alabasta, they discovered his presence. The naval officer leading this team was Vice Admiral Stolberry. He walked down from his warship with a blank expression, then touched the twins' swords at his waist. Looking at Crocodile not far away, he showed no hesitation and stepped in that direction. Behind him, a group of Navy soldiers followed closely. They had set up such a huge spectacle that even the distant Crocodile had noticed it early on. However, his face remained fierce and unchanged. He had no intention of escaping at all, just standing quietly in place and waiting. As the distance between the two drew closer, Admiral Stolberry directly spoke up. "Sir Crocodile, do you agree to become a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea? As for the specific matters, they are all in this document. So take a look for yourself." Originally prepared for battle, Sir Crocodile was stunned upon hearing this, as it was completely different from what he had anticipated. However, he still reached out to take the folder. As he flipped through the pages, he quickly understood the meaning of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. He directly closed the folder, looked at Admiral Stolberry, and said with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, "I have agreed to this matter." Upon hearing his agreement to become one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Admiral Stolberry turned and left. However, before departing, he spoke. "In 2 weeks, the Navy headquarters will hold a meeting of the 7 Warlords. You better not forget the time." After saying this, he boarded the warship with his subordinates without looking back. Next, he had other tasks to attend to, so he had no intention of wasting time here. Watching the Navy gradually disappear from view, Shichibukai Crocodile looked again at the folder in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "The Navy really came at the right time, saving me a lot of trouble. Once the identity of the 7 Warlords is confirmed, I can start my own plan." He then turned to glance at the distant Alabasta Kingdom and slowly left the place. Meanwhile, Garp, who had been sailing, also arrived at the calm belt's Amazon Lily. When his dog-headed warship appeared near the island, the female warriors of Amazon Lily emerged from the jungle one after another. They all raised their weapons and assumed a defensive posture. After all, no one usually dared to come to their territory. Soon, they noticed the dog head emblem on the warship. They immediately recognized it as the same warship from last time. Therefore, the captain of the Guardian Warriors, Kikyo, did not give the order to attack. Instead, she wanted to see the purpose of the warship's arrival. Garp stood on his dog-headed warship, looking at the female warriors of Amazon Lily before him. He spoke directly and cheerfully. "I am here to find your Empress Boa Hancock. You will deliver this folder to her. If she agrees to become one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, then come to the Navy headquarters in 2 weeks." As the folder flew towards him, Kikyo reached out to catch it. However, Garp had no intention of waiting for her response. With a command from him, the doghead warship slowly left the waters around Nine Snake Island, heading towards the East China Sea. Watching the Navy ship leave without any hesitation, the female warriors around the island retreated. Holding the folder in her hand, Kikyo pondered for a moment before quickly walking towards the palace inside Nine Snake Island. As for what Garp had said earlier, she didn't know what it meant. But she understood one thing. That was to hand the folder over to Lady Hancock. who would naturally make the right decision. She just needed to steadfastly follow behind. Along the way, the female warriors of Nine Snake Island saw the protector captain in a hurry and consciously made way for her. Soon, Kikyo arrived at the palace. Looking at the two sisters guarding the entrance, Kikyo spoke directly. The naval hero Garp has just arrived at the waters of Nine Snake Island. After handing me this folder, he left. Hearing her voice, the two sisters exchanged glances, and one of them left the spot. After a while, Boa Hancock slowly appeared before them. She looked at Kikyo, and a cold voice came from her lips. "Navy, what do you want with me?" Seeing Hancock had come out, Kikyo quickly handed over the folder. Then she said, "Lady Hancock, the Navy sent this folder. They also said that if this plan is agreed upon, they would go to the Navy headquarters in 2 weeks." Hearing her words, Hancock directly picked up the folder. After flipping through it briefly, she quickly understood the Navy's purpose for coming this time. She let out a disdainful cold snort. "Want me to become a warlord of the sea? I won't agree to that. Of course, I want to be a free pirate like Lord Dracula. However, speaking of which, I haven't seen Lord Dracula for a long time. I really miss him." Just as she was about to tear up the document in her hand, Granny Zoa suddenly appeared from the side, stopping her action. She skillfully snatched the folder from Hancock's hands. Then she quickly browsed through it and solemnly said to Hancock, "Snake Princess, you must become a warlord of the sea. Only then will we not be harassed by the Navy in the future. This matter is very beneficial for the development of Nine Snake Island." Hearing Granny Zoa's words, Hancock proudly raised her white neck and coldly said, "Even if I suffer persecution from a Navy because of this, everyone will forgive me because I am just too beautiful." Seeing that she still wanted to refute her, Hancock directly grabbed the petite Granny Zoa and threw her into the distance. Granny Zoa traced a graceful arc in the air before disappearing from everyone's sight. To this scene, everyone was accustomed, because it was not the first time Granny Zoa had been thrown out. At first, they were particularly worried about Granny Zoa's condition, but after a careful check, they found no issues. Since then, they no longer took this matter to heart, thinking it was just a special way of communication between them. As this matter came to a close, Kikyo hurried back to her post. As the captain of the Protector Warriors, she needed to pay attention to the safety issues of Nine Snake Island at all times. In the following days, Granny Zoa kept running to Hancock's palace. She wanted Hancock to agree to become a warlord of the sea, as it would be beneficial for Nine Snake Island. But without exception, she was thrown out time and again. As the time drew nearer, Granny Zoa began to think about other strategies. Since this method was unworkable, she had to find another way. She arrived again at Hancock's palace, but as she was about to enter, she was stopped by the two sisters. One of the sisters whispered, "Granny Zoa, you've already been thrown out by Sister 25 times these past few days. Don't come again. I'm worried your body can't take it." Hearing her words, Granny Zoa waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it. Just let me in. This time, I should be successful." Seeing Granny Zoa insist on entering, the two sisters no longer obstructed her. Soon, Granny Zoa saw Hancock sitting on the throne. To prevent Hancock from directly throwing her out, she quickly said, "Snake Princess, becoming a warlord of the sea is not only beneficial for Nine Snake Island, but can also help the fallen angel Dracula. As a free-spirited pirate, he definitely needs intelligence from a navy." Originally planning to take action, Hancock's eyes brightened at these words. After thinking for a moment, she nodded in agreement. She found Granny Zoa's reasoning quite sensible. Thinking of this, she looked at Granny Zoa and said proudly, "In that case, I agree to become a warlord of the sea." Seeing the matter settled, Granny Zoa was naturally overjoyed. Her smile made the skin on her face even more wrinkled. Then she reminded, "Snake Princess, don't forget to go to the Navy headquarters." Hearing her words, Hancock turned her gaze back to Granny Zoa. She directly stepped down from the throne and once again grabbed Granny Zoa by the collar, throwing her out through the palace window. Then her cold voice echoed again. "What a troublesome old woman. How could I forget such an important matter when I am so beautiful?" The two sisters guarding outside the palace shook their heads as they watched Granny Zoa fly out again. However, after this time, Granny Zoa did not come as frequently, because her main objective had already been achieved. With the Navy's continuous probing, the other candidates for Warlords of the Sea also received the news. The Navy general who notified Don Quixote Doflamingo about the warlord plan was none other than the Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been wanting to capture him. As the Navy implemented this plan, Tsuru found him. However, Doflamingo did not run away this time. He had received a call from the stars early on and already knew about the plan for the Warlords of the Sea. He looked at the Crane Admiral in front of him, then pushed up his sunglasses and laughed. "Admiral Crane, we meet again. But this time, you're not here to capture me, are you?" After hearing his words, the Crane Admiral responded calmly, "Don't get too cocky, Doflamingo. If you go too far, don't blame me for taking action. This is the related document for the Seven Warlords of the Sea plan. Remember to attend the Seven Warlords meeting held by the Navy headquarters in a week. Seeing the folder in the Crane Admiral's hand, Doflamingo took it over and said with a grin, "Won't you stay as a guest, Admiral Crane? I would love to extend my hospitality and thank you for your recent care." Upon hearing this, the Crane Admiral snorted coldly and turned to leave. She walked directly onto her warship, which then slowly sailed away from the port. As the Navy warship departed, a strong man dressed in samurai armor stepped forward behind Doflamingo. He said in a sharp voice, "Young master, do we really have to agree to become one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea?" Doflamingo nodded firmly. "Of course. It's a good identity. A legitimate identity that is very beneficial for our business." With the young master's affirmative answer, the sturdy man stepped back and quietly stood behind. This time, even Fisher Tiger, who was on Fishman Island, received a notification from the Navy. The naval officer who notified him was none other than Vice Admiral Stolo Berry, who had just completed a mission. When he successfully handed over the second folder in his hand to Tiger, he leisurely returned to the Navy headquarters, as his mission had been completely accomplished, and it was now his time to rest. Meanwhile, Tiger, who was located in Fishman Street, glanced at the folder in his hand and curled his lips in disdain. However, after thinking it over, he still signed his name on the folder. As the days passed, the time for the Shichibukai meeting drew closer. The 7 individuals who received the folder, each with their own thoughts, ultimately agreed to the plan. On the day of the meeting, Sengoku, accompanied by Admiral Tsuru, arrived first in the conference room. Looking at the empty room before them, Sengoku and Tsuru quietly waited. Soon, at the port of the Navy headquarters, his first guest finally arrived. The visitor wore a black coat and a trapezoidal white hat. The hat was adorned with alternating brown spots and 2 bare ears. He held a thick book in his hands. Upon seeing his arrival, the naval commander, who had been waiting at the port, quickly stepped forward. Following his guidance, Tyrant Kuma soon entered the conference room. Looking at Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru, who were already seated, he gently nodded his head as a form of greeting. Then he directly sat down on a chair, quietly flipping through the book in his hands. Sengoku was indeed surprised that Tyrant Kuma was able to arrive at the conference venue on time. He had not seen many pirates who were this punctual. As expected, no one else arrived on time after that. They had been waiting in the conference room for the rest of the pirates to arrive. It wasn't until nearly the hour that the second pirate arrived late. When Crocodile saw that there were only 3 people in the conference room, he said flatly, "Looks like I'm not particularly late after all." After saying this, he sat down in a seat far away. As time passed slowly, the other candidates for the Shichibukai also arrived one after another. When Doflamingo entered the conference room, he saw an old acquaintance in the seat of honor. The corner of his mouth curled into a charming smile. He chuckled, "Hee Crane, we meet again." Then he glanced at the few people around, counted them briefly, and found that there were exactly 7, including himself. Seeing this, he knew that the 7 candidates for the Shichibukai were all present. However, he looked up at Sengoku, who still had no intention of speaking. He knew that Sengoku was trying to assert dominance over the pirates present. But how could Don Quixote Doflamingo let him have his way? He raised his hand directly, and it danced in the air. Immediately, invisible threads wrapped around the Navy soldiers at the entrance of the conference room. Their bodies began to move uncontrollably, and they charged at each other. This sudden situation left both Navy soldiers terrified, as they could no longer feel control over their bodies. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. The other pirates were just watching the show. As for Sengoku, he was furious when he realized what was happening. He coldly spoke up, "Doflamingo, you better behave. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Upon hearing his words, Doflamingo still wore a smug expression and shrugged carelessly. However, he released the strings in his hands. The 2 Navy soldiers immediately felt a sense of relief throughout their bodies and regained control over themselves. Even so, despite returning to normal, they were drenched in cold sweat, as for a moment they thought they would die at each other's hands. Seeing their expressions, Sengoku ordered them to leave the conference room. After all, they looked seriously frightened. Sengoku, who originally intended to assert dominance over the pirates, was interrupted by Doflamingo. He had no choice but to give up. He straightened his body and said with a serious expression on his face, "Since everyone is here, the first Shichibukai meeting officially begins. I assume that your presence here means you agree to the Navy's plan. Now, please state the territories you each desire. The Navy has recognized the legal status of the 7 pirates, so they can choose a territory of their own to manage." Hearing Sengoku's words, Crocodile was the first to speak up about his desired territory. I will establish my base in Alabasta. The advisor, Tsuru, who was sitting in her seat, noted down the place he mentioned in her folder. Then she looked up at the other pirates, signaling them to continue. However, Hawkeye Mihawk said coldly, I prefer to be alone, so don't mind me. I joined the Shichibukai just to avoid trouble from the Navy. Tsuru was already aware of his personality, so she did not look at Mihawk again. Hancock and Tiger did not exceed her expectations either, choosing their respective countries as territories. The remaining pirates also made their choices. However, when Tsuru heard that Doflamingo had chosen Dressrosa as his location, her brow furrowed slightly, and her pen paused. This place was particularly special. It was the site of Akiji's failed mission. Given the current unusual circumstances, it was hard not to suspect there might be a conspiracy. She looked at the flamboyant Doflamingo, trying to read something from his face. But regrettably, she could see nothing. Of course, Doflamingo sensed Tsuru's gaze. He immediately raised his head and made eye contact with Advisor Crane. Then, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Is there something wrong, Advisor Crane? Seeing his expression, Advisor Crane said nothing. Instead, he glanced at the folder in his hand and ultimately wrote down the name Dressrosa. Sengoku certainly knew the uniqueness of this place, but he had no choice. After all, they had already agreed to their legitimacy. Therefore, he could only comply with the location they chose. The suggestion to choose Dressrosa came from Dracula. After learning about the plans of the Seven Warlords, he immediately informed his boss. Meanwhile, Dracula, who was still discussing the flag planting issue in the palace, thought of an idea as soon as he received the news. He planned to hand over Dressrosa to Doflamingo. This would allow him to further expand his underground business. After continuous discussions, King Riku finally agreed to this idea. Of course, apart from the three of them, no one else knew about this matter. The 7 pirates had successfully mapped out their territories. Sengoku slowly stood up from his seat and said again, since you have accepted the Navy's Shichibukai plan, you need to take on the corresponding responsibilities. The Navy recognizes the legitimacy of your robberies and withdraws the bounties on you. However, you must help us clear some pirates from the seas. Furthermore, during significant events, you must stand with the Navy. Hearing what Sengoku said, no one took it to heart. After all, they came to this meeting merely to make their future actions more convenient. Sengoku had long anticipated the reactions of the crowd. It was impossible to expect these pirates to act like Navy soldiers. However, he still had to say what needed to be said, regardless of whether they listened. At least they should have an impression. Thus, the first Shichibukai meeting concluded. The 7 pirates exchanged glances and then left the Navy headquarters one by one. After confirming their identities as Shichibukai, they could go on to do what they wanted. Watching them leave, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Then, Admiral Tsuru organized her folder and softly said, Can you really handle the situation with Zephyr? The Navy's Shichibukai plan will soon spread across the seas. It can no longer be hidden. You should have a good talk with him. Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku nodded in distress. Indeed, it's time to talk to him. Where should he start? It was truly troubling. After saying this, he also got up and left the conference room, heading towards Zephyr's training hall. Watching Sengoku's back, Tsuru's eyes flickered slightly. In a voice only she could hear, she whispered, Sengoku, you've changed too. I can sense your disappointment with the current Navy. Is it due to the interference of the world government? Or is it because of that brat Dracula? Let time reveal everything. It will provide the final answer. Then, she lowered her head again and quietly flipped through the documents in her hands, as she still needed to work hard. Sengoku walked slowly on the Navy headquarters training ground. Although every Navy soldier paid him respect, he could clearly feel that their faith was no longer as solid. Sengoku sighed inwardly. Perhaps when they learned about the Shichibukai plan, they would be even more disappointed in the Navy. Lost in thought, he arrived at Zephyr's training hall. Looking at the training hall in front of him, Sengoku couldn't help but fall into memories. He recalled the time when the training facility was first established, when batches of outstanding naval commanders emerged from it. Even now, those individuals remain the backbone of the Navy. He also thought about Zephyr's once spirited demeanor and the trust he had in the Navy at that time. Reflecting on Zephyr's current changes, Sengoku felt a sharp pang in his heart. In the end, I have let you down, and the Navy has let you down too. But I am helpless in all of this. If there is still a chance, let us start over, Zephyr. After sorting out his emotions, Sengoku walked directly into the training facility. Seeing Zephyr standing not far away, he stepped up to his side. Together, they gazed at the 10 individuals still training in the distance. Feeling the presence beside him, Zephyr, with his arms crossed over his chest, said calmly, Sengoku, you're here. Their strength has already reached my requirements. They can take on great responsibilities now. Hearing his words, a bitter smile curled at the corners of Sengoku's mouth. He looked up at Zephyr and then said softly, "I didn't come here for them. I want to tell you some not-so-good news." This sentence made Zephyr furrow his brow slightly. Seeing his expression, Sengoku didn't hesitate any longer and directly spoke out. The Navy is going to implement the Seven Warlords of the Sea plan. It acknowledges the legitimacy of pirate robberies. This is a decision made by the world government, and I can't change it. When his voice reached Zephyr's ears, his eyes turned red. After a moment, his hoarse voice finally came out, "I understand." Watching his close friend's pained expression, Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. Just like that, the atmosphere fell into silence. Thoughts swirled in Sengoku's mind as he wanted to alleviate Zephyr's pain. As time passed, he made an important decision in his heart. Sengoku slowly turned around, no longer looking at Zephyr beside him. Then a deep voice came from his mouth. "Take your disciples and leave this place. Re-establish a navy in the new world and fulfill our past regrets. However, be careful when you leave. Don't let anyone know about this, especially me, or else I fear I won't be able to stop myself from intervening." After saying this, Sengoku did not linger at all. He directly stepped out of the training hall. Upon hearing these words, Zephyr's pupils slightly constricted, and he suddenly turned around. However, when he turned back, he only saw the back of Sengoku. The silhouette of Sengoku was so desolate and lonely. This figure was deeply etched in Zephyr's heart. He put down his arms that he had been holding tightly, unable to help but wipe his reddened eyes, muttering to himself, "It's really touching," the warring states. "Perhaps this place truly isn't suitable for me anymore. Then let me fulfill our original dream anew in the new world. I'll be waiting for you, my dear friend." Zephyr looked again at the 10 people in the distance who were still training, nodding in satisfaction. He directly blew the whistle in his hand. With 2 sharp blasts, the 10 people who were training quickly set down their weights. Then they quickly ran towards Zephyr. Soon, a neatly organized squad of 10 appeared before Zephyr. Seeing their disciplined appearance, Zephyr spoke loudly. "Your strength can no longer be improved through training. What you lack is only real combat experience. Today, I have a question to ask you. If the Navy were to recognize the legitimacy of pirates' actions, would you be able to accept that?" Upon hearing Zephyr's question, the 10 were slightly taken aback. They had never seriously considered this issue before. Since joining the Navy, they had been in training. The fatigue from daily training left them with no time to think about such things. Now, hearing their teacher's question, they began to lower their heads in contemplation. Meanwhile, Zephyr stood quietly in front of them, waiting for their response. After a while, Smoker was the first to express his thoughts. "Teacher, I cannot accept that. No matter what, we must never recognize the legitimacy of pirates." This response was met with deep agreement from the others. Seeing their reactions, Virgo could only nod his head. Because over the past few days, Virgo had already gotten a good understanding of their characters. Each of them harbored a deep hatred for pirates. To avoid standing out, he began to repeatedly tell himself in his heart, "I must hate pirates, I must hate pirates." In this way, he blended well into the group. However, his loyalty to the young master of his family had never changed. He believes that all of this is in preparation for the future. Watching his disciples' hatred for pirates, Zephyr reiterated what he hadn't finished saying before. "However, the Navy has already agreed to this plan, and we cannot change it at all. The current Navy is showing signs of decay. It is beyond saving. Will you choose to stay here, or will you follow me to create a brand new Navy?" Hearing their teacher's bold words, the 10 people in front of him were slightly taken aback. Then they looked up and saw the seriousness on Zephyr's face. It was then that they realized their teacher was serious. After a brief moment of silence, they looked up at Zephyr and nodded heavily. In fact, they didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the Navy. The person they spent the most time with every day was Zephyr in front of them. Moreover, they did not agree with the Navy's actions. Since their teacher had the idea of establishing a new Navy, they agreed. They also want to act according to the justice in their hearts, no longer oppressed by anyone. However, Virgo feels a sense of sadness. The undercover plan is considered successful, yet it also feels like a failure. The success lies in infiltrating the upper echelons of the Navy, but this Navy is newly established. The failure is that they were just one step away from success, only to find that the team they belong to is about to collectively betray the Navy. He knew that even if he didn't follow Zephyr, the Navy headquarters would no longer trust him. After all, out of the 10 disciples taught by Zephyr, only one remained, which looked very suspicious. Zephyr was unaware of his thoughts. After confirming his disciples' intentions, he hurriedly left. He is planning to arrange for his departure. However, before leaving, he wants to take some Navy soldiers from the Navy headquarters with him. After all, Not everyone is satisfied with the plan of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. He plans to quickly gather a usable army, while the warring states have not yet changed their minds. After all, even if he wants to establish a navy again, some basic manpower is needed. Starting from scratch is definitely unrealistic. The 10 people in the training hall all stopped their training. They looked at each other and then returned to their respective rooms, waiting for news from Teacher Zifa. After all, they had already made their decision, so they should be ready at any time. With the establishment of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the ocean was suddenly stirred up. The pirates on the sea, upon seeing this newspaper, were all abuzz with discussion. This unprecedented policy left them somewhat puzzled about the Navy's intentions. However, for those long-sighted pirates, they almost immediately guessed the Navy's plan. They are very clear that this is a strategy used by the Navy to divide the pirates. Although it may not seem apparent now, it will definitely yield results in the future. After all, acknowledging the legal status of pirates is quite a temptation. This will lead to pirates fighting each other for this identity, thereby achieving the goal of restraining piracy. Some pirates admire the Seven Warlords of the Sea established by the Navy, while others look down on it. However, it is undeniable that it has once again caused chaos on the seas. And Dracula, who is in the palace of Dressrosa, has, of course, seen the newspaper. Seeing the candidates listed on it, a smirk crept across his lips. He understands their plan and has succeeded.